I liked the childhood sweetheart for 18 years, and we agreed to get married after graduating from college. But on the night after the college entrance examination, she got me drunk and took me to a hotel. After a night of passion, she disappeared, leaving only a trace of blood on the sheets. Since then, I have never seen her again. 5 years passed in a flash, and suddenly I received a call from her, asking me to accompany her to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get married. In a cafe in Xiaoxiang City, Su Muyun said somewhat shyly, I have 2 children who are of school age, but they don't have household registration and can't go to school. To apply for household registration, both parents need to have a marriage certificate. So I want you to accompany me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a certificate. After hearing this, Lu Feng felt speechless. Seeing that something was wrong, Su Muyun immediately explained, don't think too much, I just want you to help me out. After the children are registered, we can get a divorce. If you feel like you're at a loss, I can compensate you financially. Lu Feng declined the compensation but had a condition. Su Muyun had already guessed that this man in front of her would definitely make unreasonable demands. There was no choice, the children needed to go to school, so they had to be registered. She didn't want to ask her parents for help, so she had to follow Lu Feng obediently. If she found a random stranger, they would definitely not agree. As for Lu Feng, when Su Muyun thought of this, he gritted his teeth and replied, okay, I promise you. Lu Feng looked at her nervous and helpless expression, smiled, and said, aren't you going to ask what the conditions are? I said, no matter what the conditions are. Lu Feng guessed the other party's thoughts and said with a smile, my parents have been urging me to find a girlfriend. At the end of the year, you pretend to be my girlfriend and come home with me for the new year. After hearing this, Su Muyun was stunned. Just this? Don't you want to? Or do you think my request is not outrageous enough? Su Muyun blushed instantly, shook her head. No. So, you agreed. Su Muyun replied softly. Lu Feng smiled, stood up directly, and said, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After finishing everything, Lu Feng held Su Muyun's hand and walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Ding! The Peerless Good Man system has been successfully activated. Your rank has been upgraded to Transcendence. You have obtained a limited edition sports car from Dames Group, a luxurious villa from Xiaoxiang Zhengrong Mansion, and 5 million renminbi in cash. In an instant, Lu Feng became a diamond bachelor, grabbed Su Muyun's hand tightly, walked towards the parking lot, sat directly in the sports car, and then waved to Su Muyun. Darling, get in the car. I'll take you home. Shen Ruyun felt uncomfortable. After all, they were just fake married. I'll take a taxi back by myself. Are you looking down on my car's class? No. Shen Ruyun immediately explained. I'm just not used to it. Lu Feng smiled, got off the car, put his emotions on her shoulders, and said forcefully, look at me. I won't eat you. What are you afraid of? Shen Ruyun bit her lip, looked at Lu Feng, but she was still a little scared in her heart. After all, she had never been in such close contact with other men before, so she couldn't help but feel nervous. Seeing this, Lu Feng also softened. Shen Ruyun, you've worked hard all these years. I knew right away that those 2 children are mine. After hearing this, Shen Ruyun's face turned pale. She thought, how does he know? Did he investigate me? Lu Feng continued, the past is in the past. I don't want to discuss our sad past. Anyway, since you've found me, rest assured, I will take good care of you and the 2 kids. Hearing this, Shen Ruyun's eyes were filled with tears. She had given birth to 2 children alone and raised them until they were 4 years old. The hardships she endured were self-evident. Now that this man is willing to step forward, it shows that he truly cares for himself. What's wrong with you? Lu Feng saw Shen Ruyun crying and asked worriedly, did I say something wrong? No, I'm just too happy, Shen Ruyun said, then sat directly in the sports car. Thank you for today. I'm very happy. Please have a meal with me. Lu Feng immediately nodded in agreement. Little did he know, Shen Ruyun said, I have to work tonight, so I can only eat at home. Would you like to eat the dinner I cook? I would be honored. After saying that, Lu Feng got into the sports car and arrived at Shen Ruyun's home 20 minutes later. 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and a small compartment. Please have a seat first. I'll go pick up the child and buy some groceries. If you feel bored, you can watch TV. I'll pick up the child, and you can go buy groceries. You are a guest. How can I trouble you? No, I'm not a guest. I'm your man and also the master of this house. Hearing this, Shen Ruyun's face turned red instantly, but she still insisted. Today, you are a guest. Only for today. After today, I'm no longer a guest. Watch your performance. After speaking, Shen Ruyun shyly walked out, with a slight smile on her face. Shenmuyun is still the same beautiful and shy girl as before. An hour later, Sumuyun bought the food, came back with 2 kids. Lu Feng quickly got up and was going to help Sumuyun carry the dishes. Sumuyun didn't let Lu Feng do it. To the 2 children, he said, "Call your uncle." "Hello uncle." "Hello uncle." 2 children, a boy and a girl. Very well behaved and very cute. The sound is great too. Sumuyun said to Lu Feng, "You play with the 2 children for a while. I'll go cook." When he finished, he carried his things to the kitchen in a slightly less self-conscious manner. Straight away, he handed over the 2 children to Lu Feng. Lu Feng held the hands of the 2 children and came to sit on the sofa in the living room. Upon closer inspection, one can see that both children are very good looking and do resemble themselves. Just about to speak, the 2 children spoke first. The boy asked, "Uncle, are you good?" The girl asks, "Uncle, do you have any money?" "Uncle, when I go to bed at night, I often hear my mom secretly crying alone." The boy said, "I'll grow up soon, and when I do, I'll be able to protect my mom." But, saying that, he looked at Lu Feng. "Uncle, before I grow up, can you help me protect my mom first?" "Uncle, mom is actually very hard." The girl said, "She works long hours every day to take care of us, but there are still some bad people who bully mommy all the time. Uncle, can you lend me some money first? I want to buy a big house." Mommy says that with a big house, we won't have to meet up with those bad ants and we won't be bullied by those bad ants. "Uncle, I'll grow up soon too, and when I do, I'll pay you back more money." Listening to the words of the 2 children, Lu Feng inexplicably felt a bit blocked in his chest. The poor man's child is an early starter. Although, that said, these 2 kids may not have come from poverty, but it is thought that they should also have endured a lot of things that should not have been born by their age. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so understanding. Why do you guys trust your uncle so much? After thinking about it, Lu Feng tried to smile and asked, "Aren't you afraid that uncle is a bad guy?" "Mom never brought a man home." The little boy said seriously, "Uncle, you are the first, so you should be good. I heard mom tell Aunt Lily that she wouldn't bring any man back, but she brought you back anyway." The little girl said, "So, I also think you are a good person." "Uncle, these are just 2 4-year-olds, but there is nothing wrong with their logic. Most importantly, from their words, one could also tell that Sumuyun was indeed a very clean person. It's often hard for someone like that to bear everything alone and in silence." Lu Feng then asked, "What are your names?" "I'm Ping Ping, the younger brother." "My name is Anne, and I'm the older sister." "Peace." Lu Feng squatted in front of the 2 children and said, "Remember, in the future, you are not allowed to call uncle. You have to call dad." "Dad?" Excitement sparkled in the eyes of both children. "Are you really our daddy?" "Of course, but mommy said that daddy went far, far away, and there's no car in that place, so he can't come back." "There's no car there, but daddy made his own." "Really? Really? And how do you prove it?" Lu Feng smiled. "Take out your marriage license and point to the picture on it. Say, look, you guys, this license, it's called a dad license." "Dad's license?" The 2 men took the marriage license and looked at it carefully. "But how can 2 4-year-olds read?" "Go ask mom." The 2 small children took the marriage license and ran towards the kitchen. "Mom!" Ping Ping came to Sumuyun's body, holding up the marriage license. He asked, "Is this the father's license? Is it true that we'll have a dad later?" The soundproofing in the kitchen isn't really that great. Sumuyun had also been listening to the movements outside. The kids know their stuff. She was relieved. All those years of suffering would have been worth it. Just this dad card. It made her a little embarrassed too. "Do you guys wish you had a father?" Sumuyun asked, biting her lip lightly. I want daddy. With daddy around. Those smelly ants. They won't dare to bully mommy from now on. I want daddy too. Daddy can make lots and lots of money and take us to a big house." Sumuyun reached out and touched the 2 children's heads, laughing, you guys can call him dad then. Anyway, one doesn't intend to find another man in one's life, and Lu Feng is indeed their real father. Now that it has come to this, let them recognize each other. As for the rest, when she inquired about Lu Feng's number, she, in fact, asked about Lu Feng's recent situation in passing, failed to start a business and went bankrupt. So, she actually didn't expect Lu Feng to really help her much. The big house and all that was just an excuse for her kids too. All she wanted now was for the kids to be happy. "Yay, we have a dad." The 2 kids rushed out of the kitchen with a happy bounce, running to Lu Feng. "Daddy, you have to protect mommy. You can't make her cry again." "Of course, Dad. You're still going to buy us a big house. Okay, as long as your mom is okay with it. We'll move tomorrow to a bigger house." "Daddy, I want to go to the playground." Inside the kitchen, Sumuyun's eyes were red. Instead, His face was filled with a happy smile, while listening to the commotion outside, while chopping vegetables. Suddenly, a scream. Sumuyun lowered his knife. On his fingers, large patches of blood flowed out and landed on the cutting board. What's wrong? Lu Feng hurriedly ran in. A quick glance at the blood on the cutting board. Lu Feng worriedly grabbed Sumuyun's hand. Nothing was said. Just put your finger in your mouth. Sumuyun was a bit confused. A flush instantly appeared on his face. Lu Feng, however, didn't care that much. After sucking the blood clean, he looked at the wound. Fortunately, it's not too deep. Lu Feng said, is there any medicinal powder or something like that at home? There's a band-aid. Where? Inside my room. I'll get it for you. It's okay. I'll have another. Don't nag. Lu Feng said forcefully. You just rest today. I'll do the cooking. I'll go get you a band-aid first. The thought that the room hadn't been cleaned up. The florals are still on the bed. Sumuyun immediately said, I will go get it myself. Lu Feng smiled wryly. Good. After saying that, he drove Sumuyun out in a smooth manner. Closed the kitchen door. Turning, he went to the cutting board and lifted the cleaver. Looking at the dish in front of him, he smiled, just in time to try out the system's complementary kitchen god ability. He did this knowing full well that I would not let him into my room, so, purposely taking this opportunity to get me out? Looking at that busy figure within the kitchen, Sumuyun smiled heartily. This man, far better than himself. The only downside, no money. Originally, that was the least of her concerns. But having a child makes this one of her most important points. However, she didn't think much of it. After all, she never wanted to drag Lu Feng down. So, it's just fine the way it is now. Turn around and go into your room. First, I put a band-aid on my hand. Then, cleaned up the room, out the door and into another small room. This is a live room. It's also where she works. Turn on the live stream. The goddess has finally arrived. Goddess, how about a sexy dance today? Goddess Su. If you dare to jump, I dare to punch rockets for you. Looking at the screen full of amusing pop-ups, Sumuyun smiled, said, I can only sing, but, as my throat isn't feeling too well today, I shouldn't be able to sing for too long. Goddess Su, you didn't broadcast a few days this month. That's right, doesn't that even give any benefits? If you don't give benefits, I'll take it off. Yes, it has to be welfare. No perks or take it off. Dance. A sexy costume would be fine. At once, on the pop-up, a group of LSBs were up in arms. In the past, for the sake of money, she might have forced herself to fool these people. But today, it's the day she got her license. She didn't want to accommodate anyone else. In terms of even having to accommodate, she only wanted to accommodate the man who was busy in his own kitchen. So, she just smiled and ignored the pop-ups. Instead, I said, today, the first song I'm going to sing is We're Married. What's the deal? Is this opening song saying something? This picture is obviously not right. Goddess Su, you're not thinking of getting married, are you? Can you think about me? Same time, some upscale neighborhood in Magic City. In the middle of a room, a girl dressed to the nines is trying to sell her various skills in front of the camera. Her real name is Su Feng and her live stage name is Phoenix Fairy. It is the first sister of the biggest giant in the live streaming world, Tiger Head Platform. After another dance song fell, she was already panting with exhaustion. She was tired, but she was happy. This was because, in the past few days, her popularity had remained at a peak value of nearly 4,800,000. The pop-ups were full of all kinds of compliments from a bunch of lickspittles, only 200,000 short. Looked at the popularity value. Su Feng said, brothers, sisters, help, one more rush, so that this fairy can break through the 5 million popularity mark. How about creating a new myth in the live streaming world? So far, the pinnacle of popularity in the live streaming world was the 4,800,000 created by himself. In second place was the former first sister of the Tiger Head Platform. The popularity value is not even 4 million. And, for some reason, it's been blocked. So, as soon as one breaks 5 million, it's a new myth. Meanwhile, the contract with the Tiger Head Platform can be renegotiated. Goddess Su is on. I'll withdraw first. What? Goddess Su is on line 666. Phoenix Fairy, I'm going to see Goddess Su. We'll get together again some other time. Wait, together? That's Su. She's on strike at every turn. And you guys still favor her so much? That's right. How can she be so grounded as Phoenix Fairy? Phoenix Fairy satisfies us with any request. What can that one surnamed Su satisfy you? Brother, in this era of face value, saying anything is false. People's face can dry out all the anchors on the Tiger Head Platform. Isn't it normal for someone to be a lickspittle? Yeah, If Goddess Sue is just like our Phoenix Fairy, who also responds to every request, I'm sure that 80% of you here will run over to be licking dogs. Originally, the popularity of nearly 4,800,000 had instantly turned into 4 million. And there's an avalanche. Looking at the popularity that suddenly collapsed, Phoenix Fairy's face was as ugly as it could be. If it wasn't for the fact that the live stream was on, Phoenix Fairy would have just blurted out, "Ding!" Suddenly, a message came on his cell phone. It was another anchor on the platform who had a good relationship with herself, called Cloud Fairy. Speaking of which, the other party was still brought into the business and pulled into that circle by himself. "Phoenix, I heard that bitch is on the air, and the popularity of your live room dropped wildly by 1 million? The Phoenix Fairy glanced at the popularity. In just a moment's time, it's dropped to 3.5 million again. And it's still falling. The odds are that it will still drop to 3 million. Just like before. Ding! Phoenix, that bitch just knows how to pretend to be pure every day. And she said something about only singing, not dancing, and not dating. Ha! I just don't believe that in this world. There really is such a woman. This bitch is clearly arrogant and pretending to be pure. Just to troll the stupid gold diggers and put yourself up a little bit. It would have been better for her to pretend to be pure. They're all out for sale. Who's clean again? But it's abominable that she has to divert from you and rob us. Let's just fuck something up for her. Let's just make her stink. Seeing these messages, Fairy Phoenix's eyes lit up. Immediately replied, I'm in Magic City. She's in Xiangcheng. And you're also in Xiangcheng. So check her out. Fairy Cloud immediately replied, I've been looking into it for a long time. It's just that there hasn't been much information before. Just 2 days ago, I suddenly heard one of my live sisters mention this bitch. Said it was in the same neighborhood as her. And that the twin kids that bitch has been carrying around aren't even her friends. Rather, the bitch herself. And, supposedly, it's not even known who the father of the child is. That alone is enough to make her lose her reputation and pretend she can't. The Phoenix Fairy laughed, eyes narrowing slightly. He immediately replied, in this matter, it's not convenient for me to step in. It's up to you to step in and pick a fight. I'm going to look for connections now and ask them to contact the people in Xiangcheng and do their best to cooperate with you. Don't worry, as long as things work out. Phoenix, I can't treat you badly. Fairy Cloud immediately took a stand. Say, Phoenix, what are you being polite to me for? I am where I am today, and it's all because of you. Don't worry about it. I'll just find some random people to take care of the Xiangcheng side of things. Just wait for the show. Hunan City, Salon neighborhood. In the middle of a room, Li Yunji looked at the message on her cell phone and revealed a faint smile. She was the Cloud Fairy of the Tiger's Head platform. At the same time, it is also the first sister of female anchors on the Tiger Head platform in this area of Xiangcheng. However, as the first sister of Xiangcheng, in terms of popularity, she was, on the contrary, crushed by that Su goddess, Su Pingan. It annoyed her. And of course, most importantly, Su Pingan is an alternative female anchor who conquers her audience purely through her singing in face value. This Su Pingan will never flirt with the camera, much less deliberately trying to please fans. No matter how much you guys reward or swipe, she will always have only 2 words to send thank you. But it's this guy, who doesn't know how to please his fans or put down his identity, who has a huge number of loyal fans. And the reputation in Tiger Head is still very good. It makes a lot of people very jealous. Li Yunji is also one of them. Originally, she'd wanted to wait a bit longer, to zoom in after the information had been gathered. But after going on a blind date today and being humiliated by that Lu Feng, the fire in his heart reached its peak. Therefore, she took advantage of Su Pingan's diversion from Phoenix Fairy's side to start a war. She wanted to vent all this fire on Su Pingan, to make Su Pingan lose his reputation. In this way, he himself will be able to take the throne in name only. By then, it might be possible to enter the Magic City's circle through Phoenix. As long as one enters the circle of Magic City, then one is a pheasant turning into a phoenix. Any backer in Magic City is better than Xiangcheng's. At that time, it wouldn't be a matter of minutes to come back to Xiangcheng to clean up a Lu Feng. Therefore, without any urgency, she directly called up that sister who was in the same neighborhood as Su Pingan and prepared to open fire. Inside the live feed, Su Muyun is singing. Suddenly, a private message came through. It's a message from BFF Lily Sun. Mu Z, do you know that our Tiger's Head's first sister just said she was going to hit the 5 million popularity value, and then, as soon as you came online, she instantly bled out. From a popularity value of 4,800,000, it instantly bumped up to just over 3 million. Ha ha, it just kills me with laughter. Seeing this message, Su Muyun immediately replied, Lily, don't mess around. I just want to quietly engage in live broadcasting. I say Mu Z, Aren't you too naive? If you want to quietly engage in live broadcasting, you also need people to be willing to let you do it quietly. It's not like I messed with her, but you stole her fans and popularity. Anyway, don't fuck around. Moo Z, you can't be too soft. The softer you are, the more people will think you're a bully. Have you forgotten about the last time she sent the water army to throw dirty water on you? It's already passed. And the platform side helped with the greetings. She said she'll keep the fans in check and won't let them mess around anymore. And you believe that? What can I do if I don't believe them? I can't afford to mess with them when I'm entrusted with my family and just want to make a little quiet money. Ugh. Yeah, piss them off and it might actually spill over to Ping Inen. So just pretend you don't know. Okay then. Sumu Yoon didn't reply again. Fairy Phone was the first sister of Tiger Head, with someone behind her, and her popularity was higher than Sumu Yoon's. The most important thing is that Phoenix Fairy is meat and vegetable free. Unlike Sumu Yoon, he had to take care of his child and the two old men in the imperial capital. Also, her education had made it unacceptable for her to trade on her posture and body. So, as long as she could make a little money quietly, then she would put up with even a little aggravation. Like at this point, though above the pop-ups, there's always someone with a rhythm, always trying to stir up trouble, trying to pull Sumu Yoon down, but she remained on cloud 9 and just kept to herself, singing to her own rhythm. Half an hour later, on the pop-ups, the tide turned. Heavy news. Your goddess Sue turned out to be a green tea whore as well. Moreover, a senior green tea whore. You've all been tricked. Holy shit. Goddess Sue's child of those two friends is actually her own. And moreover, she doesn't know who the father is? She's even got a kid. And she's still pretending to be innocent? Who is she pretending to be? What are you guys babbling about? Watch your mouths. There are pictures in the group. See for yourself. You can also ask your goddess Sue in person. Sumu Yoon, who was originally singing, saw these pop-ups and his face changed drastically. Tinkerbell, private chat message that came out of nowhere. Management A, Goddess Sue. What's going on? Are these people spreading rumors? Should we block them all? Managing Fish God, Goddess Sue. What's going on here? Those two children shouldn't be yours, right? You hurry up and clarify. List 1 Mushoren, Goddess Sue. What the hell is going on here? Give an explanation. List 2 Moody Feelings? One private message after another, all coming to seek information about the two children. Before, she said the baby was a friend's, and then, never let the kid in front of the camera again, and everyone just didn't care. And now, all of a sudden, someone brought it to light with the obvious purpose of stinking up the place. Ding! Another private message came in. It's Lily's. Moo Z, this thing, in all probability, is the work of that star child in your neighborhood. Now, every group has blown up. All rumors are spreading that you are a green tea whore, deliberately pretending to be noble. And behind the scenes, you must be fishing for many big money at the same time. Regardless, you make a clarification first. Then, immediately contact the platform to try to minimize the impact. Otherwise, your reputation will surely be ruined. This time, Sumu Yoon did not reply, just stared at the pop-up with a slightly stony face, as if pondering something. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room outside. Then, Lu Feng's voice came. Mu Yoon, come out to eat. The pop-ups instantly exploded at the sound of that voice. Holy shit, a man's voice. Goddess Sue, are you hiding a golden house? Goddess Sue, you're actually really playing with men behind our backs. Can you afford our trust in you? Goddess Sue, your image in my heart has collapsed. Goddess Sue, if you can't give a reasonable explanation today, I'll turn pink to black. Feelings, we're here at the end of the line and you're playing tricks on us in the back. Are you treating us like monkeys? Excessive, too much. This kind of thing absolutely cannot be tolerated. If she doesn't give an explanation today, we'll let her be completely ruined. Right. If she can't come up with a reasonable explanation, we'll completely stink her up and make it impossible for her to hang around in the anchor world. Does anyone know where she lives? I'm going to order a sign for the bitch right now and send it to her. Tinkerbell, private chat message coming up. Management A, what's the situation? Goddess Sue, is that voice your brother? Or your father? Managing Fish God, don't you want to explain? List 1 Mushoren, Sue Goddess, this is meaningless if you really lack of money, you can talk to me as long as you are willing, I can now give you $1 million to smash. List 2 Moody Feelings, I'd like to be on the top 3 list, but I'm not the top 3, so I'll give you a chance. The pop-up exploded, private chat messages blew up as well. Jingle bells, the phone rang at this time as well. It's BFF Lily Sons. Sumu Yoon didn't bother to pick it up, she hung up straight away. Then she stood up. Coldly, he turned off the live feed. Nothing, and no explanation was given. made a smiling face in the mirror. Then, turning to the door, opened the door to the room. Lu Feng stood there like a guardian god with a faint smile on his face. Looking at that gentle smile, the haze in Su Muyun's heart was swept away. Eat. Yes. The two kids are already seated. The food has also been served. Sit down and dig in. Look at the 5-course table. Su Muyun laughed. So sumptuous. When I got my license today, I found out that you're an imperial household. Lu Feng said. So, 2 famous dishes that are more popular in the imperial capital were made. Shredded pork with Beijing sauce and sweet and sour pork. Why don't you taste it and see how it tastes? A touch flashed in Su Muyun's eyes. She picked up a piece of ribs and put it in her mouth. Fiercely, eyes lit up. Wow, that's delicious. She chucked in a little more shredded pork and Beijing sauce. It smells like Mum. It's a little more delicious than Mum's. Think of Mum. Suddenly, the eyes just went red. What's wrong? It's okay. Su Muyun smiled. It's just too delicious. Are you kidding? The title of God of Cookery is not a free gift? However, for Lu Feng, it didn't matter if the God of Cookery was the God of Cookery or not. As long as it's enjoyable for the child and Su Muyun. I'll make it for you every day if you like. Lu Feng smiled and said, there's not enough time today. Tomorrow, I'll go buy some food and make a few famous imperial dishes for you to eat. Hearing this, Su Muyun suddenly froze. There was a slight hesitation. Su Muyun turned her head to look at Lu Feng. Seriously, actually, I know a bit about you. I know, you just went broke, not too long ago, and know that you have some difficulties in life. Hesitating for a moment, she finally spoke up. There's really no need to do that much for us. Actually, we were both at fault for what happened that night 5 years ago, and I don't actually blame you. It's up to me to have the baby. It has nothing to do with you either. With all my heart, I hope that you are doing a little better. Put more time and energy into your career. If, she bit her lip softly, you really want to do something, then I hope you make more money so that later, you can give the kids a little more support. Give kids a better future. Lu Feng smiled. Then, from his arms, he pulled out the marriage license. Pointing, what's this? Here's the marriage license. Lu Feng said, you and I are now legally married. I'm your husband. It's the children's real father. In other words, I am now the clear and present head of this household. Whether it's by blood or by affection, you are all existences that I can't let go of. How is that okay with me? A touch of shyness and emotion surfaced on Su Muyun's face. However, it quickly disappears. Incredibly serious. He said, Lu Feng, I'm serious with you. Don't be like this, okay? Lu Feng then said, I'm also being serious with you. And, I promise, I haven't been as serious as I am now in my generation. In that case, let's be realistic. Su Muyun intended to speak a little more heavily. Let the other side know what's going on. Just say, you don't have a career right now and you don't have any money. How will you support me and the baby? Do you have any idea how much a family spends every day? Do you realize how much of a burden it is for children to go to school? And, if, indeed, I do introduce you to my friends, then all else being equal, there has to be a house, right? But, Lu Feng hemmed and hawed. A hand waved, interrupting the other. Then, fumbling for his cell phone, he asked, what's your WeStar number? What do you want? Transferring money to you. Transfer. To what account? Saying that, Su Muyun suddenly realized. No, I don't want your money. You're broke. How much money can you have on you? Adding, and, I'm now. Lu Feng handed over his cell phone. Indifferently, he said, there's $1 million on the card. You transfer all of it, so that you don't keep saying that I'm broke and a pauper. A million? Su Muyun's mouth opened wide. A handful of cell phones were brought over, and then, carefully, the bank text messages were read over. Aren't you broke? After Su Muyun determined the amount on his cell phone. Incredibly shocked, he looked at Lu Feng. How can there still be so much money? I thought you were broke and you just dumped $1 million on me? If you call that bankruptcy, how big a company do you have to be to go bankrupt? Who told you I was broke? Lu Feng laughed. That's what I call entrepreneurial failure. Okay, let's not dwell on that one. All you need to know right now is that this money, to me, is nothing. From now on, you, and the 2 children, I'll take good care of. Definitely not going to let you guys suffer any more than a little bit. Like I said at the civil service. After a beat, Lu Feng looked at Su Muyun's eyes and said with incomparable seriousness, we will definitely be happy. Su Muyun glanced at Lu Feng and asked, will you really be good to me and my child for the rest of your life? Of course. Lu Feng replied as a matter of course. Su Muyun gritted her teeth. Then, opened her cell phone. Log into the Tiger Head platform from your phone. Inside the live broadcast room that belonged to him, The popularity value was still at 2 million and hadn't dropped. The pop-up screen frantically swiped green tea whore, bitch and other drinking words. Soo-Yoon didn't care either. Turn the live feed on. First, turn the camera on the two children. This is my baby. Aim it at Lu Feng again. That's my man. Then, again, to the marriage license on the table. You guys be nice and look closely. This is my marriage license to him. I'm not exactly a greenhorn. Never played Amy with anyone either. Much less played with anyone's feelings. I started a live stream simply to be quiet and do a little bit of what I love to do. And, of course, do want to make some money. Because, until my man comes back, it's not going to be easy for me with 2 kids. I'm short of money. That's the explanation I'm going to give you. Today, saying the thoughts in her heart in one breath, Soo-Yoon suddenly felt much more relaxed. Taking a deep breath, he smiled slightly and said, brothers and sisters, I'm sorry, I'll be off the air today, but tomorrow, I'll be back on the air. After all, I still have a contract with the platform. Anyone willing to listen to the song is welcome. I won't force it if I don't want to. I just hope everyone is good together and everyone is okay. After saying that, he didn't care how the pop-ups were swiped. Straight off the air. The cell phone was also just turned off. Leave all the things that are bothering you all behind. Then, with a faint smile towards Lu Feng, dinner is served. Salon neighborhood. Somewhere in the room, Lee Yoonji had been paying attention to Soo Pingan, the name of Soo-Yoon's live room on the Head Tiger platform. Seeing the pop-ups, clearing the air of abuse and humiliation, it directly scolded Soo Pingan so much that he didn't dare to start the broadcast. Lee Yoonji then felt extraordinarily relieved. Let's get you to act innocent. Let's you just sing. Still noble? Bitch one little beat and you can take off right away. Just asking you. Is it cool? Ha ha. She laughed a very pleased, very happy laugh. Phoenix, the beat has taken off. She quickly sent a private message to Feng Xianer. Her reputation will soon be completely stigmatized. I'm worried about the platform side of things, and possibly pulling her back. Feng Xianer replied, you strike while the iron is hot and try to get things done in the next 2 days. And again, so that she never has to turn over again. Okay, I'll get someone to follow her tomorrow and try to dig up more dirt on her. Lee Yoonji said, let her completely have no face to stay in the live circle. When she thought that after stepping on Soo Pingan, she could become the real first sister of Xiangcheng, Lee Yoonji's mood suddenly changed for the better. Ha, that guy. Suddenly, Lee Yoonji saw that Soo Pingan's live broadcast was once again open. Then, Soo Pingan was seen coming in with a rather brilliant maneuver. Only, at the end of this broadcast operation, the man who simply showed his face was the one who made Lee Yoonji freeze for a while before reacting. This poor bastard is really no good. In the next moment, Lee Yoonji gritted her teeth and smiled grimly. The front foot humiliated me. Thinking I was dirty and disgusting. Going to lick that bitch on the back foot. Don't you just think that bitch is going to be prettier? And you're not dirty yourself? And that bitch isn't dirty? And you have the nerve to think I'm dirty? Humph. Just wait for me, you pair of dogs. Let's see how I'll make you pair of dogs lose your reputation and have no face. If it was an ordinary blind date, she, Lee Yoonji, would definitely not bother to remember the other party. But, that Lu Feng who had humiliated herself in the cafe, she could never forget. It was the first time in her entire life that she had been so humiliated and called dirty by a man. And, still, by such a poor man in his own eyes pointing his nose at him. Tink, Yoonji, this bitch is doing a wonderful job with this wave. At this time, Feng Xianer transmitted another message. I suspect that she most likely has a high-end operation team behind her. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to come up with such an operation so quickly that maintains her high-end persona of innocence and purity, while still making it impossible to feel revulsion. Grab her on your end and dig up her bottom play. Make sure you stomp her to death before it gets too hot. Otherwise, not to mention your position as the first sister of Xiangcheng, even my position may be threatened. Looking at the cell phone, that Soo Pingan's live broadcast room, that wave of rewards, as well as the sudden wave of public opinion that had reversed over, Feng Xianer felt a tremendous amount of pressure. More and more. He seemed eager. Phoenix, don't worry is all, Lee Yoonji said with incomparable confidence. Tomorrow, you wait to see a big show is. I guarantee that I will make this pair of dogs and girls lose their reputation. After making a final decision, Soo-Yoon also let go of all the burdens in her heart. Personality or popularity. A crash is a crash. She just wanted to gamble now, betting that the man in front of him would do as he himself had promised. Try hard to be nice to her, to the kids. Holding such a mood, Soo-Yoon ate the most flavorful and delicious meal after leaving home. It's not just her. Both kids had a great time eating too. Lu Feng didn't even eat much and the inside of the rice pot was empty. Daddy's cooking is so good. Daddy, can you cook for us all the time? The two kids ate and gave their opinions. Lu Feng smiled. Then, he turned his head to look at Su Muyun, who was burping on the side. Daddy would love to make it for you every day. But, after a beat, he said, I just don't know if your mom would approve. Why would mom disagree? Yeah, your dad. Dad's the head of the family. The two small children asked with curious faces. Lu Feng just looked at Su Muyun with a smile and didn't say anything. Su Muyun patted his chest, feeling full. Well, cooking is fine, but for anything else. Su Muyun blushed again and whispered, let's see what you do. Lu Feng realized that she blushed easily, very shy. But, there's a little arrogance in the bones. Don't worry, wife. Lu Feng laughed. I will definitely use the best service and raise you all white and fat. I don't want to be fat. I'll be disliked if I'm fat. Su Muyun said, looked at Lu Feng and said seriously, you are not allowed to scream without my consent. Yes, wife. You still scream? You, wife, I'm ignoring you. Su Muyun couldn't take it anymore, and with a huff, she got up and fled to her room. Lu Feng smiled and didn't care. Get up and clear the table. Inside the room, Su Muyun flopped down on the bed, holding his head. Geez, what have I done? Just a small half-day. I got a license with him. I even told people that he was my legal husband. I actually still feel happy. How did I, Su Muyun, fall so easily? At this point, she was panicking inside. After leaving home, she has always been a clean and self-sufficient person. Even though, 5 years ago, after a big drunken mistake because of a phone call, even brought a big trouble for that, but she never regretted it. She was just adamant that she was able to bring up her child. It's equally possible to get by on your own. So, she hadn't even thought about looking for a man to hold the family together. If it wasn't for the fact that her child couldn't go to school, she wouldn't even contact Lu Feng again in her life. It was also why she hadn't even thought about how exactly she was going to face Lu Feng yet. The decision made earlier, now that I think about it, also feels a bit rushed. After all, she and Lu Feng had never even really interacted before today. That one accident was also done in a drunken state, in a state of confusion. Therefore, it was definitely impossible for her to accept Lu Feng easily and frankly, especially when Lu Feng showed a very strong offense. She had a feeling of being at a loss for words. Bang bang, and I don't know how long it was, when Su Muyun was still immersed in a kind of exactly how to get along with Lu Feng nonsense. The door to the room suddenly slammed. Honey, the kids are asleep. Lu Feng's voice came from outside. How long have I been lying there? Su Muyun immediately sat up and looked at the time. It's almost 9 o'clock. It did get to bedtime for both kids, and without realizing it, he himself had been in bed for over an hour. Immediately, he quickly straightened his clothes, opened the door to the room. He saw two children, one on each side, lying on Lu Feng's body. Lu Feng held them rather hard. Su Muyun immediately reached out to hug his sister and no, I want daddy. Daddy, you're not allowed to leave us anymore. Anan pushed Su Muyun with one hand, not allowing Su Muyun to hug him. With the other hand, he was still holding Lu Feng tightly. Su Muyun went to hug his younger brother Ping Ping again. Daddy, I want daddy. I'm not a wild child nobody wants. I have a daddy. Hearing this, Su Muyun suddenly froze and her eyes instantly turned red. Yeah, what kid doesn't want a dad? A child with a mom is a treasure. But only if dad's holding the family together. A family reunion. The child will be the treasure of the mother. It's the only way a child won't be looked down upon. Where do they sleep? Lu Feng took everything in. Oh, they sleep with me. Su Muyun said. You put them on the bed. Lu Feng asked. Is it convenient? It's okay. After saying that, Su Muyun was also secretly glad in her heart that she had put away those flowery ones in time before. Lu Feng carried the two children and came to the bedside. One on each side, put on the bed. But, neither kid let go. Still holding Lu Feng to death. All the while, mumbling things like daddy don't go and I want daddy. Lu Feng gently patted the two children, whispering, daddy won't leave. Daddy will always be there to protect you. Upon hearing Lu Feng's promise, the two children slowly loosened their hands, sank into a deep sleep. At this moment, Su Muyun was standing on the side, looking extremely embarrassed. Lu Feng got up and glanced at Su Muyun. It must be hard to raise two kids on your own. Also, okay. Su Muyun returned. Mainly, the two children are still quite obedient. Lu Feng nodded. Say, then I'll go home and come back tomorrow to be with you. And again, you get an early night. With that, he turned and left the room. Su Muyun immediately followed him out. Just saw the table had been cleared. The room was clean too. Lu Feng had already opened the door of the room at this moment. Shoes are being changed. Su Muyun felt warm inside. Just ask, where do you live? Over the North Bridge. That far? It's not too far. It's only a half-hour drive. It's so late today. Why don't you not go back? After saying this, Sumuyun's face turned red. Lu Feng stopped changing his shoes, looking towards Sumuyun, asked, "Are you sure? You don't think much of it." Sumuyun immediately explained, "I just think that if the children get up tomorrow morning and don't see you, they'll say I lied to them again." Said, pointing to the small room, "There is a humble crib in there. If you don't mind, you can sleep there." Lu Feng smiled. "I don't mind, but," with a wink, he asked playfully, "I was wondering, when do I get to sleep in your big bed?" Sumuyun's face reddened again. He didn't dare to look at Lu Feng again and ran towards his room as if he was fleeing. Lu Feng looked at that charming back and hemmed and hawed. Said, "Get up early tomorrow. I promised the kids I'd take them to the playground tomorrow." Sumuyun didn't reply. Lu Feng didn't care either. Close the door and enter the small room. The room was small, but it had a light scent. And very clean and tidy. It gives a fresh and pleasant feeling. It's soothing to lie in bed. The night was silent. Early the next morning, at 7 o'clock, just after dawn, Lu Feng got up. When he opened the door to his room, he saw toothpaste and toothbrush and towel on the table with all the trimmings. Lu Feng smiled faintly and picked up his washing utensils and entered the bathroom. A quick cleaning and a start on breakfast. About half an hour later, breakfast is almost done. Lu Feng knocked on the door of Sumuyun's room. Sumuyun didn't sleep well last night. There was suddenly a man inside the room that had always been his alone. Especially, when the man's relationship with himself is so much more complicated, that made her feel uncomfortable. Of course, the thing that made her most uncomfortable was what the other woman had said before she went to bed. So, lying in bed, she dwelled on it until late at night, when she drifted off to sleep. As a result, was having good dreams, awakened again by a knock on the door. Then, Lu Feng's voice came from outside. "Wake up, it's time to eat. After we eat, we're going out to play." Hearing this, the two kids whooshed up. "Mom, get up. Mommy, Daddy promised us that he would take the three of us out today, so get up." With the noise of two children, Sumuyun, who still wanted to take a nap, only had to get up honestly. A quick wash and dress and another half hour. By the time Sumuyun came out fully dressed with her two children, a rich breakfast was already prepared on the table. Sumuyun happily sat at the dining table with her two small children. Yum, yum, wow. Daddy cooked the noodles. They're so good. Both kids ate it while complimenting it. This guy does cook well. It's better than any restaurant. Sumuyun marveled in his heart. Lu Feng smiled. "You guys eat first. I'm going to the restroom." With that, he took the scarf off his body and headed for the bathroom. Bang bang. This side, Lu Feng had just entered the bathroom when there was a knock on the door from outside. Sumuyun's face changed slightly. "Get up immediately and open the door to your room." Standing outside the door was, indeed, his only good friend Sun Lily on this side of Xiangcheng. Behind it, a man stood. It's Sun Lily's boyfriend, named Yang Chang. "I say Sumuyun, what the hell do you want?" Sun Lily reached out and pushed the door about to come in while saying, "It's obviously a very simple thing. You have to make it so complicated. Offhand, you're still hiding and your cell phone is off. Explain nothing. Well now, your reputation is kind of completely stigmatized. Hey, what are you doing blocking the door?" Sumuyun really didn't want to let Sun Lily in, but Sun Lily had already said her words to this point, and was standing in front of her house, so she really couldn't kick people out, only to immediately step aside and let Sun Lily in. As soon as she entered, Sun Lily started counting. "Sumuyun, what were you thinking with that wave of maneuvering last night? Is it a brain fart? You should know very well what announcing a marriage means in your profession, don't you? Aren't you destroying yourself? You've got two kids. What are you going to do in the future when your prospects are gone and your income is gone?" Yang Chang, who came in after Sun Lily, also nodded. Appropriately, he said, "Muyun it's not us talking about you. Your operation last night was so childish and low-end. Besides, if you're going to act, what's a bad person to get married to, in favor of a poor country bumpkin like that? Aren't you slapping yourself in the face and giving yourself a bad name?" Wait. Upon hearing Yang Chang's words, Sumuyun's face sank. Immediately called out to the two men. Frowning, she said, "Lily, keep your boyfriend's mouth shut or I'll have to kick him out." She could allow Sun Lily to say a few words about herself. Even when Yang Chang said a few words about herself, she barely tolerated it for Sun Lily's face. After all, it's your best friend's boyfriend. However, she would never allow Yang Chang to say anything to humiliate Lu Feng in front of her. That was her bottom line. So, at this moment, her tone seemed extraordinarily heavy. "I say Muyun, you're being a bit insensitive. Yang Cheng frowned and was also a bit dissatisfied. Said, Lily was worried about you all night last night, and early this morning, she woke me up and asked me to send her over. I was just seeing how worried she was about you, so I was kind enough to help warn you a couple times. Why do you even have a problem with me in return? Make it sound like I'm trying to figure you out. Sumuyun's face became even more ugly. Say, I appreciate your concern. So, whether you say I'm messing around or that I don't know what's right, I won't bother with you. I'll listen with an open mind to any comments you want to make. But, at one point, she increased her tone. My man, I chose him. For better or worse, it's all about me. I will not allow anyone, in my presence, to contradict him and speak ill of him. Lily can't, you Yang Chang. Sumuyun shook her head and said with incomparable firmness, even less. On the side, Sun Lily's face also changed slightly when she saw Sumuyun's attitude. She and Sumuyun were classmates and bosom friends. The two have known each other for 7 or 8 years. In her impression, Sumuyun had always been a rather rebellious person with a bit of softness, although, Sumuyun had a very strong toughness in her bones, but, rarely shows an aggressive and strong side. The only 1 or 2 times this has happened has been because the child was being bullied. But now, Yang Cheng merely said that her man was a poor country bumpkin, and Sumuyun exploded. That's a bit unusual. She was curious as to what kind of ecstasy H-drug that man had given Sumuyun. It would make Sumuyun so protective of him? Cut. Yang Cheng sneered disdainfully. Said, Sumuyun, stop pretending at me. What kind of a man is that so-called man of yours? Don't you have any B-counts yourself? Last night, the Tiger Head platform blew up. That bottom play called Lu Feng, all of it has been turned over. Who doesn't know he's from the country? And a poor bastard who just went broke. You're the only one who still thinks you're a treasure. After a beat, he added, what, could it be that you really want to fake it and make him your man for life? As soon as these words came out, Sumuyun's face instantly turned gloomy. Get out. She pointed toward the outside and yelled down. You're not welcome here. So get the hell out of here right now. Being yelled at by Sumuyun like that, Yang Cheng's face couldn't hang on. If Lily hadn't begged me, do you think I'd care to come to your shithole? Yang Cheng snorted coldly. A bitch who wants to be a bitch and still wants to set up a house of cards. You really take yourself seriously? For goods like you, if this young master wants to play, just drop some money down. Just a big line of them, waiting for my young master to have his way with them. As soon as these words came out, instantly, Sun Lily and Sumuyun's faces simultaneously became incomparably ugly. There was still embarrassment in the former's eyes. The latter, on the other hand, was more angry. However, Yang Cheng didn't care about that at all, turning his head to Sun Lily, who was on the sidelines, incredibly strong. Lily, let's go, adding, I'll see how many more days this bitch can pretend. Yang Cheng, you go back first. Sun Lily blushed hard and said, I'll come find you later. Later? Yang Cheng frowned and said coldly, Sun Lily, you can either come with me now, or, you can never expect me to take care of you again. The last thing Yang Cheng, lack is women. So you'd better not think that just because you've got a few tricks up your sleeve, you can get special in front of me. Sun Lily's face instantly fell. However, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to hold back the anger in her heart, saying, Yang Cheng, in terms of age, you're a little bit older than me. Can you be a little bit more mature? Shut up, bitch. Yang Cheng reached out and pointed at Sun Lily. Threateningly, he said, if you don't follow me down after I go down, then you'll wait to regret it. After saying that, he grunted coldly and turned around. Ka chow. Also at that moment, inside the room, the bathroom door pushed open. A man stepped out from inside. It was no one else but Lu Feng. Sumuyun, who was originally incomparably angry, was suddenly a bit messy and uneasy. This guy, what's with the sudden outburst at a time like this? Can't you stay a little longer? Haven't I made enough of a fool of myself? Sun Lily, on the other hand, looked shocked. And she actually left this man at home overnight? And the sneer on Yang Cheng's face intensified. Ha, I told you were a bitch. Yang Cheng bristled and looked at Sumuyun, saying disdainfully, pretending to be pure and noble in front of me. Thanks to Lily who said you never bring men home and don't let them spend the night. What happened? Bitches are bitches. One thing on the surface and another on the back. Say a play, act a play. As the words fell, Lu Feng walked right in front of him. At 180, he looked down on Yang Cheng, who was only 170. What are you looking at? Yang Cheng glared at Lu Feng. Is this young master wrong? Countryside poor bastard. I'm telling you. Snap. Before he could finish his words, Lu Feng threw his hand and slapped Yang Cheng's face. Don't you dare. Snap. Another slap in the face. I'll fuck you. Snap. Snap. Yang Cheng is crazy. When had he, Yang Chang, ever been humiliated like this? Beaten like this? For consecutive slaps that hit him so hard he almost couldn't fight north. He wouldn't be a man if he could tolerate this. He gritted his teeth, his eyes red, and growled as he was about to charge up and fight for his life. Me and you. Bang! As a result, just tried to punch. Lu Feng raised his leg and kicked him a little off his midsection. Ow! Yang Chang's face instantly turned pale. Hands quickly clasp your hips, against the wall. There was a slow slide toward the floor like a puddle of mud. Lu Feng didn't let him slide down, grabbed his hair and half lifted him, pressed against the wall. Then, Lu Feng bent over, staring at Yang Chang whose forehead was sweating coldly and whose cheeks were swollen with incomparable pain. Said, "Is it cool?" Yang Chang didn't answer. Snap! Another slap in the face. Then, "I ask you a question. Was it good?" Angry Yang Chang gritted his teeth and roared, "I cool you." Snap! "You're not happy?" Snap! "Are you sure it's not cool?" Slap! 10 consecutive slaps went down. Yang Chang was confused. He felt big in the face and small in the eyes. It takes a lot of effort to open your eyes. It's the only way to see the person in front of you. "You're not happy?" "Cool." Yang Li immediately replied. "Don. T fight. I'm cool. I'm cool." "Are you sure it's cool?" Lu Feng asked. Yang Chang nodded his head obediently. "I'm sure. I'm very sure. I'm cool. Especially cool. How dare I be upset? If I don't like it, you can whip me so hard my mom won't recognize me." "Ugh, bitch." Lu Feng had a mouthful of thick phlegm and spat it directly on the other person's face. Cursing, "I've never seen a bitch like you. Getting beat up and saying it's cool. Being a bitch and pretending to be a young master. Where do you think you got the face? Jan cost a good man's life. The principle of saving your life first." Nodding meekly, "Yes, yes, yes, you're right. I'm a bitch. And again, I'm just shameless. I like to pretend to be a young master. I'm cheap. I'm a bitch." Sumuyun and Sun Lily had been dumbfounded. Sumuyun was completely not expecting Lu Feng to actually be so bold. "You have the guts to be so deadly right off the bat. That's a totally reckless play, especially this last way of retaliating by doing the same to the other. Who's cheaper than who? When I say you're bitchy, it doesn't count. It's only when you call yourself a bitch that you're really a bitch." And Lily Sun's thoughts are, "This one that came out of the bathroom is not a monster. I'm afraid. As soon as it comes up, it's twitchy." It instantly smoked Yang Chang into a fool. Look at Yang Chang now. Getting smoked straight up yells good. One that says, "I'm a bitch. I'm shameless. What the hell is this?" On the contrary, at this time, Lu Feng also took out his cell phone, pulled up a phone. "Hello, police security?" Lu Feng said, "I'm going to call the police. Someone broke into a prestigious home, verbally abused, and threatened my family. It's a good thing I showed up in time, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. I've got the man under control now, so come over here and receive it. The address is..." Saying that, Lu Feng looked at Sumuyun. "Wife, what's the address of our house again?" Sumuyun was a bit confused. "What the hell? You hit someone and you want to call the police? Does that count as a bad deed?" "No, it doesn't count. This is my man. How can he be considered evil? It's supposed to be good, so how can I lose face when my man, a good man, stands up for me? Our address is..." She quickly gave an address. Yang Chang couldn't be happier to see Lu Feng call the police. What about breaking and entering? It's not like the crime is serious. Threatening your family didn't do any harm. As long as I don't admit it, what can you do to me? You can't do anything to me. But, if you beat me up like this, I can sue you back. Besides, I have connections in the police department. By calling the police, aren't you just helping me? Later, let's see how I'll get you. Is there one of those very new knives in the house? After Lu Feng hung up the alarm call, he asked Sumuyun, preferably the unopened kind. "What do you want?" Yang Chang's face changed drastically. All those thoughts of unbridled joy in my mind were instantly scared out of my mind. Only fear and fear remain. "I am wrong, big brother. Please, Don. Kill me. Kill you?" Lu Feng laughed coldly. "You're overthinking it. Our Huarong country is a legal society. It pays to kill. A bitch like you deserves to have me pay for your life?" Hearing this, Yang Chang was also relieved. Sumuyun, who had also been a bit worried, was similarly relieved. Knowing that Lu Feng was calm, immediately, he did not think much more. Quickly, he entered the kitchen. Soon, it came to Lu Feng with an unopened knife. Lu Feng took the knives, disassembly, wrapped his hand in an outside plastic bag and then slashed above his arm, just enough to cut through the clothes and slice the epidermis open. Not too deep, just the right amount of bleeding. Then, putting the knife toward Yang Chang's hand, Here, take it. Yang Chung understood. It's about planting dirt. Breaking and entering is not a serious offense, but a knife attack, that's a big problem. Snap. Lu Feng threw over a slap. Take it. Big brother. Snap. No take? Snap. Take it or leave it. Snap. Yang Chang reflexively gripped the knife. The moment he gripped the knife, an evil thought surfaced. I've got a knife. I'll fucking cut you. With a clench of his teeth, he tried to raise his hand and swing his sword. Bang! As a result, the hand was only halfway raised when it was stomped on the ground by Lu Feng. Ka chow. Ow. My hand. He hissed in pain. Lu Feng, however, didn't care that much. It just said to Su Muyun, who was at the side, take a few pictures. Su Muyun nodded, took out his cell phone, and started taking pictures. After taking the picture, and purposely messing up my clothes a little bit, add another charge, QJ. 5 minutes later, the police security bureau is here. The witnesses are Su Muyun and the 2 children. Su Muyun said that this person called Yang Chang was brought by Sun Lily. She had thought it was okay to be friends. As a result, I didn't expect this Yang Chang to be heartless and move his hands as soon as he came in. After his own strong resistance, the other party directly took out a knife. Fortunately, Lu Feng came out of the bathroom in time to subdue this Yang Chang. Yang Chang cried out that he was wronged. As a result, the 2 children cried and shouted that Yang Chang was a bad person and that Yang Chang was bullying his mom. What does a 4-year-old kid know? Well, that's certainly not a lie. Plus, it's inside someone's home. You're in the wrong. Anyway, it's a clear-cut, hardcore case with all the evidence. Naturally, the people from the police and security bureau won't be nagging, arresting people and taking them away. Yang Chang shouted that he was wrongly accused while clamoring for someone. As a result, the police safety officer came up with, you've wronged the hell out of me. The knife is in your hand. The wound is in someone else's. The prints on that knife, they're all yours. Even your own girlfriend, who has been silent on the sidelines. For this case, even if you call our chief here, he won't dare to help you. It's an ironclad case. There's no turning it over. Yay, Daddy's so good. Beat the bad uncle. And made Uncle Police Security take him away. Daddy, you're a real man. If I'm looking for a husband in the future, I'm going to find one like Daddy. No sooner had the police safety led the way than the 2 children exclaimed with excitement. A knowing smile also appeared on Su Muyun's face. In the past years, when she was abused and bullied, she could only endure it. So what if you can't hold back? She couldn't scold and she couldn't scold anyone else. You can't beat anyone else even if you fight. So often, at times like this, she could only be left alone in the dead of night, silently weeping in aggravation. Today, finally, it's different, because she has a man, and a responsible one at that, and smart enough to protect his man. Looking at that Yang Chung who was beaten into a pig's head and taken away by the police security just because he cursed himself, she was just extra happy inside. It was different from Su Muyun's happiness. Sun Lily looked very forlorn, and her face was filled with a pale and grave color. I'm going to go to the bathroom to get organized first. Lu Feng didn't recognize Sun Lily, but, after all, at a time like that just now, Sun Lily had remained silent. So, he still greeted Sun Lily. Excuse me for a moment, you guys chat. When he finished, he led the 2 children to the table. Let the 2 kids eat. He himself went into the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and briefly cleaned the wound. Ding! Congratulations to the host, highly recognized by his children and wife alike. Become a good man. Rewarded identity, Super Special Forces Identity Tianlong of the Huarong Kingdom. Identity infusion. At that moment, Lu Feng felt a large section of experience about special forces appear in his mind. Then, too, the body began to change visibly. 5 minutes later. Identity fusion complete. You have been in the Super Special Forces of the Hualong Kingdom and have a secret file at the highest level. The file on you will be accessible to no one but a handful of people in the Hualong country. You have become the highest ranked and most special Super Special Forces soldier ever in the Hualong country, Sky Dragon. The tattoo Sky Dragon above your right arm will be a symbol of your identity. Tianlong, not only will he not be subject to any constraints, but he also has all the privileges that the Supreme Controller of the Super Special Forces has. Your only responsibility is to step in to defend the national prestige of the Hualong nation when it encounters a crisis, or when its national prestige is provoked. The system is awesome. Lu Feng couldn't help but growl lowly in excitement. In that case, a little injury would be worth it. The only thing that's a bit of a shame is that this identity came a little late. If he'd come earlier, he wouldn't have had to pull so many tricks. With Tianlong's identity, as long as he was right, then there was absolutely no need to worry about others daring to mess up. Ding! Check that the host has met the evaluation criteria for a good man. Open the first stage of the main quest, become a junior good guy. Junior good guy, 0 out of 1. 000. 000. Good men will be judged based on the host's status as a good father, son, husband, son-in-law, and so on. You can earn good man rating points by getting recognized by others. Evaluation points can be exchanged for various systems in the system. Ding! Suddenly, Lu Feng sensed an interface emerging in his mind. On the left side of the interface is the property bar. Host, Lu Feng. Possesses occupation, Super Special Forces of Hualong Country, Tianlong. God of Manipulation. Can drive any vehicle? Just give his name. Globally traceable. The God of Cookery. Proficient in 100 recipes. There's nothing in the world you can't cook. Owned assets, Xianqing Xinglongguan. A set of luxury villa. 1 Hermes Limited model locomotive. Deposit $1 million. On the right is the redemption sector page. At the top of the redemption screen, there is a limited time redemption slot. At the moment, the limited time redemption is God of Music. Needs good guy rating score, 200. 000. Here's a hint. A limited time redemption slot is a special reward redemption slot. Uniform exchange value of $200,000. It will be around for a month. Within a month, a successful redemption will result in a new limited time redemption reward. The rewards for limited time redemption are randomized and include status, occupation, assets and more. For each stage of the main quest, there will be 3 opportunities for redemption. If not redeemed within a month, the redemption reward will disappear. It will not be refreshed until the first stage of the main quest is completed. Redeem for a limited time under. Instead, it is a randomized redemption page. There are 3 redemption programs. Separately, cash 5 million. Need 50,000 in good guy points. Cash 10 million. Need 100,000 in good guy points. All information about Yunjili, 50,000 good man points needed. Tip. This randomized redemption reward will change according to the needs of the host. Different rewards will require different redemption values. 1 rating is worth $100 when converted according to the cash conversion below. Lu Feng secretly calculated. $200,000 is equivalent to $20 million. So, this God of Music is worth $20 million? Ha, that's not right. If we judge from the God of Cooking and the God of Manipulation, this God of Music must be proficient in all kinds of music as well. Wouldn't that allow me to take all those classic tracks from my previous life and move them to this world? In this world, there's no such thing as all that classic music from the previous world. If that's true, then how can this God of Music be more than $20 million? Hundreds of millions more, right? Thinking about this, Lu Feng became excited. I just don't know how this rating system rates. For a month, can I swipe up to $200,000? The other side. After Lu Feng left, Su Muyun then looked somewhat awkwardly at Sun Lily, whose face was pale and grave. Lily, I'm sorry, Su Muyun said softly. Today's matter has made things difficult for you. As a bosom friend, Su Muyun was well aware of Sun Lily's current situation. Yang Chang is considered to be a little rich. His father was the general manager of the only 7-star hotel in the entire South Star province, the Wind and Cloud Hotel. It can be said that the entire operation of the hotel is all controlled by Yang Chang's father. In the acreage of Xiangcheng, the capital of South Star province, his father's energy was immense, especially inside the hotel industry. His father's voice was extremely powerful, and Lily's son's family happens to be in the wholesale ingredients business. Over the years, Sun Lily's family has been able to earn money thanks to Yang Chang's father. Some time ago, under a chance situation, Yang Chang knew the identity of Sun Lily, and it went on a wild goose chase. Plus, both parents set up the relationship, so Sun Lily agreed to go out with Yang Chang. Today, before Lu Feng made his move, Yang Chang had already put down harsh words to threaten Sun Lily. Just now, Yang Chang was beaten to a pig's head by Lu Feng and went to the police station. If Sun Lily didn't show a little bit of indication, then, neither Yang Chang, nor the Yang family, would definitely stop with Sun Lily, and the Sun family. Su Muyun was well aware of Sun Lily's situation. Plus, she had actually received quite a bit of help from Sun Lily's family over the years. So, although she hated Yang Chang immensely, but, still, he said, why don't you just follow through and get this over with? And again, we're BFFs. I don't blame you. Mu Yun, don't say anything. Suddenly, Sun Lily's eyes reddened slightly. Tears brimmed. She leaned against the wall, pained and torn. Actually, I'm the one who should really be saying sorry. I never should have brought him here today. I'm the one who screwed up. I'm also the one who gave him the opportunity to humiliate you to your face. If it wasn't for me, none of this would have happened at all. She said as she did so, tears streaming down her face. Su Muyun was a bit intolerant. Walking over, he patted her on the shoulder. Okay, don't cry. I don't blame you for what happened today. He's him and you're you. You and he aren't the same person after all. Hearing this, Sun Lily suddenly lowered her head. She murmured with some self-reproach. Moo Yun, actually, there are some things that I lied to you about. You know what? He wasn't actually crazy about me. Sun Lily said. When I told you before that he was chasing me like crazy and that he especially liked me, all of it was a lie. He just met me once, thought I looked pretty good, and threatened me with my father's business. You should know, my father's business, too, has only just picked up a bit over the years. Our family's debt, moreover, was not paid off until last year. But, not too long ago, he and his father dragged my father back into trying to get the business going. My father then took out a loan and spread out the spread. I really don't want to see my father upset about business again. That's why it was reluctantly agreed to him. At the time, I didn't realize he was a womanizer. So, said a lot of nice things about him in front of you, and even lied to you that he pursued me like crazy. It wasn't until half a month ago that I saw a message on his cell phone that I realized that he frequented those entertainment venues, outside, and keeping several women at the same time. Even, he tried to hit on you. Today, he also heard that I was coming to see you, so he waited downstairs at my house early. Speaking of which, Sun Lily took a deep breath, swallowing back all the grievances and tears in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he said, Moo Yun, today, that person in your house is considered to have taken out a bad breath for me. To be honest, I got a special kick out of watching him take a beating. That's good. Save yourself the pain later. With that, she smiled very reluctantly. Actually, I already knew he wasn't a good person. It's just that, after all, he is your boyfriend. Su Moo Yun smiled bitterly. I can't say anything more. I'm glad that you told me that today. This at least proves that you're still my best friend. You still look to me in your heart. But, after a beat, she added, Lily, I can understand your difficulties. On your aunt and uncle's side, you'll need your help after all. Why don't you just go back? Sun Lily didn't say anything. She was just silent. A good long while later, it was then that he nodded and said in a mock relaxed voice, you're right. My parents still need my help. I would have had to go back there anyway. Can't let them worry too much or let things get too serious. With that, his eyes glanced towards the room, in the direction of the bathroom. Said, you've got a great man. You've got a great eye. Although, it's all over the internet that he's poor and a country bumpkin. But, women don't need just a rich man. Money, just enough to spend. Man, it's better to be dependable. He's good. Honestly, just the way he acted today. I envy you. A sweet and happy smile surfaced on Su Moo Yun's face. Going first, Sun Lily waved her hand. A self-loving, beautiful, and kind woman will always have good luck. I believe in you, and you will definitely be happy in the future. After saying that, Sun Lily pretended to be atmospheric and turned around to go downstairs. LOL. Looking at Sun Lily's back as she left, Su Moo Yun sighed. Why are you sighing? At this time, Lu Feng happened to come out from the bathroom. Had a falling out with your BFF? Su Moo Yun shook her head. No, it's just that I feel a bit uncomfortable in my heart. Lu Feng then asked. Because of her? After Su Moo Yun thought about it, she told Lu Feng all about Sun Lily's situation. After listening to this, Lu Feng asked, is the general manager of Feng Yun Hotel very capable? Su Moo Yun nodded and said, although the general manager of Feng Yun Hotel is not the richest of the group, but he is definitely the most capable of the group. Because Wind and Cloud Restaurant is the only 7-star restaurant in Xianqing City, and the 7-star rating is the best in the world, a symbol of status and position. His father is the general manager there and has access to so many high-profile people. So, his circle of contacts that's pretty wide. You've offended Yang Chang this time. I reckon he won't stop, especially Lily. Ugh. Saying that, Su Moo Yun once again sighed of. Sun Lily is your friend, which is my friend, Lu Feng said, just based on her performance today. This friend is also definitely worth our friendship, and the trouble, itself, has something to do with us. If we don't help her, she'll get cold feet. Besides, who else could she expect to help her but us? Su Moo Yun nodded, recognized Lu Feng's statement, but, yet, with immense distress, he said, but, in our present situation, where we cannot protect ourselves, how can we help her? It does seem to be a bit of a problem at the moment. Lu Feng laughed. However, it shouldn't be too big. Don't worry, I have a way. The system's limited time redemption reward is God of Music. This ability doesn't help Sun Lily's family for now, but there's quite a bit of cash exchange down there. If you can't, just exchange it for cash and lend them the money to tide them over. Of course, that's the worst way to do it. Anyway, let's build up a little good guy score first. I hate people who talk big. Su Muyun dissatisfied. I also do not allow you to mess around. You just now all. Ah, your injury. Saying that, Su Muyun fiercely remembered Lu Feng's injury. Immediately concerned, he looked to Lu Feng who had already put on his clothes. Let me see. Outside the door, Sun Lily, who was supposed to have gone downstairs, hadn't actually left. She stopped when she heard the man's voice. She wanted to hear what the man would say to Su Muyun. Originally, in her thought, this trouble was caused by herself. Then that strong and crazy man would surely hate herself. Even if they won't say anything bad about themselves, they certainly won't have anything too good to say about them. But, when she heard Lu Feng say, Sun Lily is your friend and my friend. She'll get chills if we don't help her. Who else can she count on but us? Wait, her eyes were moist again at those words. She and Jan Kost just didn't have much of a bond. It was purely for parental reasons that she was barely maintaining the relationship. After today's mess like this, it could be said that her inner defenses had completely collapsed as well. In the future, the relationship between the two, or rather, the two families, would certainly be difficult to maintain, unless one really lowers his voice to beg Yang Chang. If this really happened, the relationship between himself and Su Muyun would be heading towards hostility. Yang Chang definitely wouldn't let himself have anything to do with Su Muyun again. Even if there is, I guess there are ulterior motives. Moreover, he himself would definitely be worse than a dog in front of Yang Chang. If, indeed, one has to live in such humiliation, what's the point? However, after really falling out with Yang Chang's family, what should his family do? Muyun, I am really envious of you. If only I had a man like that to protect. Will still hold up the fort for me. How good would that be? In his mind, for no reason at all, Lu Feng's previous crazy performance surfaced. If you Yang Chang dares to humiliate my family, I'll dare to whip you so much that your mom won't even recognize you. What's the point of having no money? Just have the guts. After I whip you, I'll dare to mutilate myself to put you in the police station. This ferocity, this ruthlessness, and intelligence. It made Sun Lily feel especially envious inside whenever she thought about it. Bang! The sound of the room door closing came. Sun Lily sighed as she returned to her senses and headed downstairs. Inside the room, Su Muyun closed the door to the room, pulling Lu Feng towards her own bedroom. Road. Ding. Highly recognized by special friends. Earned a good guy rating score, 50,000. Ding. Highly recognized by special friends. The host is considered a good husband. Earned a good guy rating score, 50,000. Notes. The good man scale, which can be categorized into 7 categories based on relationships, respectively. Status, depending on the level of status, a maximum of 1 million and a minimum of 100,000 evaluation points can be earned. Enemies, up to 500,000 and down to 50,000 evaluation points, depending on the strength and admiration of the enemy. Loved ones, up to 300,000 and as low as 30,000 evaluation points, depending on satisfaction. Special friends, earns a maximum of 100,000 and a minimum of 10,000 rating points, depending on recognition. Beneficiaries, or partners, receiving a maximum of 50,000 and a minimum of 5,000 evaluation points, depending on the level of recognition. Common friends, fundamental recognition, earning a maximum of 10,000 and a minimum of 1,000 rating points. Passerby, earns a maximum of 10,000 and a minimum of 100 rating points based on recognition. Its evaluation level is first status, then relationship. Lu Feng also froze slightly when he heard the system's beep. Soon, however, he reacted. A special friend would be one who was extremely close. Over the years, there shouldn't have been a single special friend that I could really say I was extremely close to. The only possibility, then, is that Sun Lily. She's Su Muyun's best friend, and the two are extremely close. Just now, while closing the door, I vaguely heard what seemed to be a sigh in the hallway. That would mean that Sun Lily hasn't left yet. So, she heard what I said and is extremely approving of me. Thinking of this, Lu Feng couldn't help but look at Su Muyun in front of him. Sun Lily was so approving of herself. Where's Su Muyun? Why isn't the system responding? Could it be that I haven't gotten her approval yet? Take off your clothes and I'll disinfect you. Su Muyun pulled Lu Feng to her bedroom. Then, finding out the disinfectant, he said to Lu Feng, "It's okay." Lu Feng said, "It's just a little skin wound." Before the words were finished, he saw Su Muyun's eyes redden. Where did Lu Feng dare to talk nonsense? Immediately and honestly, he took off his jacket. Seeing the wound, Su Muyun gently bit her lip. Then, carefully disinfect Lu Feng with a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant, and with his mouth, he said, "In the future, you're not allowed to mess around like that. Just a couple of small talk. If he says it, and he can't do anything to us. On the contrary, if something happens to you, or if you are arrested by the police security, then that." With that, her eyes reddened again. "What about me and the kids? And you? What about your parents' side?" One thought about the crazy actions that Lu Feng had done for himself. Su Muyun was then very moved in her heart. It was also this moment that her inner recognition of Lu Feng came to a whole new level. As Sun Lily said when she left, "Don't have too much money, just enough to get by. Men, still, you have to be able to count on them." Obviously, the man in front of him called Lu Feng was very dependable. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by his wife. You are a good husband. Bonus good guy points. 100. 000. 100,000? That's a little bit of bull. Lu Feng got excited. That's 150,000 appraisal value for just 2 people. With another 50. 000. You'll be able to directly redeem God of Music. Immediately, Lu Feng said, "Remember what I said? I'm the head of the family, the backbone of your family. When I come back, I will never let anyone bully you guys again. No matter who it is, no matter how big the source is, as long as I'm still standing, there's absolutely no way I'm going to let you guys suffer a little bit." Hearing this, Su Muyun's hand suddenly froze. She didn't say another word, just a rosy face with a smile. Silently, he cleaned the wound, throw away the swabs and put away the sanitizer. Then, 2 band-aids were applied. Very carefully, he helped Lu Feng put his clothes on. "Just leave the room." This flushed face, this shy expression, it's so cute and charming. Lu Feng looked at Su Muyun's perfect figure, her stunning face, and her maddening expression. Heartfelt. This is my Lu Feng ideal half of the other half of the standard well. It's just a bit of a shame that the attempt just now didn't work and you can't have continuous wool gathering. Half an hour later, nearly 9 o'clock, finally finished breakfast and cleaned up. Let's go. Out and about. With one hand, Lu Feng picked up the 2 children and placed them on his shoulders. Well, after having the physical qualities of a super specialized soldier, a little trauma to the arm means nothing. Strength, that's more than enough. 2 4-year-olds sitting on his shoulders was as good as sitting on 2 toys for him. Wow. Finally a ride in Daddy's airplane. Wow. What fun. The 2 children seemed particularly excited. However, Su Muyun was startled. Immediately, he said, "Put them down. You still have a wound on your hand." "Nothing." Lu Feng didn't care and said, "This little injury is nothing." Su Muyun then said, "Don't spoil them too much." Lu Feng said, "My own child. If I don't spoil it, should I expect others to spoil it?" Su Muyun was silent again. The worry is gone, just full of happiness and smiles. Mommy, do you want to ride in Daddy's airplane, too? No, Mommy can't grab a ride with us kids. Besides, it's the first time we've ever sat on it. Hearing the childish words of the 2 children, Su Muyun cried and laughed a little. What a little kid. He really has the guts to say anything. From now on, you guys can sit whenever you want, Lu Feng assured. Dad promises to be at your beck and call. Yay, Daddy's great. Daddy's the best. Mommy's smiling. Mommy's happy. Mommy is happy. And it must be because Daddy fought off the bad guys today. Dad is so great. Sister Anne, if anyone bullies us in the future, we'll tell our dad. Listening to 2 kids, one left and one right, constantly praising themselves, Lu Feng was extraordinarily satisfied inside. That's what it's like to be a dad. Ding! Getting recognized by both kids. You are a good father. Awarded 20,000 good man points. Lu Feng froze. How is it that the child of 2 is so little recognized? Well, it's supposed to be that the kids are young and a little too naive, so the recognition is a bit cheap, but that's okay. 20,000 appraisal value. That's not too shabby. Now, it's just short of $30,000. The day's only just begun, and it's 170,000 appraisal value. God of Music. It's just around the corner. Not much longer. Lu Feng and his group arrived at the underground parking garage. Can you still ride with that injury on your hand? I told you, it's a minor injury. It doesn't matter. So this locomotive, can it seat 4 kids? Lu Feng pointed to a line on the back of the locomotive. Number of people that can sit, 4. Only then did Su Muyun feel relieved and got into the car with the children. Spit. The locomotive started up and was about to leave when suddenly, a figure appeared in front of it. It was a woman who was wearing heavy makeup, fashionable and sexy clothes, and looked particularly sultry. Whoosh! Rampage limited the locomotive and rushed out. Daddy, look! That's a badass auntie. Daddy, Auntie Badass has bullied mommy. As the locomotive drove past the heavily made-up woman, the two children suddenly yelled. Sumuyun immediately covered the two children's mouths with one hand. Reprimanded. What nonsense! When she thought of Lu Feng's irascible temper, she was still really worried that Lu Feng would stop the car and go find trouble with that woman. Yang Chang is a man and talks particularly hard, so he hit. But you can't just hit a woman. Especially, that woman is an anchor. The two kids saw their mom getting angry and immediately shut up, not daring to talk nonsense. Lu Feng didn't ask anything more. As far as he was concerned, what he didn't know before could be disregarded. What Su Muyun didn't want to say or mention, he wouldn't ask more. He only cares about later. So, he rode right out of the underground garage. The heavily made-up woman is called Starlet, also an anchor, living in the same neighborhood as Su Muyun. The difference was that Su Muyun was renting the house, and she bought it outright. However, if it was about fame, Su Muyun was greater than her. It was only because Su Muyun herself pretended to be noble and didn't want to go into the water. Therefore, life wasn't exactly rich. At least, compared to her, that's not even close. It was also for this reason that she, like Li Yunji, was particularly unable to look at Su Muyun, often coldly mocking Su Muyun. And the matter of Su Muyun having a child was also reported to Li Yunji by her. Just now, I heard the two kids calling out for their dad there and calling themselves bad ants. Star's face changed at once. She quickly took out her cell phone and pulled out Li Yunji's number. Sister Yun, I just saw a family of 4 leaving the underground garage in a motorcycle. A motorcycle? Are you sure? Sure, I saw it with my own eyes. Ha, a poor man is a poor man, going out to play, actually driving a motorcycle, and dare to sit 4 people? Sister Yun, do you want me to go to the security room and pull up the video? Okay, go ahead and pull up the video, but don't put it out yet. Li Yunji sneered. Let's take one step and play them completely stinky. After Li Yunji got the news from Xinger's side, the smile at the corners of his mouth just got bigger. She took out her cell phone and quickly pulled up a number. President Xian, congratulations. When the phone was connected, Li Yunji was smiling and congratulating. Yunji, you're calling this early in the morning. You're not here to amuse me, are you? President Xian laughed bitterly and said, I'm fretting over Su Pingon here. What joy. President Xian's full name is Xian Zizong. He is the president of the largest Bright Moon Guild on the Tiger's Head platform. The South Star chapter controls the development and operation of anchors throughout the Southern Star province. Any anchor that wants to get on the recommendations and have a good operation has to be unionized. The Bright Moon Guild, on the other hand, controls nearly 70% of the recommended resources on the Tiger Head platform. In particular, the best ones were a batch of resources that were almost entirely in the hands of the Bright Moon Guild. It was also for this reason that although Xian Zizong was only the chapter president of the Southern Star province, but, in the piece of the platform, his energy was still extremely great. Even Li Yunji had to give in to him, give him favors often. Isn't it great news for you that something happened to that bitch Su Pingon? Li Yunji laughed. I remember. You said last time that you were greedy for this little bitch, and again, now that the opportunity has come, isn't it worth congratulating? Xian Zizong hemmed and hawed and said, according to you, 2 is indeed an opportunity, but you saw what happened last night. She's got a man, she's got kids, and, well, she's always had a good reputation. The attitude is also very tough. So yeah, I guess it's going to be hard to pull her down. Li Yunji smiled disdainfully. Say, and what if it makes her feel desperate? What do you mean? It's simple. Her reputation has stank. Li Yunji said, although, she redeemed herself last night, but, the follow-up to my outburst made her stink again. If, today, I make her stink even more, make her shameless, and then tear her man's ugly face off as well, pressure again on your end in the name of the guild, do you think she'd be willing to submit to you? Xian Zizong frowned, asked, Sister Yunji, what exactly do you want? It's very simple. I'm going to make her lose her reputation for all eternity. Li Yunji coldly said, then, take the opportunity to send you a favor. And again, do you want it? Xian Zizong asked, are you sure? Li Yunji smiled with incomparable confidence. I'm 100% sure. General Xian Zi thought for a moment. Just ask, what do you want me to do? 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Feng took Su Muyun and the 2 children and first came to the most upscale shopping mall in Shangcheng. As a result, it's only just wandered around twice. The 2 kids then clamored for a Kendall machine. Lu Feng then took the kids to buy something at the KFC machine and sat down to eat. The 2 kids had a great time eating. Lu Feng and Su Muyun sat on the sidelines to keep them company. By the way, last night, I heard you talking about how you still have a contract with the platform. Lu Feng suddenly said, Then how much longer are you going to broadcast this month? It's the 26th today. Soo-Moo-yoon replied, there are just 5 days left until the end of this month, and there are still 40 hours to be broadcast, which means almost 8 hours to be broadcast every day. Lu Feng frowned. 8 hours a day. That's based on 5 days. Today, hanging out with myself, I'm guessing 4 hours of podcasting at the most. It may not even, perhaps, be broadcast for 4 hours. Wouldn't that be nearly 10 hours of broadcasting a day for the next 3 days? After thinking about it, he asked, what's the liquidated damages? Or you can stop broadcasting. Lu Feng said, I see that you have also suffered in the live broadcast room, and you still have to put a smiling face on someone else's cold ass. It's not necessary. It's not like I can't make money. Hearing this, Soo-Moo-yoon was smiling happily. Lu Feng, thank you, Soo-Moo-yoon said happily. Honestly, so far, I think the one thing I've done most correctly and proudly since I became independent was to make that call to you. Lu Feng laughed and said, didn't you get a license with me? Nasty. Soo-Moo-yoon's pretty face flushed and gently slapped Lu Feng. Can't you just listen to me properly? Lu Feng didn't hide. He just laughed. Okay, you say it, I'll listen. No more. Soo-Moo-yoon said sheepishly, it's all your fault for not having the courage to say it. Then it's off the air. Lu Feng said, I'll go pay for it. Don't. Soo-Moo-yoon immediately retorted, I want to broadcast it. Lu Feng then looked at her. Reason? Singing is my dream. Soo-Moo-yoon said, but my parents don't allow me to enter the entertainment industry for fear that I'll turn bad. So, live streaming is just the best opportunity for me to express my dreams. And, after a beat, she looked at Lu Feng. I also don't want to be a vase that only knows how to raise children at home. I want to do a little something. I want my life to mean something. Lu Feng nodded, recognized Soo-Moo-yoon's statement. But, still, what was that about last night? Today, that young Chung humiliated you and called me poor. It all seems to have something to do with last night's broadcast? Soo-Moo-yoon fell silent. Keep your head down and don't say anything. If you don't want to talk, forget it. Lu Feng said, but, you have to remember that in the future, you are not on your own. Behind you, there is another man. A man who's ready to back you up. So if you're feeling tired, then put everything you're holding down. Live can be off the air. Things can be left undone. In short, don't look others in the face and don't let yourself be aggravated. Understand? Why is it so warm? Why does it always make me want to cry? Soo-Moo-yoon's head went even lower, eyes moist, biting her lip lightly. It was a long time before she took a deep breath. The face looked up with a grin on its face. Actually, there's nothing I can't say. Soo-Moo-yoon smiled and said, last night, she told the story of the live broadcast. Lu Feng frowned after hearing this. What do you think now? I still want to go live. Soo-Moo-yoon said, I don't care what they say. I'll just sing my song. Those who like my singing stay, and those who don't, go away, lest there be pandemonium on the air. After saying that, happily glancing at Lu Feng, anyway, you said that you would cover for me. Looking at that cute and charming face with a happy smile on it, Lu Feng then couldn't help but reach out and touch Soo-Moo-yoon's head. Soo-Moo-yoon didn't hide either, but, instead, did a strange job of sticking out her tongue. Lu Feng smiled and asked, ever thought about outdoor live broadcasting? Outdoors? Yeah, don't you have another 8 hours to air? Lu Feng said, it's also very tiring to keep in front of the computer and sing for 8 hours every day. Occasional outdoor broadcasting a little bit of life's trivia. It's good to get some live quests done. Hearing this, Soo-Moo-yoon's eyes lit up. Yeah, it's okay to live stream a little bit of your life and brush up on your airtime. It used to be that I was worried that if I had kids and my persona fell apart, I would have fewer fans and would make less money. Now, there's a husband, and I don't have to worry about living. Thinking of this, Soo-Moo-yoon immediately took out his cell phone. Tap on the live platform. Go to your own live feed. Not bad for a goddess. How dare you go online? I'm afraid you don't know the horrors of Netstorm. Do you? Don't be a pussy-faced bitch. You cheated our feelings and our intelligence. I'm going to report you. Bitches have a lot on their minds. Goddess. Whose straddle was the crazy output last night? Goddess Sue. I top you. I just love to hear you sing. Those who scold you, all of them are greedy for your body. Ignore them. A bunch of scum. Can't see that our goddess Moo is good. On the pop-up screen, there was a frenzy of information. There's good and there's bad. There's cursing that's hard to hear. There are also firmly supported. Private messages are also available. Management A, Goddess Sue. The group is about to explode. So come out and organize it quickly. Management B, Goddess Sue. So many people have quit the group. I can't manage it. Managing Fish God, Su Pingon. I also retired. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You let me down too much. List 1 Mookeeper, Goddess Sue. What kind of operation are you doing? The persona is falling apart. So, hurry up and find a man to fix it? But even if you want to find one, find a decent one. Wouldn't it be a bit too much to look down on us to find a poor country bumpkin like this one who gets dug to the bottom in one go? And you find it as a shield? You're going to say that you want a receiver, and I'm sure I can't do that. But, you need a shield. I'm sure I can do it. Just for fun. I still don't mind. Besides, money, you just ask for it. As long as it's not outrageous, I'm okay with it. This tiger's head platform. That's all I can see of you. And only dropped money on your body, too. You're really making me want to curse when you screw up like that. Seeing this message, Su Muyun's face was slightly ugly. She subconsciously glanced at Lu Feng next to her. Seeing that Lu Feng wasn't staring at his cell phone and didn't see these words, he was a bit relieved. Then, quickly turn it off. Open the next message. List 2 Mute Feelings, Goddess Sue. I came here because you sing beautifully. People, as much as I like them, but, having observed you for so long, I know that you are supposed to be a more conservative person. So there wasn't much else to think about. Well, it's nice to have kids and a husband and a full life. Cheer up. I'm with you. If, however, you stay on the air, I'll give you the punch list 1. Su Muyun would smile. There are always those who really like to hear themselves sing. The good mood, however, was soon gone. List 3 I crave your face. Holy shit, are you kidding me? Su Pingon, be honest. What's the price you're going down for exactly? Don't take us money droppers for fools. Su Muyun gritted her teeth and turned off the message bar. For a moment, she was genuinely tempted to just turn off the live stream, never open it again. But, on second thought, it was eventually tolerated. No matter how rich Lu Feng is, it doesn't come from the wind. Not to mention the tens of millions of dollars in liquidated damages. The reputation is completely stigmatized and will never come back. So, she forced a smile. Then, speaking to the screen, he said, "Hello everyone, I'm your anchor Su Pingon. First of all, I'd like to apologize for last night, wasting everyone's time, not to mention not giving a good livestream. I'm really sorry. So, I've decided that starting today, I'm going to live stream some of my life in addition to live streaming my singing. For example, now." With that, Su Muyun aimed his cell phone at the child, and then, gestured towards the side. "See, I'm out eating candles right now with my kids and my legal husband. Later, after we eat, we'll go to the mall. It gives people a real insight into my life. This can be had. Let those guys who just crave Goddess Sue's body all get lost. Yeah, we're just here for the songs. Goddess Sue can come outdoors for a few songs, so that everyone can feel the singing and charm of our Goddess Sue. Holy shit, this dog food spread me. Really caught me off guard. I'm richer than your husband. Goddess Sue, what do you think of me? Su Pingon, how about you give me 2 babies? The matter of money. Well said, as long as you ask." Although, Su Muyun had already expressed his attitude, but, the messy pop-ups are still there. And, a lot more. However, Su Muyun didn't care. The rumor mill stops at the wise man. She just broadcasts her own, sowing this life every day. Only Lu Feng and the children have been around. Over time, there will naturally be no more talk. As for the fans, let it be. With this in mind, after eating, the group of 4 began to wander around the mall. It wasn't long before he wandered into a jewelry store. "Go inside?" Lu Feng said to Su Muyun, who was broadcasting live on the side. Su Muyun glanced at the store name Cartier. Holy shit, this poor country bumpkin. I'm afraid he doesn't know the English alphabet, right? Cartier also dare to enter? Ha, Cartier in the jewelry industry brand ranking. But the cheapest a small ring, are to 5,000. Random set of jewelry, start are more than 100,000 it. Goddess Sue, hurry up and take your poor boy around. Goddess Sue, I think it's a good time to sing. Doesn't it smell good to take the kids on a toy train ride? What's the point of going to see Cartier? Looking at a mocking pop-up, Su Muyun's face was ugly. Doesn't she know if Lu Feng has money? That text message about the $1 million deposit, was it a fake? Mocking herself, she didn't care. However, one cannot mock Lu Feng, much less look down on Lu Feng. Come on, let's go inside. Su Muyun nodded, and Lu Feng, with the 2 children in tow, entered inside the Cartier boutique. Welcome. There is a welcoming lady at the door who curtsies and greets you. Cartier's brand influence in the jewelry industry is absolutely first class. When you walk into the store, the dazzling beadwork shakes your eyes. At this time, when 2 waiters in front saw Lu Feng and Su Muyun, they immediately wanted to come over to greet them. However, one of them, who was slightly older, suddenly stopped in his tracks when he saw the child behind Lu Feng and Su Muyun. To the other girl, who was a bit younger, came quickly. This gentleman. Ha, you are. Halfway through her sentence, the girl suddenly asked in surprise, Lu Feng? Hearing the other party call out his name, Lu Feng was slightly stunned. After carefully sizing up the other party, he asked uncertainly, are you Lu Feng? Yeah. The little girl called Lu Feng immediately said happily, old classmate. Not bad. 4 years in college. You often disappeared. You actually still remember me. With that, he glanced at Su Muyun next to him. Wow. The school beauty of our Xiangqing University. Lu Feng said enviously, old classmate. Great. Actually took the school flower of our Xiangqing University. And there are still 2 children. Hearing this, Su Muyun's pretty face flushed again, kind of at a loss for words. Lu Feng and the other party are not too familiar with each other, and seeing that the other party is so enthusiastic, he just smiled and did not say anything more. By the way, wait up guys. With that, Lu Feng walked towards the side. In a short time, a tray was brought over. It was handed to both children. What are your names, kids? My name is Anne, and I'm the older sister. His name is Ping Ping, and he's a younger brother. Thank you auntie. Auntie is so nice and pretty. Almost catching up with my mom. Ping Ping replied happily as she reached for her candy. And don't forget to compliment each other. This last sentence, however, is a bit of a crying shame. Su Muyun laughed awkwardly. Kids don't know any better. Don't you care? What kind of person compliments someone and puts them down? Lu Feng, however, laughed. You are the famous school flower of our Xiangqing University. And, in the minds of children, their own moms are always the prettiest. I'm only a little worse than you, and I'm too happy to care. Su Muyun felt especially twisted in her heart when she was being called the school flower all the time in front of so many people. Well, old school, we'll catch up later. Lu Feng smiled and said, first take us to see the jewelry. Oh, forgot about that. Lu Feng smiled awkwardly. Then, making a standard hand gesture, please follow me. The 2 men followed with their children. Old school, school girl, I wonder if you have any requests for jewelry? Bringing Lu Feng and Su Muyun to the counter, Lu Feng asked, like the price, like the style or something? Price doesn't matter. Lu Feng then said, as long as my wife likes it. This wife of Lu Feng's was just coming out of his mouth. It's become habitual. But Su Muyun was still a bit uncomfortable. Subconsciously, you have to blush a little. Getting her to call her husband is even more impossible. At least, not for a while. Mostly, I can't call it out. Shameful. However, to also no longer object to Lu Feng calling himself wife. Keep it simple. Look good. Su Muyun made a request. Don't be too extravagant. To make it simple. Of course, it is to help Lu Feng save money. Such words, however, certainly cannot be said outright. So you guys see which one fits better over here? Lu Feng then said, I'll bring it to you to try. I'll take a look first. Su Muyun said while watching. One bracelet for $980,000. A necklace is at least $300,000. The rings are cheap to the point that the regular ones are only a few tens of thousands. The more expensive ones are just over $100,000. So, she ended up focusing on the ring as well. At this time, Lu Feng had already taken out her cell phone and secretly took a picture. Sent it inside a college group of classmates. Showing off, he asked, look at these 2. Do you recognize them? Ha, isn't this Lu Feng? This woman seems to be our term school flower Su Muyun? Not as if, but as a matter of fact. Ha ha, Lu Feng, I saw you. I'm watching Goddess Su's live broadcast. He's looking at jewelry with Goddess Su inside your store right now. Right. I'm also watching. Ha ha, happy me. This Lu Feng is also really enough to be able to pretend a 13 to Cartier. His family background and fortune, all of which have been stripped down to the bottom, actually still has the face to take our Goddess Su to Cartier. I really don't know what he's thinking. I've been in college together for 4 years, and now I'm a little afraid to say he's my classmate. This shameless. How can a guy who just went bankrupt and has a small broken 2-story house at home dare to take our Goddess Su to Cartier to buy jewelry? I'm Buddha. Lu Feng, I advise you to take it easy. Don't waste too much time talking. I can guarantee that they won't be able to afford it. That's right, Lu Feng, you don't want to think about them to get a commission on them. Just that old classmate of ours TSK. As soon as the picture was posted, the group exploded. Clearly, they are all spitting on Lu Feng for being a poor man and wanting to run to Cartier to pretend to be a man. She couldn't help but reply, can't you guys speak nicely? After all, they are our classmates. And besides, I see that Lu Feng is a good person. Even if people don't have money, what does it matter? Goddess Su is willing to marry him and help him give birth to a child. So that means Lu Feng must have redeeming qualities. It was fine if she didn't say that, but when she did, it blew up even more. Lu Feng Lu Feng. Who doesn't know that in your 4 years of college, you had a deep crush on Lu Feng, the face bearer of our class? But, there's one thing to say, Lu Feng, this poor bastard, has no skills, no ability, and still wants to pretend to be a pussy. This is also a fact. No wonder others talk hard. Lu Feng people are married and have children, so don't be delusional and make a fool of yourself. There was a flurry of taunts. Lu Feng was so angry, almost dropped the phone. She couldn't help but glance at Lu Feng. How nice it would be if he could just buy a set of jewelry and punch these dog-eyed classmates in the face. That was, after all, his 4-year college crush. Lu Feng naturally didn't want the Prince Charming of her dreams to be resisted so much and still have no temper or resistance at all. Even if the other person just buys a set of jewelry that costs over $100,000, it's still good. At the very least, it can shut up most of the people who look down on Lu Feng, right? But, reality is reality. At this moment, Lu Feng was just standing quietly on the side. No comments were made, and Su Muyan looked at the jewelry perfunctorily, and even, were only staring at the ring. It's pretty obvious that it's not going to be bought. Feng Feng, don't pay attention to them. These stinky men, seeing their goddesses being snatched by others, are not convinced in their hearts. That's right, it's all a bunch of stinking men who make a point of cursing there when they can't get it for themselves. If you're capable, you guys marry Su Muyun. Just know how to bully our family Feng Feng. What kind of skill is that? Even if Lu Feng is bad, that face value is first class. What do you guys have? If you want money but no money, if you want ability but no ability, what can you compare with others? Oh, these stinking men, they can only be sour there. However, honestly speaking, Lu Feng should still be a little lower knowing that Su Muyun is on the air, actually took her to Cartier. This is really too ashamed of himself to lose enough I represent the fairness party. For the male compatriots to say a fair word this Lu Feng is indeed too pretentious. Entrepreneurial failure. The family conditions are still poor, married to a goddess, but also want a rich. How to raise, pretend to be a fool, be scolded, also really cannot blame others See all this chatter. Lu Feng couldn't help but think in her heart, has this man, whom he once adored and crushed on, really turned into a boastful, vain hypocrite? LOL. Forget it. Regardless, he was ultimately his Prince Charming for 4 years of college. Treat them well, just to make a good impression. With that thought, she put her cell phone away. Then, in earnest, he began to entertain Lu Feng and Su Muyun. At this moment, Lu Feng was standing on the side, still accompanying Su Muyun in choosing jewelry. After choosing half a day, Su Muyun just chose a few simple rings to try. The price was lower, but Su Muyun obviously didn't like it Lu Feng still didn't say anything more, just silently followed behind. I don't really like any of this jewelry. Su Muyun asked Lu Feng, is there anything better looking? Lu Feng was just about to reply when suddenly, Mommy, this necklace is so pretty. The ring looks good too. Check it out. Let Daddy buy you this. 2 children, standing in the center of the store, in front of a separate counter, pointed to the 3-piece set inside and yelled excitedly. Lu Feng and Su Muyun heard the sound and immediately walked over as well. Lu Feng quickly followed, laughing, Ping Ping's vision is good. Oh, this 3-piece set is specially designed by one of our Cartier high-end designers. The style is simple but the design craftsmanship is superb. It represents nobility, elegance, and also symbolizes a long and everlasting love between husband and wife. Hearing Lu Feng's introduction, the 2 children's eyes lit up. Excitedly, she exclaimed, Daddy, get it for Mommy. Mom and Dad, love each other forever. Su Muyun glared at the 2 children. The 2 children immediately spat out their tongues and stopped talking. Lu Feng then said to Lu Feng, can you take it out and try? Lu Feng then turned her head, and said to the slightly older woman who had been standing next to her watching before, Sister Fei, please open up the counter a bit. My old classmate wants to try out this set of jewelry. The slightly older woman frowned, still, walked up to the counter. But, there was no immediate opening of the cabinet. Instead, he said, this set of jewelry is one of the highest end town set jewelry in our branch. Though, it's not the most expensive of Cartier's jewelry, or even the highest. But, it's also a limited edition designed by a professional designer. I wouldn't give you a try if you weren't sure you wanted it. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng immediately walked over. Sister Fei said curtly, Sister Fei, these are my classmates. Give them face, let them try. Su Muyun, on the other hand, frowned. To Lu Feng, he said, Lu Feng, let's go. She didn't want to embarrass Lu Feng. Even more so, I don't want this enthusiastic student, to beg. So, even if it was faceless, she endured it. What's the rush? Lu Feng didn't care, just calmly smiled. Come all the way, try it first. If you leave at this point, once you're here, you'll really be looked down upon. Sumo Yun would probably be furious as well. It's a totally different concept to be disliked directly and to leave if you don't like it. Moreover, Lu Feng, a particularly enthusiastic old classmate, was busy in pleasing others. How bad it is to waste a turn of someone's mind. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Feng also felt that this set of jewelry was good. Alright, for your sake, I'll make an exception. This Faye probably can't wipe her face. Reluctantly, he said, but just this once, and never again, and again, and, you must remember that there must be no destruction or breakage, or you will be responsible for all the consequences. Lu Feng immediately smiled and nodded. Thank you Sister Faye. Only then did that Faye reluctantly open the counter. Lu Feng immediately smiled towards Lu Feng and Sumo Yun and made an okay gesture. Lu Feng smiled and thought that this little girl was quite cute. Sumo Yun also showed a rare smile to Lu Feng. The two children even gave Lu Feng a thumbs up. You're awesome. The counter opens. The three-piece suit was taken out. Rings, earrings, necklaces. Sumo Yun dressed up one by one. The simple and atmospheric style, as well as the glow of the colorless diamonds, paired with Sumo Yun's snow-white skin, made it look particularly dazzling. It looks extraordinarily upscale. If anything, the previous Sumo Yun was an ordinary goddess. Then, the current Sumo Yun was looking like a big lady from a luxurious family. Invisibly, the temperament went up a notch. It's beautiful. Lu Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Big school flower. You're the most beautiful and temperamental person I've really seen wearing this set of jewelry. Sister Faye on the side couldn't help but nod her head as well, a touch of appreciation in her gaze. However, she didn't open her mouth to say anything more. Mommy is beautiful. Dad, the check. The two kids screamed again, looking in the mirror, at the three-piece set that she was wearing. Sumo Yun's eyes also flashed with a touch of joy. However, when she heard the children say that they wanted Lu Feng to pay the bill, she immediately glared at the two children. The two kids wondered why their mom was glaring at them again. It's so pretty. But, before that, I had gotten used to shutting up when my mom glared. So, they'll just have to be silent and not say anything. Sumo Yun took off the three pieces of the set one by one. Then, carefully handing it to Lu Feng. Old classmate, this three-piece set does look great. Still, I don't like it much. I'll go shopping again. If, on the other hand, I don't see anything more suitable, I'll come back for this set. What woman doesn't like jewelry, especially if it's still a good fit for your jewelry? Besides, she's licensed. Even though I didn't have a wedding, I still wanted to have some classy jewelry to wear, as most women do. This will not only show off who you are, but also what your man can do. But she had seen the price before. The price of this three-piece set is $999. $900. As far as Lu Feng's family is concerned, that $1 million deposit should be all that is left of the family, right? And, most likely, his parents are still saving it for him. In the old days, she was Miss Everybody. Probably wouldn't care so much, and it wouldn't feel like $1 million would be expensive. But, after coming out for so long, experiencing the social human feelings and knowing that it is not easy to make money, she also knows how to live her days, especially after having initially recognized Lu Feng. Naturally, he didn't want to let Lu Feng waste his money on this. What she hoped for more was that Lu Feng would be able to make a fortune with this $1 million. So, even though she wanted the three-piece set badly, she still chose to give it up. She also consoled herself in her mind that she endured today's aggravation just so that she would have a better life in the future. Schoolgirl Sue, it's okay, Lu Feng said while glancing at Lu Feng. Seeing that Lu Feng didn't react, a flash of disappointment could not be avoided in his eyes. But, she still smiled slightly and politely accepted the three-piece set. Said, Schoolgirl Sue, you should go to other places first before taking a look. After all, jewelry is something that not only has to be worthy of our schoolgirl, but also has to be liked by our schoolgirl. To the side, Faye looked as if she had expected it. Smiling coldly, he took the three-piece set from Lu Feng and put it into the counter. Then he began to lock the counter door. Old school, we'll just pull out. Lu Feng was very dry and did not want to force Sumo Yun's hand. Instead, he said to Lu Feng, if you're free at noon, let's have a casual lunch together. No, Lu Feng smiled and said, I have to work at noon, so I'll have a chance later. Then leave a phone number. Lu Feng smiled smoothly and said, in case there's a chance, you'll be able to get in touch in the future. Still smiling, Lu Feng said, my phone number is. The parties exchanged phone calls. Lu Feng then left the store with Sumo Yun and the two children. Feng, you can't read people with this eye. as soon as Lu Feng and Su Muyun's four left, just a couple of attendants came around. That's right, you two old classmates. I knew from the first moment I walked in the door that he couldn't be our guest. It's a purchase that depends on the person. 2. A big brand in the jewelry world like our Cartier is simply unaffordable to the average person. It's a good thing that no one came. Otherwise, it would have been bad to miss the big order. The first thing that happened was that one of them spoke up. What about when they finished? That Faye then spoke up. Nah, Faye, I'm going to teach you a few tricks of people watching today. What about this first? First of all, look at what the person coming in is wearing. Wearing something that isn't branded, or, obviously, is just ground up, is a straight pass. Secondly, look at the relationship that comes in between these two. If it's a lover, or a couple, then it's got to be a catchy sales pitch, because this is the category of people who are our real prospective clients. If you're eloquent enough, you'll certainly be able to get them to pay up. Conversely, if it's a couple, especially if it's the kind that drags the family along, then it's a straight pass, because anyone who would drag their family to our place certainly doesn't have a babysitter. If they can't even afford a nanny, they are bound to be a homebody couple, and they wouldn't spend that kind of money even if they could afford it. Of course, there is one type of couple that is an exception. It's the kind of person who, at first glance, looks rich and famous, all decked out in designer labels. This last point is all about temperament. If the person who comes in has an extraordinary demeanor, then, even if he's not rich, he must be someone in a high position. After that, Faye summarized, look at those two students you just had. Drag family is off the table, and all over the ground. The only thing that's up to par is temperament. Your male classmate has a nice temperament to him, and it's quite overwhelming. That female classmate has an okay temperament, too. However, both of them seem a bit petty. Men obviously don't have much money. Women have to take care of their men's faces. So, as soon as they come in to look at things, they seem to be extra careful and always pick the cheapest ones to look at. Later, when I saw that the man wanted the woman to try that permanent set, I deliberately stabbed him with words, and specifically that it's a town treasure and can't be damaged, just to see if he's willing to pay for it after being stimulated. Men, they all want to save face. As a result, he never asked for it. The woman obviously loved it and had a look of dismay when she took it off, but she still chose not to buy it. Usually at times like this, anyone who's a man will buy it. Such a beautiful wife, so toward you, and even, to take care of your face, forcibly saying she doesn't like it, unless he's not a man or, really, has no money. Otherwise, it's impossible not to buy. He's obviously a man, so he's just really broke, just a poor bastard. Saying that, Sister Faye patted Xiao Fang's shoulder and said, like this kind of customer, even if the relationship is good, there is no need to waste time and saliva. We're part-timers, not bosses. If we lose another big order because of this, it's not worth it. Understand? How could Lu Feng not understand? However, she couldn't do it. After all, it's the guy he had a crush on. So, she just smiled bitterly, but did not make any reply. Sister Faye is right. Xiao Feng, you're a newbie. You should ask our Sister Faye for more advice. It's just that Sister Faye looks up to you and is willing to say so much to you. Before, Sister Faye took people, but she never said this. At once, the people around them began to pat that Sister Faye on the back. A confident and subdued smile appeared on Faye's face. Tinkerbell. Just then, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. Lu Feng opened it. It's a message. The message is Lu Feng was sent by Lu Feng who had just added it. Old school. Save that suit for me. I'll pick it up later. Hugs. At that moment, it happened that Faye and the others came over. Just saw the message content. P.S. Long-winded. This is a parallel world, so don't take it personally. It is not easy to write a book. Please bear with me more support. Thank you all. The crowd of waiters froze when they saw the message. This isn't going to be a fraud, is it? With that kind of money, he can afford it, and come and get it later? Xiao Feng, these classmates of yours, they are too unreliable, right? Just the way he is, sending you such a message. This is definitely fooling you. Quickly, these waiters responded. They all felt that Lu Feng was just teasing Lu Feng. Sister Faye on the side even sneered and said, Xiao Feng, this contact directly deleted and pulled black. Your face, Anne. I can't be wrong when I look at people. This man, 9 times out of 10, eats from the bowl and thinks about the pot. You just acted so enthusiastic with him. He probably thought you were a good liar and planned to trick you. It's people like that I despise the most. Lu Feng thought carefully. Think Faye has a point. Immediately, he nodded. Faye, I think, you're right. Adding, so, I'm sure he'll come and buy the 3-piece set. Hearing the words in front of them, The crowd thought that Lu Feng had listened to them, but when this latter statement came out, the crowd was dumbfounded. Ha! Sister Fei was very unhappy with Lu Feng's reaction. Frowning, Feng, you're thinking I'm looking at the wrong person? Fei can't be wrong when it comes to reading people. But, Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, there are some people that can't be seen with just their eyes. Cut. Sister Fei said rather disdainfully, little Feng, since you say so, then I'll put my words here today. If, indeed, he pays for the 3-piece set, then all the commission, it's all yours. I don't want a cent. Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Laughing, he asked, Fei, are you serious? Don't look at Fei as if she's being nice to herself. This is simply because, being better looking and sweeter spoken, one is equally serviceable to anyone. It's also helped her make a lot of orders during this time. That's why Fei is so nice. And, it's just as good as the surface. In fact, this Fei is particularly good at pretending. Once, she was overheard inside the bathroom. She also heard this Fei say that she was a silly white girl who was easy to play with. Therefore, as soon as she heard that the other party was going to give all the commission to herself, Lu Feng didn't even think about it and planned to seize the opportunity. After all, an order of nearly $1 million was not something that came along every day, nor was it something that someone like her, who was just starting out, could easily come across. Of course, Sister Fei was a bit embarrassed by Lu Feng's question. She didn't care, though. She could be sure that the guy who was wearing all the ground floor goods and looked like a poor man definitely couldn't afford it. So, very confidently, I'll do what I say I'm going to do. And everyone in the room can testify to that. A bunch of waiters just laughed. And no hitch. He, everyone testify. Oh. Lu Feng then said, if I do get all the commission, I'll treat everyone to a big dinner. Someone said, Xiao Fang ah. Not sister blow you. This commission, you think on the line, you really think you can get ah. That guy looks like a liar to me. So don't think about it too much. What kind of person is Fei? If she says she doesn't want you, she definitely won't. Lu Feng didn't care what people said. Having said that, that Sister Fei definitely won't steal the commission from herself. If you really want to grab it from yourself, you are perfectly capable of reporting it to the store manager. Anyway, the commission for this big order, one is sure to get it. As for whether Lu Feng will come, she felt that Lu Feng would definitely come. Coming out of Cartier, Sumuyun was depressed in his heart, to the point that it wasn't that he was depressed because Lu Feng didn't help himself by that set. Instead, he was given a whole lot of bad news by the live streaming pop-ups. Goddess Su, I've told you, doesn't he smell good on a toy train? Why do you have to go to Cartier to be abused? If you want to spread dog food, you have to have money to buy it. It makes me want to laugh to see that poor bastard, watching all the time, just not saying anything. If you don't have any money or ability, why are you pretending? Why don't you find a corner and hide? Why don't you hide in a corner? You have to come out and make a fool of yourself. 1 million less than Cartier. For the rich and powerful. Nothing. For you guys? That can be the sky price. What bottom play you guys? Do not have a little bit of their own forced count? Poor thing. My goddess Sue. You have to take care of his face and say you don't like it. I look at your eyes. They seem to be fixated on that suit. And you have to say in good conscience that you don't like it. And I want to laugh. So much for the pop-up message. Private messages are coming too. List 1 guards the Mooman. I'll transfer the money to you right now if you nod and promise to play with me for a few days. He can't afford it. I'll buy it for you. And I don't want the reputation. You want to protect him? I'll give you that chance to protect him. Just as long as you're out alone with me for a few days. Sumuyun gently gritted her teeth. Without the slightest hesitation, a single word was sent directly. Get out. List 2 Muda feelings also came with a message. Is this what your man is like? If you don't have money, why don't you be honest? Do you have to pretend? Honestly, I despise people like that. I think it's better for you to part with someone like that. It would be better to find a more reliable one. I didn't mean anything else, purely just giving my personal opinion. From an observer's point of view, there's nothing wrong with the words of the second in the list. But the problem is, it's not that Lu Feng can't afford it. She knew very well that as long as she wanted it, Lu Feng would definitely not even frown. However, one just does not want to spend all of Lu Feng's family money at once. Phew. She took a deep breath, adjusted himself and tried to keep a smile on his face. To Lu Feng, he said, come on, let's go and take a look elsewhere. Lu Feng smiled and nodded. Tinkerbell. But, just then, the cell phone rang. Sumuyun saw the caller ID. It was a call from the guild's branch president, Xianzit Song. She frowned slightly. Eventually, it picked up. After a few sentences, she hung up. Then, to Lu Feng, he said, our live streaming guild's chapter is up there, and the president wants me to come up and talk about something. How long? It's quick, like 10 minutes or so at the most. There you go then. Lu Feng smiled and said, I'll wait for you downstairs with my child. Sumu Yun nodded, and then, headed upstairs. Lu Feng added a sentence afterward. Remember what I said. Don't aggravate yourself. Big deal. Quit. Sumu Yun smiled, her eyes full of emotion and sweetness. After Sumu Yun went up, Lu Feng then squatted down. To the two children, he said, Ping Ping, Anun, how about we go and buy those pieces of jewelry that Mom was wearing just now and surprise her? Daddy, why didn't you just buy it? Because, Mom won't approve of it. He'll think I'm spending money and be unhappy. So why buy it now? Because, Mom wasn't there, so I bought it back and she just had to take it. Daddy's so smart. Daddy's awesome. Lu Feng was originally thinking that when he left the mall, he would find another opportunity to buy that 3-piece set, but I didn't expect that Su Muyun would suddenly have something to do. So, he was going to take this opportunity to buy it first, lest someone else buy it. Cartier boutique entrance. The two waiters also froze slightly when they saw Lu Feng go and return. The specialty store wasn't too big, and just now, they were aware of what was happening inside. So, when they saw Lu Feng come back, they all subconsciously thought, is it really necessary to buy? Thinking about it, the two of them still nodded politely to Lu Feng. Welcome. Lu Feng nodded and walked in. At this time, Lu Feng was looking at her cell phone. In the university's group of classmates, they were still talking about Lu Feng's lack of self-importance, his failure to pretend to be a bully, and his turning into a fool. Not only that, but these students steered the conversation to other groups. At this time, it had almost spread throughout the various groups of Xiangqing University. Clearly, all of them are jokes about Lu Feng being a fool and Su Muyun Sugatas being blind. In response, Lu Feng was very annoyed in her heart, but didn't bother arguing with them either. She thought in her heart, later on, when Lu Feng comes over and buys that permanent series, I'll take the receipts and hit you all in the face. Make fools out of all of you smug fucks. Old school. Just as she was thinking that, suddenly, a voice rang out. Lu Feng looked up and saw Lu Feng walk in. Immediately putting away his cell phone, he greeted him with a smile. Why did you come over so quickly? Where is Goddess Su? At this moment, the surrounding group of attendants also revealed a touch of eccentricity in their eyes. You're really here? Is it, really, a purchase? She had something to do and went to work. Lu Feng also ignored the others and said with a smile, just in time. I'll take the opportunity to come over here so that I don't get bought by someone else at that time. You think it's a groundhog? Sister Fei on the side couldn't help but sneer. Anyone who wants to buy it can buy it? This permanent series is 100 short of $1 million. How about $1 million? You think a person can take it? Saying that, he looked Lu Feng up and down and said disdainfully, don't pretend here either. Little Feng is a simple girl. You can fool him, trying to fool us is impossible. Be direct. Pay for the goods immediately if you have the money. If you don't have the money, get out of here. Don't interfere with our business. Lu Feng frowned slightly when she heard this, just wanting to speak. Lu Feng on the side was the first to ask, are you the store manager here? Fei said in a nonchalant manner, what's it to you? In fact, she wasn't originally one of those people. A bit of a snob and a looker, though, but, not so much that it shows. After all, it's as a waitress. But, it was really uncomfortable to be stabbed with a soft nail today by the young apprentice he had brought along. On the contrary, Lu Feng really just ran over again. She got uncomfortable inside. Just think, whether you can really afford it or not. Let's offend you first. If you can really afford it, then I'll stir up this business for you. Anyway, if you can't get the commission yourself, you don't get it either. Well, if you can't afford it, then naturally it's best. He was scolded, punched in the face, and incidentally, he could teach this little disciple a lesson. Let her know what it means to be a ginger. So yeah, it's a bit of a no-brainer to talk. What a thing to spew out. Of course, this was mainly because Lu Feng was smiling all the time and seemed to have a good temper. So much so, that it gave her the appearance that Lu Feng was weak. What's the number of your store manager? Lu Feng ignored the Sister Fei and instead turned his head to ask Lu Feng. Or, tell me the phone number of the general manager of your area as well. Fei froze slightly. Then, reacting violently, the other party is trying to complain about himself. Immediately, the face grimaced. The word is out. Moreover, there was surveillance in the store, so trying to weasel out of it was definitely impossible. So, she simply did neither. With a cold snort, he said, want to complain about me? Just go ahead and just go. A poor bastard. Do you think our store manager will care about you? What's the noise? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the cash register. Then a middle-aged woman in workplace attire walked out. Seeing this middle-aged woman, Fei's aura weakened for no reason. Shopkeeper. Lu Feng immediately shouted out. This was tantamount to a sign to Lu Hao. You're the store manager? Lu Feng asked. Yes, I'm the store manager here. The middle-aged woman nodded and asked with a smile. I wonder what sir would like to buy. As she said this, 2 more staff members came out behind her. To the store manager, he asked. Store manager, this angel collection from headquarters, where do I put it? Saya, help open the center counter. The store manager greeted toward a waiter not far away. Move that permanent collection to the side and set the angel collection up. The angel series is finally back. That little knight shouted excitedly. We finally have a decent town treasure. With that, he walked towards the center counter. No need to pose. Lu Feng immediately spoke out. The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Feng and asked suspiciously. What does Mr. mean? Lu Feng pointed at that Sister Fei. Said. You can go look at the surveillance now if you don't know what she just said. As long as you demand her punishment to my satisfaction. Then I can buy that angel collection on the spot. Conversely, if it doesn't satisfy me, I turn around and walk away. And reserve the right to complain to your headquarters. Lu Feng was originally unwilling to go through anything with this Sister Fei. Dog-eyed people are everywhere. How could he have so much free time to bother with these people? Furthermore, he definitely wanted to buy a set of jewelry for Su Muyun. Although the wedding banquet was not held, but the certificate has been received. How can there be no jewelry? So, just go back and buy that permanent collection yourself. Is surely something that could make a load like her stuff an egg in her mouth. But what he didn't expect was that he had just walked in the door and the bastard started spewing shit all over his mouth. No matter how good-tempered Lu Feng is, no matter how unwilling he is to bother with her, he can't endure it. Sir, do you have any idea what the price point of our angel collection is? The middle-aged woman held out 3 fingers. Then, with a confident smile, she said, Sir, little Fei may have used the wrong words just now, and was more than a little disrespectful to you, so I'm here to accompany you on her behalf. If, on the other hand, you are still not satisfied, is this okay with you? I'll have Fei make amends to you in person, and have her give you a certain amount of moral damages as compensation. In this matter, you'll be an adult and not bother with her, okay? What had just happened? She had actually seen it on the backstage monitor screen. She had to admit that Fei's words just now were indeed outrageous. Although, she also didn't think that Lu Feng could afford to buy the set series. But, the words definitely couldn't be said that way. However, Fei is an old man after all. It had also helped her with her performance, so she still wanted to protect this Fei. Moreover, she felt that this man, in all probability, was also trying to take the opportunity to extort a fortune. Otherwise, they wouldn't have just said that they would complain to the headquarters. In order to avoid this trouble, she was just going to let Fei break the bank. It would be a lesson for her. Therefore, she glared at that Fei. Fei, why don't you apologize to this gentleman? Fei had also reacted by now. Those words just now did go a little too far, but the thought of apologizing and paying for it. Moreover, it was still a disgrace in front of so many years of people, and this heart of hers was incomparable. However, the situation is stronger than the people. This job is really a high-paying job for her. Without this job, it's going to be too hard to find another one like it. So, she bit the bullet and was just going to apologize. I'm missing that apology? Lu Feng looked at that store manager and frowned. I'm short of that kind of money? Is 3 million a lot? After saying that, Lu Feng sank his face, turned around and walked to the counter, handed over a card, said, swipe the balance. The cashier took the card and swiped it. Lu Feng said, tell your store manager what is the balance on this card. Said this with a dark thought in mind. Unfortunately, this is a regular card, not some limited edition special card from a major bank. There's no compulsion at all. If I had known, I would have come over with a sack of money and smashed it right in their faces. How cool is that? Purely just a thought. Of course, how could I have known beforehand that I could buy a piece of jewelry and run into this kind of shit? How much? That Fei's temper is coming on too. In my heart, I am going to apologize. And you won't let me apologize? You poor bastard. I'll see how you can fake it. So, with deliberate disgust, he said, $600 or $6,000? Wouldn't it be great to have 60,000? The cashier carefully and slowly said, 600. As soon as she heard the first 2 words, Fei got excited. Like chicken blood, he exclaimed, ha, I told you it was 600. What? 6 million, the cashier, fearing that Fei was brain dead, emphasized, it's 6 million, are you sure? You come to see for yourself? The cashier was speechless. I can't count zeros yet. Fei didn't believe me and rushed over to take a look. 6,000,000,000. Wow, that's a lot of zeros. Count carefully. Damn, that's $6 million. In an instant, her face turned a pale color, and her entire body was dumbfounded. At a glance, that store manager's face was also grave. Immediately, he turned to give a bow to Lu Feng before. Only then, he smiled, incredibly polite. He said, "Sir, I'm sorry, I was the one who took offense just now. I'll make amends to you first. As for Fei Yu," after a beat, he added, "according to the rules, her salary and bonus will be deducted this month. At the same time, it will be fired, and I will report it to Cartier headquarters so that it can never be hired by Cartier. Do you find this treatment program satisfactory?" Lu Feng simply ignored her, walked right up to the Angel Collection set, picked it up, and opened it. After all, it's $3 million worth of stuff. Both the style and workmanship, as well as the diamonds on it, are better than the $1 million permanent series. And it's not a 3-piece set, it's a 5-piece set. Lu Feng raised the item in his hand and asked, "How much exactly?" The store manager immediately replied, 3,688,008. Old school. Lu Feng walked to Lu Feng's side. "Go pack for me." And to that store manager, "Here's her list." The store manager immediately smiled and blossomed. "Don't worry, sir. No one can steal Xiao Feng's order." How does a store manager go about robbing a waitress of her commission? Anyway, as long as Lu Feng is willing to buy it. Old school. Wrapped. After swiping her card, Lu Feng had already packed her bag as well. Lu Feng took the card and bag. "Thank you." When he finished, he turned to the store manager and said, "The paycheck can be settled to her." With that, he turned away, leading the two children. "Daddy is so handsome. Unfortunately, Mom isn't here. She'd be especially happy if she saw Dad. Why don't we have Daddy take Mommy to another store and play again? What's this nonsense about two little assholes? Wow. Feng, your classmates are so bossy, aren't they?" "That's right. It's nearly $4 million right out of the gate, without even batting an eyelid." Yada yada yada. They all looked away. Not well dressed, but actually a tycoon. If I had known, I should have posted it earlier. I really envy that goddess Sue. It's a pity. We can only envy it. That goddess Sue is not comparable to us, whether it's her face value or her character. That's right, that goddess Sue doesn't even know how rich her man is, so she's thinking of helping his man save money. There's no one else like a goddess who helps the landlord save money. At once, a group of waiters came around Lu Feng. "He's not your average dirtbag." That's when that store manager spoke up. "What's the word, store manager?" When the crowd saw the store manager open his mouth, they immediately asked with curiosity. "Just now, the card he used to buy something was a very ordinary card," the store manager said, "but it's a very ordinary card with a $6 million balance deposit. So, what about the other cards? I guess, have come into contact with a lot of high-end people. Many of them have special limited cards from major banks in their hands. Those cards, they're all credit cards. The overdraft is at least $10 million. But I've never seen their type swipe a regular card. For one thing, it's the fact that very few of them, of all people, keep large fixed sums of money in their hands. Secondly, it's also about status. That old classmate of Lu Feng's just now is clearly a low-profile invisible tycoon. He didn't even want to take out the qualifying card. But even so, any regular card has a balance of $6 million. So yeah, I'm afraid that this person's wealth is at least at the level of hundreds of millions." Hiss. As soon as the store manager said that, all of a sudden, a group of shopkeepers sucked in a breath of cold air. Both were stunned. Especially Yu Fei. At the moment, she felt like a clown that not many people cared about. The one who dances the most is himself. The one who gets hurt the most, the one who is the most blind, is still himself. By the way, Feng, how on earth are you sure that he will come and buy it? At this time, someone suddenly looked at Lu Feng with curiosity and asked. "That's right, as I recall, you sounded so sure of yourself at the time. Come on, did she show you the balance on the card ahead of time?" Seeing the crowd so pursued, Lu Feng smiled. "Just say, I actually had a crush on this old classmate of mine for 4 years, so there's still some knowledge of him. He, on the other hand, was a one-trick pony in college. He'll never agree to anything straight away without being sure. Even if I had agreed to do it, I would certainly have said the ugly word first. But, as long as it's promised, he'll do his absolute best to do it right. And, he, I guess, doesn't think much of money. The one I remember most is a certain time when we were all hanging out together. On the way, came across a pregnant woman collapsed on the side of the road. Without saying a word, he greeted his classmates and took the pregnant woman to a nearby hospital. On the way, I heard the pregnant woman say that her husband's family was in trouble. Her father-in-law got very sick and spent a lot of money. So even the money to get her into labor and delivery had to be borrowed from everywhere. And, it's not even a loan. That's why that pregnant woman collapsed outside alone and unattended. This old school friend of mine contacted her husband right away and called him back. Then, voluntarily took all the money, and borrowed money from a classmate to help pay off that pregnant woman. The total was about $3,000 out. $3,000 was almost 3 months of our living expenses at the time. But this old classmate of mine didn't even blink. Then, even more so, he didn't even leave contact information and just took off with his people. Later, Lu Feng also paid back all those money he borrowed from his classmates. After a beat, he added, "You may say that he, an invisible tycoon, would care about such a small amount of money? Ha, let me tell you guys, 3 months after he paid back the money, I often saw him eating instant noodles and steamed buns, and sometimes, tap water. At the time, I guess, some people said he was stupid and asking for it, but he doesn't even care. You guys, do you think a guy like him would lie to me about something like that? Wow, good looking, rich, and so kind and low-key, just the perfect guy. If I didn't know that even our Xiao Feng didn't have a chance, I would have gone after her and tried. I want to be a moth for once, but unfortunately, they are already famous." After Lu Feng had briefly introduced Lu Feng's character, a bunch of fairly pretty waitresses all turned into nymphomaniacs. On the contrary, although Lu Feng had a happy smile floating on her face, in her eyes, there was also a touch of regretful bitterness. Right, almost forgot something important. At that moment, the store manager suddenly slapped his forehead and quickly came to the counter. Branching off the cashier, he stepped up to the computer himself. While operating, he said to Yu Fei, who was still dumbfounded at the moment, "Yu Fei, for the sake of being a colleague, I won't make things difficult for you. Now you go pack your things and come over later and I'll settle your paycheck for the month. But you can forget about bonuses and commissions. The meaning of that honored guest should be clear to you?" Hearing this, Yu Fei's eyes suddenly turned red. For once, it's not anger. Rather, it's moving. Originally, the store manager's proposed punishment was no paycheck for doing this for more than 20 days this month. It's the same as just doing it for nothing. But, the nobleman, whom he despised and made a mockery of, still left himself a small salary. It made her heart so grateful. Returning kindness for kindness. That's not for everyone. Ha, I'm clear. Yu Fei nodded. Then, silently, she got up and was about to leave. Fei Yu. Suddenly, the store manager raised his head, looked at Yu Fei, and said, "You've worked for me for so long. I'm well aware of your character. Although, you are narrow-minded and selfish. But, for the most part, it was pretty restrained. And, the position is well placed and things are done with a good head on their shoulders. I've seen it all this time. You're digging yourself a hole and, well, burying yourself in it. Remember, from now on, be honest and down to earth. Otherwise, the next time you run into something like this, you may not be able to run into an atmospheric dignitary like Mr. Lu Feng." Having been in this business for so long, Yu Fei had also heard of many examples of people who had been made to live beyond their means by large clients because they had offended them. People like yourself, who don't have any shit going on and end up getting paid, I'm afraid, are the only ones who do? And that's why Yu Fei thought deeply of the store manager. She nodded and said, "Thanks for the reminder, store manager. I'll keep that in mind." The store manager ignored her and instead looked at Lu Feng. "Xiao Feng, come over here for a moment and send this our Cartier's highest level VIP card, as well as these invoices, to that Mr. Lu Feng." Lu Feng nodded and headed towards the counter. "Xiao Feng." As she crossed paths with Yu Fei suddenly said, "I'm sorry." Lu Feng smiled. "It's okay." Yu Fei sighed. "They're all good people. If you were yourself, you'd probably drop a few sarcastic comments if you came across such a situation, right?" Thinking of this, Yu Fei gritted her teeth and said, "In the future, I will follow your example as a human being." 5 floors below Red Star Plaza is the mall. The 5th through 12th floors are office rooms for rent. Further up, there are the buildings. The Star Guild's chapter office room was on the 12th floor. The president's room on the 12th floor. President Hyun Ja-sung is on the phone. "She's down at the mall." Xian Zitsong said to the other end of the phone. "Come up right away." On the other end of the phone, Li Yunji laughed playfully. "Chairman, this is an opportunity that you need to seize. And again, after this village, there will be no more." Xian Zitsong smiled and hung up the phone directly. It's true that it's the most poisonous woman of all. The prettier and more bottomless a woman is, the less she can be messed with. However, once he thought of what was likely to happen later, the smile at the corner of Xian Zitsong's mouth grew stronger. This kind of woman, as a partner, that's still pretty good. The other side. After Li Yunji received Xian Zitsong's message, immediately contacted Starlet. "Are things ready?" Ready. Then you go to Red Star Mall right away." Li Yunji commanded. Now, their people are over there. When you get over there, stop them. Let's give them a little eye candy first, and then we'll take care of them when I get here. Today, make sure that poor bastard and that bitch know what happens when they mess with us. Bang bang. Shen Zitsong's side just hung up the phone. There was a knock on the door right outside. Chairman, MS. Sue is here. Let her in. Yes. LOL. The door to the president's room opened. Shen Zitsong's eyes lit up. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder how this Su Pingon was so beautiful. Whether it's body, temperament, or looks, it's all first class. And it's still the kind of beauty that is enjoyed by young and old alike. Especially, today Su Muyun was wearing that white one-piece long-sleeved short dress. It outlined her body in a very beautiful way. It's really just the kind of beauty that, just by seeing it, gives you a very strong visual impact and makes you lose your mind. President, after Su Muyun entered the room, her face slightly condensed as she asked, "My husband and child are still waiting downstairs. I don't want to keep them waiting too long. So, anything else? Please keep it simple and direct." Only then did Shen Zitsong come back to his senses when he heard Su Muyun speak. Smiling slightly, he pointed to the chair across the desk. "What's the rush? Sit down first." Su Muyun shook her head. "President, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Shen Zitsong frowned. A coldness flashed in his eyes. Said, "Su Pingon, do you realize how dangerous your current situation is? And again, I'm telling you, if you turn around and leave now, you're totally screwed." Su Muyun's footsteps lurched as he glanced back at Shen Zitsong. What does chairman mean by that? The corners of Shen Zitsong's mouth rose slightly. Ha, bitch, just pride. You don't know pain until you've had your mouth torn off. Let's see how I'll play you later. Your reputation on the Tiger's Head platform now stinks. Shen Zitsong said. Not only that, but, vaguely, there is also the intention to go out of the circle. If this thing keeps going on like this, within 3 days, it's probably going to be on the hot search. After 5 days, you're completely on fire. When the time comes, you'll have to face more than just verbal abuse from these fans on the Tiger Head platform. And, most likely, face a raging storm of cyber violence. You should know better than me how horrible cyber violence is, right? Shen Zitsong observed Su Muyun's face. It was found that Su Muyun's face was very ugly. Shen Zitsong knew that his words had worked. The smile was also more amused. And, I've also heard that someone is about to implement a plan against you. This plan, it might lead to an early storm about you. By then, both your persona and the underplaying of the poor bastard blocker you pulled in will all be exposed. And you, as well as your family, friends, and even, including your children, are at risk of cyber violence. Your reputation will be completely stinking and rotten. If, indeed, it comes to that, our guild, too, will proceed with the termination of your contract. At the same time, financial compensation will be sought from you, because you have cost our guild its reputation. Su Muyun knew very well that what Shen Zitsong said was the truth. If, indeed, the inverted guild suffered a loss because of its own reputation, that's bound to be compensated. And, the amount is not small. But that wasn't what made her feel the most scared. What really makes it feel scary is the cyber violence. If, indeed, you get into the hot seat because of this kind of thing, then regardless of the reputation, first of all, there might be trouble at your parents' place. Right now, the last thing she wanted was to get her parents in trouble. Even if there was no problem with the child and Lu Feng there, she definitely didn't want this to happen. Is that the Phoenix Fairy? Su Muyun asked with a grave expression. Does it matter to you who is trying to target you? Shen Zitsong had a playful smile in his eyes. As of now, the most important thing is how to solve the problem. And right now, the only ones who can help you and are willing to help you are us, the Bright Moon Labor Union. But then, if you want me to help you, then you have to promise me one condition. After saying that, Shen Zitsong looked Su Muyun up and down with a look of prey. Not bad for a goddess. It's damn good looking. The body, too, is a real fucking blast. On what terms? This was Su Muyun's first reaction. However, when she felt the other party's unbridled eyes scanning over her body, she finally responded. At that moment, Shen Zitsong's ugly face was completely exposed. Oh, of course you're going to have a good time with me. Shen Zitsong laughed while walking towards the door. At the same time, the mouth said, as long as I'm satisfied, then, everything else, it's all good. Brush. Su Muyun took the first step, rushed to the door and opened the door to the room. She bit her lips tightly, her vigilant gaze, furious, staring at Shen Zitsong. You dream. After saying that, Su Muyun turned around and left. She was brought up to be a lady of the house. She couldn't say too many profanities, even if, in her heart, she was angry, and she will only argue her case. Doesn't spit fragrance. Su Muyun. Xian Zitsong's face stared as he snapped. If you leave now, I guarantee that you will regret it. Su Muyun's body slightly lurched. Some hesitation. You're a smart man. You should know that right now. You have no choice. Xian Zitsong heatedly smiled and said, if you don't listen, then enough. Su Muyun turned her head back and gritted her teeth. Deadly staring at Xian Zitsong, he angrily said, Xian Zitsong, listen, Su Muyun, even if I die, I will definitely not be threatened by anyone. With that, Su Muyun turned around and left. At this moment, all the people in the office looked over because of Su Muyun's words. What are you looking at? Xian Zitsong shouted angrily. What are you doing? The group of people spat out their tongues and immediately and honestly turned their heads and began to work. They were all small employees. Even if they knew that Xian Zitsong wasn't doing anything good, don't dare to go against Xian Zitsong, the boss of the Bright Moon Labor Union. Bang! Xian Zitsong returned to his room and closed the door. Bitch! At this moment, the fire in Xian Zitsong's heart was very great. Don't you dare reject me, and you dare to make me lose face in front of so many people. I'm going to make you regret this. Bang! Slamming his fist on the desk, he said grimly, we'll see. After exiting the Cartier boutique, Lu Feng took the two children and found a place to sit down. While waiting for Su Muyun, his gaze once again fell on the Angel series in his hand. At over $3 million, the Angel series was actually a bit pricey for him. However, if he bought it for Su Muyun, he didn't think it was expensive at all. Instead, it still feels cheap. One's woman, of course, should be the best to deserve it. He glanced at his attribute panel. The good guy score has gone from 170,000 before to 120,000. He originally only had $1 million on his card, and then it was only after exchanging his 50,000 rating value for 5 million in cash that he bought this Angel series. Ding! Congratulations to the host, highly recognized by his crush, special friend. You're still the man of my heart. Gained rating value, 60,000. Ding! Highly recognized by passers-by. You're good people. Gain a rating value of 5,000. Ding! Highly recognized by passers-by. You are a kind and understated earthling. Gain a rating value of 5,000. Ding! Gain recognition from passers-by. You are the man of your dreams. Gain a rating value of 2,000. Ding! Just for a moment, Lu Feng then realized that the original rating value of only 120,000 had directly turned into 196,000. He could understand Lu Feng's high recognition. After all, it was a crush on him. It was just that I didn't expect that this one operation would actually allow her to give herself a rating value of 60,000. This was even more than Su Muyun's recognition today. It was something he hadn't expected. On top of that, there were actually two heights amongst the other passers-by's recognitions, giving him a direct 10,000 rating value. Again, this is something he didn't expect. This windfall, however, pleased him to a fault. And not just because it's a 76k rating value, more so, because he knew a way to earn a quick rating value. I was thinking it would be a bit of a loss after spending $50,000, but now it looks like it's a big profit. Lu Feng muttered, only 4,000 short of taking the god of music. Suddenly, Daddy, look, Mommy's coming down. Daddy, what's wrong with Mommy? She seems to be crying. Suddenly hearing the words of the two children, Lu Feng's face changed violently. When he looked up, he saw Su Muyun coming down from the elevator just in time. Her eyes were red and her face looked rather haggard. It's a little heartbreaking to watch. At that moment, Lu Feng's eyes also narrowed slightly. A touch of icy coldness surfaced. Go! The next moment, Lu Feng took the two children to meet Su Muyun, who got off the elevator. The reason why Su Muyun had fled as if she had left after putting down harsh words to Xian Zitsong. It was because she was worried that if she didn't leave, there was a real possibility that she wouldn't be able to resist agreeing to Xian Zitsong's request. She knew exactly where she was now. Also, as Xian Zitsong said, as long as the matter of Lu Feng and the child came to light, it would be a disaster for her, as well as her small, newly established family. Lu Feng will be manhandled. The kids will be manhandled. It's also netstormed. On top of that, the parents' side of the family would probably be under extreme stress because of her as well. Though, she had left that home, and perhaps, it would be hard to go back. But, after all, those were her parents, the parents of the body. How could she let her parents grow old and be implicated by her? And, I'm afraid, once it's exposed, what awaits them will not be such a small netstorm. In all likelihood, it will also bring unimaginable destruction to them. and their families. And that's why, at that time, she was extremely struggling, extremely scared and fearful inside. However, it wasn't the rules of coming from a large family, they had been ingrained in her mind for a long time. It had always made her hold on to the last line of her heart. If it wasn't for Lu Feng's flip of a promise that injected a shot of strength into her heart, it was simply impossible for her to refuse so decisively. That's why, after the rejection, the pressure she endured inside was something that ordinary people could not even imagine. All the way out, there was always a voice roaring inside her. What did I do wrong? Why are they targeting me like this? I'm just trying to make some money and raise my kids. I didn't mess with them either. Why? She was aggravated. It's painful. It's scary. It's tempting to find a place where no one is around and cry loudly and bitterly. However, Lu Feng and his 2 children were still waiting for him. Can't keep them waiting. Especially Lu Feng. If you really want to let Lu Feng wait for a long time, Lu Feng will definitely rush up. If Lu Feng knew about Xian Zitsong threatening himself, hell knows, he'll do something stupid again. In his mind, Yang Cheng's face, which was beaten like a pig's head, was still fresh in his mind. She didn't want Lu Feng to offend more people for herself, especially Xian Zitsong. This person is absolutely capable of putting them on the hot seat and losing their reputation. Therefore, she could only force herself to come down to find Lu Feng and the others. Mu Lun. Mom! Just after coming down from the elevator, Su Muyun saw Lu Feng running over with his 2 children. She knelt down and took both children in her arms, clutching the heads of both children tightly. Whenever it's late at night, whenever I've been wronged and feel that there's no point in living, hugging the kids would make her feel like there was hope in her life again. Mommy, is someone bullying you? Mommy, who bullied you? Tell daddy so he can beat them up. The 2 children were good and understanding as they patted Su Muyun's back and comforted him. Nonsense? Su Muyun let go of the 2 children and forced a smile. Where is anyone bullying mommy? While saying this, his eyes did not dare to look at Lu Feng. It seemed, afraid that Lu Feng would see something. Lu Feng didn't ask much. Straight up, honey, you take the kids and get something to eat. I'm going to use the restroom. With that, he headed for the elevator. Where are you going? Go to the bathroom. Su Muyun immediately rushed over and pulled Lu Feng with him. Lu Feng laughed and said, why? I'm going to the restroom and you won't let me go. Su Muyun lightly bit her lips and said, there is a bathroom on the 1st floor. Lu Feng said, the one on the 1st floor is not clean. I don't dare to go in. You lied. No kidding. If you don't believe me, go check it out. Lu Feng. Su Muyun was anxious. Really, no one bullied me. You don't go up, okay? I told you, I'm just going to the bathroom. Lu Feng said in a serious manner. If you don't believe me, you can come with me. Of course Su Muyun didn't believe Lu Feng's words, but it wouldn't really just follow Lu Feng to the men's restroom. Lu Feng, count on me to beg you, okay? Su Muyun had no choice, only to plead. I really don't want you to get in trouble again for my sake. They're scary and you can't afford to mess with them. Lu Feng reached out and stroked Su Muyun's hair. Smiling, he said, what are men for, do you think, wife? Su Muyun wasn't too used to Lu Feng's too intimate gesture, but there was no denial, just blushing and shy. Nor did he know how to answer Lu Feng's question. Listen, Lu Feng blushed for a moment, incomparably serious, incomparably earnest. A man is the backbone of a family. A man, if he can't even protect his home, can't even protect his own wife and kids, then you don't deserve to be called a man. Perhaps, in your heart, you have not yet fully recognized me, but, since I'm already licensed with you, the backbone of this family is me. I am your husband and the father of your children. I'm not going after him because of you. I am because of myself. Because, a man's dignity. After saying that, Lu Feng smiled, incredibly calm and relaxed. He said, well, be a good boy and wait here. I'll be right down. I assure you, there will be absolutely no problems. Su Muyun was incomparably moved inside. However, the hand still had a death grip on Lu Feng and did not let go. Lu Feng let out a bitter smile. There's more to say. Suddenly, yo, everyone, look who's this? The popular anchor of our Tiger Head platform. A voice with a very obvious sense of mockery came out. Lu Feng and Su Muyun simultaneously looked towards the source of the sound. He saw a woman with heavy makeup and quite a sultry outfit walk over. In her hand, she also held a cell phone. While walking towards Lu Feng and Su Muyun, he was still saying, ha ha ha, yes, it's bitch Su. That's a good call. Saying that, he also deliberately glanced at Su Muyun. Yin and Yang said, great goddess Su. Bitch Su is not what I said. It's what the fans said. You can't blame me. At this moment, Su Muyun's face was ugly. Because, she suddenly remembered what Shen Zitson had said before, that someone was trying to target her. It'll put her on the hot seat. It'll make her lose her reputation. It was obvious that the scene in front of him was directed at himself. Thinking of this, she pulled Lu Feng's hand and whispered, "Let's go." Lu Feng, however, had no intention of leaving, just incredibly calmly looking at this woman walking up. This one had a meeting in the underground garage of Su Muyun's neighborhood. The kids called her a bad auntie's woman. That's the poor bastard you got as a shield, isn't it? Star held her cell phone in one hand. He gave Lu Feng a rather disdainful look. Then, the cell phone was raised and aimed at Lu Feng. Laughing, he said, "Come on, everyone, take a look. Take a closer look. What does this poor bastard who can only afford to drive a two-wheeler look like? Handsome? Pretty cool. Ha? So yeah, your bitch, Sue, is also a face dog. Even if you're looking for a blocker, you need a good-looking one, even if he's poor. Ha." Speaking here, Xinger's gaze suddenly rested on the bag in Lu Feng's hand. "I didn't realize it until you guys told me." Star laughed out loud. "Ah, Cartier. What a great brand, but how can a poor bastard like you afford it? As I recall, you took bitch Sue to Cartier before." As a result, after being given a good blank stare, he ran out in disgrace. "What? Just that little bit of time just now when the show wasn't on and you weren't allowed to be on camera, and you've already gotten your hands on a set of aces? Come on, let's all see what kind of goods you have inside this box." With that, Xinger reached for the box in Lu Feng's hand. Since Li Yinji had told her about Lu Feng's underplay, knowing that Lu Feng's family lives in the countryside, there is only a two-story house. The family wasn't very well off, plus the business venture failed and broke the bank. Well, on top of that, she saw the other guy driving a two-wheeled locomotive this morning. A motorcycle, no matter how expensive and beautiful it is, how much is it worth? Therefore, she didn't take Lu Feng seriously at all. Without even wanting to go through Lu Feng's consent, he intended to directly snatch it and open that box, and then humiliate them all over again. Well, as long as this thing is done, even if it's meritorious, Li Yunji could be said to hate these two to the bone. Enough. However, right at this moment, Su Muyun was fiercely snatching a step forward, directly blocking in front of Lu Feng, pushing Star's outstretched hand away. Angrily, he shouted, "Zhu Xinger, are you still finished? It's just a matter of Justinger saying she is too." She couldn't stand it when she actually cursed Lu Feng with a mouthful of poor cunts. What was even more unbearable was that this Zhu Xinger actually had to go and grab the jewelry box in Lu Feng's hands. She actually knew in her heart that if Lu Feng really bought it, it was very likely that it was real. But that's only a strong possibility. It's also possible that there's nothing in there at all. Or, indeed, that it's a-okay. After all, Lu Feng's family fortune is only $1 million. Instead, that jewelry set costs $999. 900. She wasn't sure, even more afraid to gamble. Because, once you open it, if there's nothing in it, or, if it's simply a-okay, then it's really not going to wash. The reputation of the two of them will be completely stigmatized. Yikes. Fuming. Starlet exclaimed with a bitchy look on her face. Your bitch Sue is fuming. This is the mall. The foot traffic is great. As early as the first moment Xinger appeared, there were many people who turned their eyes this way. At this point, many even stopped and began to watch the show. Come on, everyone. Starchild greeted the crowd around her only to see what was going on, laughing out loud. Our bitch Sue is fuming. Maybe people don't recognize who bitch Sue is. I'll give you all a good science lesson. This bitch Sue is a popular female anchor on the Tiger Head platform. She gained a huge following based on her good looks and the fact that she can sing a little. Someone, moreover, has thrown away money for her. As a result, she's so good that she's dangling those fans while making those fans go crazy with their bounties. All the while having children with some wild man I don't know. No, when it came out, she immediately found a receiver. With that, he pointed at Lu Feng. It's this handsome guy with an equally high face value. However, this handsome guy is handsome, but unfortunately, he is a poor bastard who can only rent a room in Xiangqing and can only afford to drive a two-wheeled locomotive. Moreover, this poor handsome man has a very bad character. In order to pretend to be 13, he actually took bitch Sue to Cartier when she was on the air and threatened to buy her jewelry. What's the result? Went in, got scared by the price and rushed off in a hurry. No, to save a little face. I don't know where I got a set of goods from. Tell me, big guy, is this pair of dogs, is their character bad? As soon as these words came out, immediately, the surrounding crowd was immediately up in arms. It's really a big world. There's nothing strange about it. Dogs and men. It's really not a wrong description at all. The women are no good, and the men are no good either. These live streaming people are all in the same demeanor. In front of people they are just human, but behind their backs they are male thieves. I don't think that woman who was there screaming and biting is any better. Her character is worse than that handsome couple. Then there's no need to say, they're all the same goods. It's just dog eat dog. We'll just take it as a show. The people who were up in arms. It was a hilarious sight to behold. However, it was not one-sidedly aimed at Lu Feng and Su Muyun. Rather, Zhu Xing'er herself was dragged down with her. Zhu Xing'er heard that everyone had actually scolded herself into it. The mood instantly became extremely bad. However, she had a thick skin to the point that she still had a smile on her face. However, the malicious gaze was fixed on Su Muyun, who was currently pale and trembling with mixed anger. Provocatively, "Wow, bitch Su, that's a scary look for you. What? Are you dying to eat me? But am I wrong?" She made an innocent face. "I just stated a fact. Why are you looking at me like that? And again, I'm so scared when you look at me like that." Su Muyun couldn't take it anymore. She gritted her teeth and seemed to want to rush over and fight Star. However, Lu Feng reached out and pressed his hand on her shoulder, whispering, "Honey, you go watch the two kids." Su Muyun turned back to Lu Feng. Lu Feng gave Su Muyun a confident smile. Seeing that smile, inexplicably, Su Muyun felt at ease, and then look at the two kids standing there, looking confused and unsure of what to do. She gritted her teeth. That is, she silently walked to the child's side, wrapped both children in his arms. "Mommy, Daddy's great. We don't have to worry about Daddy." "Yeah, Mom, you're just responsible for taking care of us, and people like this who dare to bully us, leave it to Dad," the two children said with serious faces. Of course, Su Muyun would not know how much of an impact Yang Cheng's beating this morning, as well as Lu Hao's performance within Cartier's store not long ago, had caused in the hearts of the two children. She just assumed that the two kids simply thought their dad was awesome, so she said nothing, asked nothing, just red-eyed, arms wrapped hard around the heads of both children, leaning into her arms. Ding! Trigger emotional special quest, Persona Rising. Ask the host to punch you in the face on the spot and put you and your lady's persona back on track. The system will be rated based on the completion of the task. The evaluation ratings are categorized into 4 levels, ABS as well as SSS. The higher the level of completion, the richer the rewards you acquire will be. Note, the reward limit for junior good men is 1 billion. Ding! Random redemption updates. Li Yunji's profile, rating value 5000. Zhu Xing'er's profile, rating value 1000. Xian Zizan's profile, rating value 3000. Lu Feng was secretly happy in his heart. That's a nice system. I can't believe it triggered the mission. I should still be able to play with this pretending and face punching, but this pulling of a persona. Lu Feng looked around at the people who were watching the show, and then look at that random redemption that was just updated. What the hell is this update? How come it's all information? Moreover, who is this Xian Zizan? Why does Li Yunji's profile persist? Could it be that? Suddenly, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Yikes, that's a sweet name for a wife. Also at this moment, Zhu Xing'er's conspiratorial voice once again rang out. And these two children, that father is calling quite nicely. If I didn't know you guys were a bunch of moralistic bitches, I might have been touched by this picture of a mother and her son. Saying that, he looked at Lu Feng provocatively. Right, poor handsome guy? Lu Feng did not pay attention to Zhu Xing'er, nor did he bother to look at the teasing eyes of the surrounding crowd. He just calmly turned his head to look at Su Muyun. Say, honey, turn on your live feed. Su Muyun froze. Earlier, when he went to meet Xian Zizan, he had turned off the live stream. She was just worried that Lu Feng would be attacked by public opinion. But now, Lu Feng actually asked her to open it again. What does this mean? From whence you fall, rise again. Lu Feng smiled and said, don't they want to watch a play? Since that's the case, then I'll put on a big show with you, so that everyone can have a good time at once. The description of the task, there is a question of completion. Since completion is at stake, the wider the impact, the higher the completion must be. Moreover, since Su Muyun still wanted to broadcast live, she would definitely still have to face similar problems. Let's just settle this once and for all. Su Muyun's heart was in denial, because she was really worried that something would go wrong. But, for some reason, there is only one thought in the mind: trust Lu Feng and open the live broadcast. Then, silently, she fumbled for her cell phone, opened the live feed. A string of bitch Su floated by. On top of that, there are a few reddish reward subtitles. As long as you agree to my conditions, I'll be able to help you out with all your problems. List 1 Mu Keeper. I hope you won't let me down. List 2 Mu Got Feelings. From now on, goddesses are passers-by, and passers-by become sluts. List 3 I Crave for Susu. Su Muyun bit her lips lightly, not letting herself cry out. The heart is in pain and despair. But She still silently aimed her cell phone at Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled at her. That smile, it was like a spring breeze. It calmed Su Muyun's heart quite a bit. Did you hear that, everyone? Our poor handsome guy is going to put on a big show for us. Xu Xinger hemmed and hawed. I'm so looking forward to this. Saying that, Xu Xinger even winked towards Lu Feng. It looks mischievous. Lu Feng smiled faintly, raising the bag in his hand. You're saying I'm poor left and I'm poor right, and to say that I'm filling this bag with L-listers. Why don't we make a bet? To follow Lu Feng's temperament. If you can do it, try not to be. But so many people are watching, and there is a mission. Lu Feng is really not good to a woman directly staged all martial arts. So, it's time to go a little different way. What's the bet? Xu Xinger subconsciously asked. Lu Feng smiled and said, it's very simple. Saying that, he directly threw the bag very casually to Xu Xinger's feet. Point to the bag and say, try stepping on it a few times. If it's not true, I promise I don't want you to pay a dime. But, if it's true, then, you just pay the price. With that, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly and his smile intensified. Dare to bet on a try? Hearing this, Xu Xinger hesitated. Could it be fraudulent? If you're not careful and you do step on a real set, won't you lose your money? The question is, can I afford to pay for it? But if you don't step on it. At this moment, the surrounding crowd, their gazes all fell on her, and she'd said before that the other guy was poor. The buy is definitely A-okay. If this doesn't step on it, doesn't that mean she's weak-minded? That means what she said before is not credible? Stomp! Just then, a man's voice came from above the elevator. The crowd's eyes looked away. Then he saw a man approaching with a sneer on his face. President Xian. Xu Xinger's eyes lit up and she immediately laughed. Why did you come down? And again, why did it alarm you for such a trifle? I just heard that someone from our guild is live streaming down here, so I came down to take a look. Xian Zitsong nodded towards Xu Xinger. Xinger, you did well. Xu Xinger laughed. President, this is all what I should do. Right on. Xian Zitsong put his hands behind his back, smiled faintly, and said, we, Mingyue, are the #1 live broadcasting guild in the Huarong Kingdom. It's a proper and legitimate guild. So naturally, there can't be this kind of hypocritical person who does one thing to the face and another to the back. When he finished, he raised his hand and took out a set of A4 papers and signaled to the crowd around him. It's a statement. Xian Zitsong's gaze turned to Su Muyun. Given that you, Su Pingan, have a very despicable character, it has seriously affected the reputation of our company. The company will file a reputational claim against you effective immediately. That was written when the contract was signed. You do realize that, don't you? Su Muyun's body trembled slightly. This, naturally, she knew. It wasn't that she was afraid of compensation. Rather, once this reputation is made, it is likely that the Tiger's Head platform side will follow suit. That's a very bad influence if the Tiger Head platform follows through. Chairman Xian Zitsong? At this time, Lu Feng looked at the man and asked, what? Xian Zitsong looked up at Lu Feng and said rather disdainfully, you poor bastard. You still want to stand up for her? Do you know how much she's going to pay for it? He held out 5 fingers. $5 million. Listen carefully, it's $5 million. A poor bastard like you. I'm afraid you've never seen $5 million in your life, right? Su Muyun's signing bonus was just under $500,000. As a result, the compensation for loss of reputation actually amounted to $5 million. Obviously, it's a bully contract. However, no one cared at this point. All eyes were on Xian Zitsong, and no one disappointed in Genko Satoshi. He stared at Lu Feng. I've seen a lot of poor bastards like you, to have no skills and no money. What's inside your head is always how to please a woman, how to make her happy. Just because you have some face value, you can do anything. Meh. He sneered disdainfully. Don't I know what you think? Seeing Su Pingan being scolded, he thought of coming out to act like a pussy so that he could get her heart? I shucks. After saying that, pointing to the bags on the floor, Starlet, step on it, stomp harder for me. Didn't he say, as long as it's not the real thing, he's going to pay for it? I'm curious to see what this poor bastard can pack in here for real. I have to say, this President Xian is still quite domineering. Isn't that nonsense? He's at least the head of a council. Is this something a poor bastard can compare to? Step on it. Hurry up and step on it. I want to see what this poor bastard can do in the end. Yeah. Step on it. The surrounding crowds were only concerned about the world, yelling for Xu Xinger to hurry up and step on it. Well, I'm going to step on it today. Xu Xinger had originally been a bit underpowered, but Xian Zitsong, the chapter president of the Southern Star Province, had spoken. What reason did she have not to step on it? Brush. Xu Xinger slammed her foot on that bag. Ka chow. A large footprint instantly appeared on the bag. I'll step on it. I'll step on it. Xu Xinger stepped on it with excitement. While stepping on it, he yelled, "You poor bastard. How dare you pretend to play garlic in front of me? What's wrong with me stepping on your fake stuff? A poor bastard like you thinks you can scare me with a few words? Think I'm afraid to step on your fakes? See? I'll step on it." I didn't step on it tightly. I stomped on it completely. With that, she stopped and crouched down about to open the bag. Meanwhile, out of the corner of my mouth, I said, "I'm not just going to stomp on the bag. I'm going to take it out and stomp on it. LOL. Starlet." At this time, Xian Zitsong, who was coldly watching the scene from the side, spoke again and said, "Don't dirty your hands." After saying that, he looked at Lu Feng and said, "Now, it's time for you poor bastard to perform. Weren't you pretty good at pretending just now? Go ahead, open it up. Let's all take a good look at your A game and what it's really like." Lu Feng smiled calmly, and no talking. It didn't move either. Just stand there. What? At a glance, Xian Zitsong thought that Lu Feng had a weak heart. It's fear. Laughing more smugly and rampantly. "You poor bastard. Are you afraid to make a move? And again, are you afraid that if you open it, it won't end well?" Lu Feng still didn't say anything and still just stood there with a smile. Holy shit, it's really a poor bastard. The funniest thing is that at a time like this poor bastard is still pretending. What I can't stand is people like this who are poor and want to pretend. That's right, he doesn't have much ability, but he can still pretend. This kind of person deserves to be punished. Among the crowd of onlookers, most of them can see that that box is wrapped in a suit. The real Cartier sets start at least $100,000, and that's still the worst of it. The slightly more average ones start at a few $100,000 less. If it's really hundreds of thousands of dollars, how can it not react half-heartedly when being stepped on like that? So, seeing that Lu Feng didn't say anything, everyone started to make a mockery of it. "President, this poor bastard must be weak-minded." Xu Xinger was also excited. "I'm going to open it right now, so everyone can see what kind of A goods this poor bastard bought." Xian Zitsong smiled and nodded in agreement. "Poor bastard. Watch it." Xu Xinger immediately squatted down, so she took out the box inside the trampled bag, provocatively looking at Lu Feng. "When I open it, that's when you can't pretend anymore. It's also time for you to lose your reputation." With that, he moved his hands to open the honored guest. Suddenly, a figure squeezed through the crowd and walked over. She smiled and came in front of Lu Feng, ignoring the stares of the crowd around him, hands holding a card, a slip. Very respectfully, he handed it to Lu Feng. "I'm really sorry. You just left in such a hurry that we haven't given you the slip yet. Here's your slip. In addition, our store owner said, given that you purchased the Town Store Model Angel series in our store, your purchasing power has been recognized by the store. So, after a beat, he added, specially for you to apply for a Cartier Top VIP card from the head office. With this card, you can enjoy a percentage discount on your purchases at any Cartier store. Also, if, for example, you need a limited model, or, if you need to order one, we will arrange it for you in advance. Not only that, but with this card, you can go directly to Cartier headquarters to make an appointment with one of our master craftsmen." This statement was made. At that moment, all the people around them were dumbfounded. Xu Xinger, in particular, was directly stunned. What did I just do? I stomped on someone's $3 million. $3 million? You can't even sell me for $3 million, right? At this moment, she felt like the box she was holding in her hand was a bomb. She wanted so badly to just throw it away, but she was afraid of breaking things. Therefore, subconsciously, he turned his gaze to Xian Zitsong on the side. At this moment, Xian Zitsong's face was also ugly, although he was the branch president of the Bright Moon Labor Union. But his annual salary was only about $500,000 to $600,000. Even if you're raking in some extra chunks, it's only about $1 million. But when people like them can make $1 million, their spending starts at least $500,000. How much money will he have left? Holy shit, the Angel series seems to be a limited edition. What do you mean as if? It's clearly good, right? As far as I know, the worst Angel series, which are handcrafted by master craftsmen, start at least at $3 million. Oh, $3 million to start? If you want to say $300,000, I still believe it. $3 million? With that outfit of his, do you think he can get $3 million? This isn't supposed to be an actor, is it? At that moment, a burst of exclamations immediately came from the surrounding crowd. There was awe, but, more than anything else, there were questions. Xian Zitsong's eyes lit up, suppressed the nervousness in his heart. Laughing coldly, he said, "Oh, not bad. You actually know how to hire actors." With that, he looked at Lu Feng, who who had come to deliver the card. Disdainfully, "Little girl, how much did she give you? Quote the number, and I'll double it right away as long as you dismantle his hypocritical face right now." Right. It was as if Zhu Xinger had grabbed a lifesaver. Immediately following, he said, "Little sister, hurry up and expose this poor bastard's ugly face, so that everyone will know what a shameless person this poor bastard is." Shameless? Hypocritical? Lu Feng glanced at the two and frowned. "You're the shameless ones, right? This gentleman, who spent $3,680,000 on the town model suit at my Cartier, didn't even blink. Pay straight away and just take the goods and go. You guys actually have the nerve to call him poor? And call me an actor?" Saying that, Lu Feng raised the VIP card in her hand. "You guys to take a Cartier's VIP card. Come and act one out for me?" She grunted and pointed to the sign on her chest again. "Or, would you come with me to our store and ask? If not, I'll go pull up the video and show you guys. Okay? Anyway, you can taunt me all you want, but you can't say I'm a Cartier actor. Not to mention that we can't take this opportunity to call our Cartier VIPs poor. It's not just a shame for my store, it's a shame for us. Cartier, as a brand, we will have the right to file a suit of honor against you." Shen Zitsong and Zhu Xinger were instantly dumbfounded. "Well, our side just said you're an actor. You're just flipping out here. Another VIP card to the face. Again, it's all about getting the video to prove it, and file a lawsuit against us. Shouldn't it be so scary? And Cartier is awesome? Seems like Cartier is indeed pretty awesome. After all, what a top brand in the jewelry industry." At this moment, the two people's faces were as ugly as they could be. Don't dare talk nonsense anymore. Not only the two of them, but those surrounding masses who had previously issued words of mockery were likewise not daring to speak indiscriminately. Fear of being targeted by that Cartier lawsuit. "I'm a staff member at the store next door, and I can testify that Fong is indeed a Cartier staff member. I was just playing at the door, and I can also testify that handsome man has entered Cartier twice, and the one after that, he did take a packing box out from Cartier. Those two kids, they also praised his dad vigorously. So, I have a deep impression. I saw it too. The ones who didn't dare to open their mouths were the ones who had previously mocked Lu Feng for being poor. But, there are others, who know the inside story. Before that, they were unknown and did not dare to speak out. Now, with Lu Feng, a Cartier waitress, taking the lead, they dared to speak, and their words are like the hammer of an auction house, landing on the ground. The hammer is set. I'll be damned. After all this time, the bullshit president and this 8 woman are teasing us, mouthing off about people being poor for half a day. And, as a result, being stupid themselves. I'm also fucking drunk. I've seen stupid. I've never seen this stupid. Even the other side is not clear what family background. Ran over to yell, simply a stupid to the extreme clown. A goods? Fake? I'll stomp on it. I'll stomp on it. I'll reveal his hypocritical face. I'll make him lose his name. Ha ha, I've seen it today. Torn apart can be used in this way. 2 idiots, without even knowing the specifics of others, they ran over to humiliate others, and as a result, humiliated themselves to death. It really kills me with laughter. I've seen stupid. I've never seen this stupid. Cursing someone for being a poor bastard for half a day. And what's the result? This? The crowd of onlookers immediately turned their guns around when they saw the situation instantly reversed. It was aimed at Zhu Xinger and Xian Zitsong. High-energy cannons firing. The blast made the 2 men want to vomit blood. And the other side. Su Muyun was likewise a bit dumbfounded at this moment. She thought about Lu Feng buying himself a Cartier jewelry set. It had also occurred to me that Lu Feng would just spend that $1 million. But how did he not expect that Lu Feng bought a $3,680,000 set? What does that mean? It shows that what Lu Feng told her before, "I don't lack money," wasn't a lie to her. Lu Feng didn't just have that $1 million. He still has family money. As soon as he thought of this, Su Muyun's eyes, which were a bit dumbfounded, instantly regained clarity. The look she gave to Lu Feng suddenly had a touch more tenderness and touching. The angry and pale look on his face turned into a smile. Confident smile. Then, with a flick of his eyes, he looked to his cell phone. The phone is still live. At this moment, within the live broadcast, the pop-up screen that had been constantly brushing bitch Sue disappeared at this moment. Poor bastards? Come on. Come on. Where's the gang that's been clamoring just now? Come out and explain to me what it means to be poor? Only bought a $3,680,000 set only. Of course it's poor. Anyway, as long as the keyboard, not to mention less than 4 million, even if it is 400 million, but also on the keyboard on the line. I hide behind the screen. I tap on the keyboard. I manipulate other people's lives. Even if it's only 40 cents. I can rub a wife and keep tapping. and keep being a supreme master who walks in the spirit world. Ha ha, that description is simply divine. Brainless keyboard warriors. All of them. A bunch of face dogs, followers, and guys with dark and dirty hearts always have to target our goddess Sue with the utmost malice. I know the heart of this group of people best, seeing that their goddess has lost her halo, and their YY fantasies have been shattered by others. Naturally they want to do their best to humiliate and speculate on them with the most malicious intent. Yes, 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 yes. If you can't get it for yourself, you have to destroy it, and you have to destroy it along with other people's families. These doggy keyboard warriors are like maggots in a cesspool. Disgusting. Whoosh. Moo got emotionally sent a rocket. Brothers, come on, brush up with me. Goddess Sue is good. Moo got emotionally sent a rocket. Keep brushing. Goddesses are meant to be held, not dropped. Moo got emotionally sent a rocket. Brush again. Goddess Sue. We namely look at the face. Also listen to the song, only not the dog and maggot. List 2 mute emotionally rewarded 5 rockets in a row. Pulling everyone in and frantically starting to swipe pop-ups. Look at that pleasing pop-up. Su Muyun's smile became sweeter. Thank you all. She spoke softly into the screen. Then, opening a private chat message, he found the list 2 mute's feelings. Thanks. She sent only 2 words and didn't say any more. She was always very careful with her fans. Won't make any promises or say much. Always keep a respectful mindset. So, 2, never took the initiative to say hello to any of the fans. Even if it was just the word thank you. She never took it lightly to send it in a private chat. But today, this lister mute's display of affection really made her feel a hint of warmth. Let him know that among the fans, there are not all that dirty and nasty people. So, for the first time, she took the initiative to express her gratitude for Mute's feelings. Ha ha, rare. Moo got her feelings back quickly. I actually got an unsolicited contact from you. I'll have to go show off. Su Muyun smiled faintly and paid no more attention. Then, tapped out the chat message of the list 1 Moo keeper. On it, the words that were, for her, extremely humiliating still remained. Boss Moo keeper, thank you for your continued support and for your kindness at a critical time. Your kindness is an insult and a salutation to me. It made me realize that I can't be on this road and keep going down it unexplained. To make you misunderstand something, so I'm telling you right now, in all sincerity, that I have children. I have a husband, and I'm not going to betray them, much less this family. Not all the way. You'll never get what you want out of me for what you've given me. So, I hope that, in the future, we can each be at peace. Bless everyone who has ever supported me. After sending this message, Su Muyun smiled and directly blacked him out. There had never been a moment when she felt so relaxed, so at ease. She raised her cell phone and aimed it at the man who made her feel proud. Still have to prove its worth? Among the crowd, Lu Feng took a step forward and walked to Zhu Xinger, who was holding a cell phone in one hand and the box in the other. Asked, if you want proof. Lu Feng immediately spoke. I'll go retrieve the surveillance video now. Lu Feng smiled and glanced at Lu Feng with a kind nod. Then, turning his head to look at Zhu Xinger. No need. Prove what? Prove yourself stupid enough? Haven't you been humiliated enough? Have to grit your teeth and go get humiliated again? Unless she's out of her mind, where else would she have done such a thing? Well, since that's not necessary, let's talk about compensation now. Lu Feng smiled and said, what the previous bet said was that if it's a fake, I don't want you to pay for it. Now, you've admitted it's the real deal. Then, at one point, he laughed again and said, it's not much money, just less than 4 million. For you, what a poor bastard like me can afford. You should be able to afford it too. I'm not asking for much, just go buy me another copy of the same thing. Zhu Xinger was confused. Less than $4 million? I compensate people for food and drink for a whole year, and it's probably only about $1 million. I'll have to stay with them for 4 years, and I can't afford to spend any money on them. Yes. You should be able to afford something that poor cunts can afford. Hurry up and pay for it. Yeah, go get it. As long as you get it, you can prove that you're rich and that big handsome guy is poor. The crowd of onlookers was immediately up in arms. I'm sorry, this Angel series is, at the moment, the only one in my store. At this time, Lu Feng spoke again. If this beautiful woman wants to buy another set of the same Angel series, then, at least, she needs to wait for another month. With that, he pointed at Lu Feng and said, this also requires the use of the VIP card in this gentleman's hand. And, at least another $1 million must be added. Otherwise, even if the price is raised by 2 million, it is estimated that we will have to wait for more than half a year. Because, this Angel series was handcrafted by a master craftsman over at headquarters. Whether it's the selection of materials, the process, or the final product. It's all top-notch. It was built as a townhouse model for my store. Gollum. Shu Xinger subconsciously rolled her throat. Ha! It was less than 4 million, and it instantly became less than 6 million? 6 more months? Shu Xinger had an urge to cry. Li Yunji, you're hurting me. Xian Zitsong, you son of a bitch. You said you'd carry it off for me. Say something. The heart was cursing, but it didn't dare to curse out. Xian Zitsong knew a lot of her insider situation, and she was counting on Xian Zitsong to help her out. She naturally didn't dare to offend Xian Zitsong. Therefore, it can only look at Lu Feng and say as if begging for mercy. That, before was me having eyes and not recognizing him. Tai. It's my blindness. It's me who's stupid. Will you be so big as to forgive me this time? I promise. Before he could finish his words, he saw Lu Feng's hand swing. Then, he heard Lu Feng laugh. I'm a person who holds grudges and has a small heart. Don't mention the word forgiveness to me. I said just return it as is. Besides, I'm sure as hell not going to give you a VIP card to use. But, for 6 months, I can afford to wait, and I'm willing to wait, but I'm getting paid for my time. As for me, I'm up and down tens of thousands of dollars a minute. Wait a half year's time, and don't ask you to pay out more than that. 5 million will do. It'll take too much before people say I'm bullying you. Besides, you don't have to pay for moral damages or anything like that. Am I good enough? Bang! Shu Xinger's legs went weak and she directly knelt down. I can't afford to pay for it. Shu Xinger cried. You, spare me. I really know it's wrong. You, tell me what you want me to do. Just don't make me pay for it. She was genuinely scared. Less than $4 million of Angel series. In the mouth of Lu Feng and Lu Feng, two people turn a circle out. Turned into 10 million more. And that's if you add some fucking interest. Just thinking about it, Shu Xinger felt that this was going to drive her crazy. Yeah, what are you doing? Lu Feng was filled with surprise, immediately welcoming over. He put his hands on Shu Xinger's hands. You're kneeling in front of me like this, making it seem as if I'm bullying you. Come, get up. Shu Xinger subconsciously pressed on Lu Feng's hand to stand up, but it was just halfway to the station. Lu Feng suddenly let go of his hand. Then, snap, without warning, Lu Feng flung his hand and slapped Shu Xinger's face. Bang! Shu Xinger immediately resumed kneeling again. Instead of anger and pain, there was fear in his eyes. It's panic. She looked at Lu Feng with a dumbfounded expression. Did I bully you? Lu Feng still had a smile on his face and asked, am I bullying you? Shu Xinger froze as if she hadn't reacted yet. Snap! Lu Feng slapped him again. I'm asking you? No. Shu Xinger finally reacted and immediately replied. It was me who bullied you guys. You didn't bully me. I deserved it. Snap! Lu Feng slapped again and asked again. Who is the bitch? I'm a bitch. Shu Xinger only felt a fiery pain in her cheeks, but they didn't dare to get angry or retort, only to honestly cry while answering. I'm a bitch. I shouldn't have come after you guys. I'm a shameless bitch. Enough. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the crowd. Are you a man to stare at a woman and fight? Then, someone else interjected. That's right, a man beating up a woman. What kind of skill is that? Is it a big deal to have a few bucks? Can you humiliate people at will? Lu Feng raised his head and looked at the two people who had stepped out. It was two young men, tall in stature, quite a bit of power. Both were followed by a girl as well. With a slight smile, he looked at the two and said calmly, You're going to stand up for him? Saying that, he pointed to Shu Xinger's side. Come, as long as you dare to stand in front of me and come, I won't beat her up. Not only am I not hitting her anymore, I'm promising not to go after her for anything, or even ask her for a penny. Hearing this, the two physically strong men snorted coldly. Scared of you? Think we wouldn't dare? The two men had their heads in the air and were about to step forward, but the girl beside them was holding them back. Don't worry, it's fine. He doesn't dare to touch us. This is a society of law and order. Don't be afraid of him. Two men comforted their female companions beside them. Lu Feng also did not say anything, just looked at them with a smile and waited for them. Can't you shut up and stand quietly and watch the show? Do you have to play the hero? If you go up there, we'll break up. The girls beside those two strong men both looked strong. Two men were not allowed to come forward. Star, stop it. Will you? Can't you see that so many people are watching? If I don't stand up at this time, am I still a man? The first man persuaded. Plus, today, I can watch other girls being bullied like this. So in the future, if you're going to be bullied like this, other people will be watching too. Moon, give some face. Will you? I can't be looked down upon like this. The second man persuaded. Besides, I'm not doing a good deed. Don't be afraid of him. Two people, 2 words instantly elevated themselves to the moral high ground, so much so that the 2 girls, for a moment, were a little unsure of how to retort. But the 2 girls, still pulling them, won't let them out. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng shook his head. Say, you are good people. You are doing good. Originally, I, the great villain, was thinking of waiting for you guys to come out and perform a good act of evil. But, by the looks of it, you probably don't have the guts to throw down your female companions and come out for me to do my evil deeds. In that case, Lu Feng swept his gaze over the surrounding crowd. Eventually, it landed on the female companions beside the 2 men. Let me give you 2 beauties a heads up, Lu Feng said. As for me, as they say, I just have a few stinking dollars and I think I'm great. I especially like being the villain. 2 good men like the ones beside you just have to dare to stand up for themselves. I'll just spend some stinking money and do something evil. E.g. Saying that, he pointed at Zhu Xing'er and said, find a few women like that, and specialize in keeping an eye on the 2 of them, as well as their families to screw. Give them a little personal exposure every day. Stare at them every day and call them poor. Those who have wives and children, stare at their wives and call them sluts, and at their children and call them savages. And, it's still live on air to start cursing. They work, go on air and curse. They shop, go on air and curse. They go to the bathroom, and I'll leave them on the air to curse. 2 they're good people. They should be able to put up with it all the time. And when the time comes, I'm going to send them a banner. It's got 4 words on it: Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Those 2 men who had opened their mouths to speak for Zhu Xing'er, their bodies trembled for no reason. Just listening to what Lu Feng said about these operations, he felt a bit of a numbness in his scalp. Who in their right mind could stand to be treated like that? It's a wonder this isn't screwed up. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Ha ha. Dudes, you can do this idea. I'm with you. Do not advise others to be good without their suffering. For self-righteous good people like them, you just go ahead and operate, letting them personally experience what it's like to be that way, and see if they still dare to speak up and say they're good people. They're just 2 idiots who like to play the hero blindly. Of all the people in the room, are they the only ones who are men? Are we not? Can't we all see who's doing the evil? That woman brought all this on herself. I watched her come over here with her cell phone and humiliate people and say those awful things. Now, she's blaming someone else for her own scolding and beating, and wants some dumbass to be the good guy? Oh, honestly, if it was me who came across this kind of woman, I would have done it long ago. I wouldn't have waited until now at all. That's right, if it were up to me, I would have done it long ago. It's just that he's really rich, or else he might have been ruined by this woman. People like those 2 stupid people, if they were targeted by such a woman, they would have to be directly screwed out of their homes. At that moment, the people around them started attacking those 2. They're men, too. The words of those 2 men made it sound like they weren't men or good people. They certainly have anger in their hearts. Break it up. I don't want to get killed by you because of your stupidity. Go be your good self. I won't stop you. That's your goddess. Now, without saying a word, the 2 female companions directly pushed the 2 men away and turned around. Those 2 men almost didn't cry. Damn. Sure enough, dirtbags can't be messed with. Especially if you want to step on the tycoon to act like a pussy. That's purely sticking your face in the air and getting smacked. This facepalm. The bloody lesson is that it pays to lose. The 2 strong men, who no longer had the face to stay, immediately covered their faces and ran away. A little tidbit. Lu Feng didn't care. His gaze, once again, fell back to Zhu Xing'er. I don't actually like or want to hit women, Lu Feng said, but, on the condition that you are human. I didn't know you before today, did I? My wife hasn't offended you either, has she? My 2 children, even if they say you're bad, they still have to add a polite title auntie. But what about you? You come charging up and just call a bitch a poor bastard. Even the 2 children, they need to be scolded, and greeted the crowd to gather around. You say, are you human? Said the man, pointing to himself. I could stand it if you just took it personally, but you targeted my children, my family, and I can stand that? That is, I have money. Of course, you should also be glad I have money. If not, I might actually, said the man, his eyes narrowing slightly. Can't resist the urge to take a life with you. Zhu Xing'er had been scared out of her wits. Now, it was even more of a mixed bag of fear. I'm not human. I'm not human, Zhu Xing'er immediately said. I won't dare to do such a thing again. Please, spare me. With that, he looked at Su Muyun again. Goddess Su, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I promise I'll never do anything like that again. You plead for me. Su Muyun didn't say anything. Her tutelage had taught her that she was not to be held back when men handled things. He'll deal with it however he has to. Even if he had already forgiven Zhu Xing'er and was not willing to bother with Zhu Xing'er anymore, and just sighs and won't open his mouth. If I had known, why would I have done it? Lu Feng shook his head and waved his hand. Forget it, it's pointless to argue with you, since you've already sincerely admitted your mistake. Then let's go. Zhu Xing'er froze. Then, looking up suddenly, he looked at Lu Feng. Really? Lu Feng nodded. Thanks. Zhu Xing'er immediately put down the box in her hand. Then, very respectfully, he bowed towards Lu Feng and then towards Su Muyun. Thank you. After saluting, she quickly squeezed through the crowd and ran out. Even didn't pay attention to Xian Zizong, who was on the side. Handsome, you really don't have a big heart. That's right. Isn't it too cheap for you to just give him a few slaps? If it were up to me, I'd have to slap her until she didn't even know her mom. As soon as Zhu Xing'er's side ran, a burst of murmurs immediately came from the crowd. When Zhu Xing'er heard these murmuring voices, she almost didn't scare her legs so much that she fell straight to the ground. At that moment, no longer daring to make any stops, he directly fled towards the outside. Bang! But, just as he ran out of the mall, he bumped into someone. Run for what? Then a cold female voice came. What's there to run for? Zhu Xing'er looked up and saw that the person standing in front of her was clearly Li Yunji. The fire in her heart came up. If I don't run, should I stay there and wait for him to ask me to pay for it? And again, waiting to be humiliated and made a fool of? Won't you bite back? Won't you take advantage of the situation? What's there to fear from a stinking man? Li Yunji frowned. Furthermore, isn't it just a set of jewelry that is over $3 million? As for scaring you like this? She had been watching Zhu Xing'er's live stream when she came over. Naturally, I know what's going on over here. However, when he got off the bus just now, it was because of the parking that he missed the picture of Lu Feng after he hit the man. There was no real understanding of Lu Feng's true means. She only thought that Zhu Xing'er was purely scared and was scared away. Not just $3 million? Zhu Xing'er laughed coldly and said, Fairy Yun, to you, more than 3 million is indeed not much. As long as you are willing to open your legs, don't take a year to earn it. Me, I'm low grade, low segment. Spread my legs numb, and it'll take years to pay it back. I can't compare to you. Don't want to compare myself to you either. I just want to be honest and small. Don't want to be cannon fodder for you and make people laugh. Much less do I want to end up in a situation where I can't go home or out of my house. So nah. She gritted her teeth and said with incomparable firmness, This matter, you play it yourself. I can't afford to play it. I'll retire first. After saying that, he flung his hand away, no longer paying attention to Li Yunji, and turned around. She had been scared out of her wits and there was absolutely no way she could stay. Even if the paychecks were gone and the money wasn't as good, she wouldn't stay. That man is horrible. She's really scared she's going to get screwed out of her home. Li Yunji looked at the departing Zhu Xing'er, and her face instantly became gloomy. There was even a touch of icy coldness in his eyes. However, she then turned around with a cold face and went into the middle of the mall. Inside the mall, the pop-up screen on Su Muyun's phone, the picture changed once again. Goddess Su, your husband can This wave of operation is really breathtaking. 666. This slap to relieve the anger. The key is to beat the person, but also let the birth of not a bit of revulsion of the heart. This is awesome. What's wrong with me protecting my family? You want to break up my family, but you won't allow me to reward you with a few slaps on the wrist to make you lose your reputation? Ding! Mu got feelings to send a rocket. Come on, brothers, keep swiping with me. Goddess Su, this man can do it. You have a good eye. We support you. Seeing everyone praising Lu Feng, she was especially happy in her heart, happier than to boast of herself, because, well, that's the man she chose. Xian Zizong saw Zhu Xing'er run away and didn't want to stay here for long. After all, he had boasted about it before. If something really goes wrong, he'll come and help Zhu Xing'er carry it. As a result, he watched Lu Feng become a tycoon. He was silent, watching Zhu Xing'er take a beating. He didn't look away. Seeing that Zhu Xing'er ran away, he wanted to quietly bolt. He can't afford to pay out $4 million, let alone tens of millions to pay out for a set of the exact same limited edition. So, the 36th plan is to go first. President Xian, where are you planning to run to? How could Lu Feng let him go? Zhu Xing'er was, after all, just a woman, cursing even more excessively and unpleasantly. It was her turn to suffer, and she suffered. Also bowed his head and admitted he was wrong. Then, Lu Feng wouldn't count too much. But, Xian Zizong was different. He's the man, or a man who made Su Muyun cry and fell on his sword. Lu Feng naturally would not let him run away so easily. Run? Xian Zizong turned back and sneered. The mall is so big, I can't walk around? Is this your house? And run? I use it. As the president of the South Star branch of the Bright Moon Labor Union, he naturally wouldn't weaken his momentum. Embarrass yourself too much. It's best if you don't run. Lu Feng nodded and laughed. Then count it as a reckoning, said the man, pointing to the set of Cartier boxes on the floor. Say, just now, everyone was watching, and it was you yourself who instructed Zhu Xing'er to step on it, adding, you are the mastermind and she is the operative. It's natural for the mastermind to take primary responsibility. Responsible for what? Xian Zitsong sneered disdainfully, said, do you think anyone is like that stupid woman? To be beaten, to be humiliated, whatever you say? With that, Genko Satoshi walked over to the box. Picking up the box, he handed it to Lu Feng and said, take it back, repack it, how much it costs, I'll cover it. After saying that, he looked at Lu Feng provocatively. Say, do you really think I'm stupid? It's just a few pieces of jewelry, and with those kicks just now, it could really be stepped on? Change the bag. It's still new. How much can I ask for? Lu Feng doesn't open up with him either, just signaling Lu Feng. Open it up and show him. Lu Feng nodded, then, opened the already tattered box. Original brand new 5-piece jewelry set. The ring, 2 earrings and the bracelet, are all deformed to varying degrees. The necklace was not deformed to the point of being deformed. However, it was broken. Zhu Xing'er is wearing high heels, pedaling hard because of a particular desire to perform. And, with each stomp, there was also 2 turns with more pressure on the pointed back foot. Therefore, Lu Feng had anticipated the situation in front of him. He smiled faintly and looked at Xian Zitsong, and Xian Zitsong's face changed slightly when he saw this scene. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse that Zhu Xing'er for being a stupid woman. Why don't you just step on it? Why do you have to step on it like this? No wonder he was so humiliated and didn't have a single word of retort. Feelings? This is digging such a big hole for me. How much? Xian Zitsong forced himself to calm down and said, take it back and fix it. How much does it cost? I'll make it up. Lu Feng immediately said, this gentleman, this is our Cartier's angel suit, which is made by our headquarters. Chief Xianzi waved his hand and said, cut the crap, just say how much. Well, I'm not sure about that, Lu Feng replied. We still have to ask that master who built it. But, in my experience, the repair process is relatively simple. Maybe, $1 million or so will do. And once that guru finds the repair process more troublesome, or simply doesn't want to fix it, then, Lu Feng's meaning was obvious. Even if the repair is simple, the price is around $1 million. And once that guru finds it troublesome to fix it, he may Leoneize it, or even, not willing to fix it at all. Do your master craftsmen at Cartier have gold on their hands? Xian Zitsong was furious. Let him fix it and you want millions? With that, and a frown, he added, you're trying to go along with his blackmailing me, aren't you? Lu Feng's face sank as he said, this gentleman, since you don't trust us, then, this thing, you'll have to deal with it yourself. A little shitty waitress, who are you looking down on? Xian Zitsong snorted coldly and said disdainfully, do you really think I can't handle it? Saying that, Xian Zitsong directly took the box over, coldly snorting, I'll deal with one now to show you, lest you, with these dog eyes, look down on this chairman. When he finished, he pulled out his cell phone, pulled a direct number. Hello, Komatsu? Satoshi, what are your orders? As I recall, you said last time that you had a friend who was the general manager of a branch of Cartier, right? Right. What? Is this brother Tsung planning to introduce a business to my friend here? Here's the thing. I've got a limited edition Angel Collection set here that just got stepped on and I'm going to fix it. So ask him what the price is. Stepped on badly? Not too serious. What do you mean it's not too serious? Tell you what. Satoshi, send me a picture. Okay, I'm sending it to you now. Hanging up the phone, he immediately sent a picture over to the other side. By the way, remind each other to be quick. This side is waiting. You sound like you're only willing to fix it, not pay for it? At this time, Lu Feng spoke. Yeah, the most I can do is fix it for you. Xian Zitsong said incomparably forcefully. Wanting me to pay for it? No way. Just kidding. Almost $4 million worth of goods. Even if you go around begging grandpas and grandmothers and barely scrape together the money to pay for it, that's pretty much the end of the line. What's more, according to Lu Feng's algorithm, it would have to be doubled straight to tens of millions. How can he pay for it? So, at times like this, one can only pretend to be a scoundrel. After all, it was impossible for him to bow down and admit his mistake to Lu Feng, much less kneel down like Zhu Xing'er. What a shit president. This is simply a mangy dog. That's right. People's brand new 5-piece jewelry set was stepped on like this. It's like just bought a new car, paid for it, not even drive it, and then it's been crashed to the ground. Who would still want it? It was so bossy before when he was screaming for people to step on him. But what happened? Just this? In front of us, it's pretending to be a human being, and as soon as something happens, it's pretending to be a grandson. What the hell? At once, a burst of mocking voices came out. None of your business. Shen Zitsong was incomparably angry and couldn't help but shout angrily towards the surrounding crowd. Who are you guys? It's your turn to yell here about old me? Being hit in the face by Lu Feng. Mocked by Lu Feng. Even if he was humiliated and forced by Lu Feng, he could endure it. After all, people are dirt poor. You can't mess with the landlord yourself, so you have to admit it. But he couldn't stand it when these onlookers were screaming here. Glaring, he snapped nonchalantly. Bunch of stupid wallflowers, heel dogs. What can you do but follow the wailing? Didn't you guys jump for joy when Xu Xinger called him poor and said they were shameless? Oh, so now that you found out that people are dirtbags, you've immediately fallen to his side and want to be a lickspittle? Ha, just you guys. You're worthy of talking about me? Said the man, and grunted in an incredibly provocative manner, sneering twice. At the corner of his mouth, there was even a touch of disdain. Whether the others are wallflowers or not, I don't know, but I sure as hell am not, and I've never followed the trend of mocking this handsome man. As soon as I saw that woman leaving just now, she wasn't a nice person. So, at first, I didn't say anything. Guys, is that the point? The point now is that this guy took a map cannon and hit us all. This son of a bitch, seeing that he's become a joke, he's still trying to drag us down. What the hell? Shameless guy, you're the one who's a dog. Your whole family is a dog. Ha pussy cub, who are you talking about? It's a big deal to have a few bucks. It's great that you're a president. There was a burst of drinking and cursing. Instantly, all the onlookers began to drink and curse. At the sight of being surrounded, Shen Zitsong's face was as ugly as it could be. And at that moment, he suddenly realized that Lu Feng was also walking towards himself step by step. At that moment, Shen Zitsong's face changed. Subconsciously, he stepped back. Dirtbag dudes, smoke his ass. Yeah, smoke him. Son of a bitch, handsome, go ahead and fuck him. We'll top you. Don't show any mercy. Whip him to death and the big guys will take care of you. The surrounding people, seeing that Lu Feng was pushing into Shen Zitsong, became excited. They had seen with their own eyes the methods Lu Feng used when he beat Xu Xinger. This earthy handsome guy, yet is a master who is not afraid of anything and dares to do it. People like Hyun Ja Chung need to be cleaned up by people like that. They are screaming more and more. Eventually, people were cheering and yelling even on the second, third, fourth and fifth floors of the mall. And Shen Zitsong took a look at the scene that seemed a bit unmanageable. The body started shaking with fear, yelling, "Security! Security! Where's security? Are the guards dead?" At this moment, Shen Zitsong felt like he was in a wolf's den, as if it would be eaten at any moment, only to start shouting for security to save his life. Hey, people in front, move over, we're security. Let us in for a second. What's all the squeezing for? There's no road ahead. Ah, there's a pervert. He touched me. We are security guards. Don't fight. We are security guards. The security guard is here. The security guards are clearing the way. The security guard was blocked. The security guard called out. The security guard was beaten. The security guard has revealed himself. The security guard cried. The guard crawled away holding his head. Shen Zitsong heard the screams outside. The heart is cold and clammy. He already regretted, somewhat, what he had just said. If he didn't provoke these onlookers, the security guards outside might be able to come in and help. But now, you, stay away. Shen Zitsong pointed at Lu Feng across the street with one hand. One hand trembled as he was pulling out his cell phone and said, "I'll call the police now. And again, if you dare to strike me in public, you'll go to jail. Dirtbag dudes, don't be a wimp. Smoke him to death. Yes, we'll testify for you, and say that he started it, and that he's wicked. Let him mouth off. Let him act like a pussy, and let Uncle Police Security take him to the hospital." Hearing the voices around him, Genko Satoshi was about to cry. "Nima, this is really lifting a stone and hitting your own foot. That dumbass Li Yingji. She even said she wanted to make people lose their reputation. And the result? This is pulling up people to bury me. What to do? Tinkerbell." Suddenly, just then, the cell phone rang. Shen Zitsong immediately came to life. "Take it easy." He stretched his hand out and made a "don't lean over" gesture to Lu Feng. "Say, my call is coming. Don't worry, if something is broken, I promise to return it to its rightful owner. I will take the responsibility that is mine. But, if you dare to touch me, I'll make sure that you're left in the lurch." As he said that, He also coldly glared at Lu Feng. It seems to be a show of his prowess. Lu Feng smiled faintly, walked up to him. Stop. Just watching. He gestured for him to pick up the phone first. Xian Zitsong quickly picked up the phone. Hey, Satoshi. Yeah, it's me. Komatsu. Tell me, how much exactly does it cost to fix that jewelry set? This. Don't give me the swallow. How much do you want? Just tell me. Xian Zitsong was almost scared out of his wits by what had just happened. It's a moment to think. As long as things work out, then, even if it cost $1 million or so, he would recognize it. Anyway, a good man is not a good man. This account, later slowly find Lu Feng to calculate is. If you can't find Lu Feng, then look for Su Muyun. Anyway, the two of them are together. There's no rush. So, he was very bossy and said, remember, I want it fixed today. It doesn't matter if I add a little bit of money. Ha! The small pine over there laughed dryly twice. Then said, Brother Tsong, this money, in fact, to the second. The main thing is, Mr. Xia, you're here. Come on, tell Brother Tsong. I'm afraid I didn't make myself very clear. Brother Tsong, Mr. Xia is here. I'll let him talk to you personally. He's the general manager of our Xiangqing side, and he has some connections over at the Cartier headquarters, and I'm very close friends. Don't worry, he'll never shortchange you. Hearing this, Xian Zitsong laughed, said, good, it's better if Mr. Xia is there. You let Mr. Xia speak. After saying that, he looked up at Lu Feng, then looked around, and finally landed on Lu Feng's body. Laughing coldly, he said, do you hear me? A small branch is nothing. Your Mr. Xia is now personally interfacing with me, so as long as I ask for such a small matter, it's still a matter of minutes. Lu Feng gritted her teeth, her face slightly white, full of unhappiness. The surrounding crowd, at this time, stopped clamoring. The bottom line seems to be a little less than perfect. Only Lu Feng was still looking at him very calmly. Satoshi, right? Mr. Xia, what brother or not? You are Xiaosong's friend. That means my friend. We are all our own people. Just call me Zitsong. In that case, I'll do the same. Mr. Xia over there said, Brother Zitsong, you're a friend of Xiaosong, so I'll just say what I have to say. This set of jewelry from the Angel series in your picture was just received back by me and given to the Red Star Plaza branch as a town store payment. The normal price is $3,800,000, but, since it's a limited edition, the price tag comes to $3,680,000. From the pictures, it looks like this Angel series set should have been vandalized. If, however, you want it, add $200,000, and I'll go through my own connections, and in 3 months' time, I'll be able to get the goods. Xian Zitsong froze. Frowning, he said, Mr. Xia, did Xiaosong not make it clear to you what my request was? Again, I don't want new money, I just want to fix it. So, dare I ask, is this something you bought yourself, Brother Zitsong, or did someone else buy it? Mr. Xia asked again. Or rather, do you fix it for others, or for yourself? Asked again. Also, are there any other requirements? I'm fixing it for someone else. Xian Zitsong then said, there is also only one requirement. Just restore it to its original state. In that case, then Brother Zitsong, you might as well just buy a new set. Mr. Xia said, I'll give Komatsu face and go sell a favor. And it's just a 3-month wait. I'm sick before I go buy a new one. It's going to be another 3 months. Hell, a set of over $3 million. Wait another 3 months. Cut the $5 million waiting fee in half again. Another $2 million. If that's the case, why did I come to you? Of course, thought for thought, Xian Zitsong naturally didn't dare to say so. After all, there is still a request. So, just said, no, just fix it. And again, Mr. Xia, help, really fix it? Really fix it? Fine, for Komatsu's sake, I'll pull my face down and beg back for you. Mr. Xia said, but you have to pay first. Tell me, how much? I'll call you right now. Give me $4 million up front. More or less. Mr. Xia said, however, I'll give you a warning first, Brother Zitsong, even if I don't want this face, maybe this 4 million, the probability is still not enough. Fuck you, are you kidding me? Xian Zitsong couldn't help but curse. Buy a new one for over $3 million. Fix it and it's 4 million and counting. Why don't you go and grab it? On the other hand, he said, Mr. Xia, you're not kidding, right, Brother Zitsong? This Angel series was handcrafted by the master craftsman over at the headquarters. Mr. Xia said, if, On our side, someone repairs it for you. We can only guarantee a 70% similarity at most. The price is not too expensive. Just pay a little for the labor. But, you're fixing it for someone else. And, to be restored. Honestly, it's unlikely that there's any other way than to send it back to headquarters and have it restored by the original craftsman himself. And if you send it back, there was a beat before Mr. Xia continued. Brother Ziet Song, you may not know. Every collection produced by Cartier is dedicated to a particular master craftsman. These masters care deeply about their work. Not to mention what will happen when the stuff is sent back, but just the fact that I sent that picture you took. I can imagine the rage that craftsmen will have. If, however, I don't go begging and looking for connections. Don't say 4 million. Even if it's 40 million, they won't fix it for you. Or even, will just pull you into the blacklist. You will not be allowed to buy his products in the future. Something similar has happened to us at Cartier more than once or twice. So, if Brother Zitsong doesn't believe me, he can also ask someone who is familiar with Cartier to ask around. Shen Zitsong was a bit confused, but, still reluctantly, he asked, really can't be repaired? Brother Zitsong, honestly, if what you care about is money, then my advice is to just buy new. Mr. Xia said. I said, give face to Komatsu, go sell this favor, have the goods in 3 months, and it's cheaper, and again, but, if you don't care about the money, just the goods, then, well, it goes without saying, the meaning is clear enough. 4 million for starters. I fuck you MLGBD, don't be facetious. I can't afford such a big face. If I could afford $4 million, why did I take so long to talk to you? As far as going through your connections? Little sister. See, just this little shit. Your Mr. Xia personally entertained me, and it'll be done in minutes. It's only $4, $5, $6 million. It's a big deal. You should keep a low profile from now on. Mr. Xia, I don't want to buy it. I want to fix it. Can't you hear me? Mr. Xia, are you kidding me? $4, $5, $6 million to fix it? Mr. Xia, I have boasted on my side that it will be done in minutes. The moment you open your mouth you want me to buy a new one. Are you a friend? Mr. Xia, please don't sell me face. Your face is too expensive. Mr. Xia, I asked you to help me save money, and this is how you do it, still selling me face and letting me buy a new one? Bang! Shen Zitsong finally couldn't stand the mockery of the crowd around him. Straight off the phone. If he didn't hang up the phone, it was estimated that, even if he didn't die of anger, he would still be scolded to death behind his back by Mr. Xia over there. Ha ha, this stupid thing, it's so funny. Ouch. Mom, I'm so happy. I've seen stupid. I've never seen this stupid. It's not true. People have said the obvious. Buy a new one. Don't fix it. Have to let people fix it. Now it's good. Can't fix it. Ha ha. I'll be done in a minute. Being done. Sorry, wrong word. Ha ha ha. The mocking voices came in like waves, one after the other. It made Shen Zitsong hate that he couldn't dig a hole in the ground. Before, there was the thought of getting it done for a couple of million. So let's bite the bullet and spend a couple of million to get through this. Where would I have thought that fixing it would be so much work? Damn it. What's the difference between yourself now and Zhu Xinger, playing the fool for half a day? It's also being broadcast live. Which is just, I'm going to ask you one last time. What are you going to pay for it? At this moment, Lu Feng had already stood in front of Shen Zitsong and asked with a playful smile. How do I pay for it? I'll pay for your mom. Shen Zitsong thought viciously in his heart. Instead, there was a smirk on his face that he found disgusting himself. Said, bro, how about this? Stop. Lu Feng reached out and pressed. Don't call me brother. These 2 words coming out of your mouth make me feel sick. And again, if you have a fart, just let it go. Shen Zitsong smiled awkwardly, nodding his head. He said, I mean, this matter, can we just let it go for the sake of Miss Su? Of course, I'm not saying I won't pay for it. It's just, pay out $1 million or 2 to mean something, and just get over it. I can guarantee that from today onwards, I will make sure that Miss Su gets the best welfare treatment in our union. And, that scandalous incident that happened before will also be helped to straighten out for Miss Su. What do you think? It had to be said that the thick skin of this president of a meeting was really not comparable to that of ordinary people. In front of him, he called a bitch, but now he's calling Miss Su. In the first place, he said that he wanted Su Muyun to compensate for the loss of his reputation. But now he's saying that he's going to help Su Muyun set this scandal straight. Just a question. Who else? I'm missing your $1 million or 2. Lu Feng was still calmly smiling as he looked at Shen Zitsong. It's true that you're a tycoon, and you don't like the $1 or $2 million I have. But, Xian Zitsong smiled faintly and said, Miss Su, after all, is under our guild's banner. There is a contract with our guild. You can be capricious and screw around. She can't, if she messes up like you did. It's not just her reputation that will be ruined. In one fell swoop, Xian Zitsong felt like he had taken back the initiative. Quite a bit of righteousness. Looking at Lu Feng, said, I as her immediate superior. You don't give me face can, but, you have to give her some face, right? How else is she going to behave in the union in the future? How do you behave in front of me? So yeah, he had a winning smile on his face. You don't mind listening to Miss Su's opinion. Maybe. Snap. However, before Xian Zitsong could finish his words, Lu Feng flung his hand and slapped him on the face. Although Xian Zitsong had prepared for this, but, still, he had not been able to defend himself. Lu Feng struck too quickly, not only fast, but hard. One slap down, and he felt a fiery pain on his face. I don't need to touch it to know that it must have swelled up. He got angry. Don't you dare hit me. Snap. Another slap. The other side is swollen too. Xian Zitsong went crazy, yelled, and lunged. I'm with you. Brush. Without any nonsense, Lu Feng grabbed Xian Zitsong's hair and pulled it towards his side. Lift your leg. Bend your knee. One top. Bang. Ow. Pig-killing screams rang out. Xian Zitsong covered his abdomen with both hands, and his face instantly became incomparably pale. Both eyes were glowing a shade of white. It was as if he would pass out at any moment. Instantly lost the fight. Threaten me with my wife? Lu Feng grabbed his hair and lifted his head, looking at his rolled eyes, laughing, and my wife is something you can threaten? I don't. Snap. No, snap. I'm happy to bring my wife out, and you're one phone call away from getting her there. The smile on Lu Feng's face disappeared and turned gloomy. As a result, it came out crying. Snap. You didn't? She'll cry? Snap. You didn't. And would have chased her down, and come after her with Zhu Xinger to scold her? Force her? Snap. Wanted the damage to your reputation, right? Snap. Want her to lose her reputation, don't you? Snap. Want her to regret it, huh? Snap. Think I really don't dare to touch you, do you? Slap. A series of slaps came down, and Xian Zitsong completely turned into a dead fish. I was wrong. Xian Zitsong opened his mouth, and then he felt that his words were leaking a bit. Spitting words all seemed to be a little less clear. Spare me? I am really wrong. I don't dare anymore. Dirtbag handsome. Don't listen to him. Yes, this shameless bitch needs to be smacked hard, smacked to death, and dare to threaten you. Don't hold back. Beat the shit out of him. What the hell? Just pretending in front of us. If we don't whip you, you really think you're so awesome? The surrounding onlookers were all frantically uproarious as if they had been pumped with chicken blood. Where did Xian Zitsong dare to retort? Just a mixed bag of shivers. The legs were weak, begging for mercy. I really don't dare. Dirtbag, handsome, big brother, please, spare me. I'm just a bitch. I'm not a human being. Be generous and spare me. Xian Zitsong was truly afraid. He finally understood why Zhu Xinger had run away. Damn. It was nice to finally know firsthand what Zhu Xinger felt like. What a shitload of dirt. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. What the F *** K handsome. A poor little white boy. Actually pretending. Xian Zitsong. You're at least the head of a council. How come you're such a loser? Scared like this by a poor little white boy? As the voice came, the crowd's eyes looked over. A woman was seen squeezing into the crowd. This woman's posture was a bit stronger than Zhu Xinger's, wearing light makeup, an OL outfit, to the point of being quite the female president. Who is this woman? So awesome? Another idiot woman. Running in and catching our landed dudes cursing the poor. This IQ is no one else. She's a female anchor from the Tiger Head platform, called something like Cloud Fairy, and is kind of a little famous. Another anchor. Is it possible that all these people who are engaged in live broadcasting are all brain dead? Who says so? Goddess Sue isn't. Oh, yes, with the exception of our dirt cheap dudes' wives. Li Yunji was mobbed by an unknown crowd just as she entered. It was a moment of anger. Cursing, you're the idiots. Your whole family is the idiots. A white boy who comes out to play by women, and you guys are actually treating him like a tycoon. If you're not idiots, who is? When the crowd heard this, they were all slightly stunned. It's all about watching and eating. It's a lot of work to get them to follow along. But it is naturally impossible for them to come out and take sides on their own initiative. Therefore, when Li Yunji stood out with incomparable dominance and said that Lu Feng was a white boy, they were shocked. Don't dare talk back. Only thought, Lu Feng is really a little white boy. Therefore, the gazes were also looking towards Lu Feng with questioning. At this moment, Lu Feng, the moment he saw Li Yunji, finally understood what was going on. He also finally understood why there had always been information about Li Yunji inside the random redemption given by the system. It doesn't make sense to reason with women, especially with such a self-righteous, self-important, and stupid woman who has no one in her sight. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't hesitate at all. Directly selected for redemption. Ding! Redemption of Li Yunji's profile was successful. The information has been transferred to your cell phone. Please check. The system voice came out, and then, all the contents about the profile surfaced in his mind at the same time. When receiving this information, Lu Feng was also a bit confused. This system. Bull. It's amazing to get such precise and unexpected information. To be honest, I really didn't think that you were actually capable of such a thing. At that moment, Li Yunji spoke again. She looked at Lu Feng with a cold smile and said, to be able to make this bitch, Su Pingan, willingly shell out so much money to support you, and for letting you fake it. Today, if I hadn't come, maybe, I would have really let you succeed in pretending to be a tycoon. I poo-poo. She spat disdainfully towards the ground. Say, a poor cunt whose only talent is being a gigolo, and you're entitled to act like a dirtbag? After saying that, she turned her head to look at Su Muyun on the side. Another sneer. Bitch Su, I actually admire you. Not bad for a bitch who can act noble. Hang dirt and take the high road in front of everyone. That brain. It just works. Last night, there was such a big accident. Today, how dare you drag a little white boy out as a shield? And, actually willing to shell out so much money for him to play a fake dirtbag. Think, this nearly $4 million of savings, should also be your all these years, go out and sell for all the family background, right? Saying that, he pointed at Lu Feng. And again, I won't hide it from you, but if I didn't know this poor bastard so well, I might, indeed, have been hidden from you. Cool, condescending, reserved? I shucks, just a bitch. If it was before, Su Muyun would definitely be extremely angry at this moment. Definitely a rebuttal. Even, it will be red-eyed and feel particularly aggravated. But, with what happened before, Su Muyun stopped crying and making a fuss. Not even bothering to explain it. Because, she knew and she believed that Lu Feng would solve everything. So, even if on the live pop-up screen, some less harmonious voices started to appear again, she didn't care. She just smiled and watched. Why don't you say something? Li Yunji saw that Su Muyun actually didn't have the slightest bit of anger. Instead, he looked at himself with a smile. It's like treating yourself like a clown. The anger in his heart grew heavier. She gritted her teeth. Is it a tacit admission? Is there nothing to say in rebuttal? Su Muyun pointed at Lu Feng. Smiling, I said, my husband is here. If you have any questions, please see my husband. My responsibility is to raise my children and do something I like to do in the meantime. As for the rest, after a beat, she added, it all goes to my husband. After saying that, he even winked towards Lu Feng. The look seemed to say, how about that? I'm good, right? Am I being facetious? Lu Feng returned a smile. By the way, a thumbs up indicates bull. Li Yunji almost didn't collapse straight away. I'm fucking cussing you guys out. I'm humiliating you. I'm picking a fight. What are you doing? Showing love? MMP. That's not very human of me, is it? A pair of dogs. She couldn't help but scold. You guys think you can just show your love and get this over with? Humph. I've sent someone to get the information. Right away. I'm going to rip your dirty, ugly faces off. The crowd around them wasn't up in arms either. The main reason was that Lu Feng had already hit them in the face once. They were also worried that Lu Feng would come back with another wave of reversal. And again, Li Yunji looked especially confident and domineering. Therefore, they did not dare to take sides casually. Fear of a punch in the face. President Xian, I'll give you a chance to save yourself. Do you want it? At this time, Lu Feng spoke. However, it did not pay any attention to Li Yunji. Instead, he asked Xian Zitsong, who was still grasping his hand. To be. Xian Zitsong immediately nodded his head and agreed. Lu Feng smiled. Say, later, when I want you to tell me some truth. You just have to be honest and tell some truth. No need to add to it. Just tell the truth. Okay? Once Xian Zitsong heard this, where would he object? Immediately, he nodded in agreement. Xian Zitsong, are you still a man? At this time, Li Yunji couldn't take it anymore and shouted angrily. Being scared like this by a poor little white boy. This president, do you still want to be one? Xian Zitsong didn't say anything. Just keep your head down. You can still back out now. Lu Feng wasn't in a hurry and laughed. I promise I won't hit you again. When he finished, his hand was loose. Pointing at Li Yunji, he said, I'll give you a chance. You can still walk over to her side now and stand with her. Brush. Xian Zitsong didn't even think about it and directly knelt down. Big brother, you just said you'd give me a chance. As he cried, he said, I'm not going over there. I'm going to stand by you, and I promise to tell you everything you want me to say. All of it. Li Yunji was confused. The surrounding crowd was also confused. What the hell is this? Been knocked out of your mind? Was Hyun Ja-chang knocked out of his mind? Of course not. Now he was sober. Unprecedented sobriety. His thoughts at this point are, what the fuck am I? A pig? Even if I were a pig, I couldn't fall in a pit twice. I've already been punked by Li Yunji once before. If I have to trust her again, I'll be worse than a pig. And big brother, is this dirtbag real or not? I don't know, but this aura of big brother, this means of beating people. Do you think a person can pretend to be a person? A little white boy can have such tact and grandeur? The little white boy is able to take millions of dollars and throw it over for people to step on? Su Pingan, the high and mighty goddess. Would this goddess, who would rather lose her reputation than compromise with herself, really keep a gigolo like that? I, Xian Zitsong, am at least the head of a group, and I am no longer stupid enough to see a good or bad thing at this point, right? Those words, of course, he didn't say, because he wants to pit Li Yunji. Being pitted like this by Li Yunji, he was willing to not pull Li Yunji down? Xian Zitsong, you are too disappointing. Li Yunji saw Xian Zitsong kneeling on the ground, shamelessly, that anger in his heart. It was so close to rushing over and giving Xian Zitsong a few kicks. It's not just putting men to shame, also disgraced himself. You know, you even had sex with this man in the first place, but I didn't realize that the man was so incompetent, so weak. You don't deserve to be a man at all. Li Yunji roared angrily. You're just an eggless piece of trash. Xian Zitsong, however, did not pay any attention to Li Yunji, just looking at Lu Feng. Lu Feng laughed and said, she's scolding you. Can you stand it? In an instant, Xian Zi smartly white Lu Feng's meaning. Stand up immediately. Pointing at Li Yunji, she cursed, you bitch, you have the nerve to call me not a man here? If it weren't for you, Xu Xinger and I, how would we have ended up in this situation? You're the one who mouthed off that Su Pingan is a slut who's as good as a human being. You're also the one who said that as long as Xu Xinger and I cooperate with you, we'll definitely be able to make Su Pingan and the two of them lose their reputation. What's the result? This is how it ends when we buy into your bullshit. After a beat, he added, ha, we rushed half a day in front of us. You came late, and you still have the nerve to scold me? Who gave you that face? With that, Xian Zitsong turned to look at the surrounding crowd. Laughing, he said, I'll tell everyone what this Li Yunji is. She's a real human slut. As long as you have the money, she'll go along with whatever you want her to do. Don't look at how high-end she dresses now, but in reality, she's just a playgirl for fun. Take today. Why is she targeting goddess Su Pingan Su? Because Su Pingan has the best reputation in our Tiger's Head platform. Not only is it famous, but it's also popular. She, Li Yunji, is very jealous. By what right can you, Su Pingan, be noble and make money at the same time? I have to go down the cheap route? I'm about to pull you down. If you're not bitchy, I'm going to make you bitchy. So, she's frantically digging up materials for goddess Su Pingan. No, she got excited when this big brother of ours came out. She is self-righteous enough to think that this earthy big brother is a poor man. It's a white boy. So, let Xu Xinger take the lead and provoke first. Then, I was also told to threaten Su Pingan to make him listen to me. Even, let me videotape it. Meh. With a cold laugh, Xian Zitsong laughed disdainfully. Who is Su Pingan? She's a real lady of the house. A self-respecting, self-possessed person. How can you be threatened by something like me? But she, Li Yunji, is still patting her chest and packing her bags, saying that she can definitely make Su Pingan and the others lose their reputation. Had to make us come over and pick a fight, and talk about how it's going to be when it's done. And if we don't do what she says, she's going to do whatever. What's the result? Xian Zitsong glared at Li Yunji. In the end, it's me and Xu Xinger who will suffer big losses. You have the nerve to scold me. You bitch. What gives you the right? As a matter of fact, the reason why Xian Zitsong jumped out to look for trouble with Xu Xinger, it was because Su Pingan had annoyed him. But, of course, at a time like this, he wouldn't admit it. Not only would he not admit it, but he would also frantically pour dirty water on Li Yunji's body. I don't want face anyway. You Li Yunji don't want face either. Ha ha, what's it called? Dog eat dog. A backhanded move to disassociate. Earthy dudes are awesome. You're not a man. You're bitchy. You have no balls. You get played. Ha ha, this is a ripping battle. Brilliant. So, Our goddess Sue is purely lying down. Ugh. Why is it so hard to be a goddess when you want to be quiet? Just for our earthy dudes. I'm going to follow a wave of goddess Sue as well. Yes, yes. Attention away. The onlookers were once again up in arms. Xian Zitsong. Are you crazy? When she first heard Xian Zitsong's words, Li Yunji was a bit confused. How could she not have thought that Xian Zitsong would actually be this crazy? Not hesitating to defeat his own character, he also wanted to drag her, Li Yunji, into the water. Soon, however, she reacted. Angrily, what are you babbling about? I'm bullshitting you? Xian Zitsong sneered. Li Yunji, I can swear to heaven right now, if what I have just said, about your description, is half false, heaven will strike me down and I shall not be allowed to die. Go out and get hit by a car. Walk and fall to your death, choking on water. Come, don't you dare follow me in swearing denial? Li Yunji is going crazy. She pointed at Xian Zitsong and roared. You're halfway through a hard sentence. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, Xian Zitsong, you're good. With that, he looked at Lu Feng again and said, you guys are good, but don't get too excited. Guys, right away. I'll show you what regret means. She still has a backhand, all about Lu Feng, as well as information on Su Muyun's 2 children. She had contacted someone to check it out before she came over. The other person said they'd get back to her soon. As long as she had this handful of information, she felt she could still flip the script. Regret? Xian Zitsong sneered and was about to say something else. Lu Feng, however, waved his hand to stop him from talking nonsense. Then, whispering something in his ear. After Xian Zitsong heard this, a look of shock and fear appeared on his face. Get this done, and the score between us will be written off, Lu Feng said, including your threat to my wife and your compensation for damaging my set of jewelry. I'm done with you. Hearing this, Xian Zitsong hesitated slightly. Then, indignantly, he glanced at Li Yunji. Gritting his teeth, he nodded towards Lu Feng. Good. After saying this, he took out his cell phone, added a friend with Lu Feng, and operated a flip. Then, Xian Zitsong said nothing, turned around and left. After Xian Zitsong left, step by step, Lu Feng walked to Li Yunji's body. We've only met once. Lu Feng's voice couldn't hear any semblance of emotion, and only fought once. By all rights, it should be impossible to have any deep hatred. But, your behavior today tells me that you already hate Mu Yun and I with a passion. But, seeing as you're a woman, I'll give you a chance. You immediately apologize to Mu Yun and I, and make a public statement that you will never do anything similar in the future. Then I can stop with you. Li Yunji sneered, disdainfully. He said, meh, you're not going to bother with me? You guys have dishonored me today, and you're just going to say that you won't bother with me? I'm telling you, we're not done. If I can't make you all lose your reputation today, Li Yunji, Tinkerbell. Suddenly, Li Yunji's cell phone rang. Li Yunji glanced at the incoming cell phone call. The smile at the corners of his mouth intensified. She pointed to the cell phone, to the crowd around him. He said, now, I'll let you hear for yourselves what a bottom play this so-called tycoon, and that so-called goddess, are. Looking at Lu Feng again, I hope, after hearing this information, you can still pretend. After saying that, Li Yunji pressed the answer button. Then, turn on the speakerphone. Directly commanded, go ahead, give me a complete and detailed report on all of them. At this moment, the surrounding area was incredibly quiet. Everyone seemed to want to hear the report on the other end of the line. Li Yunji, on the other hand, looked at Lu Feng with a sneer. She wanted to see how rich Lu Feng's expression, which was pretending to be calm, would become later. Ms. Yunji, I'm sorry, but we can't find out the information you asked us to check. Li Yunji froze. Then, in disbelief, he asked, what did you say? Say it again for me. Regarding that person called Lu Feng, his information is highly classified and there's no way to find out from it. The other side of the phone said, especially everything after college. It's not even halfway possible to find out. As for the one called Su Muyun, her information, we can only find out about her after she came to Xiangcheng. As for the one before she came to Xiangcheng, all we know is that she's from Kyoto. Others, on the other hand, are simply not checked. Upon hearing this, Li Yunji was enraged. She exclaimed in exasperation, useless punk. I spent all that money and this is the answer you give me. And claiming to be the best detective in Xiangcheng. You guys want faces? Another threat. Wait, I'll go and smash your sign tomorrow. Miss Yunji, it's really not our fault. The person on the other end of the line said, they've got too much information retention, and it's not like we've got nothing to show for it. Though, there's no dark information about these two that we've found out. But, That information about Su Muyun giving birth, we still found out. Lee Yunji's face was delighted. Immediately, he asked, "Tell me, Su Muyun did give birth to twin children 4 years ago." The other side of the phone said, "The baby, I think, was conceived around the time she graduated from college. Moreover, the father of the 2 children, according to the information we obtained from the hospital where Su Muyun gave birth, is also indeed Lu Feng. According to those doctors, the information that Su Muyun filled out in his father's column was this name." This statement was made. At once, the surrounding crowd burst out laughing. "That's it? You still want to make someone lose their reputation? You can't even find out about people and you want to throw dirt on them? Even if you want to force dirty water, you should at least create a little information. Find a detective. All of them are helping our earthy handsome and goddess Su. This hand operation of yours is too stupid, isn't it?" Bang! Lee Yunji violently smashed her cell phone on the ground, smashing it into pieces. She wanted to make Lu Feng and Su Muyun lose their reputation. She felt that by exposing Lu Feng and Su Muyun's underplay, she would be able to turn the tables. And the result? As everyone has said, the person one is looking for is purely the opposite. The information is not available. The level of secrecy is too high. What does that tell you? It means people have high status. There's no way to check. And again, the children's question. She is trying to tell everyone that Lu Feng is a little white boy, a receiver. And the result? The person he found himself came to the conclusion that the child was actually said to be Lu Feng's. Who the fuck is this in the face? Punch yourself in the face. What? More desperate than this type of slap in the face? Xian Zizong flipped out even though the person he had gotten to be a detective was actually speaking in favor of the other side as well. What else could she do? Hey! Right at this moment, Li Yunji suddenly heard Lu Feng's voice. She took a sharp look and realized that Lu Feng was on the phone. Release. After saying these 2 words, Lu Feng hung up the phone. At that moment, Li Yunji suddenly had a feeling that she seemed to be in bad luck. Whoa! Look! What's that? Suddenly, someone pointed above a screen in the mall and exclaimed. Just as soon as he saw the barrier, a short action movie suddenly played. At this moment, a man and a woman were engaged in a fierce battle. The male is 200 pounds out, been horsewhipped, can't tell what it looks like. The female is slightly more petite. No horse was beaten. It was Li Yunji. Ooh, wonderful. Hey, who put it there? What a horse fight. I don't want to see a horse. I want to see something wonderful. Wow, that bitch is hitting it out of the park. Who is that man? So fat. I really can't tell. This bitch has a good body and looks pretty good in a plain face. The crowd cheered loudly, especially a male audience. It was more like being set on fire. Start cheering like crazy. And, from time to time, Li Yunji was dumbfounded, thoroughly confused. She suddenly remembered that opportunity that Lu Feng had just said. Seeing as you're a woman, I'll give you a chance. But she didn't ask for it. She thought that she could still flip it. She thought that she would have the last laugh. Results. Aha! She yelled frantically, then, turned and ran. 4 women. An action movie show on the big screen at Red Star Plaza. That's going to kill more than any words ever could. That's a nuke. After the explosion, she would literally have no face. Truly a body of work. So, she just wanted to run away. Rush to escape this place that made her feel like hell. However, after she ran outside, she suddenly stopped again. For, in front of her, at this moment, stood several policemen. Seeing these police security, Li Yunji's originally pale and incomparable face instantly revealed a touch of joy. Immediately, he exclaimed, "Comrade police security, you have finally arrived." The police anon who came and asked, "Did you call the police?" "Yes, I called the police." "What's your name?" "Li Yunji." "Where is the perpetrator now?" "It's right over there. I'll take you there." It was as if Li Yunji had come back to life with full blood. With the police anon in tow, he headed towards the mall. With the police security opening the way, they easily squeezed into the crowd. It came to Lu Feng's body. That what's-her-name Cloud Fairy has a really good body. Pretending to be a saintly maiden in front of people, but being so put out afterward. This contrast really makes me almost explode on the spot. I don't know if that Cloud Fairy still dares to go live. If she dares to go live, I guess there will be someone who dares to watch the video recorded just now while staring at her livestream for a few rounds. Just as he squeezed into the crowd, he heard murmurs coming from all around. Li Yunji forced herself to hold back the anger that made her collapse. Standing next to the police anon, pointing at Lu Feng, he said, "Comrade police security, that's him." Not only did he hit someone in public, adding, "and, also, spreading bad videos has caused very serious damage to my honor and reputation. You guys catch him right now." The middle-aged police anon at the head of the group stepped forward. standing in front of Lu Feng. Is what she said the truth? Lu Feng was just about to speak. Suddenly, in the back, Ping Ping and Anan ran over, standing in front of Lu Feng. Uncle Policeman, my dad is not a bad guy. You can't arrest my dad. Yes, Uncle Policeman, my dad is the good guy and this aunt is the bad guy. You guys get this bad aunt? She bullied my mom. Daddy struck out because he wanted to protect mommy and not allow them to bully her. Upon hearing this, Su Muyun's face changed. Immediately, he rushed over and was about to carry off the two children. However, Lu Feng was reaching out to stop her. Comrade Police Security, did you hear that? Li Yunji smiled coldly and said, now, their own children have admitted to the beating. Bad auntie, you're not a good person. Your words can't be trusted. Bad auntie, shy face, shameless, bad auntie not wearing clothes and bullying mommy. Ping Ping and Anan looked at Li Yunji very bravely. Angrily, he retorted. Li Yunji exploded in place upon hearing this. Eyes glaring up, cursing angrily while raising his hand to strike. Too little wild. However, just as she opened her mouth, she was startled when she suddenly saw Lu Feng's eyes glaring and she took a step straight forward. She had seen Lu Feng beating Xian Zizong and Zhu Xing'er with her own eyes. At the bottom of his heart, he had an instinctive fear of Lu Feng. So, the words that came to his lips, swallowed back. The body, moreover, instinctively took a step backward and hid behind the police Anan on the side. Ms. Li Yunji, it's also sinful to lay hands on a child. At that moment, the middle-aged police Anan in the lead frowned. Especially if you do it in front of us. We are able to take you straight back. Li Yunji's face turned white and her body trembled slightly. However, it was gritting its teeth, pointing at the two children, and saying, Comrade Police Security, you heard the words of these two little brats just now. And again, aren't you going to arrest anyone yet? The middle-aged policeman at the head then looked at Lu Feng, asked, is there anything you want to say? Lu Feng did not answer at first. Instead, crouched down, standing in front of the two children, stroking the children's heads, he laughed. Ping Ping, Anan, you must remember that children are not allowed to meddle in matters between adults. You are too young to understand. Understand? Ping Ping nodded thoughtfully, said, but I don't want Uncle Police Security to take Daddy. There will be no one to protect us if Uncle Police Security takes Daddy. Ping Anan will be sad. Mom will be sad too. Two small children, crying at the same time. Lu Feng asked, so what do you guys say? Is Dad a bad guy? The children shook their heads. If Daddy isn't a bad guy, then why did Uncle Police Security arrest Daddy? Lu Feng said, Uncle Police Security is a people's hero. How could he arrest people indiscriminately? The kids thought about it, then, nodded. There, good girl, don't cry. Lu Feng said softly, go to mommy. The two children looked at each other. Another look at Uncle Police Security. Then, only reluctantly, did he return to his mom? Lu Feng got up, turning his head. He looked at the middle-aged police Anan who was at the head of the group. Smiling, he said, Comrade Police Security, let me make a phone call first. The middle-aged police Anan frowned, just trying to talk. Li Yunji in the back spoke first. Comrade Police Security, you can't let him call. Li Yunji said, he must be trying to find someone to help him get off the hook. The middle-aged police Anan said coldly, Ms. Li Yunji, you can rest assured. And then he said, this is a society of law and order. And in front of so many people, no one is going to plead for him and absolve him. In the middle-aged police Anan's opinion, the person in front of him, called Lu Feng, did not defend himself at the first moment, but chose to make a phone call, which in itself was a sign of a weak heart. So, he spoke with extra harshness as well. The purpose of this is to tell Lu Feng that no matter whose phone you call, it is useless. You won't be able to run away today even if the King of Heaven comes. If you commit a sin, you must be punished. Lu Feng ignored the two. Self-consciousness aired a call. A short while later, the call was answered. Lu Feng then said, Police Security is here. Come down. Then, it hung up. Seeing Lu Feng finish his call, the middle-aged police Anan waved his hand. Cuff him and take him away. Lu Feng frowned and said, wait for what? The middle-aged policeman interrupted Lu Feng directly and said, even if we wait for your people to come, so what? I'm telling you, today, no matter who comes, it's useless. If you commit a crime, you must answer for it. In front of so many people, I'll see who dares to harbor you. Hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Li Yunji's face. She couldn't help but taunt, Comrade Police Security, you're good. When dealing with this kind of person, you have to defy authority. You have to arrest them. The middle-aged police Anan took that well. Smiling, he nodded. Don't worry. Since it has been established that he has committed a crime, there is absolutely no way that the law will spare him. Lu Feng smiled and asked, "This comrade police security. I see that you should be the one in charge. I don't know how to address you? What, still want to threaten me?" The middle-aged police anon sneered. "You think I, Li Yunfei, am someone who is afraid of threats? What about positions? Xiangqing General Bureau, Captain of the 1st Brigade. So it's Captain Li from Xiangqing General. Nice to meet you. Don't bullshit me. And don't be polite with me here. I don't know you well. And don't think I'm going to let you off the hook. When did I ever say I'd let you Captain Li off the hook? It's for the best. However, I do have a few small questions for Captain Li." Li Yunfei frowned. "What's the problem?" Lu Feng smiled and said, "Captain Li just said that it has been determined that I have committed a crime. So, dare I ask, what crime have I committed?" Li Yunfei said, "Disseminating bad videos in public and beating others in public. Just these two alone will be able to keep you inside for at least half a year or more. So, dare I ask, who did I hit?" Lu Feng asked again. "Where are the people?" Li Yunfei looked around. Then, he looked at Li Yunji again. Li Yunji reacted suddenly. Hyunja-chan just left. Immediately, he said, "I'll make a phone call." "No need to fight," Lu Feng said. "He'll be right down." Li Yunji understood. The phone call Lu Feng just made was calling Xian Zizong. On second thought, Xian Zizong's soft-ass look. I'm afraid that 9 times out of 10, the charge of Lu Feng's public assault will not stand. Her face, instantly, was not a good look. But Li Yunfei, the first captain, didn't know anymore. He heard the human sinners come down immediately, and, at once, nodded. "That's good. Next question," Lu Feng said. "Who saw me spreading bad videos in public?" Li Yunfei froze and looked at Li Yunji again. Li Yunji was also confused. "Who saw it?" "That's right. Who saw it? Whoever saw this, come forward and testify for our comrade police security." "I saw it. I saw that our earthy handsome guy has been staying here, being constantly provoked and humiliated by this very Yun. Yes, 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 I saw it too. From start to finish. It's this anchor cloud fairy. Oh no, MS. Li Yunji who's stirring up trouble." There were a total of 3 waves of people, one after the other, and finally she couldn't stand the shame of failure herself. So she started to go off the reservation and just called the police security. "First Sergeant, you're the 4th wave she's called in. I didn't realize that our Xiangqing General Directorate Captain is also her person. 666 maybe it's still brother and sister?" Li Yunji, Li Yunfei, look at these names. They're just one word apart. I don't think we're going to play that game when we're our own siblings. Are we? That's not necessarily true. At once, the crowd around them began to rise. Along with that, it also trapped the senior Captain Li Yunfei, and the people he brought with him, all of them. Senior Captain Li Yunfei's face even instantly turned an iron blue color. He's not stupid either. Hearing the uproar of these crowds around him, he naturally guessed what was going on. It's obvious that it was this one called Li Yunji who started the trouble in the first place. Moreover, a total of 3 waves of people were called over to pick a fight. As a result, it didn't pick a winner, which is why I chose to call the police. And after he and the others came over, they didn't understand anything about the situation and went straight up to Lu Feng to ask for punishment. Then he became Li Yunji's accomplice. At once, it aroused the displeasure of the surrounding crowd. And then think about the short action movie you saw on the big screen that just ended when you came in earlier. It was obvious that he himself was considered by everyone to be under the skirt of this MS. Li Yunji. Of course, it could be brother and sister. After all, the names do look alike. A brigadier general who didn't even understand the situation and came up to give Lu Feng a charge to arrest someone. Who would believe this if it weren't for some ulterior motive with Li Yunji? Of course, there is also the other possibility that these people are deliberately up in arms. They are deliberately harboring Lu Feng. Just now, weren't these people clamoring for some kind of dirt cheap dudes? If this Lu Feng gives them hush money, they will definitely help this Lu Feng. "Captain." That's when a member of the team ran over. Whispering, he muttered in Li Yunfei's ear. After hearing the words of this team member, Li Yunfei's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Asked, "Sure, there's security footage on this side of Red Star Plaza." The team said, "The captain can just go get it and see." Li Yunfei thought about it. Just about to speak. Suddenly, "Comrade police security, I want to turn myself in." Then the crowd squeezed away. A silhouette, with a panicked face, walked up to the police security, said, "Comrade police security, I surrender myself. The video just now. I put it there. But, I didn't mean to. I just happened to see the video on my phone. Then, while it was playing, it tapped the wrong button over the cast. I plead guilty." With that, he looked at Li Yunji again, said, "MS. Li Yunji, I'm sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive me for my operational error. I'm willing to take full responsibility for it. Lee Yoonji was dumbfounded. She originally also pointed out that even if Xian Zitsong's side couldn't convict Lu Feng, but this spreading of bad videos is a sure way to get a conviction, right? And the result? Captain Lee, the charge of spreading bad videos, now, should not be settled on my head, right? Lu Feng looked at Li Yunfei and said with a smile. Li Yunfei was filled with embarrassment. For a moment, it was hard to know what to say. President Xian, Comrade Police Security just said that I assaulted someone in public. Lu Feng looked at Xian Zitsong who followed behind. You explain it. Xian Zitsong asked with a puzzled expression. Hit someone? Who did you hit? Lu Feng said. Besides you. Who else? Me? Xian Zitsong seemed to react to this. Immediately, he ran to Captain Lee's face. Comrade Policeman, are you guys misunderstanding? Saying that, he pointed at Lu Feng. He's my big brother. This little brother of mine has done something wrong, and it's only right for big brother to teach his little brother a lesson. How can you call that assault? I am, right now, really thankful that my big brother hit me and woke me up. Otherwise, I'm afraid my life would be ruined. I can't thank him enough. How can you guys blame him for hitting me? Li Yunfei was completely confused. Distributing bad videos. Someone has voluntarily turned themselves in. There is no way to pick out half of what is wrong with the surrender of Ho Chi Minh. Beating. People who are beaten happily tell you that Lu Feng played well. Wake me up. I want to thank him. What do? Lu Feng has a weak heart? Lu Feng called for help? I'm out of my fucking mind to believe a woman. It was only then that he felt that this Lu Feng was calling for help. Chairman Xian deserves to be Chairman Xian. This wave of operation is 6. President Xian, you've preserved your name as president. You're a good little brother. Don't worry. From now on, you have true big brother to cover you. Captain Lee, do we still need to arrest someone now? Captain Lee, take out the swagger you had just now and arrest someone. I'm telling you, it's useless for anyone to come today. I'm going to arrest you. The uproar, the taunts, the provocations, it keeps coming. It made Li Yunfei's entire body stupid. He gritted his teeth and glared hard at Li Yunji. With a decisive wave of his hand, he immediately commanded, first put this Li Yunji under control, and bring it back to the bureau along with the surveillance video here. And again, if, indeed, all is true, I will convict him of breach of the peace, disturbing the citizens, and maliciously causing trouble. Li Yunji was dumbfounded. How could she not have expected to lift a stone and, as a result, hit herself in the foot? The police security he called in. Instead of arresting that Lu Feng, he arrested himself. On what grounds? She suddenly yelled. Who are you to arrest me? How come I'm? Don't you know in your heart what you've done yourself? Li Yunfei was now convinced of what the team member had just whispered in his ear. If Li Yunji hadn't done those things, it wouldn't have caused the public's anger. Therefore, he interrupted Li Yunji very sternly, glaring and saying, how serious a consequence has been caused by leading a riot within the Red Star Plaza? Don't you know? How much business has been affected? Don't you know? How much damage has been done to other people's reputations? Don't you know? If you don't know, back at the station, someone will naturally teach you. Now, you can shut up. Li Yunji was intimidated by this Captain Lee's powerful aura and harsh words. For a while, he didn't dare to say anything more. Li Yunfei also ignored Li Yunji. He turned his head to look at Lu Feng and respectfully saluted towards Lu Feng. Positively and heavily, he said, Mr. Lu Feng, I'm deeply sorry for misunderstanding your behavior just now. Also, one thing I must clarify is that this MS, Li Yunji and I just have similar names and are not related in any way. I don't mean to take her side in any way. Please understand, and forgive. Lu Feng smiled and nodded, said, I believe in the safety of the people and police of our Hualong country, and I'm also willing to believe that Captain Lee was merely acting out of justice just now. Captain Lee extended his hand and said heartily, thanks for understanding. Lu Feng shook hands with Captain Lee. You're welcome. At this time, among the crowd, there were also voices of praise that finally came from the crowd. Captain Lee, you are a true man. The people and the police are safe and honorable. Justice will be late, but never absent. People's police security. Good job. Hearing this voice, Li Yunfei smiled as if he was relieved. Turning toward the crowd around him, he said, thank you all for your cooperation and for helping me correct it. After saying that, he waved his hand. Take the people with you. Let's go. Slow down. Eyes on the police security beside him, holding handcuffs to come to cuff himself. Li Yunji panicked. Pointing at Lu Feng, he yelled, he's guilty. He just carried 4 people on his motorcycle. I have pictures and evidence. At this point, she looked like a lunatic without her wits about her. No matter what was on her body, As long as it could hurt Lu Feng and Su Muyun, she would throw it out, even if it is just this kind of trick to make Lu Feng penalize a few points and deduct a few $100. This is a fiasco, loser. Fighting back hysterically. We are police security. Not road police, traffic police security. Li Yunfei said. If what you say is true, we will hand over the evidence you took out to the road police force. And again, but right now, you have to come back to the station with us. Captain Li. Wait a moment. Lu Feng stepped forward and called out to Li Yunfei. Smiling, she said, since she said my locomotive is in violation, I'll show you guys around before I have to. When the time comes, bother you again. Li Yunfei looked at Lu Feng with some doubt. Lu Feng smiled and didn't explain. Then he walked towards the outside of the mall. Li Yunfei took Li Yinji and the rest of his group and quickly followed. There is an open parking lot for electric cars outside the mall. Lu Feng's car, put it over here, right out of the mall. At the moment, next to the locomotive, there happened to be a group of people gathered around, discussing something. Lu Feng pointed to the car surrounded by the crowd. That's my locomotive. Li Yunfeng turned his head to look at Li Yinji and asked, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. Li Yunji had seen the pictures and remembered the style of locomotives in the pictures very well, because the locomotive was big, red and, well, kind of racy, the one locomotive in the entire open electric car parking lot. So, she recognized it right away. That badge looks like a Hermes locomotive, doesn't it? Hermes? You're not kidding, are you? That's the highest-end car company in the world. And, well, it's a high-end model only. Yes, that's Hermes locomotive. If you don't believe me, just look it up online. I checked it out, and holy shit, it's actually a limited edition model. And, well, it seats 4. I'll be damned. Just this locomotive. It actually costs nearly $20 million. $20 million? Are you sure? It's written here that there are only 5 of them in the world. There's only one in the entire Huarong country. Yeah, I checked that out too. And that's indeed the case. Worthy of being a tycoon, handsome, just a locomotive. Also willing to spend nearly $20 million. Listening to the constant murmurs coming from the surroundings, Li Yunji was a bit confused. A locomotive for $20 million? It's still a limited edition of Hermes. Sure, this isn't a joke? $20 million locomotive with a 4-person limit. At that moment, Senior Captain Li Yunfei looked at Li Yunji and asked, what else do you want to say? No, I don't believe it. Li Yunji shook her head and said in a frantic manner, I'll look it up myself. Look at this. Li Yunfei didn't waste any time. Directly, he handed over a picture on his cell phone. Here's a picture that just came in from the road police side. Li Yunfei said, the car arrived yesterday, and it was also put on the account yesterday. The processing fees alone cost over $3 million. The head of the household is Lu Feng. Take a closer look. Li Yunji looked at that picture, and her entire body was suddenly dumbfounded. Still poor? Still white boy? At that moment, Xian Zitsong appeared out of nowhere. Standing beside Li Yunji, he sneered, I've never seen a woman as stupid as you. People don't even get a feel for the underlying drama, so they just bite the bullet. They're poor and they're a little white boy, feeling capable of screwing the other guy. What's the result? Causing Zhu Xinger to have no face, causing my old man to almost lose his family and go to the police station. I'm damn lucky I reacted fast. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what would have happened to me. For a woman like you, whoever gets into it, is out of luck. After saying that, with a cold snort, Xian Zitsong turned around and left. He didn't have time to waste too much time with Li Yunji here. He still has to go to Lu Feng to ask for forgiveness. I came over here purely to scold Li Yunji. Let's see if we can wake this stupid woman up. As for Li Yunji, after being scolded, she subconsciously raised her head and went to look at where Lu Feng was standing before. However, where else was Lu Feng's figure? Can you die? Li Yunfei asked. Can you honestly come back to the station with me? Li Yunji didn't answer, just gritted his teeth and kept his head down. A look of pain and regret filled his face. Turns out, what my great-aunt found for me wasn't a poor bastard. Instead, it's a really handsome, sunny, mysterious tycoon. Unfortunately, I'm blind and judge a book by its cover. Seeing people with colored eyes. He also played a flirtation with Mr. Hua under each other's eyes. A wonderful opportunity wasted. I really am so stupid. Lu Feng brought the people outside and after telling them which car it was, he turned around and left. Since someone recognizes the decal, they should know about that car. There would be no need for him to stay on and explain so much to them. As far as he was concerned, doing so was nothing more than solving a problem in advance, so as not to get the road police on the phone again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by his wife. You are a good husband. Bonus rating value of 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by both children. You are a good father. Bonus rating value of 40,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, on gaining the approval of your enemy, Zhu Xinger. You are a good man, a true tycoon. Bonus rating value of 50,000. Ding! Get permission from passers-by. You are a true husband and a true tycoon. Gain a rating value of 500. Ding! In the twinkling of an eye, in the system, there was a continuous ding-ding sound. The incessant sound almost shook Lu Feng unconscious, but the feeling of getting a rating value, that's really cool. Well, that's what it's called. Pain and pleasure. Not much longer. The system's rewarding voice stopped. Lu Feng took a look at the rating value, 368k. It was 196,000 before, and after spending 5,000 on Li Yunji's information, there is still 191,000 left. In other words, this wave of counterattacks gave him a full 177,000 rating gain. Counterpunch punched the face, pulled the character, and made a killing on the rating value. This wave couldn't be more awesome. In the back of his mind, for no apparent reason, a thought surfaced, a good man. It doesn't seem to be that hard to do. While walking in the direction of the mall, pull out your cell phone as you do so. Made a call to Lu Feng. Su Muyun did not follow Lu Feng out. She knew the locomotive could seat 4. So, no worries at all. Still, she was startled when she saw the message above the pop-up. Ha ha, this is a wonderful play. That one called Cloud Fairy is really stupid. I've never seen such a stupid woman. Obviously she shouted to the two waves of people. Arlo, she also want a hard charge. Hard charge lost. Lost face is just, bite your teeth, bear it, hurry to run away, don't come back. The results to good, but also to bring the police security back. Really? Holy shit. Guess what the result of this stupid woman's tawdry maneuver is? What? Who was there? Hurry up and explain the situation. Hey, Goddess Su, why don't you explain it to me? That's a limited edition Hermes locomotive. There are only 5 of them in the world, and there's only one in Hualong country, priced at $16 million. After the account, it's infinitely close to $20 million, and most importantly, limited to 4. Ha ha, that's a facepalm. I'd especially like to see what that stupid woman's face looks like now. Well, needless to say, it must be pretty desperate. $20 million? Su Muyun was really a bit confused. What kind of monster was this husband that he had gotten himself on a phone call? Didn't they say they were broke? Didn't you say your family was poor? Spend $4 million without blinking an eye. Buy a locomotive and be willing to spend $20 million. Isn't that too much of a loser? Ding, Mu got feelings to reward a rocket. Ding, Mu got feelings rewarded with 10 rockets. Ding, thousands of miles to see Mu rewarded with a rocket. The next moment, above the barrage, that rocket whooshed and began to rush. In just a few moments of work, there were nearly 100 rounds of rockets coming in. Above the pop-up, clear, all repeated 3 sentences. Goddess Su is awesome, and the husband she chose is even more awesome. The goddess has a husband who can stop 1,000 armies. The goddess has face and talent. The tycoon has face and money. See these pop-ups. Su Muyun quickly came back to his senses. Once again a sweet smile appeared on her face. Thank you all. Dad. Just then, Ping Ping and Anan suddenly opened their arms and ran towards the front. Su Muyun looked up and saw that it was Lu Feng who had returned. Then he said into his cell phone, "That's it for today's broadcast." When he finished, he didn't wait for the sounds of protest from the pop-ups. Turn off the cell phone. He then picked up the set of boxes on the ground that had been trampled and also walked towards Lu Feng. Honestly, how many other things are you hiding from me? Su Muyun walked over to Lu Feng who was holding the 2 children. Pretending to be angry, he said, "The card I was shown earlier was $1 million. As a result, $4 million worth of jewelry was bought without even consulting me. Also, the $20 million locomotive. Why are you such a loser? $20 million is actually spent on locomotives." Looking at Su Muyun's face that was pretending to be angry, as well as the contrast between the happiness and the smile that filled his eyes, Lu Feng laughed. "Wife, you're so cute. It took Su Muyun a long time to gather the courage to question Lu Feng. As a result, Lu Feng actually came up with such a sentence. It deflated her straight away. It couldn't be helped that she hadn't fully accepted Lu Feng as her husband. Plus, the fact that the other party was so rich all of a sudden did make her feel that there seemed to be a big gap between the two of them all of a sudden. Inevitably, there will be some worry in the heart, and a sense of loss. It will feel that one may indeed be in no position to care that much. So, suddenly, she kept her head down and was silent. What? Angry? Lu Feng saw the other party's sudden silence. immediately taking a stand. Otherwise, I'll go return the car and all the jewelry now and get my money back. And again, I'm sure I won't dare to lose my money when my wife gives the word. Upon hearing that the other party valued himself so much, Soo-Moo-yoon felt a warmth in his heart for no reason. The feeling of being afflicted just now was not so heavy. But, still, he deliberately said, "Who cares about your stuff? What does it have to do with me if you lose or not? You're my wife, and if you say you can't be a loser, then I certainly can't be a loser." Lu Feng said in a loud voice, "The sky is the boss. The wife is the second." "No, the wife is the boss. The sky is the second. Whatever the wife says, that's what it is. Can you compare money to a wife? Money's a son of a bitch. Make it again when it's gone. With your husband's skills, I can make money in a matter of minutes. As long as your wife is happy. Money, the son of a bitch, do whatever you want." Pust. Soo-Moo-yoon finally couldn't help it and was amused by Lu Feng. Not in a good mood. "Greaseball, how do you know?" Lu Feng said in a serious manner. "Wife, tell me honestly, did you secretly taste it last night while I was sleeping?" Soo-Moo-yoon's little face immediately reddened. "I won't talk to you anymore. Ha ha." Lu Feng, on the other hand, smiled. "It's funny how teasing this cute, shy wife makes you feel so happy. Okay, wife, no more teasing." Lu Feng laughed. "This is not the place to talk about those things. Let's go home and talk about it. Okay? Soo-Moo-yoon arrogantly turned her face away, not wanting to pay attention to Lu Feng. Old school. At this time, Lu Feng, slightly excited, once again ran over. "Old classmates, Goddess Sue, I have good news for you." Lu Feng ran over. Smiling, he said to Lu Feng and Soo-Moo-yoon, "I just asked the store manager. The store manager said that since the old school is our guest of honor, so, the jewelry set can be exchanged for an equal amount. It just costs a little bit for shipping." Upon hearing these words, Soo-Moo-yoon, who was still arrogant, immediately turned back. Gleefully, he asked, "Really? Really?" Lu Feng laughed and said, "Our store manager said it herself. Goddess Sue, if you don't believe me, you can go with me to ask our store manager. And how much is the shipping? It's only a couple $1,000s. Several thousand?" Soo-Moo-yoon's eyebrows frowned slightly. "Think it's expensive? For a comber who was previously fine-tuned to buy a house. Say, it's really expensive for a couple $1,000s just to replace something. And, it's a bit ridiculously expensive and a bit heartbreaking." Lu Feng glanced at Lu Feng with some difficulty. Then, with a bitter smile, "Why don't I talk to our store manager again?" No need. Soo-Moo-yoon immediately shook his head. "Old classmate, you're mistaken." Lu Feng laughed and said, "What my wife means, it's only a few thousand." "Oh." Lu Feng smiled faintly. "I told you, our goddess Sue has you as her tycoon husband with her. And again, if you can afford millions of dollars of stuff, do you care about the thousands?" "Ha." Soo-Moo-yoon smiled slightly awkwardly, then, quietly walked over to Lu Feng's side, handing the item to Lu Feng. "Then I'd like to thank Lu Feng's classmates for going to exchange it for us." "Okay," Lu Feng said. "You guys come with me to pick out the styles and see which one you like." Yes, the group followed Lu Feng towards Cartier once again. In the instant he turned around, Soo-Moo-yoon suddenly killed in pain. Viciously, he pinched Lu Feng's waist hard. "Ah!" Caught off guard, Lu Feng cried out in pain. Frightened, Soo-Moo-yoon immediately jumped aside. Then, head slightly tilted, red-faced, she looked aside, arrogant as hell. Lu Feng turned back to Lu Feng. "Old classmate, what's wrong?" Lu Feng said, "It's okay, I was bitten by a mosquito." Typical eyes wide open. Ghosts believe it, Lu Feng won't even believe it. A mosquito bite that screams like this? Auntie, Daddy lied. His younger brother Ping Ping immediately betrayed Lu Feng. Said, "Just now, it was Mommy here at Daddy's waist, exerting herself like this," he said, and twisted his hand a little harder. And then Daddy awed and screamed. "Daddy!" Mommy said no lying. Sister and criticized Lu Feng. Then, turning towards Soo-Moo-yoon, he said, "Mom, right." Soo-Moo-yoon immediately bowed his head. Her cheeks were red as a sheet. Pride rolls away instantly. There's no shame in it. Lu Feng had a thicker skin and scratched his head. Haha, laughing. Yeah, Daddy shouldn't be lying. Daddy. Pust. Lu Feng finally couldn't help but laugh. Ahem. Lu Feng lightly coughed twice. In all seriousness, I said, "Old school. I've just been criticized and educated by my children. A deep review is underway. So please be serious." Saying that, he even gestured in Soo-Moo-yoon's direction. Lu Feng instantly reacted. Immediately, he forced back his laughter. To Soo-Moo-yoon, she said, "Goddess Sue, I'll go to the store first and wait for you. After saying that, he immediately turned around and left. Wait for Lu Feng to leave. Su Muyun immediately turned her head, red-faced and disgruntled. It's all your fault. How is it my fault? Lu Feng was innocent. It was you who pinched me. I took a beating and didn't say anything yet. You. Just blame you. Just blame you. Su Muyun said quite unreasonably. If it wasn't for you spending money indiscriminately and pissing me off, would I have pinched you? I'm not yet. It's Dad's fault. My brother Ping Ping said. You're the one who made Mommy mad. Yeah, it's Dad's fault. Sister An said. Who told you to spend money? Lu Feng was dumbfounded. What a situation. Instant 3 for 1? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Can't we talk sense? Okay, it's my fault. Lu Feng suddenly felt that he still couldn't reason with women. Dutifully admit my mistake. I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have spent the money. I shouldn't have made my wife angry. Pust. Two little kids. Instantly laughing. Pust. Su Muyun also finally couldn't help but laugh. Ha. Lu Feng also laughed. And then say, honey, don't be mad at me. Su Muyun was immediately arrogant. Who said that? Still angry. Lu Feng pointed at the two brats and said, then take it out on them. Adding, they sent me to buy that jewelry set. Su Muyun's face changed slightly, and his gaze turned to look sternly at the two brats. Lu Feng was happy. Ha, you guys do the first day. I'll do the 15th. Let you all gang up on me. Mom, I was wrong. Sister An immediately said. I just thought Mom looked so pretty in that jewelry. That's why I wanted Dad to buy it for you. Yeah, Aunt Lily said it all before. The family jewelry is too cheap to match you, Mom. Ping Ping, the younger brother, said. But, Mom, you couldn't afford to buy a new one. So we let Dad buy it. Holy shit. You guys have too much of a desire to survive. Don't you? How can you say such shameless things? Well, Mommy doesn't blame you guys. Su Muyun's motherly love overflowed and she touched the two children's heads with a face full of relief. Say, Mommy knows you're good kids who know what you're doing, and you heart Mommy. But, at one point, he added, you guys need to remember that next time, you can't let Daddy spend money like that, okay? The two little kids immediately nodded seriously. What the hell? No scolding, no beating, and took credit for my work. Lu Feng stood there with a depressed face, a lifeless look on his face. Su Muyun looked up at Lu Feng, a slight smile. Suddenly, taking a step closer, he gently pulled Lu Feng's hand. Then, quickly gently said, I actually either blame you for spending money indiscriminately, or, just don't want you to think that I'm the kind of woman who is very materialistic. As she spoke, she subconsciously lowered her head again. Suddenly, there's a bit of an inferiority complex again. It was a far cry from the arrogant look he had before. Lu Feng felt some heartache. What kind of experience had made such a girl, whose bones exuded pride, so inferior? He took a deep breath. Then, directly reaching out, he pulled Su Muyun. Su Muyun's face blushed and her head lowered even more. She jerked her hand hard. Lu Feng didn't let go and pulled hard. Say, honey, no matter what kind of woman you are, you're my woman. My woman. I naturally want to spoil. I have money. I don't care about your substance. You can be as material as you want to be. Su Muyun raised her head and looked at Lu Feng seriously. There is fog and light in the eyes, sparkling with crystals. The face is smiling, overflowing with happiness. She wanted to. He's rich. He was not going to be easily humiliated by anyone. He is really able to hold up the fort for us and not let us suffer in any way. He is willing to spoil us. It's not a dream. It's true. Suddenly, in the middle of my mind, for no reason, I remembered the conversation in the morning. One of the best things I ever did in my life, the thing I'm most proud of, was making that call. Aren't you married to me, Grace? Yes, Lu Feng. I'm happy to get a license with you. For the rest of my life, I will be proud of you. After all, Su Muyun did not break free from Lu Feng's hand. In the end, letting Lu Feng pull him, he entered Cartier, and the two little brats, Ping Ping and Inan, followed behind with faces full of aggression, muttering as he walked, Bad Daddy, stealing Mommy from us. Humph, let's ignore Bad Daddy later. Lu Feng and Su Muyun naturally heard it, but neither turned around, just look at each other and smile. Then, under Lu Feng's guidance, began to reselect the jewelry. Goddess Su, due to the set jewelry you purchased earlier, the price is too high. While Su Muyun was looking at the styles, Lu Feng explained from the sidelines. So, there are limited styles to choose from. You can rest assured, however, that these styles are top-notch designs. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Su Muyun didn't care about that. Say, are all the styles on here redeemable? Yeah, Both. Lu Feng said. And there's no need to make up any difference. Su Muyun looked at the jewelry pictures as if she liked them all. Turn it over and over. There seems to be a difficult choice bout. Ask Lu Feng. Lu Feng came directly. Why don't you buy them all back? Engaging Su Muyun immediately stared up with a pair of beautiful eyes. Lu Feng came up with another bad idea. Why don't we get a few paper balls and draw lots? That's a good idea. Lu Feng and the others beside him laughed outright. Su Muyun's hand itched again. It directly touched towards Lu Feng's waist. Frightened, Lu Feng immediately jumped out of the way and exclaimed, No rush, no rush, take your time to choose. Ms. Su, if you don't feel good about choosing, I have another one here. Would you like to take a look? At that moment, the store manager suddenly approached with a cell phone. Su Muyun took the cell phone. Immediately after seeing those pictures in the picture, I was intrigued. That delicate twinkling diamond. That represents a romantic floral pattern. All of them made Su Muyun very satisfied. She looked to the store manager and asked, Is this also an equal exchange? Yes, the store manager replied. However, this one is still on its way to Xiancheng, so I can't pick it up for now. Adding, and, since it's from another store, we'll need to pay 2,000 as compensation. Su Muyun wasn't in a hurry either. Didn't think 2,000 was too expensive a compensation. Just say, this one. Then, at this time, Lu Feng quietly made a sick sign with Lu Feng at the back. Lu Feng nodded and handed the bank card to Lu Feng. Go swipe the money. Not long after, Lu Feng came over with the card. It was handed to Lu Feng. Su Muyun didn't ask much, directly walking outside with Lu Feng. Two little kids, like nobody wants them, following behind Lu Feng and Su Muyun. A raw look on his face. Out of Cartier, he saw Xin Zitsong waiting there respectfully with a swollen, pig-headed face. Big brother. Seeing Lu Feng, Xin Zitsong addressed him respectfully and said, Do you find my performance today satisfactory? Lu Feng didn't answer. He just inclined his head to look at Su Muyun. What kind of person was Xin Zitsong? He immediately knew what to do, quickly arching his hand towards Su Muyun. Sister-in-law, it was me who had eyes to see before. It was me who was stupid and didn't know that you were Big Brother's wife. Said some things I shouldn't have said. Did some things I shouldn't have done. Look, I've suffered and confessed my sins now. Is it possible to put in a good word for me in front of Big Brother? Su Muyun grunted with a face full of disgust. Say, in the future, you are not allowed to hit on any other anchors. Xin Zitsong patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I promise that something like today will definitely not happen a second time in the future. So, that's it. Su Muyun was a kind girl after all. Seeing that Xin Zitsong was so miserable, he couldn't bear to make things difficult for Xin Zitsong anymore. Hear that? My wife forgives you. Lu Feng said. So what? From now on, you can call her sister-in-law. Xin Zitsong was full of excitement and said, Don't worry Big Brother, as long as I, Xin Zitsong, will always be the president of Xiancheng for one day, I'll never let my sister-in-law get any hard time at the guild. I'll be the first to spare anyone who dares to think of my sister-in-law. Lu Feng smiled, waving his hand. He said, Get lost. Xin Zitsong stopped talking nonsense and immediately turned around. Phew, finally, I've taken care of that grandpa. Having obtained the forgiveness of Su Muyun and Lu Feng, Xin Zitsong's heart, which was lifted, was finally put down. After this lesson, he also understood. The world is a big place. Never underestimate anyone. So yeah, in the future, it's better to clamp your head down and be honest. Ding. Just then, suddenly, the cell phone rang. He took it out and opened it. It was a Wei Xing message from Lu Feng. 2 in all. Article 1. Transfer of $238,800. Article 2. Go see about the injury. Also, take care of your sister-in-law. I don't want to see anything that has any negativity about your sister-in-law ever appear on her live stream again. Not bad for a dirtbag Big Brother. Xin Zitsong didn't feel any pain at all. Full of excitement. That's a big handful. $4 million, thrown at you to step on, without blinking an eye. $200,000 or so with zeros and zeros thrown out. It's like sending a screamer. I should say. After thinking about it, Xin Zitsong grimaced bitterly and muttered. In short, in the future, obediently work as a dog for Big Brother. The future of happiness depends on how well one serves one's sister-in-law. Lu Feng glanced at his cell phone balance. Just right. 4 million whole. That's right. The reason for transferring more than $200,000 to Xin Zitsong, for one thing, was to make the other party do their best. Secondly, it's all about rounding up. The set of Cartier jewelry that Su Muyun had chosen earlier cost $6 million. Lu Feng only has less than $3 million on his card. So, another 50. 000 rating value was spent to redeem 5 million. The Destroyed Angels series, which cost just over $700, 000, was returned due to a relatively smooth hookup. So, there's over 4 million left. Obsessive-compulsive disorder made him throw more than $200,000 right at it. If Shin Zitsong knew that he was able to get more than 200,000 because Lu Feng had a compulsion to round up the numbers, it was estimated that the entire person would be dumb. Put away the cell phone. Lu Feng, holding Su Big Beautiful Girl's hand, beautifully began to stroll through the mall. Before long, the group of four arrived in front of a children's clothing store. This is an upscale children's clothing store. For any set, it's nearly $1,000. Su Muyun said, "It's too expensive." Lu Feng said, "How can you call it expensive when it belongs to my child?" Su Muyun said, "Loser." Lu Feng didn't budge. "It's better than a barker." This time, Su Muyun didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Smile sweetly. "Mom, that's a beautiful dress. Mommy, these shoes are so pretty. Mom, buy me this. Mom, buy me that." By this time, the two little kids had run into the store and started picking out sets for themselves. Su Muyun smiled and said, "Mom doesn't have any money, so let Dad buy it for you." Lu Feng looked at the two little kids with a smile on his face. "Ha, not talking to me? Ignore me? Come on, don't mind me, don't talk to me. I'll see if you two brats will talk to me today." Dad, my brother, Ping Ping, was just like a nothing. Running to Lu Feng, he pulled Lu Feng and ran to the store. Then, pointing to a pair of shoes, "I want this one." Sister Anan also ran over and pulled Lu Feng's hand, pointing to a pretty dress. "Daddy, I want this one." "What about the bottom line? Where's the pride?" "Called me a bad father before, and said he wouldn't talk to me anymore." Results. That's it? One more look at the two children, the looky eyes, and the pitiful, pitying expressions. Lu Feng's original mood to tease the child was instantly gone. What are you doing with two kids? Besides, it's your own kid. Hell, how did they get through the first 4 years of their childhood? Now that he was back as a dad, it was up to him to give them warmth, not little tantrums. At the very least, even if it teases them, it's only when they're in a good mood that they have to feel their father's love first. Immediately, with a slight smile, he said, "Buy. We'll buy whatever you want. Take whatever you fancy. Daddy bought back all that he owed you for the last 4 years. Well." Sister Anan immediately turned cloudy and hugged Lu Feng and kissed him. Daintily, she said, "Thank you, Daddy. I knew Daddy was the best." His younger brother, Ping Ping, didn't feel like saying something like bad dad before. Ran straight to the shoes, picked them up and sat down on the floor to start trying them on. Su Muyun stood in the doorway, pursing her lips slightly. Her face was a smile, full of tenderness. "What a blessing, sir." That's when the owner came over. While fetching the dress for Anan, he said, "Madam is so beautiful, and the pair of dragon and phoenix children are so cute." Lu Feng smiled. "Say, does the boss think I'm ugly and poor?" The owner froze. Immediately, he said, "Sir is joking. I saw the commotion you made outside earlier. You are a real dirtbag. Also, you are really handsome. With your wife, that's a real match." Lu Feng nodded. Laughing, he said, "That's right. Not only am I blessed, but my wife and children are blessed too." Yeah. The owner immediately came down by way of a step. "It's a good fortune to have a head of the family like you, sir, and your children and your wife." At first glance, the owner is pretty good at what he does. Lu Feng was in a good mood. Couldn't help but flirt. "Boss, look, we're all blessed people. Or else, give us a discount." The owner almost spit blood. Bitter smile. "Sir, we are a small business. Moreover, this is not my store alone. I am a small part-time job. This discount, a beat, before saying, or, you can just discount me." Ha ha. Lu Feng laughed out loud. Pust. Su Muyun at the doorway couldn't help but laugh as well. Boutique children's clothing store for half an hour. In the end, each of the two children bought 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. It cost a total of 2006. The owner said he could get 20% off. Lu Feng didn't want it. For one thing, the little boss called himself a dirt cheap handsome man. Secondly, he thought the little boss was funny and talkative. So, paid in full straight away. The little boss collected the money and gave another shout out. This time, Su Muyun just smiled and didn't sell Lu Feng as a loser again. Out of the children's clothing store, Lu Feng looked at the balance. 974 million. Got change again. Flower. Lu Feng led Su Muyun towards the most upscale women's clothing store in Red Star Plaza. Su Muyun didn't object. Let Lu Feng lead the way forward. The two little kids still followed. They're short-handed and have to run to keep up, but they're happy now. Because, Dad helped them buy new clothes and shoes. So, they felt that Lu Feng was a good father again. Ha, weird. You're not calling me a loser anymore? On the way, Lu Feng asked with a smile. Su Muyun didn't answer. First things first, seeing that the other party didn't answer, Lu Feng added, when you go to try on the clothes later, you're not allowed to look at the price, and no one is allowed to say it's too expensive. Take what you like, whichever wears well, just take it away. How much it costs, I don't care, but, I want to have fun spending it. You have to have fun buying too. On the Cartier side, it was Lu Feng who had greeted him before. Su Muyun doesn't know the price, therefore, Lu Feng didn't say anything more in advance. Can go shopping for clothes? That must have a price. If Su Muyun looks at this, it's expensive. Don't buy it. Look at that one. It's expensive too. Don't buy it. Wouldn't that be the same as before, being looked down upon? If you don't have the money, so be it. Now that I have money of my own, I'm rushing to buy the good ones. It's natural not to be looked down upon. Got it. Su Muyun gently nodded and did not refuse. There was no rebuttal either. Ha! Lu Feng looked at Su Muyun strangely. So nice to talk. Really don't call me a loser. Su Muyun blankly glanced at Lu Feng. I know. You have money. She bowed her head and murmured. And I know you don't want us to be looked down upon. And again. Anyway, I won't embarrass you. Looking at the other party with her head lowered and that shy look, Lu Feng suddenly couldn't help it. Directly, he brought his mouth to it. A kiss on Su Muyun's face. Aha! Su Muyun was suddenly cast as if by magic. The body trembled and instantly settled. It's not moving. Seeing Su Muyun's appearance, Lu Feng kind of couldn't help but want to take a bite again. But, Su Muyun reacted quickly. She forcefully broke away from Lu Feng's hand, covered her red face and hid to the side. You're not allowed to bully me. Su Muyun was far away from Lu Feng and looked at Lu Feng with a scared face and said under his breath. Lu Feng froze, not expecting Su Muyun to react so strongly. For a while, it was a little hard to know what to do. Sorry too. Su Muyun saw Lu Feng suddenly freeze there in embarrassment. There is a feeling of being overwhelmed. A little worried. I am not mentally prepared for this. Love is naturally strong. I'm the father of the child. You're the baby's mom. I just think you're cute and I want to bite you. Do I have to wait for you to be ready? Thinking so, however, Lu Feng did not say it out loud. He probably already knew what Su Muyun was like. So, with a slight smile, say, okay, I promise I won't embarrass you anymore. No lying to me. Lying to you is a puppy. Alright, then, go clothes shopping. Go. Lu Feng made a move with his hand and led the way in front. He didn't bother to hold Su Muyun again. Walking on his own, Su Muyun followed for a while. Suddenly, it accelerated a bit and followed Lu Feng. Lu Feng ignored her and continued walking. Su Muyun lowered her head and gently bit her lip. Then, reached out her hand. Took the initiative to hold Lu Feng. Lu Feng exerted himself to pull out. Su Muyun's grip was tight and didn't let go. Are you angry? She asked in a low voice. Lu Feng said with a disgruntled face. No. Su Muyun was a little worried. Some more fear. But, still gritting his teeth, he said, why don't I let you kiss me again? Without saying anything, Lu Feng turned his head and hugged Su Muyun's face and bit it. With a mesmerized look on his face, he said, it smells so good. Su Muyun reddened from her forehead to her neck. Red through and through. Su Muyun's body is really good. A natural dresser. It looks great no matter what you wear. So, it's easy to buy. I ended up buying 4 suits at Chanel in one sitting, spending almost $200. 000 in total. Lu Feng bought 2 sets himself. His is more expensive. 2 sets alone cost $200,000. After buying clothes, it was already noon. The family of 4 had lunch right at the mall. After dinner, the 4 of them planned to go to the playground. It's not easy to carry so many bags. Lu Feng then said, tell you what, I'll send the stuff back first, you take the kids to the playground and I'll come find you later. Su Muyun nodded and said yes. Same time, Yang Chang also managed to get admitted to Xiangqing affiliated hospital. In the morning, due to the beating he received at Lu Feng's place, he was also characterized as a home invasion crime. Therefore, the current Yang Chang is still the one who wears the guilt. However, due to his father and uncle's hard enough connections, he barely managed to get a medical parole. That's what managed to avoid jail time. But how could Yang Chang swallow this breath? Well, at least he's a rich, young man. When has he ever suffered such a loss? Especially with this kind of uncontested dumbassery? Dad, you've got to do right by me on this one. Yang Chang looked at his father beside him and said in an aggravated voice, that guy is too hateful. Hit me. And also evil. You shut up. Yang Song glared at Yang Chang, hatefully. He said, "What kind of goods are you? Don't I know? What else is in your eyes but women? Whenever you see a woman, you look like an idiot, getting beat up and having to carry a charge. Tell me, how did I give birth to such an idiot as you?" Yang Chang instantly shriveled up. "Don't dare talk back. But don't worry," Yang Song added. "You are my son after all. No matter how stupid you are, no matter how disobedient, he's still my son. I can beat you, but no one else can. I don't care what he is. Since he touched you, I will never let him go. And that bitch Sun Lily. I can't believe you're elbowing your way out and helping someone else to bully my son. Then I'll make their family lose everything." As the general manager of the Windjammer Hotel, perpetually in a high position, that aura on his body is still extremely strong. The words came out with the flavor of being in control of the world. Yang Chang was a little afraid of this father. However, when he heard his father say that, his face was also happy. Immediately said, "Father, that bitch Sun Lily dared to bully me with others, and I will bully back." In the middle of saying that, he suddenly saw Yang Song's eyes glaring again. He shut up immediately. "Sungja, Sungja." Just at this moment, an anxious cry came from outside. Then the door to the room opened. A half-aged woman dressed up in a flowery dress and a middle-aged man whose aura was 1 point stronger than Yang Song's walked in. "Mom, Uncle." Seeing these two, Yang Chang directly cried out, "You guys finally came. That half-old Su Liang is exactly Yang Chang's mother, Hua Mingjiao." That middle-aged man, on the other hand, was Yang Chang's uncle, Hua Mingfei. "Son, what kind of sons of bitches did this to you?" After Hua Mingjiao entered the door and saw Yang Chang's appearance, she immediately burst into tears. "And it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong." Opening his mouth, he cursed, "Look at this face. What a beating it's gotten. Those sons of bitches deserve to be killed. Big brother, that's the only nephew you have. You have to do it for him." Hua Mingfei's face was also a bit ugly. He turned his head to Yang Song, who was at the side. "The specific situation, is it understood clearly?" Yang Song immediately replied. When he saw a woman, he didn't bring his brain, and as a result, he was beaten up and put on the spot. After that, he told the general story of what happened. "Yang Song, are you still a human being?" As soon as Hua Mingjiao heard Yang Song open and close his mouth, he said that Yang Chang was stupid, also enraged. "Your son was beaten up. Even if you don't help him out, you actually scolded him. He's going to bring his brains and something like this will happen?" Yang Song said without a trace of anger. "I scolded him to wake him up. Don't make this mistake again in the future. Don't be so stupid." Hua Mingjiao said angrily, "Isn't that still your seed?" "Humph. Good thing I'm back." Hua Mingjiao said, "If I don't come back, Chenger might be abused by you." "You, okay, knock it off." Hua Mingfei frowned. "What's it like to make a lot of noise here?" After speaking, he looked at Yang Song and said, "What are you going to do now?" "Take Sun Lily and her family first." Yang Song said, "Their lifeblood is in my hands. It's easy to move them. If you dare to touch my son, I definitely won't make it easy for them. As for that Lu Feng's family who made the move, I haven't gone to the bottom yet, and when I feel the bottom drama clearly, I naturally won't let them have a good time either." As soon as I heard that, Hua Mingjia immediately clapped her hands and said, "The Sun family must lose all their money, and that bitch called Sun Lily must be given a few days to play with my son." Yang Chang's eyes lit up. Immediately, she said, "Mom, you're right. It's hard to resolve my hatred if this Sun Lily doesn't give me a few days to play. And that Su Muyun, she's the same. I'm going to play with her and I'm going to take pictures of them. I'm going to make them lose their names." Hua Mingjiao nodded. With a doting face, he said, "Good. This bitch Su Muyun is also captured and given to my son to play with as well." Hua Mingfei then asked, "Yang Chang, do you know what kind of underplay Su Muyun and Lu Feng are?" "I know." Yang Chang said, "Sun Lily told me everything. That Lu Feng is a poor bastard whose family is in the countryside. No money, no background. That Su Muyun, on the other hand, is a live streamer. It's still a bit famous in the live streaming world. People call her Goddess Su, and a bitch for sale." "Uncle, with a family like that, there's no need to get to the bottom of anything. Just do it straight away." Yang Chang didn't dare to look at his father's face when he said this. He was afraid of Yang Song on the premise that Hua Mingjiao was not around. With Hua Mingjiao around, he had a bottom line. And once Hua Mingfei heard Yang Chang's description, his eyes lit up. Turning to Yang Song, he said, "You handle the Sun family side. This Lu Feng and Su Muyun, leave it to my people." Naturally, Yang Song did not dare to have an opinion on Hua Mingfei's decision. An honest nod. However, a coldness of disdain flashed through his eyes. He knew exactly what kind of person Hua Mingfei was. This son of his own is inheriting these vices from their family. Otherwise, where would we be today? However, Hua Mingfei was indeed very capable in this xiangcheng. He was able to sit in this position, but also rely on Hua Mingfei to help him pull strings. So, no matter what Hua Mingfei wanted to do, he wouldn't care. If I had the power, I might have pulled this one off myself. After all, that called Su Muyun woman, he has seen the photos before. It is indeed a superb. Yang Song and Hua Mingfei didn't stay long. After a few words, he left to take care of things. Yang Song to deal with the Sun family. Hua Mingfei, on the other hand, is going to solve the problem of Yang Cheng's crime first. Bah! These stinking men, none of them are good. See the two men leave. Hua Mingjio said with dissatisfaction. Humph, I still don't know what your uncle is thinking? Yang Cheng was puzzled. So he asked, what is uncle's idea? Of course it's hitting that Su Muyun. Hua Mingjio said. He's now addicted to playing with female anchors, and he's keeping a bitch in his hands. Yang Cheng was silent. No, we can't let your uncle get away with this. In the next moment, Hua Mingjio said, if he gets it, he'll definitely treat it as a treasure and won't give it to you. Changer, to play with. How can uncle eat alone? Yang Cheng was disgruntled and said, Mom, you have to help me. Don't worry, that bitch bullied my son. How could I let her off so easily? Hua Mingjiao grimaced, snorted coldly, and said, I will make her regret it, and make her life worse than death. One said, frowning in thought, said, to steal someone from your uncle's side, you have to make the first move. It's going to be today. Before we snatch the woman, just snatch it and your uncle won't have the face to ask for it again. As for how to rob people, her eyes narrowed slightly as she heatedly smiled. I already have an idea. Saying that, he patted Yang Cheng's shoulder. You make a call to that Sun Lily. Let that bitch serve you first. Mom's got your back. Taking pictures of you guys on the side. Definitely make that bitch Sun Lily your plaything. When we're tired of playing with her, we'll make her lose her reputation and force her to seek her own death. Hearing this, Yang Cheng's mixed body trembled. Somewhat worried. Mom, if we do this, we'll. Afraid of what? Hua Mingjiao snorted coldly and said, if they bullied you, then surely they must be pushed to their deaths. Let them know what desperation means. What's a few deaths? If your father can't handle it, I'm going to call your grandfather. It's not just a matter of dropping some money. As long as we didn't do it ourselves, then no one can resist us, said the man with a cold gaze. Seriously, he said, if a man is not ruthless, how can he stand? Without a bit of decisive spirit, how can he accomplish anything? Just like your uncle and your grandfather. If they weren't ruthless and decisive enough to kill, do you think they could have gotten to where they are today? Back then, they were able to grab resources and kill their way out of that fart of a place just because they were ruthless and fierce enough. Although your brother-in-law ended up being a victim. However, sacrificing your brother-in-law alone so that our Hua family can be in the situation we are in today, that is also completely worth it. So if you want to be great, you should never be like your father. Indecisive and afraid of this and that. Whoever bites you, bite back hard. And it's naturally best if you can die in one bite. Otherwise it can bite and maim. Let others know the price to be paid for biting you. In that case, in the future, no one will dare to mess with you easily. Yang Cheng's eyes lit up. Within his gaze, a flash of excitement and ruthlessness quickly flashed. Mom, I'm calling. 2:30 p.m. Lu Feng, who had sent the stuff back, appeared at the playground. He headed towards the playground as he did so. While making a call, he sought to ask Su Muyun where they were. 5 minutes later, Lu Feng met up with Su Muyun in front of a carousel. Two kids, just about done with the carousel. After coming down from above, the two children had different expressions on their faces. Sister An had no sadness or joy, and her eyes were looking everywhere towards the surroundings. His younger brother, Ping Ping, on the other hand, was full of displeasure, as if he was aggrieved to be sitting up there. What's wrong? Lu Feng then asked. Wasn't it you guys who came to the amusement park yourselves? Why are you still looking unhappy? My brother Ping Ping said. Carousels are for kids. Lu Feng laughed. Aren't you a child? I'm a kid, but I can't play all the time. Playing all the time? Yeah, growing up, it was either the merry-go-round or the rocking car, and I puked. Ping Ping was full of depression and said, but mommy never takes us to play with anything else, and says something like we're little kids and can't play. Daddy, you take us to play something else, okay? No, it's not safe. Su Muyun interjected. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, come out to play. Have fun. Kids want to play. Let them play. Su Muyun was worried, but many of the items in this playground are not allowed for them to play at this age. What's not allowed? Lu Feng smiled and didn't make an explanation. Asked the two kids, what do you want to play? Ping Ping was immediately excited. I want to play roller coaster, and thought about it and said, I want to play bumper cars, and pirate ships. Lu Feng waved his hand. Let's go. Go play roller coaster first. Long live Daddy. Daddy's the best. The group of four headed toward the roller coaster as the two children cheered. Why are you guys here again? Before crossing the train project, a middle-aged woman saw two small children trying to climb up again. Immediately, he warned. I told you, you're too young to play, said the man, blocking up. Get down. Get down. What can't you play? Lu Feng stepped forward and stood beside the children. We'll just carry it. Carrying won't work. The woman pointed to the warning sign. It's explicitly stated. Lu Feng waved his hand and said, 200, 2 positions, okay? Normally, it's only $30 a spot, okay? The middle-aged woman immediately made way and said, however, you must take care of your own children, and nothing must happen to them. Lu Feng said, our own children are definitely more attached than you. The middle-aged woman nodded and said no more. By now, the two kids had climbed up. You take Anne, Lu Feng said to Su Muyun. I'll take Ping Ping, Su Muyun said with a bit of difficulty. I don't want to sit, right? 2 seats. I can't sit alone. Oh, Su Muyun reluctantly agreed. 10 minutes later, the roller coaster ride is done. Ping said excitedly, it's so much fun and exciting. It's not funny, and said glumly, Mommy is hugging me so tightly that I can't breathe. Lu Feng glanced at Su Muyun and saw that Su Muyun's legs were weak and her face was pale. Was standing there as if he hadn't looked back. What's wrong? Lu Feng asked suspiciously. You, 1T be afraid, right? Su Muyun's pale face instantly surged with a touch of embarrassed redness. Said, I haven't sat in it. Never even been on a roller coaster? Lu Feng was surprised. Su Muyun nodded. When I was little, my parents said it wasn't safe or fun, and never took me to play. Lu Feng asked, what about the Ferris wheel? Never played it either? Su Muyun said a little awkwardly. I just rode the carousel. No wonder. Lu Feng was tempted to say, your parents are really gods. It's amazing to raise kids that are so old that they've only ever ridden a merry-go-round. Screw my own kids, who almost had to ride the merry-go-round. And the rocking car, too. This is something that, if I don't show up today, I guess, both kids will have a double phobia of wooden horses and rocking cars in the future. Come on. Today, I'll give you a good experience. Lu Feng held Su Muyun's hand. Let's play the amusement parks programs all over. Su Muyun was startled, her mouth wide open, her face full of uneasiness and trepidation. Lu Feng didn't care if she was scared. Pulling her by force, she headed for the Ferris wheel. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When Lu Feng brought Su Muyun and the two children, he came down from the 360-degree swivel chair for the 5th time. Finally, no talk of one more time. Ever since coming down from the Ferris wheel, it was as if Su Muyun had opened the door to a new world, though she was still a little scared. But it was unusually exciting. For any project, bring peace and quiet and have some fun. There are items that you even have to play several times. Overall, they had a fun and enjoyable afternoon. There was supposed to be ice skating and water fun to be had. But, seeing as it was getting late, it was time to eat. Eventually, it stopped. Next, Lu Feng rode the pull-along locomotive and took the kids towards home. Nearly 20 minutes later, Lu Feng rode his motorcycle to the outside of the neighborhood. As he entered the neighborhood, he noticed that there were 4 or 5 pugilistic men roaming around outside the neighborhood. And, the eyes fell on them. Lu Feng, who possessed the identity of the strongest special soldier, keenly sensed that these people were targeting his own family. So, he drove the locomotive to the underground parking lot and parked it. Then he said to Su Muyun, wife, you guys go up first, I'll go back to the place I rented. Su Muyun was surprised. You're not staying over here tonight? After saying this, it suddenly occurred to me that this seemed to imply something. Blushing, she immediately put her head down. Lu Feng smiled and asked, do you want me to come back? Su Muyun opened his mouth, but then fell silent. Daddy, you have to come back tonight. We want to eat your cooking. Yes, Daddy's cooking. It's delicious. 2 small children were the first to comment. Lu Feng didn't make things difficult for Su Muyun anymore. Laughing, I said, well, for the kids' sake, I'll try to get back in time to make dinner as soon as I can. Phew, Su Muyun secretly sighed in relief. She was still afraid that Lu Feng had to make her say those words. It wasn't that she couldn't say it. It was just that, in the previous 20-odd years of her life, she'd literally never said those words to another man. She's a very conservative person at heart. The real close contact with Lu Feng was just a day or so. It was obviously impossible to make her let go of the pride in her heart and the reserve that had been kept in her bones for so many years so quickly. That's why she told Lu Feng that I wasn't ready. It can be said that today in the shopping mall, would say words that would make Lu Feng take a bite out of it. That would already be what she could do at this time. The maximum limit. Chugging. Lu Feng engine car and waved his hand towards the three. He rushed out in a puff of smoke, outside the neighborhood. The four men in black saw Lu Feng's family of four go in, a glint in his eye. Immediately, they stood and met together. Big brother, it's that family just now. Exactly like the photo. 4 people, 2 kids, 1 woman, and just the guy is slightly more combative. Slightly? Just that little white boy. One look and you know he's a cripple who only knows how to pay his rations every day. I can crush him with one hand. Fatty, you're just jealous. What am I jealous of? I'm going to be jealous of him? You're fat and ugly. Every time you go to wash your hair, you're disliked by people. And now that you're looking at this target guy who's white and handsome, and the target girl who's fit and pretty, you must be jealous. Short and thick. How dare you taunt me? I'll get you killed. Seeing that the two were about to rebel, Big Brother spoke up. Reprimanding, he said, "Alright, have you finished arguing? If Brother Fei's mission is not accomplished, do you know the consequences?" At once, the two men stopped talking. Discuss what to do next. Big Brother said, "What Fei means is for us to arrest the male first, then threaten the female, and then," in mid-sentence, he felt 2 taps on his shoulder. Then someone asked, "Who's Fei? Where's the dumbass? Get out of here." The older brother's shoulders shook, shaking the hand away. Very dissatisfied, he said, "Even Hua Mingfei, the old president of our Hualin group, doesn't know. You idiot." The words were not finished. The other 3 on the side immediately exclaimed, "Big Brother, it's him." Yeah. Big Brother, it's him. Big Brother frowned. Another glance at the man who had just tapped his shoulder. His face suddenly changed. This person is no other than that target person. Target man, to be precise. Hey, there's a way to heaven you don't go, and there's no door to hell you bring on yourself. The elder brother instantly said with great authority, "I've seen stupidity, but I haven't seen you this stupid. We haven't even made a move yet, and you've just sent yourself to the door." Lu Feng's face changed. Subconsciously, he took a step back. Nervously, he said, "What do you want? Now you know you're scared?" Big Brother sneered. Too late. With that, he glared at the other 3. "What are you waiting for?" With a wave of his hand. "Do it. Fuck him and pull away afterwards." Lu Feng turned around and ran. The 4 pugilists immediately pulled their legs out and chased after the target man as soon as they saw that he was going to run. Help! In broad daylight. Lang Lang Qiankuan. Someone is going to kill someone. Lu Feng, who was escaping in front, ran and yelled at the same time. The 4 men were startled, a little afraid to go after it. Afraid of what? The elder brother angrily said, "Arrest the people first, and let Fei take care of the rest." Fatty nodded. "Yeah, that's how it used to be. We just do it. Fuck him in the ass. When you catch it, cut it first." The 4 men's faces turned cold and their feet accelerated, chased after it. Since it's on the main road, by this time, there were already quite a few gazes around that had noticed this side, and hearing Lu Feng say murder. Immediately, some enthusiasts called the police. Lu Feng is still running. While running, he angrily shouted, "I don't know you, General Manager Hua Mingfei Hua. Why did he send you guys after me?" The fat man shouted angrily, "Humph, after you are caught by us and meet our General Manager Hua, there will naturally be a time for you to know." Bang! Big Brother slapped the fat man on the head. "Idiot, who told you to admit it?" Fatty knew it was wrong and didn't dare to retort. Silently, the target man was credited with this, thinking, later on, "I'll make sure this target guy can't get a wife for the rest of his life. I can't run anymore." Suddenly, Lu Feng stopped. No blush, no heartbeat. Standing there with an air of calmness, he said, "Don't you guys chase me. I'm not running." The elder brother grunted coldly when he saw this scene. "You guys grab the people. I'll get the car." With that, he turned and walked away. The fatty trio, on the other hand, directly pounced towards Lu Feng. Big Brother, on the other hand, turned back confidently and prepared to go to his car. These 3 may not be the kind of people who are really good at fighting, but all are characters who have seen blood and have lives on their hands. If he is ruthless, he is the one who dares to fight for his life. A little white boy like that, wouldn't that be a handful? Aha! Suddenly, 3 miserable screams came. Big Brother turned his head to look. Just see the 3 fatty people, one by one, paralyzed on the ground, shrinking into a ball and rolling on the ground in pain. Seeing the fatty trio, after a single turn, they lay on the ground with no fighting ability. Big Brother knew he'd run into a tough guy. Immediately, without saying a word, he turned and ran. "Ugh, don't run. I'm not running. What are you running for?" Lu Feng yelled from behind. A few steps to rush up. Flying kick. Bang! Kicked directly on top of his big brother's back. Big brother fell in response. Fell with a wail. Brat! Have the guts to report your name. Big brother wasn't afraid. Threateningly, he said with a very strong voice, still dare to make a move with me. Let's see if I don't get you killed. Bang! Lu Feng stomped down. Ka-chow! At that moment, the big brother's legs directly broke apart. There was another wailing scream. Lu Feng had a smile on his face as he asked, you guys came after me and you actually don't know my name? Bang! Another kick. Hands were stomped off. How dare you threaten me? What answered Lu Feng was another bout of ow 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 screams. Mighty mighty. At that moment, the sound of a police car rang out. Not long after, a police car stopped. A couple of police anants came down from the car. You again! You again! The leader of the group was clearly the very same Captain Li Yunfei who appeared at the mall before. But, the one who spoke, besides Captain Li, was a middle-aged police anon. It's the same one who took Yang Cheng away in the morning. He gently attached himself to Li Yunfei's ear and said, the Yang Cheng that was arrested in the morning was the one who started the conflict with him. Li Yunfei had a bit of a toothache. 3 trips to the police in one day. Still for the same guy. Or, why don't we just send a team of police security to keep a special eye on you? Good day Captain Li. Hello comrades of police security. Lu Feng greeted. Li Yunfei had originally thought to warn Lu Feng a few times so that Lu Feng wouldn't be so arrogant and wouldn't cause trouble. But when I think about the morning, little brother Lu Feng, tell me, what's going on with you? Li Yunfei helplessly pointed at the 4 people lying on the ground and asked. Lu Feng said, they're after me. They're after you? A young police anon frowned. Do you think we're blind? Obviously. Shut up. Li Yunfei glared at the young police anon. The young policeman was depressed. When he came over just now, he had seen Lu Feng stepping on people with his own eyes. That was a vicious kick. Besides, what kind of person gets hunted down and doesn't have a single wound on his body? Instead, it was this man at his feet, as well as 3 others who were lying on the ground, grunting. It feels miserable just looking at it. This Lu Feng in all probability has an unusual relationship with Captain Li. Otherwise, how could Captain Li be so helpful to this Lu Feng? This comrade police anon. You can't say that. Lu Feng smiled and looked at the young policeman. If you talk nonsense, I can sue you for slander. Why are you so shallow-eyed? You young comrade police safety? Immediately, an old man walked out and said, just saw this little brother beating up people. Why don't you ask the little handsome man why he beat them up? An older woman said, these 4 people tripping on the ground, opening and closing their mouths to fight and kill, and talking about arresting and killing people, they don't look like good people. Just now, these 4 people chased after this little brother shouting and fighting. If it wasn't for this little brother's good hands, I'm afraid, he would have been knocked to the ground and given away. Didn't comrade police officer and say he was blind? I think that's right. Handsome. Sue him for libel. We're with you. Facing the accusations of the 7 aunties, the 8 mothers, the 9 masters and the 6 young masters, the young junior police anon was on the verge of tears. He finally realized why Teen Li had told him to shut up. I haven't finished a fucking sentence and I'm about to get sprayed by you guys. Okay, everyone, let's not argue. Captain Li was incredibly familiar with this scene. In the morning, one navigated the situation. So, hurry up and speak. Who called the police? Come out and tell us what's going on. I called the police. At this time, an old man walked out, taking the initiative. He said, comrade police security, all 4 of these people are bad people. They've been circling the entrance to our neighborhood for most of the day. Just now, I saw this little brother come out and park his motorcycle over there. So I went over there, and I had thought they were friends. As a result, those 4 guys were suddenly menacing and trying to make arrests. It also said something about being sent by Hua Mingfei, the old boss of the Hualin group, to cripple people and take them back. Such arrogance in this broad daylight. You must be severely punished. Otherwise, how else would we, the little people, dare to go out? Sure enough, how similar is the script? Luckily he was wise enough not to come up with a warning or something like that little police anon. Otherwise, it's time to bow down and apologize again. Don't worry, everyone, as long as the situation is true, we will definitely punish them severely. Li Yunfei patted his chest and assured everyone, I can testify that the words of this great uncle are true. I can prove it too. Me too. At once, the crowd around them took a stand. I have surveillance on my side. The security room over there said, comrades police security, you can look at the surveillance if you need to. Li Yunfei looked at the middle-aged police anon who was in charge of Yang Cheng's case before. Instructed. Wang Gang, go back up the surveillance information. Xiao Zhang, you guys go and detain those 4 and bring them back to the station first. By the way, call an ambulance to the station to pick them up. The little police anon immediately nodded obediently. Took the men to get Big Brother and the others. 5 minutes later. Everything is taken care of. Li Yunfei left with his men. Lu Feng expressed his gratitude to all the enthusiastic people. Also bought some water and drinks nearby to share. It was only then that he left on his motorcycle and headed straight for the house he had rented. 20 minutes later. Inside the Xiangqing Police Department's main office. Li Yunfei sat in his office chair. Xiao Lu and a group of other police security stood in front of the desk. Not long after, Wang Gang knocked on the door. The information was placed in front of Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei finished reading it. The muscles in his face couldn't help but tremble. Then, silently, he handed the information to Xiao Lu. Take a close look. Look carefully. Xiao Lu took the information and read it carefully. In the morning, Lu Feng called the police himself. Yang Chang was arrested. Lu Feng is fine. The police department doesn't even have to come. One iron case. The evidence is all over the place. A.M. Li Yunji called the police. As a result, Li Yunji was arrested. Again, Lu Feng is not used to make a statement. The evidence is all there. Afternoon. A case reported by an enthusiastic public. The person who made the move was someone sent out by Hua Mingfei. 4 dozen. All 4 were wounded. One of them, who led the Big Brother felony, was crippled for life. The remaining 3, their injuries were not light either. Even after 6 months in a hospital bed, you may not fully recover. The bottom line is that these 4 men were also arrested. Lu Feng is fine again. The witnesses and material evidence are all there. One man, linked to 3 cases a day. As a result, none of the 3 cases required a trip to the police station. All ironclad cases. Lu Feng himself didn't suffer a single loss. All those who messed with this Lu Feng, all had bad luck. This is simply, Team Li, this is outrageous, isn't it? He was shocked. How can this guy commit 3 crimes a day and nothing happens to him? You call that outrageous? Li Yunfei glared at Xiao Lu. In a good-natured manner, he said, they call it being able to do it. And what does it mean to commit a crime? Where did he commit the crime? Yang Cheng committed a home invasion. Lu Feng was the victim. Ironclad case. Li Yunji took the initiative to pick a fight. Lu Feng is still the victim. An iron case. Hua Mingfei is Yang Cheng's uncle. It's reasonable to send someone to take action against Lu Feng. And, with all the human and material evidence, it's just as ironclad a case. Where did Lu Feng break the law? What case did Lu Feng commit? Xiao Lu scratched his head. Said, Li team, you to it? I just said a word. You this. Not so much? Li Yunfei sneered. Little Lu, I'll tell you. Your words are just for me today, to be changed and be overheard by someone with a heart of gold. Or, like this afternoon, go up there and talk nonsense, and no one opens their mouths and presses you in time, and then you don't have to wear this skin on you. At one point, he added, that's probably the lightest punishment. Xiao Lu opened his mouth. It seemed like there was something more to be said. Wang Gang then whispered in Xiao Lu's ear. Xiao Lu instantly turned pale with fear. Immediately and respectfully, he said, Team Li's lesson is right. I've remembered. Li Yunfei had planned to wave his hand and let everyone retreat first. But, inexplicably, the eyelids suddenly jumped a few times. He immediately said to everyone, notify down. If, again, there is a case about this Lu Feng, must be the first to understand the case. Never get a preconceived impression until you know the case. Also, it must be just, fair, and absolutely no half-hearted favoritism. This decision was immediately recognized by the crowd. Also, summon Hua Mingfei immediately. Li Yunfei commanded again. He must be warned that he can't mess with this Lu Feng anymore. At that moment, the people retired and immediately went to deal with the matter. And Li Yunfei was still a bit worried. Opened the computer and wanted to check this Lu Feng's bottom play. As a result, turn on your computer and check. A line popped up above, you have insufficient permissions. Red Star Plaza. Inside the Cartier store. The store manager handed a limited edition 5-piece jewelry set that had just arrived to Lu Feng. Mr. Lu Feng, this is the set of jewelry your wife chose. The store manager smiled and said, since it was urgently transferred from Wucheng, so, it was slightly increased in money. It's okay, it's hard work to help you guys out, so a raise is in order. Lu Feng took the box and smiled slightly, then, waved his hand with the store manager as well as Lu Feng, turn around and walk away. Feng, I think, you should still fight for it. When Lu Feng left, the store manager said to Lu Feng, in this world, there aren't many good men like this who are rich, not too bad-tempered, and who treat their wives with no care. Lu Feng smiled faintly. Store manager, you also said that there aren't many good men like this, so I'm definitely not good enough for him. Yeah, too. The store manager sighed. Compared to that goddess Sue, you really don't have any advantages. Lu Feng wasn't angry either. Liking someone doesn't have to mean getting them. She felt that she hadn't lost to Su Muyun unfairly. Lu Feng is now living a good life, very much giving himself a face, and he is also happy. She opened her phone and glanced at the various college groups that had gone quiet at the moment. Then, every university group that had just mocked Lu Feng. She sent an identical message. What's with the silence now from a bunch of red-eyed scumbags who don't have shit to offer? Come on, beg for your faces. Beg to wake me up. Let me know that I'm blind and that the guy I'm looking at is a scumbag who is nothing but a face. From Cartier's store, Lu Feng received a phone call. Hello, Lu Feng? The call was from the landlord. Your house. Someone has offered to rent it for twice the price. Just in time. Didn't you say this morning that your business venture had failed and you couldn't afford the rent for a while? Then just return it. Don't blame your auntie. After all, she has to live too. Lu Feng smiled. Replied. Yes, I'll be right over. Hunan City. Suburbs. Somewhere in a residential complex. In the middle of a room. Su Min, who was originally looking at her cell phone, heard her mother calling and exchanging words with Lu Feng. Disgruntled. Mom, didn't you promise brother Lu Feng in the morning that you could let him be in arrears for a month? How can you go back on your word? Morning is morning and now is now. Su's mom said. He doesn't have any money, so of course I won't let him rent it. Besides, with a failed business like his, hell knows if he'll be able to pay the rent next month. And, oh Min, I'm warning you, don't ever call me that close again. And don't even think twice about him. After he checked out, he deleted all his contact information. Hear that? Su Min frowned. Ask, Mom, did he really fail in his business? Little sister, would Mom lie to you about something like this? At that moment, Su Min's brother came out of the room, interjecting, if that Lu Feng is really capable, is Mom still stopping you from getting in touch with him? Our mom didn't stop you before, she just let you raise him first. If you really want to have potential, then put some effort into it. Since, now that there is no potential, it is natural to decisively abandon it. Su Min thought about it and felt that what her brother and mother said did make sense. If, indeed, Lu Feng failed in his business venture and became a pauper, there really is no point in wasting time and energy on him. Bang bang. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Suma walked over and opened the door to the room. Lu Feng stood at the door, raised his cell phone and said, Auntie landlord, the rent has been sent to you. Take a look. Suma opened her cell phone to take a look. Surprised, 5,000? Lu Feng nodded and said, this month's rent is 2,000. And again, the rest, as a small compensation for the care you have taken of me over the years, and for the sanitation of the room. Naturally, Suma would not refuse. Who would mind the money? She glanced at Lu Feng and asked curiously, Little Feng this morning, didn't you say that the business venture failed? Isn't it true that you have found a job again now? Not yet. So what are you doing now? Take the baby. Hearing those 3 words, Suma turned her head to look at Su Min. Both of them revealed a look of contempt at the same time. They all knew that Lu Feng not only didn't get married, but didn't even find a girlfriend. This child, then, definitely can't be Lu Feng's own. Not his own kids. Who's he helping with the kids? It was obvious that this Lu Feng was in all likelihood adopted by some rich woman. Otherwise, where would he get the money to act like a big shot? Auntie landlady, enough chit-chat for now. I've got to get back in time to make dinner. Lu Feng waved his hand. Let's go first. Mom Su, Min Su and brother Su all ignored Lu Feng. Straight away, he closed the door to the room. Lu Feng didn't care. When he got downstairs, he headed straight for his locomotive. At that moment, Su came onto the balcony, just in time to see the unmistakable locomotive below, as well as the Peugeot on the locomotive. Holy shit, Hermes! Su immediately exclaimed. Who's so awesome that they can actually buy a Hermes locomotive? We don't seem to have such a tycoon in our area, do we? What is Hermes? Is it expensive? Inside the room, when Suma heard this, she couldn't help but ask in confusion. She doesn't know much about cars. Regular luxury cars, she knew, but that kind of high-end luxury car, she didn't know, especially the limited edition, customized ones. She had never even heard of them. Brother, did you see it right? At that moment, Su Min immediately jumped up from the sofa, walking out to the balcony and looking down. Is that really Hermes limo? Su is a car enigma, especially a biker enigma, still familiar with locomotives. Su Min often listened to brother Su muttering, so she naturally understood a thing or two, especially after starting to join the workforce not too long ago. With such upscale luxury cars, it's even more of a special concern, because luxury cars represent stature. Her dream is to look like a dignified, capable tycoon. So naturally, She has to take a good note of the license plate. Look at that bumper sticker. Sue pointed to the locomotive below. If it's not Hermes, what is it? By now, people were starting to gather around the locomotive below. From time to time, there were also bursts of exclamations of surprise. Really, yeah, it's actually really Hermes. Sue Min got excited. Mom, go and inquire who that luxury car belongs to. I'll go and get to know it. Better not pry. Sue frowned. Little sister, it's not that brother is striking you down. Whether it's hardware or software, you're still a little short. The owner who can afford to drive this kind of luxury car can't be a familiar face in our area, so you might as well not go making a fool of yourself. Once she heard this, Suma was not happy. Reprimanding, what are you babbling about? Little brat? Your sister is naturally beautiful and is destined to marry into a wealthy family in the future. What do you know? Sue grinned. He was well aware that his large family was actually quite realistic. Both would love for their sister to marry a rich husband. That's the way it is in this society. Laughing at the poor, not at the rampant. But, being rich is also graded. His own sister's condition, to be able to marry a generally rich, will be the top of the sky. It's a fool's errand to think of marrying a tycoon or a rich man. And the owners who are able to spend a lot of money to buy a locomotive are definitely above the level of tycoons. This sister of mine, that's a no-brainer. However, there was no way to explain this to Suma, so she simply didn't bother saying it. Just pulled out my cell phone and started taking pictures of the locomotive. He wanted to post a friend to show it off. Right, take a picture. I'm going to go down and take a picture. Sumin suddenly said, Hermes, that must be a close-up photo. Yeah, stand in front of the camera to be envied by others. Sue immediately turned to follow Sumin. Go, together. The two quickly headed downstairs. At this point, Suma was also a bit curious. I'll go with you guys to take a look. Lu Feng originally intended to leave directly after finishing the settlement with the landlord. But then it suddenly occurred to me that there was a very important book that I hadn't picked up. Then he returned to the room. After rummaging around for a while, I finally found the book. The book, it's not really that important. What really mattered was a slightly blurry black and white photo tucked inside the book. Seeing that the photo was still there, Lu Feng was relieved. Grab your stuff and head downstairs. Passing by the landlord's house just in time to see the landlord's aunt coming downstairs. Then he smiled a greeting. And, by the way, handed over his keys. Suma took the key and smiled. Said, Lu Feng, you see you're going to go. Suma, but also with you to say a few words, not afraid of being remembered, heartfelt words. What about you? One of a kind. The education is there too. It's still a matter of working hard and getting down to business. Don't always think of doing something crooked. That's not a permanent solution after all. Lu Feng has been a man for 2 lifetimes. How could he not know what Suma meant by this? However, Lu Feng didn't care too much about it. After all, Suma is so old. Spoken with that little bit of disrespect. But, it shouldn't be anything bad. So, he just smiled back. And Suma saw the unimpressed smile on Lu Feng's face. A slight frown, and didn't bother to say anything else. Down the stairs, Sumin and Sue took the lead, and then rushed towards the locomotive. Suma also followed. Lu Feng walked behind. Lu Feng, you want to go and spectate that? What a good Mauser of a locomotive too? When Suma saw Lu Feng following her, she couldn't help but ask. Lu Feng laughed. Anti-landlord. That's called Hermes, not good Mose. Screw silk. Anyway, my son said it was a nice car. A luxury car right there. Suma laughed. Moreover, it has to be a luxury car that only a tycoon-level person can afford. My daughter just said that in the future. She wants to marry such a tycoon. With that, he glanced at Lu Feng and said, Lu Feng, you still need to walk the right path. Though, you're not destined to be with my daughter for the rest of your life. But, a man, he still has to have his own career and his own family. To work harder while you're young. Start a family early. Lu Feng felt a bit embarrassed. When you put it like that, how can I tell you that the limo is mine? It doesn't seem right to punch you in the face like that, does it? He laughed bitterly, and for a moment he didn't know what to say to that. Brother, go away a bit and let me take some shots. Wait a minute. I'll take a few shots. Anyway, the owner isn't here yet, so don't be in a hurry. Lu Feng and Suma came to the locomotive. Just saw Sumin and Sue fighting for a picture there. Come on guys, I want to shoot too. Yeah, hurry up you two. We're shooting too. At that moment, a few more young men gathered around, clamoring for a picture. It's fine, just go ahead and shoot. Lu Feng then said, anyone who wants to shoot can do so. In the past, always lived in this area. We were all neighbors and acquaintances. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Lu Feng was happy to make things easier. Lu Feng, are you going to shoot too? Su Min saw Lu Feng and said, "You came last, so you'll have to shoot last." Someone immediately chimed in. Yeah, there's a line. Lu Feng smiled bitterly and simply stopped talking. 5 minutes later, Su finished filming, then walked over to Lu Feng's side, patting Lu Feng's shoulder. He laughed. "Little Lu Ah, I don't think you actually need to shoot. Didn't you just fail in your business? Must have borrowed money? If you take a few pictures of this and send them out, people will know you're cheating." Lu Feng laughed. "Say, don't worry, Brother Su. I won't shoot. Don't think that I'm mocking you, Brother Su." Su said, "Su is really looking out for you. You probably don't realize how expensive and upscale this locomotive is. I'll just give you the genealogy." Tinkerbell. Suddenly, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. "Excuse me, I'm taking a call." Lu Feng raised his cell phone, then picked up the call. "Hey, Lu Feng, come back quickly." Inside came Su Muyun's slightly anxious voice. "Ping Ping let someone else's car get into a traffic accident, and that person insisted that we should pay for it." "Mom, it's none of our business. They ran themselves over. That's just it. He hit us himself, missed, and then crashed into a flower bed, which wasn't our fault at all." The two children immediately cried out in aggravation inside. "None of your business?" Then a woman's arrogant voice came from inside. Air. You guys go get those two little wild bastards. I'm going to whip their ears. Smoke those two little bastards. Against all odds, blocking the road and causing an accident with my car, not to mention. How dare you say it's none of your business? My multi-million-dollar car is something you can touch? Hear that?" Lu Feng's face changed violently. Coldly, he said, "Tell them that if they dare to touch a hair on the head of my child or you before I return, I'll make them regret coming to this world." After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. "Yo, little Lu, you've got a good vibe." On the sidelines, Su heard the phone conversation. Laughing, he said, "A few days do not see. This pretense of skill is also powerful." Without Su Muyun's call, Lu Feng might still be in the mood to let them take some more pictures and have some fun with them. But now, he was worried about the children and Su Muyun. Naturally, he didn't bother to play along with them anymore. Before Su could finish his words, Lu Feng walked directly towards the locomotive. At this time, Su Min had just finished shooting. Seeing Lu Feng walking over, he immediately said, "Lu Feng, there is a queue. There are still a few people over here. You wait first." Lu Feng ignored Su Min and walked directly to the locomotive and sat on it. Su Min was anxious. Immediately said, "Lu Feng, you do not mess ah. That car can be expensive. If you scratch, touch, cannot afford to pay ah." Lu Feng glanced at Su Min. No explanation. Then the eyes went to the others who wanted to come and take pictures. "Say, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so I'll just have to apologize to everyone for the photo shoot." After that, the fingerprints were pressed. Mutation. At once, the locomotive started. The whoosh went off. Up front came a nice drift into the turn, leaving behind a trail of white smoke. It disappeared. Su Min and Su were instantly confused. "Wow, what a cool move. So cool. That locomotive is so beautiful." "It's all because of Su Min and his two siblings that we didn't get any pictures." "That's it. It's their fault." Those who didn't get a picture marveled while blaming Su Min and Su. Su Min and Su's faces were ugly. There was a feeling of wanting to find a hole and get in it. "It's just a piece of shit motorcycle. What's the need to act like an unseasoned hillbilly?" Su Ma was very upset and said, "Some other day, I'll get you guys a locomotive, so you can get enough shots at once." She was upset for a number of reasons. For example, the daughter and son were blamed. For example, Lu Feng is too out of the limelight. Of course, the reason she feels most offended is that locomotive that everyone praised as good was actually Lu Feng's. And before, he actually blah 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 with Lu Feng. Just thinking about it made her feel extraordinarily like a clown. This face is hot and sore from the beating. Auntie, to be able to say that means you're the real redneck, too. Aunt Su, it's really not that I'm looking down on you guys. If you guys could really find a locomotive like this to come here, you probably wouldn't just be a landlord in this kind of shitty place. Holy shit, I didn't watch the live stream today. Big loss. You guys watched this video. Ha, I didn't expect this Lu Feng to be an invisible tycoon. And there's a beautiful goddess who does live broadcasts as a wife. Wow, those two kids are adorable. This Lu Feng is simply a winner in life. This tycoon is a real loser. Millions of dollars in jewelry, throwing it on the ground and letting others step on it for a while without even blinking. What is this? $20 million of Hermes Limited motorcycle. Only 5 in the world. He is willing to buy it. With that kind of money, Wouldn't it smell good to buy a supercar? Sure enough, the world of the landed gentry. We don't understand. At that point, someone in the crowd, under the circumstances of checking out this locomotive, happened to come up with a video. Clicking in, it was the events of this morning at Red Star Plaza. Someone has already edited it out and made a video. There was a gasp from the crowd, and to hear them exclaim, Sue's mom then felt her blood pressure suddenly get a little high. There was a feeling of fainting. Feeling a little bit ashamed to see people, Sue immediately helped his mom and called on Sue Min to go upstairs. It's just a disgrace. Stay any longer and you'll be laughed out of the room. Back upstairs, the three men silently searched the video. Then, quietly, watched the video. After reading it, the three looked up. A glance was exchanged. Sue Min then said, Mom, I think brother Lu Feng is my true love. Brother Sue and mother Sue looked at each other. Then, with a sigh, he bowed his head. What a nice big green vegetable she is. How could she possibly see onto a fancy pig like you? Oh little sister, don't dream. Ah, wake up, it's dawn. Lu Feng was in a hurry. Very urgent. He didn't know exactly what the situation was on Su Muyun's side. But, it's clear that someone is deliberately looking for trouble. Ping Ping is only 4 years old, but he knows the good from the bad. And they don't lie. Since they said that it was the car that initiated to hit them, missed, and then, only then, hit the flower bed, then it surely couldn't have been Pinchin himself who touched the porcelain. Must be that car is targeting Ping Pong. Come to think of it, among the people who offended today, only Yang Cheng has a bigger background and can afford to drive a few $1 million of luxury cars. Plus, this afternoon, before he left the neighborhood, the group of people he encountered were also sent by Hua Mingfei. Then the answer is obvious. Hua Mingfei's specific bottom play, Lu Feng, is not clear. But, Lu Feng had done a brief exchange with Li Yunfei before he left. Knowing that Hua Mingfei was Yang Cheng's uncle and the controller of the Hualing Group, a large enterprise in Xiangcheng, then, it was normal for someone to dare to target their child and Su Muyun so recklessly. 10 minutes later, Lu Feng returned to the entrance of the neighborhood. The security guard at the gate stopped him. You're Mr. Lu Feng, right? The guard said. Don't rush in yet. Let me show you something first. Lu Feng had doubts in his heart, but didn't ask much. Entered the security booth. The security guard showed Lu Feng a video. Peacefully walk ahead. Bouncing and making noise all the way to the front. Su Muyun, on the other hand, carried the dishes and followed behind. The next moment, the scene shifted. Ping Ping turned the corner ahead of him, toward the place where he lived. At the same time, it also disappeared right into Su Muyun's field of vision. At that moment, a black, top-of-the-line S-Class Mercedes-Benz sedan suddenly went down on the gas. With a roaring sound, he charged straight towards Ping'an. Ping Ping's reaction was quick, and when he heard the sound, he immediately ran. As it happens, there's another corner up ahead. They turned directly to the other side of the wall. The black S-Class Mercedes sedan, which crashed into a flower bed before coming to a stop. Ping'an was so scared that he crouched on the ground and cried. Instead, a woman came down from the top of the Mercedes. Then, directly towards the two children. He cursed. Where's the feral bastard from? Actually blocking the road in the middle of the road. How come I didn't run you guys over? Caused my mom's car to crash and get into an accident. Let's see if I don't whip you guys. While cursing, he also walked towards the child, while raising his hand, which was about to strike. Fortunately, at this time, Su Muyun rushed over. Shield the child. What are you doing? Su Muyun raised his hand and deflected the woman's hand away. As soon as the woman saw Su Muyun, she sneered. These two wild bastards stood in the middle of the road and caused my car to have an accident. So of course they should pay for it. Your car hit a flower bed. You were the one who wasn't paying attention behind the wheel, so why should you blame my child? Su Muyun was around the corner though and didn't see exactly what was going on. But, she saw the speed of the car. At the time, she was still scared to death. Now, hearing this woman say this, she immediately retorted. On what grounds? The woman sneered. Just my car is worth $2 million. With that, he waved his hand. Catch that little bastard for me. After that it was Su Muyun who called Lu Feng for help. The other side is strong for a capture. Then security guards showed up to stop the extreme situation. Watch the video. Lu Feng's face, completely gloomy. Mr. Lu Feng, that woman is very strong. And moreover, not rich. At this point, the security guard added, our men, though, stopped them from making a move. But, after all, it doesn't dare to be reckless, so it shouldn't last long. You're back just in time now. You've watched the video and things are in your mind. Then you'll need to take care of the rest. Of course, at one point, he added, If there's anything we need to testify to, we'll be sure to prove it for you. Lu Feng nodded, said thank you to the security guard. You're welcome, the security guard said. We're mostly just not used to seeing that kind of arrogant woman either. Plus, the brothers were very impressed with your skill and performance in the afternoon. So, the brothers decided to step in as soon as they realized that you were the husband of that goddess Su. No matter what, the people have to be protected first. By the way, just now, I also called the police, and I guess, at most, like 5 minutes, the police security will come over. Lu Feng had a good impression of this security guard, so he asked, what's the brother's name? My name is Yang'an, the guard said. It's the head of security in the neighborhood. Just call me Anzi. Add a friend. Lu Feng's cell phone signaled. Yes, Yang'an didn't think much about it and immediately added friends with Lu Feng. Lu Feng directly transferred $2,000. Say, the brothers have worked hard, and later, you'll give everyone a share, as if I'm treating them to something. Yang'an immediately shook his head. How can this work? That's nothing to me. Lu Feng waved his hand, interrupting Yang'an, and said, but, the favor of you guys protecting my children and wife for me is too heavy. And again, if you consider me a friend, don't be polite. Seeing that Lu Feng was so determined, Yang'an also stopped talking nonsense. I'll go in first. Lu Feng rode his motorcycle and headed for the small area, entered the neighborhood and turned 2 corners. Just saw a black Mercedes sedan crashing into a flower bed. From a distance, there wasn't much damage, so I guess it was scratched at best. Not far from the side. Instead, there was a group of people gathered around. That middle-aged woman was arrogantly pointing at Su Muyun and saying something. There are 4 security guards nearby. 2 of them were protecting the child, and the other 2, blocking Su Muyun's body, were mediating with the woman. However, it seems to be of little use. The middle-aged woman screamed very loudly, and was giving some kind of order to the 2 men brought in next to him. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. From the back seat, he fished out a helmet and put it on his head. Put gloves on your hands. A hard right-hand twist. The locomotive throttled up suddenly. Whoosh! Fiercely, the raging locomotive instantly rushes out. Air, grab those 2 kids and bring them to the car for me. On the other side, the middle-aged woman was screaming, if these security guards dare to stop you, beat them up. I'll be responsible for the death and maiming. I'm going to see who dares to protect this bitch today. Who can bail this bitch out? Those 4 security guards, hearing this, their faces became more and more ugly. However, they are, after all, security guards and they still have to protect the personal safety of the owners first. So, try to block in front of Su Muyun and the 2 children, and wanted to say something. The 2 security guards, however, stopped talking nonsense. Come up here and give it a hard push. The force is strong. Straight away, he pushed the 2 guards to the ground. Bitch, to my son's bed tonight. The middle-aged woman was very pleased with the scene before her, and said, I'll let you know what it means, to call the heavens and the earth. In case you didn't know, my lady's favorite thing to do is to humiliate pretty and pretentious bitches like you. The more you, well, the words were not finished when, suddenly, the sound of a locomotive roaring came. It was so loud that the voice of the middle-aged woman speaking was drowned out. The middle-aged woman turned her head to curse in great displeasure. As a result, just turned my head. Bang! Before I could see what was going on, a shadow was seen, rushing directly towards his S-Class Mercedes that had crashed and parked by the flower bed. Then, he saw his Mercedes directly hit into the side. The locomotive, too, was backed up by the hardtop and came to a 90-degree spin in place on one side. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! Another growl. The locomotive sprinted again. In full view of the public, it hit the underside of the Mercedes again, while toppling the Mercedes against the wall. It also directly scrapped the front end of the Mercedes. This time, the locomotive didn't back out. Instead, it was directly on top of where the Mercedes head was. Then, Lu Feng got down from the locomotive. Take off your helmet. Take off your gloves. With a gloomy face, he said, which scumbag parked the car here? It caused me to crash twice in a row. The middle-aged woman was dumbfounded. Hit my car and had the nerve to call me a scumbag. How dare you call yourself an old man in front of me? Air. The middle-aged woman reached out and pointed towards Lu Feng. Immediately cripple him. I want him to be fully crippled in all 5 feet. Moreover, it has to be a crippled that can never be cured. Yes. Ada and Air immediately nodded and walked towards Lu Feng. The middle-aged woman was no one else but Yang Cheng's mother, Hua Mingjiao. The Mercedes wasn't hers either. It's her big brother's. She drove this car over here looking for trouble. At the time, at the sight of the 2 children, Her first thought was to crash first. If she crashed and died, she would just lose some money. How big a deal? She didn't care at all. It didn't kill them. It just happened to hit a flower bed, and they were asked directly to pay for it. A poor family. With their own means, they can easily force them to take the initiative to send them up to be beaten, scolded and toyed with. What I didn't realize was that a couple of security guards suddenly ran over and wasted a lot of their time. Seeing as how things are about to come to fruition, here comes another fool, driving a crappy motorcycle and just slamming into your own Mercedes. Is this not a quick enough death for you? Okay, if you want to die, I'll let you die today. Immediately, he asked De and Air, the two men who had a history of murder, to do it. Looking at De and Air who were walking directly towards him, Lu Feng sneered, staring at Hua Mingjiao. She said, which family let this crazy bitch out? Fat, ugly, and open-mouthed shit spewing. It's just scary and disgusting. Ah. When Hua Mingjiao heard this, she immediately stormed off. Air, give me a straight move on the knife. Hua Mingjiao was furious and furious. Bleed him, now, quick. Ada and Air knew the temper of this great lady well. It was also known that she was the big boss's most beloved daughter. Naturally, he did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Brush. The two of them touched at their waist and one of them fished out a dagger and directly stabbed towards Lu Feng. No! Su Muyun exclaimed out in worry. The security guard, on the other hand, was blocking the view of the two children from seeing what was in front of them. Fear of being scared. As for Lu Feng's situation, they're not worried at all. Previously, they had seen Lu Feng's hands with their own eyes. For big pugilists, said put down straight away. Now, with just two people, it's still a handful? Ada and Air held daggers and pounced straight at Lu Feng. The corner of Lu Feng's mouth lifted and a cold chill flashed in his eyes. Brush. Instead of retreating, it's advancing, greeted Da on the left and charged. At the moment when Ada's dagger stabbed over, Lu Feng made a sidestep, letting go of the dagger the moment he reached out, grabbing the opponent's wrist, twisted hard. Ka chow. Straight away, he twisted his opponent's wrist. The dagger fell to the ground. Ah! A scream came. Lu Feng ignored it. Legs up, 2 feet straight down. Instantly, Ada's legs were deformed and directly snapped in two. At that moment, Air's dagger stabbed Lu Feng with a shoulder bump, topped Da off. Pust. The dagger directly stabbed into Da's shoulder position. This time, Adalian didn't even scream miserably and directly passed out from the pain. Air was also startled when he saw this scene. There was a momentary freeze. Lu Feng let go of Ada, turned around in a circle, grabbed Air's hand and twisted it with a snap. Grabbing the other hand again, he snapped again. Then, a sharp, hard twist. At the same time, lift your leg and stomp twice in a row. Ka chow, ka chow, ka chow. Both hands and legs. All of a sudden, 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 broke off. As soon as Lu Feng's hand was loosened, Air was like rotten mud, rolling his eyes and falling to the ground. The means of the Super Ace Special Forces allowed Lu Feng to have enough backbone to deal with such a situation. It was also easy to get rid of these two, although ruthless and decisive. But, there was nothing real about the beaters. Looking at the two fighters he had brought with him, they fell to the ground in a split second, not knowing if they were alive or dead. Hua Mingjiao's face changed drastically. He didn't dare to yell anymore, but just looked at Lu Feng who was walking over step by step with a mixed body trembling. She suddenly felt as if the guy in front of her was a god of killing. It's horrible. You, stay away. Hua Mingjiao said in horror. Snap. Lu Feng raised his hand and slapped it. Straight away, Hua Mingjiao was jerked to the ground. This slap straight away made Hua Mingjiao a bit confused. However, soon the panic on Hua Mingjiao's face turned into anger. How dare you hit me? With red eyes, she pointed at Lu Feng and growled. Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my big brother is? You're dead. I will never let you go. I'll be sure to let. Snap. Lu Feng slapped again. You. Snap. Snap. Don't fight. Don't fight. I'm sorry. She cried. She's honest. No more cursing. No more screaming. Honey, you take the kids upstairs first. Lu Feng greeted Su Muyun. Su Muyun also came back to his senses at this time. Nodding, he took the kids upstairs, escorted by the security guard. Wait for Su Muyun and the child to leave. Lu Feng then squatted down and grabbed Hua Mingjiao's hair with a cold smile. Let me bleed? Make me crippled? Won't let me go? I was wrong. I was wrong. I don't dare. I don't dare anymore. Hua Mingjiao's mouth begged for mercy, but in his heart, he was thinking viciously, you are dead. Your whole family is dead. Meh. Lu Feng sneered. Do you think that, with your sentence, you are wrong? You don't dare. This matter can be over? Lu Feng stretched his head, narrowed his eyes, and coldly stared at Hua Mingjiao. The icy killing intent that came with the fusion of special forces instantly enveloped Hua Mingjiao's body. Hua Mingjiao immediately felt as if the other party's eyes, as if they could kill. She was so scared that she was trembling all over. Mighty. That's when the police car came. It's not just police security that comes, and the road police. Lu Feng let go of Hua Mingjiao. Taking out his cell phone, he pulled a number again. This is the store manager's phone number for Hermes service station store in the Waldron States. He quoted an address directly to the other side. Have the other guy come over with the insurance company to help with the situation. Phone call over. The police safety and road police got out of the car as well. On the police security side, the one leading the team was still Captain Li Yunfei. The first time he got off the bus, he saw Lu Feng. Sure enough, then it feels right. Today, he has a case on him. Luckily, he had warned the team before, so there shouldn't be any problems. That's not right. What's with the road marshal going over there first? Team Wang, come over here. Li Yunfei immediately greeted towards Wang Dajuan, the captain of the road police team. He was on good terms with the other side, so, feel the need to remind each other. Wang Dajuan had just gotten out of the car, and when he saw Li Yunfei beckoning, he walked over. Team Li, what is it? The other side. Hua Mingjiao, who was originally lying on the ground and shivering, saw the acquaintances in the road police force at a glance. His own cousin, squadron leader Hua Manyuan of the 3rd Squadron of the road police. She jumped up at once and shouted, "Cousin, grab him. Look at what he's done to your sister and me. He crashed my car and beat my bodyguard to death," said the man, pointing to himself. "Even I've been given a beating. Such a person must be arrested and executed immediately." Hua Wenyuan saw his cousin injured like this, and then look at the misery of the two henchmen on the ground. His face also changed slightly. The cousin's injuries were secondary to the fact that she was a woman. After all, it's normal to get beaten up. But the two henchmen were a different story. That was the man who had followed his family's eldest uncle into battle in the first place. They're all tough guys who've seen blood and committed murders. He had also seen these two's methods with his own eyes. An idle 3 or 5 Hans can't even get close. But it is such two people, with guys, actually by the other side of a person into this. This is simply. He turned his gaze and glanced at Lu Feng. There was a hidden look of scorn in his eyes. However, one thought of the means and ability of that great uncle. He still asked coldly, "Now, with all the witnesses and material evidence, do you know the crime?" The car was hit like this. The cousin was beaten to a pig's head, and the two henchmen were alive or dead. Based on this, the person in front of him was sure to be in bad luck no matter how much energy he had in Xiangqing. You don't even ask a single question, and you have all the evidence? Lu Feng laughed. Let me know my sins? As far as the situation at hand is concerned, there's still a need to ask? Hua Wenyuan snorted coldly and said, "It seems that you still don't know how big of a mistake you've made. But that's okay. You'll find out naturally when you come back to the station with us." With that, he waved his hand. "Get him under control and take him to the car." Lu Feng smiled faintly and asked, "Are you sure? What, do you still dare to fight us?" Hua Wenyuan frowned. "I'm telling you, don't think that just because you're good with your hands, you can run wild in front of us." At one point, he threatened, "If you resist, we have the power to shoot you on the spot." Captain Li. Lu Feng did not pay attention to Hua Wenyuan, but instead directly looked at Li Yunfei at the back. "Greetings." Li Yunfei hadn't finished with Wang Dajuan on his side when he heard Lu Feng call out to himself. Then he called Wang Gang over and told him to talk to Wang Dajuan on the other side. He himself immediately ran towards Lu Feng's side. "Captain Li, are you guys wearing the wrong clothes?" Lu Feng pointed at Hua Wenyuan and asked. "No." Li Yunfei was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. "We are police security. They road police. Not wearing the wrong Since I'm not wearing the wrong clothes, then why did this comrade road policeman, as soon as he came over without asking, say that I was guilty and wanted to arrest me?" Lu Feng asked, and threatened that if I dared to resist, he could just shoot me? When did the road police in our Hualong country already have the power to shoot people on the spot, let alone the road police? I seem to remember that even you police security officers don't have that power. Do you? Li Yunfei frowned, coldly glaring at Hua Wenyuan. He said in a deep voice, "Hua Wenyuan, just mind your road police team's business. It's not your turn to meddle in our police security's business." Li Yunfei purposely raised his volume and tone. The purpose of this is to warn the other side not to intervene and make arbitrary labels. But when Hua Wenyuan heard this, his face just sank. "Okay, I'll stay out of your business. But," he pointed at Lu Feng and said, "Captain Li, I am now requesting you, as the victim's family, to arrest this person immediately." Li Yunfei frowned and asked, "Who is the victim?" Hua Wenyuan said, Of course it's my cousin Hua Mingjiao. Li Yunfei, however, looked at Lu Feng and asked, "Is that so?" Lu Feng smiled and didn't say anything, just pointed to the surveillance cameras in the neighborhood. Seeing this scene, Li Yunfei knew that this would definitely be the trouble Hua Mingjiao had caused. Hua Mingjiao and Hua Mingfei were siblings. How could he not know that? Lu Feng was so unconcerned. So he must be in the right. There are 3 lessons ahead there. I can testify that in this matter, Mr. Lu Feng and his family are the victims. I can also testify that it was this woman who first directed the 2 men lying on the ground to move. This woman said she wanted to see blood, to waste Mr. Lu Feng, and said that she was responsible for what happened. At this time, the 4 security guards also stood out and took a stand. Not bad, not a lot of guts. Hua Wenyuan grimaced and looked at the 4 security guards, coldly saying, "A few tiny security guards, actually daring to meddle in our Hua family's affairs. I think you guys are living too comfortably." Both being members of the family, how could he not know his cousin's temper? What the hell was going on? And by the looks of it, he'd had it in the back of his mind for a long time. But so what? Even if it's your own cousin causing trouble, that's still a victim. The cousin took advantage and was the victim, didn't take advantage of it, and that's just as much of a victim. On this acre of Xiangcheng, if the Hua family didn't even have this kind of ability, it would be a waste of time. You 4 are dead. Hua Mingjiao, whose face was swollen into a pig's head, also looked at the 4 people at this time and gritted her teeth. "You guys have spoiled my good deeds one after another today. I'll see who can protect you." Those 4 security guards were also shocked when they heard this, and their faces instantly turned pale. They're just bottom-feeding civilians. No money, no power, no influence, no comparison to these upper-class people. "Captain Li, did you hear what was said just now?" Lu Feng looked at Li Yunfei and said, "This Lieutenant Hua, in front of your police security, threatened my witnesses, threatened them with death. Dare I ask, what is this charge?" Li Yunfei's face was ugly. To say that a woman like Hua Mingjiao, who was usually arrogant and accustomed to it, acted a bit rampant, then it could still be said that she was unintelligent and self-righteous. But for Hua Wenyuan, a lieutenant of the road police force, to be so rampant would be foolish. Is not taking the law seriously at all. Doesn't take him, the first sergeant, seriously. What's it to you what I'm charged with? Hua Wenyuan snorted coldly. It's your turn to interrupt? Hua Wenyuan is really on fire. As the captain of the road police squadron, when had he ever suffered such a stifling? Over the years, relying on the relationship between uncle and Hua Mingfei, his cousin, he was almost horizontal in the entire system. Even the top boss, Wang Dajuan, had to give himself some face. But today, a civilian who relied on his own skills dared to refute his face like this, so he could tolerate it? One of the reasons why Hua Wenyuan decided that Lu Feng was a civilian was because of the motorcycle. Well, in his conception, a motorcycle is not up to scratch. 2 because of this place. What kind of status can someone who lives in such an ordinary trashy neighborhood have? Therefore, he didn't take Lu Feng seriously at all. It was only thought that the other party was merely good with his hands. "Come on man." Li Yunfei finally couldn't stand it anymore. Snapped. Hua Wenyuan, as a road policeman, knows the law and breaks it. Threatening, terrorizing people in front of the police safety. Totally not taking the laws of the Hualong country seriously. Arrest me. Take them back to the police station and deal with them severely. Hua Wenyuan's face changed when he heard this. Suddenly, he shouted, "Li Yunfei, how dare you?" Li Yunfei didn't talk nonsense. Coldly, he said, "Catch, in plain sight." How could Li Yunfei let Hua Wenyuan be so reckless in front of him? "What makes me afraid to arrest you?" "Good, Li Yunfei, you have guts." Hua Wenyuan was furious. "If you dare to take our Hua family so seriously, I will definitely let you know what it means to regret it. You Hua family is not to be messed with. But Lu Feng is? A tycoon who can't even find out what's going on. Do you think the background will be worse than your Hua family? You know, your Hua family from top to bottom. Any person, as long as you want to check, you can check the bottom of the drama at any time." However, Lu Feng could not find out. What does that mean? It showed that this Lu Feng also had a not-so-small background over at the capital of the Huarong country. Not to mention the fact that Lu Feng still occupies the right. Not occupying the right. It is impossible for you, the Hua family, to move people. Of course, it was impossible for him to say this to Hua Wenyuan. He waved his hand. "Bring it down." Warwick saw that threats didn't work either. He was also a bit flustered. Immediately, she blurted out, "Cousin, you call big brother and big uncle right away." Hua Mingjia was likewise a bit confused. It was hard to wait for my own police safety and my own cousin. The result is actually, police security arrested his own cousin. But dumbfounded as he was, He still reacted when he heard Hua Wenyuan's words. Immediately have to call. The phone call won't be necessary. At this time, Wang Dajuan walked over. Hua Mingfei is already rushing this way. He should be here soon. Hua Wenyuan's face was delighted. Immediately, he said to Li Yunfei, Li Yunfei, do you hear me? My big brother will be here soon. You're finished. After saying this, without waiting for Li Yunfei to react, he said to Wang Dajuan, Captain, you quickly let them release me. I don't have that kind of power. Wang Dajuan interrupted Hua Wenyuan with a wave of his hand. Said, as a road police lieutenant, ordering arrests without asking why. Law enforcement tactics, brutal and unreasonable. Recognize only the relatives, not the reason. You know the law. You threaten. You terrorize the general public. Even dare to threaten the chief brigadier. Any one of these charges would be enough to keep you in there for more than 5 years. Add it all up, 10 years or more. And that's light. I'm just a road police captain, much less the ability to decide how much punishment you will be given. However, as your former captain, I'm willing to give you a heads up. At one point, frowning, he said, honestly admit your mistakes and take the initiative to confess your problems. Perhaps, one can get a chance to get a lighter punishment. Hua Wenyuan thought that since the brigadier general had gotten his cousin to come over, he must be on his side. It's to help the Hua family out. Results. That's it? Dodo. Just then, an upscale stretch Silverwing sedan pulled up in front of the crowd. See that Silverwing sedan. Both Hua Wenyuan and Hua Mingjiu had a look of excitement in their eyes. Then, it was seen that among the lengthened version of the Silverwing sedan, 8 big men in suits, similar to bodyguards, first walked down. The bodyguards came out and stood on either side. Then 2 of them bent down to open the car door. Respectfully, he welcomed the imposing Hua Mingfei out. After Hua Ming flew out, eyes swept around the room. When he saw Wang Dajuan and Li Yunfei, he just nodded lightly. And when he saw the person lying on the ground, he frowned slightly. When he saw the injuries on Hua Mingjiao's face, his face sank. Who did this? Hua Mingfei's eyes went cold. The growing aura suddenly erupted. Eyes slightly glazed began to sweep around. Me. Lu Feng directly met Hua Mingfei's eyes. He had a smile at the corner of his mouth, full of calmness and disdain in his eyes. Not bad. With guts. Hua Mingfei smiled coldly. Then, with a wave of his hand, go, cut off his hands first. Immediately, 4 security guards stepped out from the side of the car. Making a gesture, he was about to walk towards Lu Feng. Mr. Hua, what a big mouth. Li Yunfei snorted coldly and said, in front of our police security, you actually want to chop people. Are you treating us as a pose? Li Yunfei, just shut up. Hua Wenyuan immediately clamored. My big brother is here, and you still dare to interrupt. You're just waiting for my big brother to strip the skin off your body. Hua Mingfei's arrival gave Hua Wenyuan another boost. It wasn't just him. Hua Mingjiao was similarly hardened, choking back a sob. Brother, these guys, one by one, have joined forces to bully. You have to do it for me. Don't worry. With brother here, brother will do it for you. Hua Mingfei faintly responded. Then, glaring at the bodyguard on the side. What are you still standing there for? Do it. All of them. Those bodyguards haven't moved. Li Yunfei then took the lead. Hua Mingfei's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards Li Yunfei. Laughing coldly, he said, Li Yunfei, not bad. After becoming the chief captain, this bottom has grown quite a bit. However, I would like to see if they dare to shoot. With that, he raised his hand. Do it. The bodyguard acted immediately. Li Yunfei didn't say anything and just stood there silently. Brush up. But, the next moment, those police security beside Li Yunfei all had their guns drawn in their left hands and handcuffs in their right. The eyes were dead set on the bodyguards. Obviously, as long as these bodyguards dare to move. But today, a small chief captain actually dared to give himself so little face. Hua Mingfei was instantly enraged. Ha! When did a little chief captain get to pretend in front of me? Hua Mingfei snorted coldly and pulled out his cell phone, intending to make a call. He wanted to have Li Yunfei's body skinned right away. Today, he is going to tell these people present. What is the fate of those who dare to refute my Hua Mingfei's face? Who dare to give face to face? Mr. Hua. At this time, Wang Dajuan suddenly spoke. This phone call, it's best if you don't make it. Hua Mingfei frowned at Wang Dajuan. What, you want to try my wrath too? I called you to come here, not you to be a bully. Wang Dajuan didn't take Hua Mingfei's threat seriously at all. Straight away. Rather, I've asked you to clean up this mess. With that, he pointed at Lu Feng and said, you bow your head to this Mr. Lu Feng and apologize. If, that is, you can gain Mr. Lu Feng's understanding, and discuss the solution with him. Not letting us have a hard time in the middle is naturally the best. Hearing this, Hua Mingfei suddenly had a grim smile on his face. He stared at Wang Dajuan and asked, "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" Hua Mingfei only thought that Wang Dajuan was informing himself when he received the first call from Wang Dajuan. Maybe the other side is looking for some big shot. Get yourself over there immediately for backup. Or rather, it's past bracing, pressing people down with your aura. After all, the status of his Hua family and the Hua Lin group was there. Today, there was a firestorm at the police station over my nephew. A few phone calls went by and it was easy to turn over the iron case as well. Leaves the nephew without a thing to do. Therefore, he felt that Wang Dajuan called himself over. How could he not be letting himself go over to put things to rest? For this reason, he also made it a point to drive the car, which he usually doesn't drive much, used only for pretense. The stretched Silverwing drove out, wrapped up 8 bodyguards in one too. The rowdy arrived on the scene. Then, it was time to see his favorite. Longest used Mercedes crashed and pretty much scrapped. The cousin was arrested. My sister was beaten to a pulp. 2 of my sister's fighters, alive or dead. At that moment, he was thinking that it might be because things were so serious over here. It's for myself to come over and take a stand and get mad. So, without saying a word, he began to show his strength and means. Results. Nima. A few words and no shit not to mention. It still hit hard. In the end, this Wang Dajuan, who called to inform himself, even told him to go and apologize. Go to rest. I'm apologizing for the damn thing. Wang Dajuan, if your brain is not broken, immediately and honestly take back what you just said. Hua Mingfei said grimly, or else, I'll make you look good. Wang Dajuan wasn't angry either. Just said, if you don't want to apologize, that's fine. Just be prepared to get a lawyer and go through the process. For your father's sake, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Just be honest and admit it this time. Hua Mingfei laughed, being pissed off. He pointed at himself. You're telling me to admit it? What the fuck are you? Dare to give me advice? And give my father face? My father's face. And you're worthy of it? Hua Mingfei killed the Xiangqing side from his old side. I don't know how many blood debts I have in my hands along the way, though I can't say I'm stepping on tired white bones, but definitely out of millions. When had he ever suffered such a loss and admitted to such a thing? Not to mention that the other person is still just a minor character living in this shitty neighborhood. Even if it was a big shot in Xiangqing, there was no one who dared to make him. Hua Mingfei, concede obediently. Captain. At this time, Wang Gang walked over with a copy of the video footage and said, the surveillance has been watched and recorded as well. It's certain that the initiator and lead in this case is this MS, Hua Mingjiao. Not only that, but this MS, Hua Mingjiao's comments are very scary. Have someone move a knife to break someone's 5 limbs. There are still some hard words that I will not say. All in all, this MS, Hua Mingjiao's comments are rampant. And, just before, when they threatened the 4 security guards, that security chief in the security booth felt that someone had threatened their lives. The video was uploaded directly to the internet in order to protect themselves. At one point, he glanced at Hua Mingfei. Frowning, he said, including Mr. Hua's wonderful remarks just now. It's also put up. Now, every move we make, he's doing a direct upload. He also threatened to post the video directly to the official website of the Hualong country later. The meaning of Wang Gang's words was obvious. Your Hua family is bull. But, your threatening comments, your rampant statements and behavior have been put online. As long as you dare to touch these 4 security guards, your Hua family will be finished. As long as any trouble arises for these people you have threatened, your Hua family will definitely not be able to escape. When these things reached the internet, it was tantamount to putting their Hua family under the nose of the Hualong kingdom. Targeted. Although Hua Mingjia was rampant and arrogant, she was not stupid. She also knew the consequences of having the video posted online. So the moment was suddenly silent. Don't dare talk nonsense anymore. Not only him, but Hua Yuan as well. As a member of the road police force, how could he not realize that the tide had turned when things had come to this? No matter how bullish the Hua family was, they definitely wouldn't dare to mess around under the eyes of the Hualong kingdom. And Hua Mingfei, at this moment, finally understood why Wang Dajuan and Li Yunfei dared to take themselves so seriously. It's totally emboldening to have this undercard. His eyes were slightly cold as he stared at Hua Mingjiao and angrily growled in a low voice. Stupid. In the past, when you ran into this kind of thing, basically no video existed. All of them will have someone who, at the first opportunity, will clean up the surveillance. And, by some witnesses, and, in the vast majority of cases, they don't do it themselves. But not today. His sister's brainless actions had directly dragged their Hua family to the mud altar. It was exposed to the eyes of the Hualong country. This matter, If you want to get your face back today, it's impossible. It can only be followed up. As you say, deal with it according to the law. Hua Mingfei didn't want to stay any longer, and wanted to solve the problem quickly and pull away quickly. Then he said, do what you have to do. Do what you have to do. Li Yunfei didn't nag with Hua Mingfei either. With a wave of his hand, take the men with you. Back to the station. Immediately, someone went to arrest Hua Mingjiao. Hua Mingjiao looked at Hua Mingfei. Brother, shut up, Hua Mingfei angrily shouted. You make your own mistakes and take them on yourself. Hua Mingjiao didn't dare to speak. Honestly taken to the police car. The two wounded men, likewise, were taken to the police car. There is an ambulance waiting at the station, so when you go back, you can be transferred to the hospital right away. As soon as Li Yunfei left, Wang Dajuan pointed to the side. The front of the car was hit against the wall, and the Mercedes and locomotive were estimated to be scrapped. Say, how about you guys fix your cars? Each one of you? Fix each one? Hua Mingfei immediately sneered. Captain Wang, do you know how much this car of mine costs? With that, Hua Mingfei stretched out 2 fingers. Coldly, he said, $2 million. Do you know what $2 million is? It's the kind of money you could barely make if you worked an honest lifetime of shifts and road cops. It's rather light of you to say a word to me now about fixing each one. Not bad, 2 million isn't much for me. But, I don't get my money from the wind. I have nothing to say when my men are in trouble and arrested. But, crashing my car must also follow the rules. Pay what you have to pay. A meal. Disdainfully, he looked at Wang Dajuan and said, with a cry, don't you want justice? I'll give you a chance to be just now. With that, pointing to the 2 cars, go fix me up. P.S. To explain, this is parallel time. Although, there are also Earth Mercedes. But, just distinguish the price as I wrote. It's whatever level I set it at. Don't ever be right. Thanks for understanding. Warmblood's Mercedes is worth $2 million. But Lu Feng's locomotive is worth $20 million. This was something that Li Yunfei had confided in Wang Dajuan. It was also for this reason that Wang Dajuan offered to put things to rest. He hoped that Hua Mingfei understood what he meant and knew that he was doing it for his own good. But it was obvious that Hua Mingfei didn't understand what he meant. Not only did they not understand it, they misinterpreted it. Thinks he is trying to help Lu Feng. Make a mockery of yourself. Wang Dajuan had little expression on his face. But, the heart is very upset. Since, you are so ungrateful, then I don't have to care about you anymore. Little Feng, you went to see the video with Wang Gang. Wang Dajuan instructed. Take 2 people to look at the scene and divide the responsibility. Xiaofeng nodded and called the 2 men towards that side. A road policeman then muttered disgruntledly. Having lost face himself, he comes to us to play the bully. What the hell? $2 million is a lot. People 2,000. Before the words were finished, Wang Dajuan blared over. Coldly, he said, who are you to talk here? The man immediately and obediently shut up and stopped talking. 2 million is indeed not much. Hua Mingfei heard the muttering voice, couldn't help but sneer and taunt. But, that also depends on for whom. It really isn't much for me. For you poor bastards on dead wages, that's astronomical. It's something that takes a lifetime to earn. Eyes averted. Looking at Lu Feng, he said, for someone like him who can only afford to drive a motorcycle of around 2,000, that's even more so. At once, on the side of the road police force, all of them let out disdainful sneers. This time, however, their sneers did not make any sound. The cold laugh was silent. Hua Mingfei looked at the gang of poor people and actually sneered. He couldn't help but frown slightly, coldly snorting. Sure enough, talking to you poor bastards about this is just talking to a cow. A poor man is a poor man, and will never make it to the top. He thought that the 2,000 that the little road policeman said was 2,000. And where would he think that a motorcycle would be worth $20 million? It's not that he's not knowledgeable as a boss of a large group. Only, he'd never seen a $20 million motorcycle before. It also never felt like any really rich person would spend $20 million on a motorcycle like this. At least, there are no such people in Xiangcheng. Doh! At that moment, a black Hermes sedan drove up and pulled up beside them. Seeing that Hermes sedan, Hua Mingfei's eyes lit up. Hermes, the top luxury brand among sedans, he certainly recognized. Even, he knew that Hermes sedan would not exceed 10 in the entire Xiangcheng city. Each one starts at $10 million. For example, the entry-level model of the Hermes in front of you will cost at least $12 million or so. He had made it a point to look at the Silverwing before he bought it. So, he knew the price. And that's why he ended up with Silverwing. After all, Silverwing is also a brand of top-of-the-line luxury cars. Although, not comparable to Hermes, it is, however, about $4 million cheaper. And, still, the extended version, the price-slash-performance ratio is so much better. LOL. The owner of Hermes is a middle-aged man in a suit. He opened the car door and stepped out. Eyes swept around the room. Finally, landed in a car accident over there. This boss, what's his name? At this time, Hua Mingfei walked forward and greeted the owner of the Hermes towards him. I'm Hua Mingfei, the old president of the Hualin Group, said the man, extending his hand. Get acquainted. So it's Mr. Hua. Nice to meet you. The Hermes owner reached out and shook the other man's hand gently. Politely, I am Guang, agent of Hermes. I told you, in the entire Xiangqing city, there are no more than 10 of Hermes luxury cars. Hua Mingfei smiled slightly and said, the owners, I basically know them all as well. And, someone who can afford a top-of-the-line luxury car like this. It shouldn't be in a trashy neighborhood like this either. But, when I saw you just now, I felt so familiar. So, it's the manager of our Xiangqing Hermes. Emil. Again. He laughed. By the way, you do remember me, don't you? I went to your store a few years ago to look at cars. The price of Hermes, however, is still too inflated. Poor value for money. So, saying that, he pointed to his Silverwing and said with a slight show-off, I ended up going with the extended version. Hua Mingfei's flip-flop was clearly a deliberate attempt to step on people. The purpose of this was to show off his financial power and status to people like Lu Feng and Wang Dajuan. Anyway, it's just a branch manager in Hunan City. This kind of manager don't look to drive a luxury car. But, the limousine is not even their own. To put it bluntly, they are just a wage earner. Hua Mingfei wasn't afraid of offending the other party at all. Hua Mingfei, right? Zhang Guang frowned and stopped calling Mr. Hua. Call them by their first names. Nonchalantly, he said, you probably didn't hear what I just said. I said agent, not manager. Upon hearing this, Hua Mingfei's face sank. The other person is clearly calling himself deaf for not having ears. Can this be tolerated? Even if you're an agent, you're still just a Xiangqing agent. How many cars do you sell a year? At the end of the day, it would be nice to sell one, right? Even, it may be a few years before one is sold. How much does that make? I can't stand you if you dare to hold your tongue and scold me like that. But Hua Mingfei was just about to open his mouth. Zhang Guang, however, spoke before him again. Also, I'm not an agent of Xiangqing. Rather, it's the entire Hualong country, the general agent of the 3 top luxury cars. Currently, all of the top 3 luxury car brands sold within Hualong have to come to me to buy them. And our 3 top luxury car brands sell price and face. The person who has the money to buy a luxury car of this level won't care about the price either. But the face. To put it mildly, the higher my price tag, the better it sells. The lower it is, the harder it is to sell. Because, being low, people can't see it. After all, we're dealing with, in and of itself, the richest little group of people. You think a next-level luxury car like a Silverwing is good and cost-effective. That's because your class can only go so far. It hasn't gotten to the level of the part of the world I'm talking about. So, after a beat, Zhang Guang before saying, I sincerely hope that you have a little self-awareness. In the future, never say those words again. Because, those words, to the people who are really rich, and the people at the top of society, that's a joke. They won't think you're that savvy, much less think highly of you. Instead, they'll just think you're like a clown who can't get on the stage. Also, after a beat, he snorted coldly, I'm giving you face by calling you Mr. Hua and saying it's a pleasure to meet you. As a matter of fact, who are you, Hua Mingfei? What kind of person are you? I press on, and not interested in knowing. So don't pretend with me here. I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm much less afraid of offending you. People like you, I wouldn't care if you never came into my store or bought my car. Hua Mingfei was instantly confused. After all that, the other person is not only not a manager, but also not a regular agent. Instead, it is the general agent of the 3 topmost luxury car brands in the whole of the Dragon State. What does that mean? It means that the other party is very strong in terms of connections, financial resources, and ability. One can only barely be a landlord in Xiangqing. Instead, the other side is able to do business globally, being able to lay out across the country, and doing business with the very top of the heap. Compared to the other side like that, he himself would be a real hick. A frog in a well doesn't know how big the world is. It was no wonder that he had just taunted people and they had scolded him back without a care in the world. Didn't give the slightest face at all. This made Hua Mingfei feel very pouty and nauseous. But there was nothing he could do. He knew that he couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. Excuse me, which one is Mr. Lu Feng? Also at this moment, Zhang Guang suddenly asked aloud. As soon as these words came out, at that moment, everyone's eyes, all of them, looked towards Lu Feng, who was not far away, with a smile on his face, looking incomparably relaxed. Most of the road police side had known about Lu Feng's wealth. There wasn't much shock, but rather more anticipation. On Hua Mingfei's side, however, his face was slightly ugly. It seemed that something had been vaguely sensed. Sure enough, in the next moment, he saw Zhang Guang, the original general agent who had no respect for himself, run to Lu Feng with a smiling face. Taking the initiative, he reached out his hand and smiled. "You are Mr. Lu Feng, right?" Lu Feng reached out, gently shook his hand, and smiled. "General Agent Zhang, nice to meet you," adding, "In fact, this is just a little thing. General Manager Zhang didn't have to come over personally on your behalf." "Mr. Lu Feng, I'm not going to lie. I've actually wanted to come over and meet you in person for a long time." Zhang Guang smiled. "You are unaware that I've made countless trips over to Hermes headquarters, but that side insisted on not selling me this last limited edition Stormcloud chariot. And what's more, it's their holdover to be put aside for a special moment to be used as a core auction item. But what about the results? All of a sudden, it's just sold straight to you. And it was sent within a day. Straight to you. I've also been doing these 3 major luxury car brands for almost 10 years. I've never seen these 3 major luxury car brands take a deal so seriously. So, I'm really admiring and curious about you. Mr. Lu Feng, always thought it would be nice to see you. So, as soon as I could, I came over right away. Just in time. I got another call from you about something going on over here and asked us to come over and take care of it. I came right over." This statement was made. At once, the people on the side of the road police force were straight away laughing. "Let's get you loaded. Now you're acting like a fool, aren't you?" And Hua Mingfei's face was as ugly as it could be. He grimaced and charged straight ahead. Staring at that Zhang Guang, he coldly said, "You damn well said in front of me that I can't get on the stage and that I'm a clown. Says I can't afford your luxury cars. One turn of the head. You run this way and tell a poor bastard that you admire him. It also says that it only took 1 day for the Hermes headquarters to hand-deliver the car. Are you fucking kidding me? You don't act like that, do you? Do you really think I'm an idiot and don't understand anything? It's not as if you pay for a luxury car of this caliber and just take it. Usually after paying, there is a wait. Exactly when you get your car depends entirely on when the manufacturer sends it to you. Even the GM version of the starter car, they don't set aside. It's all set in stone first. And cars like the ones Zhang Guang said were set aside as core auction items. That's not to mention. Therefore, Hua Mingfei directly decided that Zhang Guang was acting. No, even if it was an act, no one would dare to act like that. Mr. Lu Feng, where are the documents for your vehicle? Zhang Guang did not pay any attention to Hua Mingfei, but asked Lu Feng. It's in the trunk of the car. Then does Mr. Lu Feng have any more requests? My request is simple. Follow the normal procedure. Do what you have to do. Do what you have to do. Lu Feng said, but one thing, the car must be restored as it was. I don't care how much it costs. Got it. Zhang Guang nodded. Then this matter, let me handle it. Just in time. I have to get back to cooking for the kids and wife. Lu Feng laughed. I'll be obliged to ask General Manager Zhang to work hard on his behalf. I didn't expect Mr. Lu Feng to be a good man who cares about his family. Zhang Guang laughed. Alright, in that case, go get busy. I'll invite Mr. Zhang to eat on your behalf someday. Lu Feng waved his hand and turned around. Stop. Hua Mingfei was on the verge of exploding with anger. He himself questioned that Zhang Guang over here, and as a result, that Zhang Guang didn't even pay attention to him. And that poor bastard Lu Feng. What makes him just dare to ignore himself? You hit a car and this is how you want to leave? Hua Mingfei angrily shouted. Did I agree? How much is this piece of shit car worth? Zhang Guang said disdainfully. With me around, can you still run away from your compensation? You, this way. Hua Mingfei was just about to speak when Lu Feng was smiling and said to Zhang Guang, if the road police side decides that it is our responsibility, then just buy him a new one. For the car, I'll ask Mr. Zhang to buy it for me. For the money, just give me a call. Zhang Guang smiled, said, it's just 2 million. I'm not so afraid that you'll be less than me. Mr. Lu Feng, don't worry about it. This matter, I'll take care of it. Just go home. Lu Feng smiled and stopped talking nonsense. Turn around and walk away. Hua Mingfei, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes at Zhang Guang. Just $2 million? Ha, you're saying it quite lightly. Do you know what his bottom play is? Do you know how poor he is? Just dare to say you're not afraid he'll run away with your $2 million? Zhang Guang also ignored Hua Mingfei. Straight away, he came to the tailgate of that wind cloud chariot and opened it, took out all the papers and invoices inside. Then, walk over to Hua Mingfei, handed him the invoice. Look at this. Hua Mingfei didn't bother to pick it up. But, The gaze was fixed on that last total of that invoice. Hermes limited edition locomotives. Storm Cloud Chariot. Total price $19. 8 million. You couldn't be richer and buy a top-of-the-line limited edition luxury car like this. Zhang Wang said. People can spend $20 million on a locomotive at any time even if they are broke. That's the difference between you. Mr. Lu Feng is a low-key and family-oriented good man. And you. Shaking his head. Like a sightless thug. Pust. Pust. As soon as Zhang Wang's words fell, all of a sudden, the people on the side of the road police force, all of them couldn't help but laugh. That's really not wrong at all. This Mr. Hua is a typical thug. Yes, look at how low-key people. And then look at Mr. Hua, out of the extended version of the limousine, surrounded by bodyguards, as if afraid of other people do not know that he has money as if, and actually take the initiative to flaunt their own more bullish. The most laughable thing is that the mouth is poor. As if he can't show off his status as a rich man without cursing others a few times for being poor. That Mr. Lu Feng is different. He drives a locomotive that looks unremarkable, but it costs $20 million. But people hard not mention a word about it. And people also did not bring bodyguards, did not look down on people, and did not hang the word rich on his lips, and lived in this kind of ordinary neighborhood. Even when that Mr. Hua taunted him, he didn't bother to talk nonsense with this Mr. Hua, and directly had to compensate him for a new car. This gap. Listening to the whispered words from the road police team's side, Hua Mingfei was almost about to storm off on the spot. However, taking into account the camera behind him, he eventually held back. Captain, the situation has been cleared up. At that moment, that Xiaofeng brought someone to Wang Dajuan's side. Reported, the locomotive owner is primarily responsible for this accident. The owner of the Mercedes, on the other hand, is secondarily liable. Because, after the Mercedes was involved in the crash, there were no warning signs erected in the first place, and no one was there to protect the scene, much less move the car, so the division of responsibility should be 70-30. Hearing this, Zhang Guang walked over, asked, "Can you issue a division of responsibility on site? Ask your sister and see if she has an opinion." Wang Dajuan looked at Hua Mingfei and said, "If not, I'll just open the division of responsibility. If so, then have her give a statement and, by the way, pull up the surveillance video and take a look. Make a detailed record of all that went on. The original story. Do the division again." Hua Mingfei snorted coldly, said, "Of course there's an opinion. It's obvious that this locomotive directly hit our Mercedes. It should be his full responsibility." With that, he took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. At this time, Xiaofeng suddenly spoke up. "Captain, if we really still have to invite them back to make statements and use the video as evidence, I am afraid." But then, halfway through the sentence, he stopped. Wang Dajuan then said, "Just say what you have. The video I have seen." Xiaofeng frowned. "If we really pursue the previous situation to determine the responsibility, first of all, we have to convict that Mercedes owner of attempted murder first. Subsequently, there is also a conviction for malicious destruction of public property, the charge of obstructing the passage of the inhabitants, disturbing the life of the people and causing great disruption to the population." Snap! Hua Mingfei immediately hung up his cell phone. Glaring at Xiaofeng, he angrily shouted, "What did you say? Do you have the guts to say it again? His sister already carries a felony on her for directing someone to commit murder. There are other, minor offenses such as terrorizing people. If, on top of that, he added the charges that little Feng had just mentioned, his sister would squat inside and not come out. Isn't that disgusting? Hua Mingfei, you don't really think we're afraid of you, do you?" Wang Dajuan's face sank as he said in a chilling voice, "I gave your father 3 points of face before I spoke kindly to you. Try to be reminded to do things. You've taken my good intentions several times as malice, and dare to make threats against my people. What? Do you really think that my Wang Dajuan is made of clay? Don't dare to touch your Hua family?" Hua Mingfei saw Wang Dajuan glaring at himself in a rare manner. He also knew that this matter could probably only be eaten dumb for the time being. At least, it's impossible to take advantage of anything here. So, he gritted his teeth, grunted in a wimpy sneer, turned around, and headed for the car. "Not so fast." At this time, Zhang Guang spoke up. "Since we're only 70% responsible, then I'd like to thank Mr. Hua for calling the insurance over. Your car is $2 million. Our car, it's worth $20 million. For compensation, your car, I agree to take full responsibility and buy you a new one. But, with my car, you're also 30% responsible. 30% of 20 million. That's 6 million. A body shot lands from Hua Mingfei. Almost fell straight to the ground. Damn, what a way to kill a chicken. Now, He finally understood what Wang Dajuan meant when he said good intentions. Before, to each his own. That little bit of shit. Now, people are grasping at this 30% responsibility and not letting go, so they will have to bite the bullet and pay out an additional $4 million. And scrapping a Mercedes. This is simply, okay, I'll report it to the insurance. Hua Mingfei gritted his teeth and started dialing the insurance number. After Lu Feng returned home, he saw Su Muyun with her 2 children, sitting quietly at the table, a face full of worry. Dad, Dad. As soon as Lu Feng appeared, all of a sudden, the 2 children immediately ran over happily. Lu Feng picked up the children with one hand, laughing. What just happened didn't scare you guys, did it? The 2 children shook their heads, all the while saying, we're not afraid with Daddy around. Lu Feng smiled and rubbed his face on the 2 children's faces. Then, placing them on the floor, okay, it's okay, go play. The 2 children walked happily toward the television. Are you okay? Su Muyun stood up and asked with some worry. They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Don't worry, it's just a little something. Lu Feng laughed. It's been taken care of. With that, she headed for the kitchen. I'm going to go make dinner. Lu Feng. Su Muyun followed to the kitchen. Lu Feng turned back and saw that Su Muyun was still worried, so he laughed. If I said it's fine, it's definitely fine. Don't think so much. She didn't say anything, just a slight frown. After a long time, she bit her lip gently and said, if they really dare to trouble you, you must tell me. Tell you what for? Lu Feng laughed and asked, making you worry blindly? I don't want anything to happen to you. Su Muyun was in a hurry, eyes red. I can help. At most, I'll call for help. Lu Feng smiled and asked, what can you do to help? Su Muyun said, I can really help. As long as I'm willing to call this matter, it can definitely be solved. At most I. Stop. Lu Feng waved his hand and laughed. Men's matters? What's the point of letting a woman like you interfere? Who am I to reassure you when I can't even set things right on this point? And on what basis do you claim to be protecting you and the children? Of course, if you really want to help, that's easy too. Saying that, Lu Feng smiled oddly and said, tonight, I'll sleep in your bed. I'll go watch the baby. Facing Lu Feng's molestation, Su Muyun was immediately defeated. Red with an incredibly shy face, she ran off in a panic. Hey! Lu Feng smiled happily and went into the kitchen. An hour later, when the meal was on the table, Zhang Guang called. After Lu Feng connected, the other party then laughed. Mr. Lu Feng, how's the meal coming along? Just done. Lu Feng asked. Do you want to come up and put something together? Convenient? It's just a simple home-cooked meal. What's so inconvenient about it? Lu Feng said. As long as you don't mind, General Agent Zhang, feel free to come up. Ha ha. Zhang Guan laughed. Then I'm not polite? As it happens, I'll also tell you about the car. Okay, I'll come down and get you. Don't bother. Just tell me the address and I'll come straight up. 8th floor, 803. Wait. After hanging up the phone, Lu Feng greeted the children on the table. By the way, I asked, where's Mom? The 2 children were well behaved and sat at the table. Replied, just went to my room. Lu Feng shouted towards the room. Wife, it's time to eat. Su Muyun responded. I'll be right there. Lu Feng didn't think much about it and went into the kitchen to load up the rice. 5 minutes later, Lu Feng loaded the rice and set them on the table one by one, and says, wow, that smells good. Pinky grunted. I'm so hungry. I'm going to eat. And lectured. No, Mom's not here yet. Hira's eyes were fixed on the table and she gave a reluctant oh. Ding dong. At that moment, the door to the room slammed. Lu Feng walked over and opened the door to the room. He saw Zhang Guang standing in the doorway with a smiling face. Chief Agent Zhang, come in. Lu Feng invited the other party. Zhang Guang nodded slightly. While changing his shoes, he said, Mr. Lu Feng, look, I'm shamelessly rubbing my nose in it. You don't meet General Agent Zhang in the future. This name is too outwardly familiar. And again, call me Seguang, or, like my friends and the others, just call me Mitsuko. Lu Feng felt that Zhang Guang was a good person. No pretense. It's cool. The purpose was also simple, to make himself a friend. Enthusiastic enough about himself, too. So, nodding, then you can call me Feng, or, Lu Feng. Ugh, that's right. So Guang changed his shoes. Looking up, he saw the meal on the table. At once, taking a deep breath, it smells so good, said the man, walking over to the table. On the table was a 5-course meal, meat and vegetables. Feng, you're good at this craft. Before he even ate it, he began to praise. This is on the sale. Put inside that kind of high-grade hotel. Also completely not false. It is not a falsehood. That's not even in the same league, alright. At least it is the craftsmanship that carries the title of the god of cookery. Can't it be compared to that kind of hotel chef? Uncle, my dad's cooking is much better than restaurants. At this point, Anne said proudly. Ping Ping immediately nodded. My mom even ate 2 big bowls of rice yesterday. Ha ha. Zhang Guang laughed and said to Lu Feng, no wonder you're rushing back to do the cooking. This is typical of those who can do more. LOL. At that moment, the sound of the room door opening came. Then, he saw Su Muyun walk out from inside the room. Seeing Su Muyun, Lu Feng and Zhang Guang were both dumbfounded. The Su Muyun at this moment was truly a sense of amazement. A pure white, semi-sheer, short-sleeved shirt is paired with a knee-length, black, floral-printed skirt. It showed off her unbelievably proud body to the fullest. The black and white pairing even made her snow-white skin even more dazzling. Stepping on high heels, she had a faint smile above her stunning face, making people feel noble and elegant, when it really was an extraordinary temperament and unrivaled beauty. Even Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a thumping sensation. A child's rambling to the point of making a guest laugh. Su Muyun nodded towards Zhang Guang and smiled gently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guang came back to his senses and asked, Feng, this is your wife, right? My wife. Su Muyun. Lu Feng pointed to Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang, the general agent of the nation's top 3 luxury cars. My friend, you're the same as me. Just call him Guangzi. Zhang Guang saw Lu Feng introduce himself like this. Heartily, yes, sibling, just call me Mitsuko. Su Muyun smiled. I'd better call you Brother Guang. Yes, Zhang Guang laughed. This Brother Guang called my heart a thief's comfort. Saying that, he again complimented. I say, Feng, you are truly blessed with heavenly fortune. Sibling is just beautiful. Dazzlingly beautiful, beautifully offbeat. The aura is even more so. Noble, typical. Honestly, it's amazing. Spare me the years I've been out there and seen so many beautiful women. But I was still shocked by my younger sibling just now. Su Muyun's face was slightly red and she slightly lowered her head. The more dynamic it becomes. Lu Feng was very flattered by Zhang Guang's compliments. A smile and a nod of recognition. Mitsuko, sit down. Lu Feng pointed to the chair and said, let's not be polite. Let's eat first. My children have been crying out for hunger for a long time. Yes, eat first. Zhang Guang laughed. Starve anyone, but not the child. Wow, it's finally ready to eat. Ping Ping immediately got excited. I want this one. I want that one. Su Muyun glared. Ping Ping, the guests haven't eaten yet. Oh, Ping Ping put down his chopsticks in aggravation. He's so hungry. The food also smells good. How can this be endured? Brother Light, the visitor is a guest. You try my husband's handiwork first. This was the first time Su Muyun had used a very formal tone to address Lu Feng as her husband in front of outsiders. Lu Feng glanced at Su Muyun. Su Muyun immediately noticed. Her face slightly reddened as she inclined her head, not daring to look at Lu Feng's slightly flirtatious gaze. Zhang Guang didn't care that much, picked up the chopsticks and started with a piece of braised pig's foot. Yummy. Zhang Guang tasted a bite and immediately nodded. Come on, everyone eat, said the man, eating regardless. Ping Ping couldn't stand it anymore and immediately moved the chopsticks. 5 minutes later. So Guang is on his second bowl. 8 minutes later. So Guang's third bowl. 10 minutes later. So Guang ran to the kitchen and came back with an empty bowl. Somewhat awkwardly. I said, there's no food. I'll just eat some food and forget about it. When Ping Ping heard this, she immediately became anxious. You can't just eat vegetables without rice. And looked at what was left on the table and nodded. We haven't finished eating yet. So Guang was even more embarrassed. It's so embarrassing to have 2 little kids think you're stealing food from them. Su Muyun looked at the empty bowl. I have only eaten 2 bowls. I am not full yet. Another look at the table and the fish is still on the bone. Braised pork feet with a little broth residue left over. The eggplant and beans are gone. Ribs and corn, with a few scattered kernels left. Tomato and egg soup. There's some soup left. Red meat. Thief clean. No wonder Ping and An are protesting. It's all out of food. I'm going to fry 2 more dishes. Lu Feng was also embarrassed. I fucking checked 2 pieces of meat and I haven't even finished my bowl of rice yet. I'm going to cook something too. Su Muyun immediately stood up and said. No. Zhang Guang stood up and said. I'm full. Uncle, you can't. And said angrily. You're full and we're not. Ping Ping nodded his head as he ate. Uncle and Mom ate all the food. They ate a lot and we didn't even eat much. So Guang Thief was embarrassed. So tempted to run away now. The first time I went to someone's house for dinner. What's with the food? It's not like you're a starving man yourself. but this dish, it's really good. Mitsuko, sit down and rest for a while. Lu Feng laughed. I'm quick at stir-frying. Forget it, don't eat it. Zhang Guang shook his head and said, just in time. There's something else to do, and it's time to go, so come back and eat next time. Lu Feng said to just try 2 dishes. He was afraid he'd snatch up the dish again later. Better go first. Now, Lu Feng asked. Zhang Guang said, there's the insurance company down there, and a couple of road cops waiting. Lu Feng froze. You put people down there and ran up for dinner yourself? Alright, you're the boss. You call the shots. In that case, I won't keep you. No need to stay. No need to stay. Zhang Guang waved his hand and headed for the door. Lu Feng followed him over and sent him to the door. Zhang Guang turned around and suddenly whispered in Lu Feng's ear. Feng, next time, when I'm coming for dinner, you have to cook a few more dishes. Honestly, you're so good with your hands. This dish is just too much for my liking, said the man, smiling awkwardly. Lu Feng cried and laughed as he nodded. Okay, if you want to come for dinner, let me know in advance. I'll make preparations early. Yikes, I almost forgot about business. Zhang Guang slapped his head and said, the car thing, it's solved. Since the division of responsibility is 37, so, they don't need us to fix their Mercedes. In addition, the insurance company across the street has to pay us $3 million. Lu Feng nodded, asked, so how much will it cost to get my car fixed? This one's a bit of a pain in the ass, Zhang Guang said, although it is said that the wind cloud chariot only suffered damage to its front end. But, the damage is not small. The money is trivial to the point that it can probably be solved for less than $5 million. It's that time. It's going to be over a month at the very least. Lu Feng frowned. Say, it's taking so long? That was pretty quick, Zhang Guang said. If it's not this limited edition Windjammer, then the normal delivery to the factory for rework is at least 2 months to start with. Lu Feng said, in that case, I can only buy a new one to use as a mobility scooter. Zhang Guang was puzzled. Feng, you don't have another car? It's a long story. Lu Feng laughed. Or not. Seeing that Lu Feng was not willing to say more, he didn't ask too many questions, but just said, if you're looking for a top-of-the-line luxury car, there are a few on my end at the moment. However, given your status and financial resources, Feng, you would definitely choose a limited edition high-end luxury car. In that case, I'm afraid it would be quite a bit faster to go through your own connections. If I had to find channels, that would be at least a month to start. Lu Feng shook his head with a bitter smile, said, what do I have to do with it? If I can't, I'll just buy a car as a replacement first. He's telling the truth. Before yesterday, he and the word ho didn't go together at all. The wind cloud chariot is still a gift from the system. He now, too, has only a few million in his hands. The rating value, which is to be used to redeem the god of music, you can't mess with it either. So, he thought of just buying the normal premium car to use for transportation first. Oh, Feng, when you say that, do you believe it yourself? Zhang Guan laughed. Don't worry. I won't ask you for channels, nor will I ask you to help me get the car. Adding, I'm still aware of how hard it is to return a favor at your level. Lu Feng wanted to explain a bit more. Zhang Guang directly waved his hand and said, okay, no more nagging. I'll go down and get busy first. After saying that, he didn't wait for Lu Feng to reply and directly walked away. Back to the kitchen. Lu Feng started cooking. At this time, Su Muyun walked over. Softly, and I want pig's feet. You just bought one and ate it all. Lu Feng laughed. If you want to eat it, buy it tomorrow. Oh, Su Muyun nodded and turned to leave. Right. Lu Feng turned his head to look at Su Muyun. You're so beautiful today. Su Muyun's face reddened again. That's a sweet call for a husband. Lu Feng added. It's too much of a facelift for me. Su Muyun lowered his head. Lu Feng laughed. In the future, continue to develop. Su Muyun turned and ran again. Lu Feng just laughed. A very happy laugh. Su Muyun was dignified and grand in front of others. Like a holy princess. Even, to save face. Very good at decorating herself too. Bring out the best in yourself. Just like before. She heard herself calling and saying that someone was coming over for dinner. She immediately peacocked. Also, the speech doesn't stutter anymore. But, with a little flirting of her own, she blushes and gets shy. Especially cute. Therefore, Lu Feng was very happy about it. Half an hour later, the table was empty. Eat your fill in peace. Su Muyun even burped. Couldn't help but touch my stomach and say, if I keep eating like this, I'm going to get fat again. Lu Feng then said, then start tomorrow. You do it. Su Muyun immediately shook her head. It's still, you. No, no. Before Su Muyun finished speaking, Ping Ping immediately snatched his words. Daddy makes good food. I'm going to eat what Daddy made. Lu Feng, on the other hand, smiled bitterly. It's a sin to cook well. Su Muyun didn't say anything either, just smiled and got up to start clearing the table. You go live. Lu Feng said. I'll clean it up. Su Muyun was still about to speak when Lu Feng had already snatched the bowls and chopsticks from her hands. Su Muyun turned away with eyes full of happiness. Ding! Congratulations to the host, recognized by a special friend. You are a good man who takes care of his family and makes money. Receive a rating value bonus, 30,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized as a common friend. You are a dirtbag who deserves to be very approachable and a dad who deserves to be honored. Receive a rating value bonus, 2,000. Ding! Lu Feng's side had just finished clearing the table. The system's reminder voice then came over. The first 30,000 reward was definitely Zhang Guang's, followed by, I think, those 5 security guards. On top of that, a few passers-by who were watching from afar were also rewarded with a point score. The total rating score has now reached 358,000 points. Immediately, Lu Feng directly clicked on Redeeming God of Music. Ding! Redeeming the God of Music successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the professional title God of Music. God of Music has a divine singing voice, and the ability to memorize and compose lyrics is unparalleled in the world. Another peak career. Unfortunately, though, I like to listen to songs. I don't want to be famous. Shaking his head, Lu Feng directly put the God of Music aside. Leave it alone for now. Then, glanced at the column for limited time redemption. Now it's gone blank. Below, there is a sample watch with a 270-minute countdown. It's now 7:30, which means it's going to be after 12 p.m. before it refreshes again. Lu Feng didn't bother with it. Go ahead and start cleaning up the dishes. Right, Lu Feng, there's one more thing I want to talk to you about. Su Muyun, who had just entered the room, came out again. What is it? Lily called me when I was grocery shopping before the accident. Su Muyun said with a grave face. She warned me to be careful, saying that Yang Chang's mother would come to target me. Oh, Lu Feng just calmly nodded his head and nothing more was said. Su Muyun then asked, do you have a problem with Lily? No, Lu Feng smiled and said. For her to be able to make a special call to remind you at a time like this, that means my wife didn't look at the wrong person. That. Su Muyun thought about it and asked, can you help her? How do you want me to help her? Su Muyun thought for a moment and said, I don't know. It's just that, when I called today, I heard something distinctly off in her voice. Lost, low, and, like, a little husky. She also told me that, probably, they're going to sell all their assets over here and go back to the country. But I once heard my aunt say that they don't have any land left, even on the countryside of their old home. Just a humble house. I just thought that the family was very nice to me. Auntie and Lily took care of me when I had the baby, too, if I may. Saying that, Su Muyun looked at Lu Feng. Seeing that Lu Feng smiled and didn't mean to get angry, he then said, I hope you can help them. Lu Feng thought about it and said, then you talk to them later and see how much money is needed and I'll lend it to them. After redeeming the God of Music, he has 158,000 rating points left. That's $15 million when converted to cash. Since the other party had helped take care of Su Muyun and the child, he had to accept this favor. And, Sun Lily, as a person, is really good. This matter, to be precise, was also caused by himself. However, Sun Lily didn't take the anger out on herself or Su Muyun. It was rare to call and remind Su Muyun to be careful after bearing everything alone. Then I'll call now. Su Muyun couldn't wait to take out his cell phone. Pulled up Sun Lily's phone. The call was quickly answered. Hey, Lily, Muyun, is something wrong? Sun Lily's voice had a hint of huskiness to it, and was still a bit listless. Moreover, there were vaguely noisy sounds coming from inside. Lily, I discussed this with Lu Feng, and Lu Feng agreed to help. Su Muyun said, ask your uncle to see how much money is missing. Lu Feng said he would lend it to you. Muyun, thank Lu Feng for me first. Sun Lily said. Still, there's no need to borrow. My father has decided to go back to the countryside. Lily, persuade uncle. Su Muyun said anxiously. He's been fighting over here for so many years. It's not easy for him to scrape together a little bit of family money. Your brother just started college, too. The house is just 2 years old. How can you give up so easily? Sun Lily was just about to speak. Suddenly, there was another loud noise on the other end of the line. Then a woman was heard yelling over there. Her son is human. My daughter is not. What gives her the right to beat my daughter like that? Who is she to tell my daughter to do those things to his son? You, Sun Zhengyi, are afraid of things, but I'm not. If their family doesn't give me an explanation, I'll fight them. I see. It's not too loud. But, barely still able to hear it. However, Sun Lily had obviously muffled the sound with her cell phone and was soon out of earshot. Mu Yun. Thank Lu Feng for me. Sun Lily said quickly. He's a good man. I am truly happy for you that you have a good home. Forget about borrowing money. Our family really doesn't want to be over here anymore. Also, take care of yourselves. My father said that their family is not to be messed with. So if you can, you guys should leave Xiangqing as well. Well, that's it. I've got things to do. So I'll hang up now. Su Muyun hadn't had time to speak. Sun Lily had then hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping blind tone inside the phone, Su Muyun's face also became a bit ugly. Lu Feng, just now did Auntie say over there that Lily was being bullied? It should be. I'm going over to see what's going on. Su Muyun was anxious. Don't go today. Go tomorrow. Lu Feng frowned and said seriously. But, you just heard them. They're having a fight at home. Lu Feng said, at a time like this, it's not appropriate for us to go over. Su Muyun thought about it and nodded. Then you'll take me there tomorrow morning? Yes. Lu Feng, thank you. We are husband and wife. Saying thank you to me? Are you looking down on me? Lu Feng is a bit angry. Or do you think I don't deserve you? I didn't. Su Muyun weakly defended. You are. Lu Feng got even angrier. I really don't. Su Muyun's face turned red with anxiety. Lu Feng said seriously, then apologize to me. Su Muyun immediately said, I'm sorry. Insincere. Lu Feng said, you have to say, husband, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never say thank you again. Su Muyun opened her mouth, but that husband couldn't be called out. And that you didn't look down on me. And that you didn't think I wasn't good enough for you. Lu Feng was even more angry. You are not even willing to call your husband until now. Even apologize so perfunctorily. Old husband. Su Muyun lowered his head like a child who had made a mistake. Gripping tightly with both hands, he said very seriously, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll never say thank you again. This is a good boy. Remember in the future you have to call your husband. Not always Lu Feng called. Lu Feng smiled with an urging smile on his face and said, how out of the ordinary this is. Su Muyun looked up sharply. The red face and watery eyes give you a strong urge to love and care for them. You. She knew she was screwed. Biting her lip lightly, you just know how to bully me. After saying that, he went towards his room. Lu Feng quickly dodged and blocked Su Muyun's body. Then, a hand held Su Muyun's shoulder. Su Muyun struggled. You let go of me. No release. You're bullying me again. Su Muyun felt aggrieved and lowered her head, choking louder. Good boy. Raise your head, Lu Feng said. Look at me. Su Muyun shook her head. Don't look. Really? Just don't look. Then I'll sleep with you tonight. Su Muyun was so frightened that she immediately raised her head. Somewhat flustered, he said. No. It was obvious that she wasn't angry with Lu Feng. She's just feeling aggravated. She just wants to pout. Because, in the face of Lu Feng's rude request, she wasn't rejecting it outright. Rather, I don't know how to answer. Ha ha. Lu Feng laughed out loud and pinched the reddened cheeks. Wife, you are so cute. You. Su Muyun realized that she had been fooled and was so angry that she tried to bow her head again. But his face was gently pinched by Lu Feng and he couldn't lower it. All that could be said was, in a good-natured manner, you're bullying me again. I call that loving, not bullying. You're just bullying me. Su Muyun said, turning his head to look at Ping Ping and Anan. Tattletale, your dad bullies me, Ping said, but daddy says it's called loving care. And said, Mommy shy. Mommy is just like us. She was just pouting. Still trying to trick us as kids. We won't fall for it. Ping Ping immediately nodded his head. Sister is the same. After being revealed as a spoiled brat, she blushes, shy face, shameless, he said, and traced his finger across his face in a shameless gesture, and was instantly enraged and turned her head and pinched Ping's cheeks. With a red face, he said, Stinky brother, I've never spilled my guts. I'll let you talk nonsense. Wow. Mommy, Daddy, sister hit me. Ping Ping cried, tears coming out of his eyes. I'm going to pinch you for letting you slander me. And pinched harder, pinching Ping Ping's face red. Ping Ping took one look at his mom and dad and didn't react. While crying, she reached out and pinched En's cheeks. I'll pinch you too. I'll make you an ugly sister. Stinky brother, ugly sister. Looking at the two little kids arguing there, Lu Feng and Su Muyun laughed at the same time. Seeing Su Muyun smile, Lu Feng then pointed to the small room. Go live. Don't think about anything else. Said, patting his chest. Don't worry. I've got everything. Su Muyun nodded tenderly, her eyes filled with emotion. She knew that Lu Feng was just trying to divert her emotions just now. Don't let yourself get caught up in the whole Sun Lily thing all the time. So, without saying anything, she headed towards the small room. As soon as Su Muyun left, Lu Feng immediately walked to the side of the two brats. Say, I'm going to count to 1, 2, 3, and whoever still argues, I'm not going to take him to the new house tomorrow and leave him here alone. Sister Anne's response was quick. Immediately, he let go. Ping is still pinching. A face of excitement. It's like you're the winner. Squeezing harder, and immediately squealed. Dad, he's still pinching me. I'm not taking him tomorrow. Ping Ping would react now and let go immediately. I'm not pinching. Ping Ping also stopped crying and said, I want to live in a new house too. No, you just pinched me. And protested. Daddy, don't take stinky brother. Lu Feng asked. Why? Ping Ping doesn't listen to you. Ping Ping is very obedient. Look, I haven't even counted 1, 2, 3 yet. Bad daddy. Stinky daddy, I don't like you anymore. You're the older sister. You should have given in to your younger brother. What kind of older sister knows how to bully her younger brother? Mom said I'm only 20 minutes older than him. What kind of sister is that? A big minute is also a sister. How about you call him brother? Then I'll let him give way to you from now on. Good good good. Ping Ping immediately took a stand. No way. And blared at Ping Ping and said viciously, I'll stuff you back into mommy's tummy when you go to bed at night. Mom likes me enough not to tuck me back in. Lu Feng was startled. A 4-year-old knows how to tuck it back in? Wait. Lu Feng frowned and said, who taught you guys this stuffing back? Aunt Lily. And said, when we went to Aunt Lily's house to play, we didn't listen to Aunt Lily, and Aunt Lily said to stuff us back into mommy's tummy. What? Ping Ping nodded, but Aunt Lily has always just said it and never done it. It caused me to be bullied by this ugly sister all the time. Lu Feng then felt that his head was a bit big. These two kids, they're not being led astray, are they? Immediately, very serious, said, you listen this stuffed back thing's not to be said again. Here? Oh. The two brats immediately became honest once they saw Lu Feng suddenly change his face. Go have fun. Lu Feng waved his hand, signaling them to go watch TV. Watching the two children leave, Lu Feng sighed. Bringing up children is really a skillful job. Same time, Xiangcheng, the top residential area. Star Dragon Academy. Inside a luxury villa, Hua Mingfei and an old man were seated opposite each other. Father, I'm afraid this one is a bit troublesome, Hua Mingfei said in a deep voice. The video has already been transmitted to the internet. It's probably hard for my sister to come out. The old man was Hua Mingfei's father, Hua Pioneer. 10 years ago, had been the most powerful business figure in Xingnan province. Zhu Cheng, now in his 60s, he has retired to the background. At this point, after hearing my son's statement, Hua Pioneer picked up his teacup, slowly took a sip, and asked, the one called Lu Feng, what is the bottom play? Can you find out? Hua Mingfei replied, according to Yang Chang, he doesn't have much of a background. The old family is from the countryside, not much money, and no connections. But, this thing today is a bit strange. If, indeed, he has no money and no background, how can he afford Hermes limited edition Storm Cloud Chariot? So, I purposely had someone check it out, as Yang Chang said. As it turns out, it's really just an ordinary family in a rural area of Liancheng. So, I think that this should be that Hermes Zhang Guang is on good terms with this Lu Feng, in forcefully holding him up. Hearing this, Hua Xinfeng nodded, closing his eyes. He mused slightly, then open, and say, an agent who sells cars has the audacity to think of himself as a strong dragon. Guts indeed. With that, he picked up the cell phone on the coffee table and started to call. Seeing that Hua Pioneer had called, Hua Mingfei knew that there was no problem with this matter. Fruity. 3 phone calls later, Hua Pioneer then said, tomorrow, you find a lawyer and go ahead and bail your sister and the others out. And then, send someone to take care of those security guards. Spend some money to shut them up and, by the way, get them to give an explanation and take the video back. I'll have the regulator, on my end, block all postings and videos. I'll have Takeshi and Man run over to his house when these things are done. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Indifferently, he said, dare to touch my daughter, then I'll see just how tough he is. The tone is not heavy. However, Hua Mingfei knew that his father was truly angered. This was to give that Lu Feng an everlasting lesson at any cost. After Lu Feng finished cleaning up the dishes, then he came to the couch and played with the kids for a while. At 8:30, get the kids to bed on time. It was 9 o'clock when the children went to bed. After Lu Feng returned to the living room, he felt a bit bored. Just start researching God of Music. This world is a parallel world, but it doesn't have all the music and literary canon of the previous world. Before that, I was just listening to music and didn't understand it at all. Plus, I don't want to be a celebrity star, per se. So, didn't think about the music thing at all. Now, with the god of music, won't I be able to perfect the music of my past life? By the way, I remember inside her room, there seems to be a guitar. Bring it on. If he didn't have this ability, Lu Feng wouldn't think much about it. But now, since he has this ability, of course Lu Feng still wants to try it. He entered Su Muyun's room, moving gently as the children were sleeping. The sound is also very small. Take out that guitar. Close the door. Back to the living room. Lu Feng just touched the guitar twice and felt that it was as familiar as his hands. It popped up with ease. In his mind, musical scores about his previous life naturally surfaced. Inside the small room, Su Muyun is on the air, due to the strong counterattack Lu Feng made in the morning. At this point, there was a lot of joy in the broadcast room. Even if there's a little bit of a less than harmonious sound, it would also soon be cleaned up by Xian Zitsong, the chapter president of Xiangcheng. It could be said that the current Xian Zitsong had become Su Muyun's professional lapdog for this live broadcast. Not only did they keep the live stream in good order, he also opened many small numbers rushing as a water army, waving the flag for Su Muyun. The best recommendation I can give in a burst of hard work. So much so, that Su Muyun's popularity in the live broadcast room had now surpassed that of Feng Xianer, the first sister of the Tiger's Head platform. Under such circumstances, Su Muyun also put aside the worries brought about by that incident with Sun Lily. Quickly get in the middle of a live broadcast, having fun interacting with the fans. Goddess Su, where's your dirtbag husband? Goddess Su, quickly release your tycoon husband. I want to surround him. We're going to ask him for advice on chasing Goddess Su. So there's still money in it? Scram. What do you mean money is fine? Can't you see that before today? Our Goddess Su has been helping his tycoon husband save money? That's right. Within that jewelry store, our Goddess Su would rather make a fool of herself than spend more money. How rare is that? Seeing these pop-ups, Su Muyun's heart was both happy and torn. Happy that I have found a good husband who can be recognized by everyone. And the tangle is, she knew that Lu Feng wasn't very fond of showing his face in front of the camera. Therefore, did not want to force Lu Feng. After some thought, she said, as a thank you for your support, I'll sing a blessing for you. Magic City, some small neighborhood. Feng Xianer, the first sister of the Tiger Head platform, sat in front of the live broadcast room. Fairy Phoenix, how come the popularity list has been squeezed down? Shake people up. That's right. How can we be pushed down by that kind of packaged goods? Why don't we rush a wave of rewards and hang the fairy on the front page first? Yeah. Punch punch punch. Look at the message on the pop-up. With a smile on her face, she said, thank you all for your support, but I still want to say that people must spend money wisely. But, the hand was touching the cell phone, directly sent a message over to Li Yunji. Li Yunji, what the hell is wrong with you today? How did you make things like that? She was on the air a little late yesterday. Plus, he was called over by a certain young man early in the morning and tossed around for most of the day. So, catching up on some sleep this afternoon. Half an hour ago, a phone call from someone woke her up. And when that person said that Su Muyun had opened a live broadcast and, moreover, the popularity had risen sharply, going straight for 5 million popularity, she was immediately afraid to sleep. This 5 million headcount barrier, if Su Muyun breaks through first, then this sister of hers is really coming down. So, she immediately got up from the bed. Wash your face and make up. Turn on your beauty face. Turn on your filters. Quick start. At that time, she also took a special look at the other party's popularity, which was 4,600,000. It's still surging. Nice guy. If he didn't have a group of diehard fans, knowing that Su Muyun threatened himself, he didn't bother to upstage his opponent. Presumably, the other side would have rushed up long ago. Not daring to be careless, she immediately put her best foot forward and started pulling. She even did 3 dances that showed off her perfect body. That's what brought his popularity, once again, back to close to 3 million. However, even so, the other party was still deadlocked in the second position of the popularity list with their popularity of just over 3 million. It's been half an hour. It made her feel very depressed. Then he directly glared at Li Yunji. In vain. I trusted you so much, and as a result, not only did you fail to get things done, but instead, you even lifted the other party up. It's really true. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. What happened to Li Yunji happened in the morning. She looked at it before she went to bed. So, also, I know what's going on. Originally, she didn't take it very seriously, but when Su Muyun's popularity stayed at the beginning of 3 million, steadily suppressing her, she knew that it must have been today's events that had given Su Muyun a huge wave of fans. Phoenix, I'm sorry, I messed up this time. So, Lee Yoonji quickly returned the message. I've decided to quit the live broadcasting world. I'm still locked up in the police station, so I won't talk to you. Su Fong froze, couldn't help but curse. Sure is a busty idiot, to give you contacts and teach you how to please men. As a result, things don't work out well, not to mention, I can't believe I even got myself into the police station. That's right, I've seen stupid. I've never seen anything this stupid. She didn't feel worried for Lee Yoonji. Instead, he felt that Lee Yoonji deserved it. This idiot can't be counted on. Su Fong sighed. It seems that it's necessary to find someone else. Still, the first order of business is to get the popularity up. If I'm always pressed and always second, then I don't want to be the first sister. Thinking of this, she immediately contacted one of the people in charge over at the Tiger Head platform. Let the other guy give himself a popularity punch. However, Xian Zitsong from the other side's Shangqing chapter contacted their side. No backroom deals. A few waves of power bounties are necessary to punch up the numbers. Then, add 2 more strong recommendations. In that case, it would be a proper way to punch up her stats. If, for example, the reward list rushes to number 1, how much can the popularity go up? 4 million at the most. What if I want to break through to 6 million popularity? You find your guild and ask them to put up one of the biggest recommendations on the front page for you. I'll give you another popularity list banner on my side. Thank you, manager. You don't mention it. Just remember to come over tomorrow and hang out with me. Call you then. For Su Fong, this was the deal. If she wanted to sit tight as a first sister, some give and take was just necessary. Been around the block a long time. She had been prepared for this for a long time. The platform side is taken care of. She then quickly contacted the guild side. The guild side is too easy. After all, she was still a first sister and a cash cow now. Then she began to chat privately with a few of the more familiar landlords. Let them pull the bounty. Sensible spending? That's just lip service. The more irrational you are, the happier I am. So, he also had these dirtbags in management say to the fans, once you make it to number 1 on the list, you can get yourself a dance on a larger scale. With the perks, the fans who couldn't get a kiss with her went straight to madness. At once, the rockets began to launch. The other side, Sumo Yun was still singing the blessing. Suddenly, above the pop-ups, rockets began to frantically brush up. It wasn't a rocket swiped by fans on Sumo Yun's side. Rather, it was the all-platform rocket that Phoenix Fairy's side swiped. This is a rocket that starts with 10 rounds. Flash pop-ups will appear in various live streams across the platform. 10 rockets. That's 10,000 Hualong countries past Dragon Coins. In this platform where there are no big tycoons to forcefully swipe rewards and hold up the facade, a 10,000 bounty at a time is already a bit scary. Also, it's a continuous screen blow-up, and that's very scary. To know, during the day-to-day, Sumo Yun's list 2 Muda feelings, but also only once brushed the whole platform rocket. The subsequent rockets are all individual rockets. Even the total bounty of the list 1 Mu Keeper, who he had pulled the plug on, was only 80,000 out of the Dragon Coins. So, holy shit, is Feng Xianer trying to make a push to snatch back the top spot on the popularity list? Isn't that nonsense? Tiger Head 1. After she goes online, wouldn't she be laughed out of the room if she kept settling for second best? Yeah, she, Feng Xianer, can't afford to lose this. Goddess Su, what do you say? Why don't we rush too? We don't seem to have as many tycoons as over there. It's probably hard to rush. At once, everyone began to talk. However, the thought of trench fighting didn't do much for anyone. Mu got emotionally rewarded with a round of platform-wide rockets, and the Tiger Head bombing screen begins. Guys, I'll go first, you watch. Mu got feelings once again rewarded with an all-platform rocket as the Tiger Head bombing screen begins. Trench or not, I don't know, but our goddess Sue's poker face must be on top. Mu got feelings. Fans went wild as they watched the bristling, all-platform rocket with a surge. Holy shit, brother Mu D emotion is bullish. I'm Utak feelings. People are ruthless. 10 rounds of full platform rockets. A small meaning, no honor. I'm so emotionally abused. I'll pick on your whole family. What's a list 1? Do I want Goddess Sue's top 1? What I want is the all-platform top 1. Everyone started pounding on Nude's feelings. A song. Sumo Yun was also a bit dumbfounded. How could she not have thought that Feng Xianer's side of the bounty was a rush? It's amazing how many people on their side will follow. Immediately, she said, people must spend money wisely. I don't compete for first place. I told you, I just want to sing quietly. People like me because they look up to me. I'm happy and content to have you guys with me and willing to listen to me sing. People should never, ever spend money. If you guys spend too much money to reward me, I'll be ashamed of it. especially Big Brother Pungwon. Thank you for your support. Really, really thank you. But, I don't need these false names. You need to stop spending money for me. After saying that, he sent another private chat message to Moody Emotion. Thank you for the support of Big Brother. The reward money. How much the platform returns to me. I will return to you at that time. I'm really flattered by so many bounties, and I really don't have much to repay you for. I would prefer not to have. Again, something like what happened this morning. Londo, in the middle of a hotel. A fairly airy-looking young man had one arm around his girlfriend beside him. Cell phone in one hand. This man is Mutak Emotions. When he saw the private chat sent by Soo Moo-yoon, he smiled. Send the message. Don't worry. I have nothing else in mind for you. Just simply love to hear you sing. Love how clean and demure you are. That's all. See this information. The girlfriend beside him frowned. Zhang Jian, when did you get this love number? Zhang Jian replied. She's one of my hairdressers. Your little friend? My girlfriend was puzzled. I know all your friends around you, including your hairdresser and brothers. I haven't seen such a person. It's been about 6 or 7 years since I broke off contact with her. Zhang Jian said. It's normal that you don't recognize it. The girl in front of her was called Ning Lin, the daughter of a certain bigwig within the core circle of Longdu. It was his father who met him 3 years ago after his high promotion. Do the aunts and uncles know? Ning Lin asked. Ning Lin. Zhang Jian's face suddenly sank. Turning his head to stare at her, he said very seriously. I put her out in the open for you to know, just so you don't get the wrong idea. And you can rest assured that I certainly won't think anything else of her. But let me make it clear to you in advance that you must not be overly curious about her. Suppose, because of your curiosity, something happens to her. Then, his face went cold. I promise, you will regret this. Hearing this, Ninglin's face changed, and she immediately obediently stopped speaking, just wondering in the back of my mind. Who the hell is this girl, to actually make Zhang Jian warn himself so squarely? Is there some secret about her? Forget it, it's better not to mess with Zhang Jian. Really piss this guy off. Then something is definitely going to happen. After Zhang Jian warned Ning Lin, just take a direct screenshot of their conversation and send it to Soo Moo-yoon's fan group. Soo Moo-yoon saw Moody's emotional reply. And no more bullshit. Do you have a song you want to hear? Soo Moo-yoon sent it over and asked. I'll sing it for you. Moody Emotion quickly replied. If it's possible, I'd like to hear a song about childhood. It's best if I can hear your original track. Soo Moo-yoon froze slightly, and in his mind, a person suddenly surfaced. But, on second thought, it seems unlikely that it should be him. If, indeed, it was him, he wouldn't be talking to himself like that. Moreover, how could a young master like him have the time to keep an eye on a small anchor at all times? She answered honestly. I don't have much talent in creative writing, so I probably won't be able to fulfill your requirements. Moo got emotionally replied. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. It can wait. When Soo Moo-yoon was about to reply, he suddenly, ding. I don't have a wife to reward the all-platform rockets with one shot, and the all-platform bombardment begins. It can't be compared to Brother Moo-de feelings. It's just a small token of appreciation to support my home goddess Sue. I'm just here for your husband to reward the all-platform rockets in one shot, and the all-platform bombardment begins. Dump your family and flush around just to get to know your husband. Old lady, I'm just trench rewarding all-platform rockets around. All-platform bombing begins. Miss Sue, lend me your husband for a night. A group of wind god's wives rewarded with a round of platform-wide rockets. A goddess of cleanliness and modesty. A goddess who doesn't make do. Wind god's wife 2 group. A flurry of rewards washed up instantly. Originally, the Mu Sharon, who was number 1 on the reward list, instantly dropped to 4th. Seeing this, Soo Moo-yoon was frightened. The other side. Su Feng's face was incomparably ugly. Her side did flush. And, punchy as hell. She even spent a bit of money to flush it out herself. As it turned out, it was actually just a close call. Only 2 more full platform rockets than the other team. In that case, it would be obvious that there is a brush off on her side to forcefully pull data. Besides, she can't be the only one to recommend it. Unless, of course, she can pull off at least 10 full platform rockets. But, the dirtbags have been reluctant to take another shot. The fans are done digging it too. Where to find someone else to close that gap? Is it possible, or do you have to do it yourself? But 10 rounds is $100,000. And, if your side rushes, the other side should also rush. 10 rounds is definitely less. Ding. Suddenly, a friending message was sent. Ha, Moo Keeper? Su Feng frowned. Isn't this the ranking one from Soo Moo-yoon's side? What's he looking for me for? After a slight hesitation, Su Feng still chose to agree. I can punch you 20 full platform rockets. The Moo Keeper immediately sent a message. But, You must promise me something. Punch me 20 rounds of all platform rockets? But, I have to promise him something? Could this be a trap? Because, the matter of the Musha ring being blackened by Resumen didn't get out. Therefore, Su Feng wasn't sure what the Mu guards wanted. However, the thought that the other party was going to reward himself with real money, even if it was a trap, as long as you were careful, you shouldn't have any problems. Then he replied decisively, good, I can promise you that, but, it will take 2 days. She assumed that the other man wanted to play with him himself as well, but, she's got 2 days of shifts lined up on her end. At least not until after these 2 days. I'm not that much interested in a bus like yours. Shomu Ren's message was quickly returned. The only reason you're worth the price I paid is because of Su Muyun. And again, so what I want you to do won't be that either. When Su Feng heard this, he was ashamed and annoyed. However, she was also clear that with this kind of tycoon who could casually fling $200,000 to his reward, it was something that could only be endured, especially if you don't know the other side's bottom play. So, even if the heart is extremely uncomfortable, she could only forcefully move these irritations towards Su Muyun. What makes you, Su Muyun, the most dignified, noblest, cleanest, and, moreover, the most popular anchor in the entire Tiger Head platform? What makes you, Su Muyun, not need to greet your fans with a smile on your face? One of these days, I'm going to tear the fake mask off your face and expose her for the scandal she is, she thought viciously, to the big gold master in front of him, but he was extremely polite. I wonder what Mr. Musharan wants me to do. What is it? It's easy, Shomurin said. Help me make Su Muyun's reputation stink. That's what I'm talking about. Su Feng smiled slightly and immediately asked, I'm afraid this matter isn't that easy, is it? It's certainly not easy if it's like that stupid fucker Li Yunji screw up. The Mu Keeper replied, not only is it not easy, but on the contrary, it will keep lifting Su Muyun up to the throne of God, but you do what I tell you, and I'm not sure I'd say he'll be able to turn it over tonight. But, as soon as that seed is planted, her popularity, inevitably, will fall. Su Feng was instantly delighted, immediately asked, how? Looking at the live broadcast, there was a burst of crazy rewards. Su Muyun was namely happy and touched, but, there was also a bit of uneasiness. Live streaming has been around for a couple years too. This was the first time she had received so many bounties. And, people haven't asked anything too much of her. No, there's it's pretty excessive. I can't believe I have to bring my husband Lu Feng out. Is that possible? Would I sell out my husband for such a small amount of money? I can't thank you all enough. Su Muyan looked at the rows of rewards and pop-ups and said, all I can do is try my best to sing well for everyone. So next, speaking here, Su Muyun suddenly froze. Because, Goddess Su, get your dirtbag husband on board for a chorus. This must be there. Come on, Goddess Su, hurry up and pull your husband out for a walk. Above the pop-ups, clear, all of them are shouting for her to pull Lu Feng out. Su Muyun let out a bitter smile, said, he doesn't like to show his face in front of the camera, so I'm sorry, probably. Suddenly, a guitar sounded. It's not too loud, but, since this little room is a cubicle, the soundproofing is not very good. The sound reached her room just in time. Likewise, it reached the live stream. Only, it was a very weak voice when we entered the live room. But, I think I hear the sound of a guitar. Goddess Su, do the two little waifs in your house play the guitar? I heard it too. Then I bet that's Goddess Su's dirtbag husband playing. Someone as clean as Goddess Su couldn't possibly have another man at home. Goddess Su, quick, pull your tycoon husband over so he can accompany you. Support. Goddess Su, we've been so giving today. You can't let us down. Look at the pop-ups that keep brushing out the information. Su Muyun immediately said, I'll go take a look. She knew that she did have a guitar at home. However, she played it herself only mediocrely, so she didn't use it very often. But, at the moment, the guitar over there is talking a good game. It's very much in the style of everyone. The melody is even extremely nice. So, she couldn't help but want to see if it was her own husband or not. Su Muyun quietly opened the door to his room, walked out. Then he saw that in the living room, Lu Feng was seriously playing the guitar. He played with great dedication, eyes slightly closed, a shimmy as the guitar strums. It looks, very vicissitudes, like a very storytelling person. For a while, she was also looking a bit mesmerized. I don't know how much time has passed. The guitar stopped. Then, Lu Feng's voice rang out, why did you come out? Did I disturb you? Ah, only then did Su Muyun come back to his senses, hastily shaking his head. He said, no, it's just that you play so well. So, saying that, Su Muyun was a bit embarrassed again. Lu Feng smiled and asked, so what? Su Muyun gritted her teeth and said, My fans want you to accompany me. That's it? Really? Also, and, Su Muyun felt that she could not deceive Lu Feng, so she said, they want you to sing with me. Lu Feng hesitated slightly, then he nodded and said, okay, I promise you. But, after a beat, he added, you're going to have to be honest with me about exactly what's going on. Lu Feng didn't think much about it. It just felt that since Su Muyun's fans wanted him to sing with Su Muyun, there was bound to be a little story in between. He was just trying to get Su Muyun to give himself a talking to. Well, sharing joys and stories is also a way to bring each other closer together. Su Muyun didn't hide it either. Honestly, he told what had just happened. So that's it. Lu Feng laughed. Alright, since someone dares to tear down my family's wife, then I definitely have to support my family's wife. With that, he slapped the guitar and said, but later, you're going to have to call your husband more often to hear it. Su Muyun bristled and blushed. Lu Feng beckoned. Here, come over here for a moment. Su Muyun got a little nervous. What is Dry doing? Don't worry, there will be no bullying. Lu Feng laughed. Since we're going to have a chorus, then naturally we have to sing love songs. I can't look at ordinary love songs. So, I composed my own love song. I'll write it out for you now so you can familiarize yourself with it. Su Muyun was surprised. You can still create? Lu Feng gave a cut and said, your husband I can do anything. Okay? Oh. Su Muyun obediently ran over. He saw Lu Feng find a pen and paper and start writing the song on the spot. This domineering husband, is he really that good? Is it really omnipotent? With doubts, she saw Lu Feng start to move his pen. I'm still looking. A lean and a hug. Who prays for me and worries for me? Getting mad at me for getting mad at me. Woman, happiness is beginning to have omens. Fate has brought us slowly closer together. Then the loneliness was swallowed up. Boredom becomes conversation. There's been a change. The lyrics are so sweet, so sensational. Just saw these first two paragraphs. In Su Muyun's mind, the kind of feeling she had when she was with Lu Feng began to emerge. The lyrics are simple and unadorned, but it's the kind of image that best expresses it. And with words like these, what kind of tunes will there be? 5 minutes later, inside the live feed. What's the situation? Where is everyone? It's been 5 minutes. Why aren't you back? Holy shit. It's not going to be a human being, is it? Dirtbag dog, give me back Goddess Su. Su Muyun, hurry up and hand over my family's earthy handsome boy. At once, the pop-ups began to lash out. Suddenly, another sound, if any, of guitars and singing, came into the broadcast. Hey, do you hear that? There's guitars and singing going on. That voice seems to be Goddess Su's. Could it be that they're auditioning for a song and preparing to surprise us? Wow. Looking forward to this. Just when everyone was expressing their anticipation, suddenly, another powerful message came out. Have you heard? Our list 1 Mu keeper is said to have been directly blackballed by Goddess Su because he didn't fulfill one of her requests. According to reliable inside information, that condition is to keep the Mu people first borrow 4 million to Goddess Su, and, to be very urgent, keep the Mu people said that there is no for the time being. To wait a little bit, was pulled black. As I recall, that jewelry set this morning was exactly 4 million. Could it be that Goddess Su really found someone to borrow it? It can't be, can it? There's no way that his Hermes storm cloud chariot is a fake. Is there? Could it be borrowed? Shomu Man in our Goddess Su's list 1 position stayed for almost 2 years. This said to pull the black on the black. Our Goddess Su is not too unkind? I also think that what our Goddess Su is doing is a bit excessive. At once, the pop-ups began to turn. And just then, congratulations to Mu Shaoren for rewarding Phoenix Ferry with a full platform rocket. I'm Shomu Ren. I'm very thankful that everyone still remembers me. So I'll borrow Phoenix Ferry's precious land to make a statement. I was indeed blacked out by Su Muyun. The reason? Well, I won't say more. I am the one who spends money for enjoyment. And I don't care to bother too much with a playwright. I just want to say one thing. Since you are out to sell, don't be a bitch and think of making a house of cards. All platform pop-ups brush up. And, straight up, a 20-shot brush. 2 rounds per minute. With every post, take those 2 sentences with you. At once, the whole platform exploded. All began to speculate what was going on. Why did Shomu Ren break with Su Muyun? And did Su Muyun really ask too much of the Mu Shaoren? And why would the Mu Shaoren say that Su Muyun was being a bitch and still wanted to set up a house of cards? Is it true that Su Muyun, that tycoon, is the one who invited him? Since Su Muyun hadn't appeared in the live broadcast, this is something that is starting to continue to fester. As a result, most of the people, all of them, ran to Phoenix Ferry's live broadcast room to spectate. 10 short minutes. The popularity of Su Muyun's live broadcast room, which was extremely fast, fell to less than 2 million. On the contrary, the popularity of Phoenix Fairy side had broken through 6 million in 10 minutes. And it continues to climb. Regarding the matter between Sho Mu-rin and Su Mu-yoon, I am an outsider and am not in a position to say anything more. Facing a surge in popularity, Su Feng was very happy. She smiled to the crowd of onlookers. But, to be honest, Su Mu-yoon and I are from the same guild. Speaking of which, we're still in the same family. That's why I was originally reluctant to help the Mu-keepers. But, after hearing him talk about some of the situations, I felt that it was still necessary to help him make a statement. As for the specifics, I'd rather keep my mouth shut and let them explain themselves personally. As a result, the pop-ups are still not people constantly asking questions. Ask Su Feng what he thinks. Since everyone had to ask me to say it, Su Feng said reluctantly, then I'll say a little about myself. Just for me personally, if, for example, there's a list one that consistently holds up for me for almost 2 years, then I am not going to pull the plug on each other, no matter what. And I believe that since someone is willing to stick to the list for me, it can't be someone who harbors ill will towards me. Pulling the plug on one of my own like that, I can't do it. This statement was made, all of a sudden, about Su Mu-yoon being ungrateful. Su Mu-yoon was being a bitch, but also wanted to set up a house of cards. The sound of Su Mu-yoon being falsely benevolent and clean began to be passed around the entire platform in a big way. There are even people who are starting to say that it is highly likely that the current Pungji Muda feelings are the one who borrowed the money. The same person who cleared Su Mu-yoon's name. All in all, just over 10 minutes, Su Mu-yoon's live room fell. A large number of sailors enter the platform, curse a few times, and leave. Inside the Dragon Capital Hotel, Zhang Jian's face was ugly. Ning Lin on the side asked, Zhang Jian, what's wrong? Zhang Jian shook his head. It's fine. Then go to bed. Good girl. You go to sleep and I'll wait. Wait for what? Waiting for my hairdresser. Waiting for her reaction. To be precise, Zhang Jian knew what kind of person Su Mu-yoon was, but he still had to make sure of Su Mu-yoon's reaction, as well as that earthy husband of hers. And at this point, Su Mu-yoon and Lu Feng were still having auditions. Su Mu-yoon loved the duet love song. Not just this one, but another. A song that Lu Feng specifically tailored for himself. She loved it. Super favorite. Because it represents her heart. She wanted to sing today. Especially want to sing. It was hard for her to say those words directly. And it was hard for her to say them already. But get her to sing it. And it's no problem. Singing, she never had stage fright. So she familiarized herself with the two songs very carefully. Tinkerbell. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. It's Lu Feng's. Lu Feng took out his cell phone and saw that it was Xian Zitsong, the president of the Xianqing chapter, calling. I'll take a call. Lu Feng gestured. Su Mu-yoon just wanted to memorize the lyrics quickly and didn't ask much. Brother Wind, something's wrong. Xian Zitsong said anxiously. Someone is frantically smearing Goddess Su. Right now, the entire platform is cursing Goddess Su. I'm doing the best I can on my end. But there's just no way around it. Had to call you. Lu Feng's brows frowned slightly. Asked, what the hell is going on? Xian Zitsong then told him what happened. After hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. I know. Then, just hang up. Turning towards Su Mu-yoon, he asked, have you memorized the lyrics? Remember. Su Mu-yoon nodded his head and said with a little embarrassment, it's this tune. I am still a little unfamiliar with it. It's okay. I'll accompany you. Just follow my rhythm. Lu Feng said, let's go. Su Mu-yoon nodded and said no more as he headed towards the live broadcast. Lu Feng lagged a step behind, took the big black bag that he brought back with him in his hand, and followed it into the room. Su Mu-yoon is a bitch who became a whore and set up a house of cards. Whether it's a bitch or not, I can't say, but just based on her performance of pulling off a blacklist one, I'm honestly turning pink. This kind of woman, who obviously only recognizes money, but has to pretend to be noble and clean, is simply disgusting. Goddess Su hasn't come out to explain. Can you guys not jump to conclusions? She's too scared to come out. So what's the point of explaining? Then again, what if the one behind her runs another wave for her? That's true enough, but this time, I'm going to see how she operates. When Su Mu-yoon entered the room, it was to see that the live broadcast had blown up, above the pop-ups, clear, all scolding her. There were a few words in her defense, and they were instantly drowned out without a single splash. Su Mu-yoon immediately sat down in front of the computer and opened a private chat message. Just saw a couple of admins sending themselves private messages, explaining things in general. After reading it, Su Mu-yoon lightly bit her lips, her eyes glowing red. The face looked very ugly. She knew very well that this joint operation between Mu Xiaoren and Su Feng was even more troublesome than the one Li Yunji had done during the day-to-day. The effect on her, too, was necessarily greater. Li Yunji was unaware of Lu Feng's specific underplay and got the wrong direction. As a result, stealing a chicken fails to make a difference. And now, the mujiks come first with a wave of all-platform bombardment. Pulled the attention of the entire platform. Tell everyone again that he's been blackballed by himself, and then the label I.E. being a bitch was given. Just don't make any more explanations. In this way, I.E. we are not afraid of our own counterattacks, and we can also give everyone unlimited room for imagination. Su Feng, on the other hand, was adding fuel to the fire by saying how ungrateful it was to pull the plug on a top one that had occupied the list for 2 years. One is immediately stepped on to the lowest point of morality. The image is ruined. Now, to pull back the image, the matter must be explained. But how to explain it? Based solely on screenshots of your own chats with the Mushroom Keeper? It might work, but definitely not much. After all, the Mu Keeper did serve as the top one for 2 years. Just based on that alone, and without any explanation, pulling the plug on the list one Mu Keeper himself would be just as likely to be considered unseemly by everyone. Come on, Su bitch, everyone's waiting for your explanation? That's right, come on, explain the wave. Or, is it trying to operate another wave? For that amount of time, I'd be curious to see what she's able to operate. Seeing Su Muyun come to the table, all of a sudden, the pop-up screamed even more joyfully. Su Muyun gritted his teeth, and suddenly, with a drag of the mouse, he placed it on the fork in the upper right corner. What are you doing? At this time, Lu Feng suddenly came over and pressed her hand. Su Muyun lowered her head. I don't want to live broadcast anymore. I want to quit the network. Lu Feng laughed. Now you know how scary cyber violence and moral kidnapping are? Su Muyun was silent and didn't say anything. Lu Feng doted on Su Muyun's head and laughed. Move a little to the side. Su Muyun froze slightly. Then, looking up, looked at Lu Feng strangely. It seemed like he wanted to ask Lu Feng what he was going to do. Lu Feng smiled and asked, "Who am I?" Su Muyun's originally incomparably ugly face suddenly reddened again. However, thinking that she was now on the air, she still weakly shouted, "Old husband." Lu Feng shamelessly asked, "What kind of husband?" Su Muyun said, "No, nothing." Lu Feng smiled, then, cupped Su Muyun's face, ignoring the frantic clamor of pop-ups, and disdain, biting on Su Muyun's face. The bite made Su Muyun hate to find a hole in the ground. Then, Lu Feng laughed and said, "Wife, when introducing your husband in front of others, be confident and sure." "Oh," Su Muyun answered in a low voice, but stopped speaking. Lu Feng knew that Su Muyun was such a person and it was not good to force her. Then he smiled and said, "Watch well how your omnipotent husband is going to help you set it all right." After saying that, Lu Feng's face was straightened. The moment he turned his head to look at the computer camera, his gaze was stern, and a strong coldness emanated from his mixed body. Even through the screen, he seemed to be able to feel Lu Feng's anger. "Introduce myself first," Lu Feng said. "I, Lu Feng, left my wife Su Muyun 5 years ago to do something more meaningful and very special. At that point, I didn't know she was pregnant. It wasn't until I got back the other day that I realized she had given birth to 2 children for me. And, over the years, it's been hard for her to raise 2 kids on her own. She has suffered a lot for her life. For her children, that should not have been hers to suffer in the first place. I'm heartbroken and a little bit sorry. But, after all, it's in the past, and I'm not going to think about it much. The future, more than anything else, is worth cherishing. So, I took her to get her license, become her nominal, and legally real husband. Those skeptical kids on the pop-up can shut up. I have my own channels to confirm whether the child is mine or not." Well, after the introductions, next, it's time to get down to business. I downloaded a Tiger Head platform and built a number. That Mu Keeper, I think he swiped 20 rounds of all platform rockets, right? No nonsense. 40 rounds to charge first. Lu Feng took out his cell phone. A burst of continuous point. Ding. Congratulations to the true Mu Xiaoren Honored One for rewarding Su Muyun with a round of platform-wide rockets. Want to know exactly why Su Muyun pulled the plug on Shou Mu Run? Come to Su Muyun's live stream. I've unblocked the Mu Xiaoren. Come to Su Muyun's live room and let's talk face to face. Ding. Congratulations to the true Mu Xiaoren Honored One for rewarding Su Muyun with a round of platform-wide rockets. Want to know exactly why Su Muyun pulled the plug on Shou Mu Run? Come to Su Muyun's live stream. I've unblocked the Mu Xiaoren. Come to Su Muyun's live room and let's talk face to face. 40 all-platform rockets in a row. It only took 3 minutes to post them all. 3 consecutive minutes of all-platform flash swipes. And, it's overbearing. In such a case, it touches the earthy mechanism of the Tiger Head platform. The Tiger's Head platform was directly bombarded with a wave of fireworks across the platform. The duration, it's 10 minutes. Every minute, fireworks bombarded the area. And with such a ferocious wave of bounties, and the onslaught of domination, so many people shut their mouths. However, there are still a number of sailors who are still relentlessly voicing their opinions. Lu Feng didn't care either, just sitting in front of the computer, quietly waiting for fermentation. Su Feng looked at the crazy swipes on the pop-up screen of the live broadcast. It was a bit confusing for a while. She inexplicably had a not-so-good feeling in her heart. The guy who live-streamed a beating and had people say he deserved it, jumped back in. And, with 40 all-platform rockets in a row, it's going to pull the attention of the entire platform. How does this feel? A little bottomless when you think about it. Another look at popularity. This is how fast you rise, how hard you fall. No, to be precise, the rate of the fall, more than the rate of the rise, was even more violent. Originally, there were still 2 million popularity, but now, in less than 10 minutes, there were actually only a few 100,000, and that's hundreds of thousands of dollars and a lot of water. It was the platform that helped lift it up. After all, the number of people within his own live broadcast room, right now, was already less than even 100. Mr. Mookeeper, what now? Su Feng immediately sent a private message to the Mookeeper and asked, why do I feel like something is going to happen? Magic City, an upscale neighborhood. Mo Dongqing clicked on Su Muyun's livestream. Unblocked indeed. It's okay to go in. The floor is also open. Holy shit, the tycoon dudes are fierce. This name, this swipe of wealth, it's just brightening up my dog's eyes. Ha ha, the true Musharan honored one. Is this mocking the former rank 1 Musharan? When the earthy dudes strike, it's going to be big. I'm so looking forward to the upcoming comeback now. Dirtbag husband, I'm on top of you. I'm going to give you babies too. Those who have cursed Goddess Su, hurry out and line up. Yes, 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 hurry up and line up. I want to know how many people we, the earthy dudes, will face today. Looking at the mockery of the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Mo Dongqing's face was very ugly. Ding! That's when a private message came through. It's Su Feng's. Mo Dongqing opened it. With a frown, he said coldly, what's the panic? What can a little tycoon from a small town turn over? If he really dares to be arrogant in front of this young master will let him know what it means to regret, thinking that Mo Dongqing is at least the second generation of officials in Magic City. Financially, perhaps a little less because of my father. But, to talk about energy, it's definitely more than those rich kids. So, he didn't have any worries at all. However, I always feel that tycoon is not simple. He must be trying to fight back with such a big battle. Su Feng's message came again. Young Master Mu Sharon, I think that it would be best for us to make preparations in advance. In this matter, there is no need for you to care more. Mo Dongqing returned. You just need to wait and watch the show. After sending this message, Mo Dongqing's face became gloomy. A live-streaming bitch, a little dirtbag from a small town, and she dares to call out to this young master, pretending in front of this young master. If this young master doesn't give you a little lesson, do you really think that this young master is easy to bully? When he thought of this, Mo Dongqing felt out his cell phone. A direct call was made to Xiangcheng, to the side of a certain familiar and powerful person. Uncle Ming, check someone for me. Mo Dongqing opened the door and said, this person is called Su Muyun. She also has a husband just named Lu Feng. Right now, both of them are living in your Xiangcheng. Yeah, I'm going to fuck them. If it's convenient for you, send someone right now to take them back to the police station for a quick interrogation. Then, feel free to lay some charges on them and make them suffer. Then thank you Uncle Ming. Some other day, if you come to Magic City, I'll treat you to dinner. Hang up. A grim smile appeared on Mo Dongqing's face. I'd like to see what other tricks you can come up with. Lu Feng watched as the popularity of the live broadcast room shot up. It was almost like 10 minutes or so of work. The popularity just went from about 2 million. Straight interest broke through to 8 million. And, it's still surging. It all seems to have the potential to hit 10 million popularity. Earthy dudes, the counterattack can begin. Toho handsome. That Mookeeper has arrived and his popularity has broken through the platform's history. So you can start your performance. My machete is hungry for more. Lu Feng originally wanted to wait until he had 10 million popularity. After all, in his memories about his previous life, popularity in the tens of millions was easily attainable. The highest peak seemed to have been over 200 million, so he didn't think $10 million was much. But, the pop-ups started to hyperventilate. Also, 10 million broke the history of the Tiger Head platform. That means it's high. It should be the same concept as the over 200 million popularity in the previous life. And he stopped hesitating. Make 2 clarifications first. The first one, pulling the plug on the Moo Keeper, wasn't my wife's idea, it was mine. Secondly, I don't know what your so-called operation is, but, if you say so, who is the man standing behind my wife? Then I can tell you very clearly, that person is me. After a beat, Lu Feng added, and then, it's to explain to everyone why we need to pull the plug on the Moo Keeper. With that, Lu Feng was pointing the camera at the computer. Tap on the conversation between Su Muyun and Shou Mu. You guys take a good look at these conversations. Like the Moo Keeper said, where's the crap? I'll leave it at that. There's not much to say to someone like that. I'll just state my position. I'm Su Muyun's husband. She's my wife. Can I stand it when someone keeps hitting on my wife? After dropping that $100, 000 or less, you keep coming around and harassing my wife to play with you? Who are you? What the are you? Saying that, Lu Feng let out a cold snort. Disdainfully. How about this? You quote a number now. And then, get your money out. I don't need you to give it to me. Just lay it out for all to see now. I'll drop double the price on your face right now so you can pick out a pig to play with in my countryside. Dare to try? Bang! A neighborhood in Magic City. Amo Dongxing grabbed the ashtray beside him and directly smashed it on the ground. Son of a bitch. Dog scum. How dare you humiliate me like that? You're dead. Dead. He growled frantically. Why the rant? Because, well, he's afraid to try. To say how much money he can come up with. It's not much. After all, he was a second-generation government official, not a second-generation rich man. The most you can lay your hands on is just $3 or $4 million, to the point of having a card that can be swiped for $20 million in credit. But, it can't be posed, either. You just have to brush it. And, even if you add it all up, it's only 25 million tops. That Lu Feng across the street, the one who dares to spend $20 million on a motorcycle. It's probably not hard to come up with double the price. When the time comes, do you really have to pick a pig? If that's true, then it's not your own face that's being disgraced. Rather, it's the face of the father, and the entire family now. So, he didn't dare to try. One can only harbor the breath. Just had to take it out on the ashtray. Tutor bull. The tycoon deserves to be called a tycoon. This way of fighting back is just dominating. What can you call a problem that can be solved with money? No wonder he took the name. The true Moo Keeper honored. So, it's been a long time since he thought of a way to fight back. You're a fake, and you deserve to scream here? This honored one will tell you what it means to be a true Moo Keeper. Earthy handsome, I'm with you. You're good. It's great to be rich. Can you humiliate people like this just because you're rich? That's it. An uneducated, unqualified dirtbag at first glance. Maybe, it's just a lottery win that came out to pretend on purpose. After Lu Feng's words fell, there were cheers and compliments. There are also sour ones, mocking ones. Lu Feng didn't care. Continuing, I've just seen so many people. They're saying I'm unqualified and uneducated. Call me shameless. Call me excessive. Then, dare I ask, who is my wife inviting to an honest live broadcast? Did she force you to pay attention to her? May I ask you to reward and make sure you support it? No, right? Since there isn't, well, we're all adults. Can't you take responsibility for your own behavior? If you don't know how to respect people yourselves, who are you to ask others to respect you? If you want to play double standard, go back and have a son and go play with your son. Don't embarrass yourself with me. And, after a beat, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. That awe-inspiring coldness instantly erupted. Wow, those eyes, that aura, so scary. This tycoon looks like an upperclassman at first glance. This aura, absolute, good guy. Through the screen, you can feel the full killing intent. Lu Feng ignored the pop-ups, just said in a deep voice, what I said this morning. Don't advise others to be good without their suffering. If you guys think I'm doing something wrong, you can type it out on the public screen right now. But, he gave a deliberate lurch. The pop-ups all turned into ellipses. No one dares to make an easy comment. Because, Lu Feng had just mentioned what happened in the morning. Everyone's still a little bit upset about it. But anyone who hits it on the public screen and says I'm not doing it right, Lu Feng said, I'll memorize them all. And then, one by one, I'll check them out. Don't worry. I won't let you guys down. I'm sure I'll find out about you guys. And, surely, it will go to your families with the same charade. And, I promise, I'm definitely offering more than the Moo Keeper. So anyone with a heartbeat, anyone who thinks I'm doing something wrong, feel free to sound off on the public screen. I promise. At one point, the coldness in his face disappeared. It turned into a faint smile. Will do my best to fulfill your needs. Brush. The public screen was instantly cleared. Not even an ellipsis. Extra clean. The live room that had broken through to 9 million popularity. I can't believe there wasn't a single bit of pop-up. That's just outrageous. But the problem is, who dares to try? This madman, this morning, has proved his wealth and audacity. If you're really brave enough to type, he's really brave enough to play with you. Keyboard man. The reason it's called keyboard man. That's all you can do is bang on the keyboard. Ask them to face these things head on. In reality, and they would never dare. No amount of money is better than a broken home. Since no one has commented, that means, you guys are recognizing my words. Lu Feng waited for a while and saw no response from the public screen. Then he said, in the future, I don't want any more voices like that. On the public screen of my wife's live broadcast, you guys cannot like my wife live. There's a fork in the upper right corner. Just tap it. But, I don't want you guys to come to Mouthflower. If you dare to come and spend it, I'll dare to spend it to make you remember. This statement was made. The public screen is suddenly alive. Earthy handsome bully. Dirt cheap dudes. Trendy as hell. The most violent and easiest way to deal with it is to throw money at it. More than ruthless? More trenchant? Come on. Try it. Let's see who's afraid of who. Look at those who were screaming before. And now. How well behaved. These sons of bitches. When their master didn't come, they barked so happily. And as soon as their master appeared, they immediately wimped out in seconds. Ha ha. Lu Feng ignored the public screen. He smiled slightly and continued. The Shomu people are there, right? Said the man, pointing the camera at his cell phone. Come on, Mu Keeper, add a friend. Lu Feng started to add the other party as he said, let's have a live exchange. Inside the hotel, Mo Dongxing looked at the application message. The face was incredibly grim. He really didn't want to add this person as a friend. But now the other side is live. If one disagrees, then one is afraid. With the other party's character, I'm afraid, there will be another bout of cynicism. Even, it will take an inch to humiliate itself. So, with only a slight hesitation, he agreed. His own side just agreed. The other party sent a direct transfer message for $200,000. First of all, thank you for your interest and support of my wife these past almost 2 years. Then, he saw that in a live broadcast, Lu Feng was talking over there. I've seen your spending records, and the total is over $80,000. The $200,000 is considered compensation to you with interest, plus thanks. So, as of today, we're sort of even. And after that, we'll go our separate ways and owe each other nothing. And you need to stop calling yourself my wife's list one. And don't ever use the name Mu Keeper again. With that, he sent himself another 100 red packets. Here's the money for the name change. Of course, you can choose not to change. However, if you choose not to change, then I will automatically define you as my enemy. I, for one, have a small heart, always with an axe to grind. If you think that, hiding in the shadows, you can fool around as you please. Then, at one point, his voice suddenly became very cold. Go ahead and try. The kind of cold that even made Mo Dongxing shiver for no reason. He gritted his teeth and was filled with shame. Son of a bitch, dog scum, how dare you threaten me? What a dog's guts. Okay, we'll see. I'll see if you can make it through the night safely. With that, he fumbled for his cell phone, pulled Uncle Ming's phone again. But, this time, that Uncle Ming didn't answer his call. His brow furrowed as he drew and struck once more. Still no answer. What's going on here, Uncle Ming? Mo Dongxing's face was a bit ugly. Why didn't you answer my call? Same time, Londo, inside the hotel. After Zhang Jian saw Lu Feng's performance, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's like a man who deserves my respect and her love. Compared to that man, you are, in some ways, truly far superior. After mumbling, Zhang Jian was immediately pulling a number. The call was quickly answered. Get me an address. Zhang Jian said. Tiger Head Platform. A guy with the screen name Mewkeeper. Yeah, he's online right now. Good. Put away the phone. He turned his head to his girlfriend, Ning Lin, who was on the sidelines. Asked, I'm going to the Magic City. Are you going? For your hairdresser again? Is she really that important to you? She's not just my hairdresser. She's my savior, in my heart, besides my parents. It's her, and then, it's my grandparents and you. I hope that, in the future, you will rank ahead of her in my mind. Okay, I'll go with you. Your honorable wife. After Lu Feng finished the matter, it was with a smile that he looked at Su Muyun on the side. A proper person said, the political affairs have been dealt with. And now, you may go to court. Originally, Su Muyun, who was still a bit confused because of Lu Feng's strong performance, hearing Lu Feng's words, his face immediately turned red again. She subconsciously lowered her head again. There's something about being overwhelmed. Holy shit, Goddess Sue is blushing again. This trench god of ours has a special function, right? The moment he opens his mouth, he can make Goddess Sue blush? That's right. Before, I haven't seen Goddess Sue blush so much. Tonight, Trench God just spoke to her twice, and she blushed twice. Trench God must have a special remedy. Pop-up slammed. Lu Feng, on the other hand, smiled, then, touched the guitar. Sitting across from Su Muyun, a straight face, the guitar sounded. How many intersections have been traveled? How many sighs have been heard? Clean and nice song plays. I'm seriously overwhelmed with you. I think anyone can get in this confused mood. Lucky to share your sorrows. Hearing this, Su Muyun looked up suddenly. A pair of watery eyes gazed at Lu Feng with affection. Can you come closer? Lu Feng's upper body pressed forward. Smiling, he brought his face to Su Muyun's. Can you get a little closer? Satisfy the small vanity of my heart. Su Muyun gritted her teeth and brought a small face towards Lu Feng. It seemed to be cooperating with Lu Feng. Again, it seemed to be expecting Lu Feng to do something. Lu Feng did not disappoint. He bit Su Muyun on the face. Actually, you don't know that. He smiled and sang. You're the most beautiful in my heart. It's like after the storm. That rainbow in the sky. If tomorrow's the way, you don't know where to go. Just stay with me and be my wife. Okay? Su Muyun nodded. It's as if they feel it's not enough. Another very hard nod. I don't have wide enough arms. Lu Feng continued to sing. It will also be your warm embrace. If you're tired of the outside, the storm, just stay with me and be my wife. Okay? I will bear you an occasional little tantrum. Perhaps I can still give you a little surprise, a laugh, a simple and reassuring nest, to be with you at sunrise and sunset, until old age. The song is over. Su Muyun nodded vigorously once again. She cried. She had big red watery eyes. Just like that, he gazed earnestly at Lu Feng. It's as if it took only 2 days to remember this. Just let yourself be touched countless times by the cheap husband who has helped you clear up all your troubles. Maybe, that one time, it wasn't an accident? Perhaps, it was destined? Wife. Lu Feng fished out a pouch from the bag next to him. Here's the bag from Katia. It was a limited edition set he had bought back earlier. He held the bag in both hands and dropped to one knee. Sent to Su Muyun's body. Su Muyun, will you be my wife? Su Muyun looked at Lu Feng, who suddenly knelt down in front of her. She froze for a moment. How could she not expect this bad? Strong Lu Feng. I can't believe it came out of nowhere. Yes, the bond between them is not deep. Even the time they spent together was less than 2 days. They got married only because she wanted to go through the proper channels to get her children licensed and wanted them to go to school. Before the license, she never thought that she would actually marry this man. But today, in fact, you don't know that you are the most beautiful in my heart. I'm sure I'll be able to withstand your occasional tantrums, to accompany you at sunrise, sunset and into old age. In his mind, Lu Feng's nice singing voice could not help but appear. It also involuntarily surfaced the bits and pieces of the past 2 days, compared to all the men in the past. Even, compared to his own father, he was the best. At least, as an adult, he was the best for himself. It's the man who is the most protective of himself, the one who gives him the most security. She looked at Lu Feng in front of her. Reaching out, he took the box, but it didn't open. Instead, she smiled, held Lu Feng's hand, and said, "You are already my husband." Ah. After saying that, she pulled Lu Feng up with one hand. Then, red-faced, he patted over, taking the initiative to give Lu Feng a kiss. After the kiss, she blushed, but there was no bowing down. Instead, he looked at Lu Feng. I am relying on you for my whole life. Very seriously, I'm willing to let you spoil me, and I'm willing to give you bullies. Wow, sour, so sour. Lien, I give you bullying all over. Can't stand it. I want it too. I want it too. Goddess Sue, you've fallen. You can't be like this. The trench god is inhuman. This trench god simply doesn't let people live. Rich, talented, good-looking, able to tease, domineering enough, and so romantic, so affectionate. Simply, if I were a woman, I'd follow. Ahop, my trench husband. How did she get off cheap? Trench god. What song is this? So nice and sweet. Why haven't I heard it before? Ask for the name of the song. The live broadcast also immediately exploded. Su Feng is watching the live stream over here. See this scene. Her eyes were red. She bit her lip. Why her? Why her? Why can't it be me? In what way am I worse than Su Muyun? Why can't a man like that be mine? If I could have a husband like that, how could I not love myself? She stared viciously at Su Muyun. Jealousy, anger, resentment. Magic City. Mo Dongxing was cold, without good humor. He cursed lowly. Dog boy and girl. That son of a bitch does have a knack for getting laid. This bitch, Sumu Yoon, is also a real bitch. He's jealous too. The more jealous I get, the angrier I get. Then, fumbling for his cell phone again, he began to call. The call still didn't go through. Then type, inside the live feed, Lu Feng after being kissed, touching the face, with a happy face. I said, I won't want to wash my face for a month. Sumu Yoon's face turned even redder. She said, You wash it, don't wash your face, it's very dirty. Even if it's dirty, I won't wash it. I'm afraid I'll lose the scent of my face and your smell. I'll just kiss you again. No, need more kisses. Sumu Yoon didn't say anything. Finally, red-faced and shy, he bowed his head once more. Ha ha, look at Goddess Su, so molested by trench god that she doesn't dare to raise her head. Goddess Su's posture. I really feel sorry for her. I want to make love to her. Why do I get the feeling that I'm in love too when I'm so damn obviously a single dog? Holy shit, if this keeps up, I'm going to die of sweetness here. Goddess Su and Trench God are not treating us like human beings. Who was it that was talking about calling Trench God out? It's almost like an animal, pulling Trench God to spread dog food to us. Being a what? Doesn't it smell good to be a dog? Look at the jewelry. Lu Feng didn't molest Sumu Yoon anymore. Show her the jewelry and if she likes it. Oh, Sumu Yoon nodded, opened the box and began to look at the jewelry. As soon as it opens, the big shiny diamonds then lit up everyone's eyes. Wow, it's beautiful. Holy shit, it's worthy of being a trench god. This jewelry, I've seen it in Cartier over here in Wucheng. It's got to be nearly 6 million. Didn't you say at the time that it would only cost over $3 million? That's almost doubled. Trench god is awesome. $6 million? Sure you're not kidding? The pop-ups on the live feed, once again, bristled. Sumoyan looked up at Lu Feng with delight and was just about to speak. Suddenly, eyes noticed the 6 million on the pop-up. She froze. Then, after biting her teeth, she couldn't help but kiss Lu Feng on the other side of his face. Lu Feng also froze for a moment. Are you really not going to let me wash my face? Sumu Yoon wasn't shy anymore. A slight smile and no answer. Take out the set of jewelry and put them on one by one. Then, smiling, he asked Lu Feng, does it look good? Good looking. Lu Feng nodded. Too bright. Adding, of course, you shine brighter. It's just there to set you off. Sumu Yoon looked up. The big watery eyes, suddenly, looked at Lu Feng with incomparable arrogance. Say, honey, I want to sing. Lu Feng took the initiative to step aside and then, in a smooth manner, placed his hand on the guitar, started a tune. Sumu Yoon moved closer to the microphone. Speaking to his fans, he said, to thank you all for your continued support, here, our couple will perform a track originally written by him, Dimple. This song is certainly not original to Lu Feng. The main reason was that there was not enough time, and Lu Feng felt that Dimple was just fine. There was no need to change it. So, just copy it. Original tracks? Is Trench God so awesome? That song before, it's not original too, is it? I checked online, and there's no such thing as that song. So, it must be Trench God's original without a doubt. The pop-ups are still swiping. But, by this time, the prelude had passed. Lu Feng began to sing, I'm still looking, a lean and a hug, who prays for me and worries for me, getting mad at me for getting mad at me. Singing here, Lu Feng winked towards Sumu Yoon. Sumu Yoon smiled happily. Happiness was beginning to have its omens. Fate has brought us slowly closer together. Then the loneliness was swallowed up. Boredom becomes conversation. There's been a change. Then the two chorused, dimples, long eyelashes, the most beautiful mark of you. I can't sleep every day, trusting your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, life is complete just right. Dimples, long lashes, hopelessly charming. I slowed my pace and felt like I was drunk. Finally found the beauty of a heart-to-heart, a lifetime of warmth and goodness. I'll always love you into old age. In front of the live camera, the two are like a pair of lovers who have been in love for a long time, talking about their love affairs as if no one else was there, expressing their minds. That sweet and cozy scene permeated everywhere, so much so, that the pop-ups were filled with a roar of envy and jealousy. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner, recognized by passers-by as an absolutely wonderful man. He receives a rating value of 8,000. Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner, recognized by passers-by as an absolutely wonderful man. He earns 6,000 rating points. Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner, recognized by passers-by as an absolutely wonderful man, gaining 5,000 rating points. Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner. Recognized by passers-by as an absolutely wonderful man. Gaining 5,000 rating points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner. Recognized by passers-by as a good national husband. He received a rating value of 4,000. Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner. Recognized by passers-by as a good national husband. He received a rating value of 3,000. The song is finished. In Lu Feng's mind, the tinkling sound was incessant. Just see the ratings values going up like crazy over there. He had originally planned to sing these two songs and just exit the stage, but he immediately decided to stay. Money isn't everything, but rating values are everything. The more of this stuff the better. How rare to have this opportunity to brush up on your rating value on the spot. So, next, Lu Feng stayed on the side and watched. It was sung by Su Muyun and interacted with everyone. The way Lu Feng interacted with everyone was to swipe a rocket and express a sense of presence. Secondly, it was to send out red packets in the official group of Su Muyun's fans, which was established on the Tiger Head platform. Another wave of compliments for Trench was elicited. The rating values naturally skyrocketed again. A twist. The time came to 11:50. Su Muyun greeted his fans and chose to exit the live broadcast. Turning off the live broadcast, Su Muyun let out a long breath. Then, stretched. Once this lazy waist was stretched out, that complete figure was displayed in front of Lu Feng's eyes to the fullest. Instantly, Lu Feng's eyes widened as he stared at the pride in front of him. In his eyes, he revealed a glint that he wanted to eat. Su Muyun was startled when she saw the look. Red-faced and a little shy, he turned and ran. And by the way, he dropped. I'm going back to my room to sleep, so you go to bed early too. Bang! Then came the sound of the door to the room closing. Lu Feng smiled bitterly. Am I that scary? Ka chow. Suddenly, the door to the room was opened again. Su Muyun carefully stuck his head in, red-faced and incredibly shy. He said, You remember to wash your face. I will kiss you tomorrow. Bang! It was said as if he was too shy to do so, shut the door and fled. Ha ha! Lu Feng finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. This ninny, she's really charming and cute and tickles the heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by his loved ones. You are the absolute best husband and have earned a rating value of $120,000. Lu Feng was confused for a moment. He took a serious look at the number. Sure enough, it's 120,000. This Naysan, there really is still a lot of potential to be dug up. Previously, a total of 2 rewards had been obtained from Su Muyun. It's only 50,000 each time. And this time, it actually reached 120,000. Obviously, those 2 songs carry a lot of weight. Women, after all, are emotional, especially in her best, favorite area. You are able to conquer her. Then, naturally, you are more likely to gain more of her approval. Lu Feng's gaze turned to the system's rating value. Due to the previous, live broadcast, harvested a wave of passers-by leaks. At this point, the ratings have reached a staggering 460,000. That is, after removing the 120,000 given by Su Muyun, he had also gained a rating value of 182,000. It's a fucking treasure trove. Lu Feng muttered. If I really want to have a few more live broadcasts like this, wouldn't I have to go against the grain in minutes? When he thought of this, Lu Feng looked at the reward that was redeemed for a limited time. Above the curtain of light, the column for limited time redemption rewards. This moment has been refreshed, and when Lu Feng saw this reward, he also froze slightly. Because, with this limited time redemption reward, 2 lines actually appeared, as well as 2 options. The 2 lines shown above read, due to the detection of the cumulative rating value obtained by the host, it exceeded 500,000 in 3 days, and, having over 400,000 when used rating values, therefore, triggering the doubling option. Below that are 2 options. The options on the left are shown as, normal limited time redemption. On the right, one appears, double the limited time redemption. Note, this option must be a reward only for intermediate good men, and there is an 80% probability that something the host needs badly will appear. The higher the level, the greater the authority, the things exchanged, naturally better. Lu Feng muttered, if it's possible to rush straight to the intermediate good man level, it's naturally better to go for something that can only be redeemed by a mid-level good guy. But right now, I have less than 500,000 ratings. There's no telling how long it will take to gather 1,000,000. After all, it's not every day that leaks are cut like today. At the very least, impact-wise, it's going to have to be harder than this one to reap more rating points. Obviously, though, Opportunities like that don't come along very often. After everyone has seen what I'm capable of, it's obviously impossible to go back and make a bigger impact in a similar way. And right now, my roots are still a little shallow. It can be said that apart from a Sky Dragon identity that can't be used casually, there's almost nothing left to hold assets or cards. So, the direct option of doubling up on redemption is undoubtedly the best. The only element of uncertainty is, Lu Feng frowned, will there be another one? Similar to the God of Music, which is a somewhat chicken-ribbed redemption item. Think about it briefly. Lu Feng clenched his teeth. There are no wasteful exchange things, only wasteful people. The God of Music could not be worse, and it got me almost 300,000 rating points. I can't believe I can't earn back what only a mid-level good man can redeem. Ding! Lu Feng directly tapped on top of plus accompaniment limited time redemption. Wah! There was a flash of light. Normal limited time redemption disappears. The doubled limited time redemption flickered for a moment. Then, slowly, a cursor emerged, the Windjammer Hotel. Note, the 7-star national hotel chain. At present, there are only 16 in total in the country. Headquartered in Longdu. Current market capitalization, $3.8 billion. See this message. Lu Feng was also startled. Originally, his idea was simple. It's nice to be able to come up with a redemption amount of 100 million. Or, there's a business asset of about the same value or something. As it turned out, a $3.8 billion megacorporation actually came along. And, it's still the Windjammer Hotel. Sure enough, that's what I need. Without any hesitation, Lu Feng directly clicked on exchange. Ding! Redeeming Hotel Winsong was successful. Congratulations to the host. You have become the wholly owned owner of the Winsong Hotel. All the information about the Stormcloud Hotel is stored in the Dragon Capital headquarters. You can access it at any time with your fingerprints. Information about the current operations of the Windjammer Hotel and the people at the top of each party will be injected directly into your mind. Wah! The next moment, there was a flash of light. At once, all the information, all of it, entered Lu Feng's mind. Among them, there were 3 pieces of information that became the focus of Lu Feng's attention. 1. Hu Xiefeng, General Director of the Dragon Kingdom District of Wind and Cloud Hotel. He is very capable and has a lot of experience in managing hotels. Is one of the top 3 hotel managers in the country. Has a background in Londo. Due to the change of the de facto controller of the Windjammer Hotel, his own shares were emptied. This person currently owns the idea of leaving the job. May apply for separation within 3 days. An important basis for retention, 5% of the shares. Note, it is difficult to find a replacement for an important figure in the development of the hotel. 2. The development of Windjammer Hotel in China has entered the fast lane. The market capitalization will go crazy. The bottleneck is expected to be reached within 5 years. Note, looking for a suitable overseas manager to finance and then expand overseas. 3. Yang Song, General Manager of Xiangqing branch of Fengyun Hotel. Average management skills and average business skills. Has a strong Xiangqing background. Relying on these connections, the business of the Xiangqing branch was barely kept above the passing line. Among the managers of the various branches in the entire Dragon Kingdom, the ranking was on the back burner. This man Hu Xiefeng must be taken down. It's only 5%. I can afford it. Carry out financing. And then, the chess move of overseas expansion will be put aside for the time being. Let's see what follows before we exchange it. As for Jansen, Lu Feng smiled coldly. Then, unplugged Hu Xiefeng's phone. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, Chairman, Hu Xiefeng asked. I don't know if you were looking for me this late. Is there something important? 2 things, Lu Feng said. First, bring our lawyers and arrive at the Xiangqing branch before noon tomorrow. Adding, second, I'll take you to lunch at noon to talk about continuing to work together. Yes, Magic City. Mo Dongxing finally received a call from Uncle Ming. Asked, Uncle Ming, what have you been doing? Why did you return my call at this time? Uncle Ming over there asked. Just now, I was dealing with a bit of business at the station. What is it? That you have to be bothered with a handful of people like you to get this far? Mo Dongxing said. It's almost 12 o'clock. Could it be that the people down there can't even do such a small thing? It's out of your hands. Uncle Ming said somewhat wearily. Just mind your own business. Hearing this, Mo Dongxing was a bit unhappy. However, the other party was an elder after all. Granted, he used to be his father's subordinate, but, now, his rank is equal to his father's. And don't dare to be reckless. Just said, Uncle Ming, then what I said to you before. Dongxing, for the sake of your father, Uncle Ming is giving you a heads up. Uncle Ming said, it's best for you to stay out of the Hua family's affairs. Don't say your father isn't on Xiangqing's side yet. Even if he's in Xiangqing, I think he should not dare to let you interfere in such a matter. Hearing this, Mo Dongxing's brows furrowed. Say, Uncle Ming, what the hell is the Hua family? What I want you to deal with is Lu Feng. How come it's related to this Hua family again? I don't know if you really don't understand, or if you're just pretending, Uncle Ming said. Anyway, this Lu Feng, you'd better not mess with it, or else, when the time comes to cause trouble, don't blame Uncle Ming for not reminding you. Bang! The phone hung up. Mo Dongxing's face instantly became very ugly. Is this Lu Feng coming from a big place? And told me I'd better not mess with it? It's just an outbreak. So what if he's rich and powerful? Still a country bumpkin? Out of Xiangcheng. He's nothing. That's right. The Was. He suddenly remembered that the Hua family mentioned by Uncle Ming seemed to have a grudge against Lu Feng. Immediately find someone to ask what's going on with this Hua family. He took out his cell phone. So he wanted to find someone to seek out. And then, see if he could join forces with this Hua family. Ding dong. But just then, the doorbell was suddenly ringing. Mo Dongxing walked over and opened the door to the room. Just see 3 men standing outside. 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a man he knew. Also a power too. Here in Mordor, its status was even a bit higher than his own. However, there is usually not much interaction with myself. Sort of a well-watered river. Chao Chang. It's so late. What is it that you brought someone over to me for? Mo Dongxing frowned at the man and woman on the side and said, if it's something to ask for, I'm sorry, I'm not available right now. You guys can come back tomorrow. It seemed to him to come to himself at a time like this. Must be trying to get through to himself, to get help from his father. This is the kind of thing that one is not in the mood to care about right now. So, instantly, it was about to close. Bang! As a result, just as he reached out, he saw the man next to him leap over with a kick. Mo Dongxing didn't react at all and was directly kicked into the room. A sharp pain came. At once, it made him furious. Chao Chang, you have guts. With that, he fumbled for his cell phone, to make a call. Bang! However, the hand had only just reached out when it was stepped on. The pain was so intense that the corners of his mouth twitched. Good you Chao Chang, you really have guts. How dare you bring someone to your house to beat me up? Mo Dongxing roared. I told you that I. Snap. The words were not finished and he was slapped again. I didn't come here on a plane at night to hear you talk about farts. The male is no one else. It was none other than Zhang Jian who had rushed over from Longdu. He stared coldly at Mo Dongxing on the ground and said, now, prick up your ears and listen well. My words, only say them once. Hearing this, Mo Dongxing was startled. Looking at the man in front of him with wide eyes, he exclaimed, you are sent by Lu Feng? The reason for this speculation. For one thing, it was because among the people he had offended, the person he had the least bottom, was Lu Feng. Secondly, the other party was also one of the most arrogant and cocky. Thirdly, Uncle Ming also said that Lu Feng is a person who can't be messed with. Plus, the other guy said he came over on a plane specifically to find himself. Other than Lu Feng, he couldn't think of anyone else. Zhang Jian didn't admit it. There was no denial either. Just said, if you dare to harass Su Muyun and his family anymore, I'll let your family have no foothold in Hualong country forever. After saying that, he wrapped his arm around Ning Lin, who was on the side, and turned around. Chao Chang didn't leave. Instead, they stayed in the room. Wait until Zhang Jian and the others leave. Only then did he say, Mo Dongxing, I'll sell you a favor. Do you want it? What? They're from Dragon Capital. The man's name is Zhang. The woman's name is Ning. After saying that, Chao Chang patted Mo Dongxing's shoulder and turned to go. As for Mo Dongxing's forehead, a cold sweat began to rise. He didn't know what this Zhang and Ning stood for. However, to be able to make Chao Chang so solemn, the other party's status in Longdu was bound to be not low. The fact that he dared to beat himself up like that and threaten himself was all the more reason why the other party was emboldened. What kind of monster is that Lu Feng? Mo Dongxing was stunned. To actually be able to invite such a character to find himself in trouble? It's a good thing it's them. If not, I really go to contact the Hua family to find trouble with the other side. Then, early the next morning, when Lu Feng made breakfast, Su Muyun also got up with her children. Breakfast was served, and Su Muyun and the children immediately gathered around. It wasn't rich, just a simple bowl of noodles. But, 3 people ate it without even leaving soup. Dad, next time make more noodles. I'm not full yet. Yes, Daddy, it's too little. And this soup too, it's not even enough. The 2 children have expressed their displeasure. See, both kids have expressed the idea of adding more volume. Su Muyun wiped her mouth and came back. Also said, I want more too. Yes, Lu Feng asked with a smile on his face. But what rewards do you have for me? The 2 children immediately turned their gazes towards Su Muyun. Sumuyun froze. Then, somewhat shyly, he walked to Lu Feng. Lightly kissed Lu Feng lightly on the left side of his face. Lu Feng got an inch. Stick the right side of your face out. Sumuyun's face instantly reddened. Still, it was light on the right side of the face. The two children immediately widened their eyes. The next moment and got out of her chair, running next to Lu Feng. Daddy, I'll give you a reward too. Ping Ping followed suit. Daddy, I can give rewards too. Lu Feng froze for a moment, and then said, I didn't wash my face. Daddy is dirty and doesn't wash his face. Mommy kissed Daddy. Mommy, go rinse your mouth. The two brats said with a disgusted look on their faces. You. Sumuyun stared at Lu Feng with wide eyes, wanting to say something, but realizing the child was nearby, he didn't say anything after all. Lu Feng then immediately leaned over. In Sumuyun's ear, he said, where you've kissed, you can't give it to a child to kiss, otherwise, it won't have your flavor. The ears are itchy, the heart is so shy. Sumuyun blushed and lowered her head. Turning, he headed for his room, until Lu Feng cleared the table. She still didn't come out. Lu Feng then went over and knocked on the door. Wife, it's time for us to go see the new house. LOL. The door to the room opened. Sumuyun looked at Lu Feng at the door. When did you buy a new house? When exactly? I forget. Lu Feng said. Never went to see it anyway. Sumuyun was surprised. You bought it without even looking at it? When did you buy it and forget it too? Lu Feng smiled. Problem? No. Sumuyun shook her head. It's just that I think you're really rich. You just realized? If I had known that, I wouldn't have raised my kids on my own. Ha ha. Lu Feng was delighted. It's not too late now. With a red face, Sumuyun turned around and went back to her room, grabbed the bag, called the kid, and went downstairs with Lu Feng. As the windjammer took it to be repaired, Lu Feng then took a cab. Say, driver, Star Dragon Academy. Sumuyun was surprised. The house you bought is in Star Dragon Yard? Star Dragon Yard is the most upscale and expensive villa area in the whole Xiangqing. Although, it can't be compared to the upscale villa areas in places like Magic City and Dragon City. But, any villa is at least tens of millions of dollars. She had thought that Lu Feng had just bought a commercial house in an ordinary neighborhood. As it turned out, it was actually the villa. Lu Feng nodded and said, listening to you, it seems like I'm surprised that I'm buying a suite in Star Dragon Yard. Can you not be surprised? Sumuyun said, you didn't even look at it. You bought a suite in Star Dragon Yard, and you didn't even visit it after you bought it. Speaking here, he suddenly asked with curiosity. I remember hearing someone say that you were well renting a room before, right? Lu Feng suddenly fell silent. Then, calmly, keep a low profile, don't be too ostentatious. At this point, the driver in front of him finally couldn't help but laugh. Asked the co-pilot Lu Feng. I say brother, this is your girlfriend next to you, right? Lu Feng shook his head and said, wrong, it's my wife. Wife, and kids too? I see. The big brother driver gave a thumbs up towards Lu Feng. Brothers are awesome. The driver's brother said, I'm convinced that people like you, brother, can endure what ordinary people can't. Lu Feng froze. But then again, little brother, your wife is so beautiful and your kids are so cute and smart. Lu Feng froze again. Honestly, a good thing like this, if it were me, I'd be willing to take it. Lu Feng laughed. But, little brother I still say you, this bragging or slightly more reliable. The driver said it again. You can't blow it. Rich people, and I've seen a lot of them. Never seen any rich guy yet who just buys a house without even looking at it. Not to mention, the ones that are bought, and never lived in, and never even looked at. And yeah, but whoever buys a house in Star Dragon Yard doesn't have a luxury car? Isn't it degrading for a rich man, if he brings his wife and kids to the fight? A car like ours, honestly, wouldn't be able to get into Star Dragon Academy. So that's why people who take a cab are usually going to friends and family. If you had blown some commoner bull, perhaps, the little sister would have believed it. You've blown it so far out of proportion that your little sister definitely doesn't believe it. Didn't you hear that tone she just took? It's almost like saying, you're bragging too much, aren't you? Whoever believes it is a fool, right? Lu Feng laughed, said, brother driver, you are so right. The driver confidently said, that's, like it's an ass. Sumuyun angrily stared at the driver and said, who are you calling stupid? Little sister. I didn't scold you. The driver said, I mean, who believes who is stupid? You call that not cursing? The driver froze. Little sister. You. Yes, I believe it. And yeah, he's my husband. Sumuyun added, it's my legitimate husband in name only, adding, and the real father of my 2 children. This chauffeur uncle is so bad. He actually says bad things about daddy. I can hear it too. This driver is a bad thief. He's talking bad about dad. Ping Ping and also looked at the driver with hostile faces. The driver scratched his head awkwardly. Embarrassed, Lu Feng said, "Sorry, little brother, little sister. If I just said something wrong, don't pay attention to it. I'm just quick with my mouth and say what I think. No offense. HM. Here's how Ping Ping responded. Dog's eyes looked down on people. Su Muyun's response was, my husband has $20 million for one locomotive. If he hadn't taken it to be repaired, where would he have come to fight? Yes, I was wrong. The driver said, I'm sorry, little sister. The heart is in the right place. What a damn strange bragging family. It's true. It's not a family. $20 million for a locomotive? Are you kidding me? And took it to be fixed. You're kidding, right? Even if the locomotive really costs $20 million, you're a guy who can afford a $20 million locomotive and would only have one car? You think I'm an idiot? Holy shit, I get it. This family, they're not making fun of me, are they? They just couldn't find anyone else to pretend to be. So, they made a special taxi ride to do so? No, we can't let them load up. Couldn't care less about them. Yeah, ignore them. This family must have snake warp. Su Muyun saw how honest Big Brother driver was and was too embarrassed to continue talking about him. A proud grunt, just stop talking, for her part, and commented, Mom says it's good to know when you're wrong. Pinky nodded and also commented, N. Uncle driver is just a good boy with a quick mouth. The Big Brother driver just felt a little woozy in the head. If it wasn't broad daylight, I'd be wondering if the family I'm carrying is even human. No, I can't. I have to go home and burn incense and worship Buddha. While thinking about this, the elder driver brother silently recited Amit Ba Buddha. Nor did he dare to look at Lu Feng and the others again. Lu Feng didn't say anything either, just smiling from the sidelines. Happiness begins with a foretaste of what's to come, as fate brings us slowly closer together. This was sung by Su Muyun, and Lu Feng deliberately recorded it as his new ringtone. The ringtone rang and Lu Feng took out his cell phone to take a look. See that it's So Guang calling. It was then directly connected. Hey, Feng, where are you now? Zhang Guang's voice came. In the car, Lu Feng said, preparing to go to Star Dragon Academy. Zhang Guang asked, Star Dragon Yard? You have a house there? I bought a set earlier and never went to see it. Lu Feng said, no, after that mess yesterday, I thought that it might be safer over at Star Dragon Academy. So I brought them over to take a look, adding, if the house is okay, plan on living in it straight away. Ha ha, not bad for a lord willing to spend $20 million on a locomotive. Zhang Guan laughed. This also has to buy a villa. Do not even take a look. Buy and put there to pose. I also really convinced. Lu Feng smiled. And no explanation. Mostly, it's not easy to explain. Then simply don't explain. But since the cell phone is not too loud, the big brother of the driver on the sidelines was again extra curious. So, all heard. Pretending again. I can't take it anymore. I wanted to expose him so badly. By the way, Mitsuko, what do you want to see me about this early in the morning? At this time, Lu Feng simply changed the topic and asked, oh, yeah, I stopped by to check out the car in your name when I dropped it off for service yesterday. Zhang Guang said, as a result, it turns out that you have that one Stormcloud chariot to your name. What's going on? In Zhang Guang's opinion, since Lu Feng was a tycoon, he naturally could not have only one car. But he checked a couple times and it still only showed one car. That's a little strange. There's really only one. Lu Feng laughed. I've been living alone before. I think a car is completely enough. So it is. Zhang Guang nodded. So now what? What kind of car did you buy? Didn't buy it. So you said in the car? He thought Lu Feng had already bought a car. After all, there were 4 of them on the other side. And they definitely still needed a car to get around. Hit the car. I'll go. I'm really impressed. Zhang Guang said with dissatisfaction. You're a big tycoon and you're actually taking a taxi? You're too low-key, aren't you? Normally, a normal tycoon would just get someone to buy a car and send it over first. But Lu Feng traveled in the morning and actually took a taxi. And, by the sound of it, it doesn't seem like you've thought about buying a car yet. This is simply. Lu Fengneng said, have I not fully gotten used to being a tycoon yet? Lu Feng has actually thought about buying another car. But, it never occurred to me to ask for help in getting a luxury car delivered. Moreover, before redeeming the Wind and Cloud Hotel, how much money was he worth? It's not like there's anyone to call. So, let's go look at cars later after we see the house. Lu Feng said, do you? the national general agent of the 3 major luxury cars. Have any good recommendations? Let me recommend. Then of course it's still Hermes, Zhang Wang said. After all, it's the top premium luxury car among the 3 major luxury cars. However, this side of Xiangcheng, it's definitely impossible to take the goods directly. How about this? If you don't mind, I'll go ahead and send one over to you. Give it back to me when your car arrives in stock. Lu Feng smiled. Say, just buy any car. There's no need to go to all that trouble. A car, though only a means of transportation, is also a status symbol. Zhang Wang then said, you even bought a $20 million locomotive. So how can any other car be of a lower grade than it? Lu Feng thought about it, thinking that Zhang Wang had a point. But where would one get tens of millions of dollars to buy a car now? Redeem with ratings? That's too much of a loss. From inside the hotel? That would also require asking Hu Xiafeng, the hotel's chief director, to see how much cash the hotel was able to take out right now. So, he said, I don't have that kind of money on hand right now, so I'm going to go ahead and ask around and see what the budget is. There's no rush on this one, Zhang Wang said. I'll bring the car to you first. Star Dragon Academy, right? Okay, you wait. Within the hour, delivery guaranteed. Then the phone hung up. At this time, Su Muyan asked worriedly, is this Zhang Wang really the first time you saw him yesterday? Really? 1,000 times over. So is he being so nice to you? Beauty? You? Me? I'm serious. I'm serious too. Lu Feng laughed. Anyway, so far, he hasn't shown any need for my help. Su Muyun nodded. If that's really the case, then this friend is quite good and worthy of deep friendship. That's true. And you don't think about how charismatic your husband I am. Su Muyun thought about it, nodding seriously. Yes indeed. Lu Feng froze. I'm so self-absorbed that you actually go along with it. Aren't you afraid I'll flip out? Not only are you guys pretending to have no boundaries, even narcissism is so bottomless. One to talk, one to hold. It's a shame that you, as a family, don't go into comedy. The big brother driver couldn't help but spit in his mind. Then, bang, with a jerk, he slammed on the brakes. I'm sorry, big brother, the Star Dragon Academy gate is just ahead. I can't get in. The driver's older brother stopped right at the gate, which was still 100 meters or so away. Pointing to the gate, he said, work yourselves in. Lu Feng didn't care and asked, how much? The big brother driver looked at his watch. 50. Here. Lu Feng was about to give the code to pay. Su Muyun directly took out 100. No need to look for it. Lu Feng happened to have no cash, put away his cell phone and pushed the door to get out of the car. At this time, Su Muyun took out another one and handed it to the big brother driver again. Here's another one before you think my husband is bragging. When he finished, he raised his head proudly. That's when he opened the door and got out of the car with his 2 kids. Why bother? Seeing Su Muyun's actions, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. What are you fighting with a big brother driver for? I just can't stand the look on his face when he thinks you're bragging. Su Muyun said with dissatisfaction. You obviously have money, and we're not bragging. What gives him the attitude and expression that you can't even brag? Lu Feng is tempted to say, even if you give him 2 more, what's the point? Will he really believe it? A cab driver is just a cab driver. His eyesight determines the way he looks at people's thinking. Also, one does act a little differently than a dirtbag today. And of course, most importantly, and maybe, for once in his life, a ride in his car. Why bother with so much? That's not necessary. But think about the fact that Su Muyun was angry because of herself. In the end, he said nothing, just smiled. Put. Whoosh. The big brother driver saw the 2 get out of the car. Immediately a foot of gas went down and an acceleration took off. Su Muyun was very dissatisfied and said hatefully, what does he mean by this? Ha ha. Lu Feng smiled broadly and picked up the 2 children, laughing. Wife, let's go. Don't be mad. Let's see the new house. Hearing about the new house, Su Muyun's face looked slightly better. Still, it's pissing me off. Thought this big brother driver was just too angry. The big brother driver is also very depressed. He felt sure he hadn't read the calendar when he went out today. That's how you run into such an odd family of people. You say, if you drive a cab. Sitting up here is such a family, full of people who run their mouths and run their asses off. Are you scared? Wait, the money we just received. It couldn't have been plutonium, or fake money, could it? Suddenly, he thought of the $200 bills. Then, quickly pull over, take it out and look at it carefully. Ha, it's actually still true. The older driver brother frowned, thinking carefully, that's right, it's broad daylight. They must be human. They can't be ghosts. But it's too much for this family to be so pretentious. Think I'm going to believe you guys if you give me $200? Humph. I don't believe you guys. I'm going to watch you guys make a fool of yourselves. Later, if you guys can't get in, I'll purposely pretend I'm going to look for someone. Humph. I'll see where your faces go. This Big Brother driver is also an odd man out. Finding out that the money is real is not only not half a big deal. Anyway, it's getting curiouser and curiouser. Moreover, a strong, wanting to tear Lu Feng's family apart emerged in his heart. Then he literally pulled over to the side of the road, walking towards the outside of the Star Dragon courtyard, the entrance to the Star Dragon yard. The security guards at the entrance saw Lu Feng and Su Muyun with 2 children, walking towards their side. It was blocking the doorway, politely saluting. Then, asking Lu Feng, "May I ask, sir, who are you looking for?" Those who could afford to live in Star Dragon courtyard were naturally either rich or noble, not to mention how many cars are sitting in the garage. At the very least, there must be quite a few cars that belong to you. But Lu Feng and the others were coming down from a cab, which means that these two definitely can't be living here. But, for them to work here as security guards, they must be overqualified. So, they just politely sought to ask Lu Feng who he was looking for. "I'll make a call." Lu Feng put the 2 children down. Then, fumbling for his cell phone, he made a call to the property boss of Star Dragon Yard. "This is the phone number is given by the system. Just call this number when you come here to look at the house." Lu Feng opened the door and said, "I'm Lu Feng. I've arrived at the door. I wasn't driving. Okay, you come out and pick me up. Okay, I'll wait here." With that, he hung up. To Su Muyun and the 2 children, he said, "Wait a moment, he'll be here soon. Dodo." At that moment, there was a brand new black Mercedes-Benz inside that drove up to the door. "Hello, Mr. Hua." "Hello, Mr. Hua." The 2 security guards immediately saluted towards the black Mercedes. Then, quickly, lift the railing. The black Mercedes just pulled out and headed out the door. Security guard A couldn't help but exclaim, "The Hua family is just rich. They smashed one yesterday and replaced it with a new one today." Security guard B nodded. "Isn't that nonsense? In the entire Xiangcheng, who doesn't know the power of the Hua family? They have money if they want it, and power if they want it. I just don't know. Who was it yesterday that actually dared to smash the Hua family's car? I don't know who exactly, but I know that guy is definitely going down." "How? I heard about it last night." The old man of the Hua family was furious, saying that whoever dares to meddle in this matter is an enemy of the Hua family. Wow, the Hua family's old man is going to do it himself? That's right. Otherwise, why would I say that guy is out of luck? The old man of the Hua family is the one who will make the whole Xiangqing city tremble when he stomps his foot. Hush, don't say anything. The youngest member of the Hua family is back. The 2 security guards saw the black Mercedes, which had just driven away, suddenly back up again. Immediately the discussion stopped. The Mercedes pulled up to the door. The windows are open. The 2 guards immediately leaned over, saluting towards Hua Mingfei. He said, "Good day, Mr. Hua. I don't know what else Mr. Hua would like to order?" Hua Mingfei ignored the 2. He looked at Lu Feng with a cold smile and said, "You also want to come here to buy a house?" After listening to the 2 security guards earlier, Su Muyun already knew who this person in front of him was. At this moment, seeing the other side speak, immediately protecting the 2 children, he retreated behind Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled and asked, "What, you have an opinion?" "Ha!" Hua Mingfei sneered. "I'll make it impossible for you to enter this door. Do you believe me?" Lu Feng shook his head and said with a disdainful face, "How about we make a bet?" Hua Mingfei asked, "How do you bet?" "I'm going in and you're going to get down on your knees and call me daddy." Lu Feng laughed. "I can't get in. What happened before? It's written off. I'll no longer bother with you. How about it? A write-off?" Hua Mingfei laughed. "Who the hell are you? You can just write it off when you say so? Did I agree?" Lu Feng just smiled. "And no talking. Tell you what, if you can't get in, get down on your knees and call me dad." 2. Hua Mingfei asked, "How was it?" Lu Feng nodded his head and said with a bashful face, "That's fine." Hua Mingfei immediately laughed, asked, "So, how long is the limit?" Lu Feng smiled and said, "An hour will do." "An hour?" Hua Mingfei smiled and turned his head to look at the 2 security guards, said, "These 2 people, from now on, shall never set foot in Star Dragon Academy. Anyone who has any comments, let him come straight to me. Where my Hua family's villa is, everyone who lives here knows it." Hearing this, security guard A immediately nodded, saying, "That's right, Mr. Hua, your family's villa is one of the best villas in the entire Star Dragon Academy. It's second only to that Star Dragon residence, which is not for sale to the public. At this point, not to mention the Star Dragon Academy, even the entire high-level circle of Xiangqing City, there are probably not many people who don't know about this. Security guard B nodded as well, immediately patting his chest. He assured, "Don't worry, Mr. Hua. As long as we're the ones guarding this place, we guarantee that we'll make sure that they'll never be able to set foot in this gate for half a step." Security guard A chimed in again. "Yeah, as long as we're around, they'll never get in this door." Hearing the ass and the compliments, Hua Mingfei was very flattered. Smiling, he nodded. Then, turning his head to look at Lu Feng. "How so?" Lu Feng didn't say anything, just a smile and a glance at the two guards. The two security guards, on the other hand, were vigorously winking towards Lu Feng. At the same time, security guard A also said to Hua Mingfei, "Mr. Hua, it's not too good to see this car blocking the doorway, or else, should we park it first?" Security guard B also nodded. "Yeah, it's going to be an hour anyway. Why don't you park your car first and go sit in our security room?" After Hua Mingfei thought about it, he laughed. "That's right." Saying that, he looked at the time and said to Lu Feng, "You are definitely not dead until you reach the Yellow River, so I will wait with you for an hour." When he finished, he signaled for the railing to be raised. Then he drove the car straight toward the inside. "Why don't you guys get out of here?" At this time, security guard A immediately walked over and whispered, "After he finishes parking his car, he'll be coming over soon, and by then, you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "That's right. Why are you guys fighting with a character of this level? He's not a character you guys can afford to mess with." Security guard B waved his hand. "We also don't dare to offend him at all. You guys should go." These two security guards were a bit dog-eyed in kissing Hua Mingfei's ass though. But, the heart is still good. Lu Feng smiled, said, "It's okay, don't worry, it won't be hard for you. Don't make it hard for us, just leave now." Security guard A said, "Otherwise, when he comes over, we." However, the security guard had not finished his words. Hua Mingfei's voice then came over. "Yo, what are we talking about? Mr. Hua, we're warning him so he doesn't make a fool of himself." Security guard A immediately laughed and said, "What kind of person is Mr. Hua, and is he the kind of person that can be offended?" Hua Mingfei smiled coldly and said, "Do you know what he is?" Security guard A laughed. "No matter what he is, he can't afford to mess with Mr. Hua in this Xiangcheng." Hua Mingfei laughed, patting security guard A on the shoulder. He said, "I love what you're saying. What's your name?" "I." "Whose car is this? Who let him park in the middle of this road?" At this time, an incomparably serious voice came from within the Star Dragon courtyard. "Where's the security guard? Where is it?" Upon hearing this, the two security guards' faces changed slightly. Immediately, he ran inside the gate. At this moment, Hua Mingfei's black Mercedes was parked in the middle of the road. Beside the car stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was followed by several people who came all the way down the red carpet. Security guard A said to the middle-aged man, "General Manager, that's Mr. Hua's car." Security guard B, on the other hand, said to Hua Mingfei, "Mr. Hua, it's hard for you to move the car." Hua Mingfei also saw the middle-aged man. He immediately walked over. Standing in front of that middle-aged man, he smiled faintly. "General Manager Yang, you're leading people here to roll out the red carpet. Is there something good within Star Dragon Academy again?" Mr. Yang's name was Yang Hu, and he was the property manager of Star Dragon Yard. It is also one of the developers of Star Dragon Yard itself on this side. He is basically the one who has the final say in all the big and small things in here, and he has a great deal of energy. Even his own father had to give him a few moments. Sometimes, it was even necessary to greet him politely. Therefore, Hua Mingfei didn't dare to be too arrogant in front of the other party. However, he was curious as to why this Yang who wanted to roll out the red carpet here. It is important to know that since the Star Dragon Yard has been sold to the public, it has only rolled out the red carpet once, when it opened. After that, it was never laid again. You know, even when your own family bought one, second only to the villa that is not for sale, you have never seen a red carpet rolled out on this side of the property. So it's Mr. Hua's car. Yang Hu smiled and said politely, "Then it would be hard for you to move the car first." Mr. Hua, if Mr. Yang opens his mouth, naturally there's no problem. Hua Mingfei was quite sensible and immediately went to move the car. Over here, Warm Blood moved the car away. Yang Hu then commanded, "You guys move fast and spread the red carpet for me all the way to the door," pointing to two more. "You two, go and put up the banners and flower baskets." At once, the people in the back of the room acted immediately. Since it's not far away, the red carpet was quickly rolled out. The flower baskets are also arranged. The banners are up too. At this time, Hua Mingfei also walked over, looked up at the banner. It was written on it, "Warmly welcome Mr. Lu to stay in the Dragon King Villa of Star Dragon Yard." Hua Mingfei was surprised. Mr. Yang, that villa that is not for sale to the public is going to be inhabited? The Dragon King Villa is the one that is the most noble, the most luxurious, the best located, and not for sale to the public in Star Dragon Yard. It's also the signature of the entire Star Dragon Academy. Yang Hu nodded in response while directing the men to arrange things a little more neatly. Hua Mingfei asked curiously, "Didn't you say that this Dragon King Villa is not for sale to the public?" "That's true, but it depends on the person," Yang Hu replied. "For example, if your Hua family wanted to buy it in the first place, we'd be willing to sell it too, and again, but your father can't afford the price, so naturally he won't sell it." This is something that Hua Mingfei is aware of. When his father stepped in and said he wanted to buy it, the developer's side agreed. But the asking price is 200 million. The Hua family had money in the beginning too, but not at its finest. Only $2 or $3 billion. Still in the stage of rapid development, it is naturally impossible to directly take out 200 million to buy a villa. So, go with the $80 million, next level villa. I wonder, which boss is the one who bought the Dragon King Villa this time? Hua Mingfei asked. Can Mr. Yang introduce you to me? The person who was willing to spend $200 million to buy a villa in Xianqing thought that his wealth was at least $10 billion or more. And after last night's inquiries, he had automatically defined Lu Feng as a foxfake. Therefore, he automatically ignored Lu Feng. I don't recognize it either, Yang Hu said. However, if you want to get acquainted, I can introduce you later. Hua Mingfei nodded and smiled. That would be the best. When Yang Hu's gaze turned, he looked at Lu Feng and the others outside the gate. Just going out. Hua Mingfei then sneered and said, Mr. Yang, you don't have to go and greet these 4 people outside. They're bottom play, I know it well. Not to mention Dragon King Villa, even if you want to buy a villa here, it's impossible. And I just laid down the gauntlet. Today, they won't be able to set foot in Star Dragon Academy for half a step. Hearing this, Yang Hu's brows frowned slightly, said, Mr. Hua, I must remind you that Star Dragon Academy is not run by your family. So, like this kind of thing, in the future, it's best if you don't open your mouth. Otherwise, if we offend someone and ruin the reputation of our Star Dragon Academy, then don't blame me for being unmerciful when everyone's faces don't look good. Hua Mingfei smiled in disbelief, said, Mr. Yang, you can rest assured that I guarantee that I won't make things difficult for you, and it's even more unlikely that I'll ruin Star Dragon Academy's reputation. Yang Hu said, anyway, just this once, no more. Hua Mingfei also took the good with the bad and nodded his head. Good, Mr. Yang gave me face, so naturally I won't have another time. Yang Hu then nodded in satisfaction. He didn't think Hua Mingfei would lie to himself, so didn't bother to ask Lu Feng. Instead, he pulled out his cell phone and started pulling the number he had just called. When Young Tiger called, Hua Mingfei then thought that Lu Feng was bound to not be the general manager Lu that Yang Hu was talking about, because Yang Hu just said he didn't recognize it in the first place. Not that I haven't seen it. And just now, when he said that Lu Feng couldn't be that Mr. Lu, Yang Hu didn't refute it. Instead, he just took out his cell phone and started calling. So, he turned his head and looked at Lu Feng with a cold smile. The gaze was full of provocation and disdain, as if to say, see, if I say you can't get in, you sure as hell can't get in. The 2 security guards on the side, at this moment, also shook their heads and sighed. Dimples, long lashes, hopelessly charming. At that moment, a cell phone rang. Hua Mingfei and the 2 security guards then saw Lu Feng take out his cell phone, gestured toward Hua Mingfei. Hua Mingfei's face changed slightly as a bad premonition suddenly surfaced. Yang Hu's face also stared at Lu Feng. Immediately, he politely asked, Are you Mr. Lu? Lu Feng didn't answer either. Instead, he picked up the phone and put it on speakerphone. Laughing, any questions? Yang Hu's cell phone was still attached to his ear at the moment. Lu Feng's voice, transmitted through the speakerphone, was heard clearly by him, so, he immediately put away his cell phone. Turning back, he glared at Hua Mingfei. Hua Mingfei, your mind is really poisonous. Alright, Yang Hu, will keep this account. Hua Mingfei was confused. Sure enough, the worst of the situation still came to pass. The other party was actually really the owner of the Dragon King Villa. Aren't you lifting a stone and smashing your own feet? Just now, his own performance of purposely misleading Yang Hu. In Yang Hu's view, it was obvious that he was pitting the other party though, one is not afraid of Yang Hu. However, offending Yang Hu was always one more uncomplicated enemy. Even if they are not enemies yet, relations can still be eased. But, one is definitely losing face with this one. Not only that, but one had made a bet with Lu Feng. Lu Feng is now the owner of the Dragon King Villa. Who can stop him if he wants to enter the Star Dragon courtyard? Isn't it said that this Lu Feng is a fox and tiger master? How did you become the owner of the Dragon King's villa? Yang Hu didn't know what Hua Mingfei was feeling. And don't bother with Yang Hu. After he put down a vicious sentence to Yang Hu, he immediately yelled towards the two security guards. What are you still waiting for? Open the door. The two guards were also dumbfounded. Damn. The owner of Dragon King Villa actually took a taxi to come here? Who would have thought it? However, hearing Yang Hu's roaring voice, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Immediately, he went to open the gate. Yang Hu took a few steps and arrived in front of Lu Feng. With a smile on his face and full of apologies, he said, Mr. Lu, I'm really sorry. I just got laid. Just in time. Haven't seen your car again. So please don't blame me if I didn't come out to greet you first. Lu Feng smiled, said, Mr. Yang is polite. You can personally bring people out to meet me? It's already enough to give me face. I'm not even grateful enough. How could I blame you? Ha ha. Yang Hu laughed out loud. Mr. Lu is worthy of being the lord who spends 200 million on a villa without even blinking an eye. It's just ho-hum and atmospheric. It's no wonder that our general manager Wang has asked me to come out to greet you personally. Not to mention your status as the owner of the Dragon King Villa. It's just that your character is worthy of me. Yang Hu, personally bringing people out to greet you. The flower sedan chair is carried by the people. He himself had just slowed down Lu Feng because of Hua Mingfei. Even, there was a bit of giving Lu Feng a face. However, Lu Feng did not bother with himself. Instead, it held its own. It's only natural to hold it back yourself. Not only do you have to hold it back, but you have to hold it hard. After all, the other party was in existence on the same level as General Manager Wang, who is Mr. Wang, the first real estate person in Xiangcheng. The entire real estate of the Huarong country is also a top 3 main. The status of a lord who could make such a person pay attention to him could be imagined. Mr. Yang is too kind, Lu Feng responded with a slight smile. By the way, Mr. Lu, where's your car? Yang Hu hadn't seen Lu Feng's car yet and couldn't help but be a little strange. I took my car in for repairs last night and won't be getting it back anytime soon, Lu Feng said. For the time being, I haven't had the time to go buy a new one either. So, I took a cab over. Yang Hu was a bit confused. Then, with a bitter smile, Mr. Lu, this is really not your usual low profile. Lu Feng smiled and didn't explain. Since that's the case, then, I'll accompany you on your walk. Mr. Lu. Yang Hu made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Lu, please come in. Lu Feng smiled and asked, can you get in? Yang Hu froze, not understanding what Lu Feng meant. Lu Feng smiled and glanced at Hua Mingfei. Said, Mr. Hua just said, not to mention today, even in this lifetime, I will never think of stepping foot in Star Dragon Academy. Yang Hu immediately understood. With a disdainful sneer, he said, what a bullshit Mr. Hua. Look up to him before you call him Mr. Hua. Otherwise, what the fuck is he? You don't have to take him seriously. With that, he invited again. Let's go in. Lu Feng still didn't move. Laughing, he asked, it won't make things difficult for you, Mr. Yang, will it? For the hard part? Yang Hu laughed. Disdainfully, he said, Mr. Lu, first of all, how about thanking you for standing in my position and thinking about me? However, what you just said, on the other hand, is a bit underestimating me, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is not talented, but, well, at least I can still manage the Star Dragon Academy's acreage, although he, the Hua family, lives in the second villa of the Star Dragon Yard. But, compared to you, it's just a small big family. It's simply not enough. If he really dares to jump in front of me, I'll dare them to fuck off. There are plenty of people willing to take over that second home of their Hua family. To use the simplest analogy, you are like our VIP and only property. Their family is one member, not one more, not one less. So, after a beat, Yang Hu glanced at Hua Mingfei and snorted coldly. You don't need to take their families seriously at all. In this Star Dragon Academy, you, Mr. Lu, are the real this. Saying that, Yang Hu extended his thumb. Lu Feng smiled slightly and nodded. To warm blood, he said, keep a good lookout. I'm coming in. Hua Mingfei was furious. This guy is so arrogant. It's too wild. It's just as well to deliberately tease Yang Hu to humiliate himself. I can't believe you have to deliberately come to disgust yourself. This is so hateful. But more hateful is yet to come. Get ready. Lu Feng's voice came again. After I come in, you'll have to kneel down and call your father. When he heard this, he saw Lu Feng cross the gate, entered within the gates of the Star Dragon Academy. seeing Lu Feng humiliating himself while provoking. While stepping inside the gate, Hua Mingfei almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. He suddenly felt stupid. People dig a hole for themselves to jump into, and they really jump into it, blindly assuming that the other person is just a fox. What now? Get down on your knees and call your father? Oh, of course not. I'm the youngest member of the Hua family, the boss of the Hua Lin group. Would I do such a thing? So he grunted coldly. Without even bothering to put in a harsh word, he turned toward his car. That uncle doesn't keep his word. Just now he said he'd call our dad as his father. Now he's actually reneging on his word. Shame on him, Ping said immediately. Are you stupid? That's a bad guy. And then educated Ping, saying, it's only good that he doesn't count his words. Otherwise, if he really wants to be a father's son, he'll definitely bully us. Lu Feng nodded. Priggishly, he said, Ping, my sister is right. Daddy can't have such a bad son, so you must never be such bad people in the future. You must be good people. Okay? Hua Mingfei, who was walking towards the car, almost didn't fall head over heels. What the fuck kind of family is this? Bang! Hurriedly pulling open the door, Hua Mingfei got into the car. Immediately, he put on his sunglasses and didn't dare to look at the people outside again. The other side, Lu Feng watched Hua Mingfei get into the car in a sorry state, not daring to see anyone. The smile at the corners of his mouth intensified. Hua Mingfei refused to admit it, something he had expected. Originally, he had only intended to humiliate the other party, didn't even think the other guy would get down on his knees and call his dad. So, it didn't matter too much. Mr. Lu, I'm a bit curious. What was that all about just now? At this time, Yang Hu, who was on the side, couldn't help but ask, what kneeling down and calling daddy? Can I hear it? It's just a little thing. What's not to hear about? Lu Feng laughed. Just now. Dodo. Lu Feng words just to explain. There was a sudden honk from a small car at the door. Lu Feng and Yang Hu looked back. Just behind it appeared a dazzling big red Hermes sedan. Ha! This is the top-of-the-line luxury car of Hermes 3. It is said that the most common version is priced at nearly $30 million. Yang Hu was surprised. In the entire Xiang city, there are less than 5 such cars. Our Star Dragon Academy. When did such a character live in? When he finished, he looked at the 2 guards. The 2 security guards were also confused. Hermes, of course, they knew, but they've never seen a car like this either. So, both of them subconsciously shook their heads. LOL. And just then, the car door opened. A middle-aged man walked down. He walked towards Lu Feng with a smile on his face, laughing. Ha ha, Feng, take a look. How about this one? The Vulcan Signature Edition of the 3rd generation is normally priced at $35,800,000. However, if you want to land it, you definitely can't do it without $40 million. It certainly goes well with who you are. It's this slightly fancier flaming fire red color. I wonder if you'd like it. This person was no one else. It was Zhang Guang, the luxury car general agent who had previously said that he would send a car over to Lu Feng. Lu Feng smiled. Say, where did you get this car? That's out of your hands. Zhang Guang patted his chest and assured. In short, if I bring the car, you can drive it with confidence and boldness. I'll make sure no one comes after you half as much. Now, let me just ask you this. Do you like it? The 2 security guards on the side were directly confused. What the hell is this guy's deal? That and rushing the car over and forcing him to have it. On top of that, it's a high-end luxury car from Hermes. At that thought, the 2 guards looked at each other, all the while wearing a "we're screwed" expression. Then, silently, he bowed his head. That's a nice car. Yang Hu on the side was saying at this time. Look at the license plate. It's also from our Xiangcheng. These 5/8, too, are dazzling. Mr. Lu, a person of your status really needs a car of this level to be worthy of the status. If, on the other hand, you don't have a car right now, you shouldn't postpone. Lu Feng saw that the hospitality was hard to resist, so he stopped being delicate. Then he nodded and said, thank you, brother Mitsuko. Then, previously, Lu Feng had always called the other party Mitsuko. At the moment, this change of address was considered to have recognized the friend. Ha! When you say that, old brother, you're looking down on me. Zhang Guang's address was also immediately changed. It's gone from Feng to older brother. The relationship between the 2 sides instantly brought a lot closer. As far as our relationship is concerned, as a brother, I can't do a little favor, and want your thanks? Lu Feng smiled and nodded. No more words. Wow, what a beautiful car, and immediately ran to the car, her face full of joy, and reached around and touched it. Ping ran over at this point. It's a much better looking car than the one we have down there in the garage. Ping said, It's even more beautiful and atmospheric than that bad uncle's car. Just now, and ignored Ping. Instead, he looked at Zhang Guang and asked, Uncle, you gave this car to Dad, so it's our family's, right? Sumu Yun's face changed and immediately reprimanded. No nonsense. And is still young now. There is no one clear value. I wonder what the car is worth. I also wonder what it means to give away one of these cars. So, naively, he thought that Zhang Guan was here to deliver the car. But, Sumu Yun knew she sure as hell couldn't let little kids talk nonsense like that. Sibling, and isn't bullshitting. Zhang Guang laughed and said, as long as old brother Feng doesn't mind, you can keep this car and not return it to me. After saying that, he looked at Anan and said, Uncle is telling you, from now on, this car is your family's. Yay, Uncle is so nice, and got excited. Said, our family finally has a small car, and in the future, we will never have to go to a cab again. And again, no more looking at that weird uncle's face and listening to that weird uncle's weird talk. Ping nodded and said with a serious look on his face, if that weird uncle drove over in that cab right now, I'd drive this car into him just like Dad did. Let him look down on us. Let him think Mommy and Daddy are blowing it. I crashed his stupid cab. Oh, and that bad uncle. With that, Ping pointed inside the Star Dragon courtyard. At the moment, it was parked next to the Mercedes that belonged to Hua Mingfei. With an angry look on his face, he said, he scared Mom and Sister just now, and I'm going to run him over. The perception of good and evil is still a little blurry in the eyes of a child. But, the perception of good and bad is extraordinarily clear. They know who's good and who's bad. So they are always naive and punish the bad guys in their eyes in the best way they can think of. This is clearly the case with Ping. You brat. What nonsense. Sumu Yun saw that Ping was so hostile. Moved to hit someone. It was also a shock. Immediately ran over. As soon as he pulled him over, he said seriously, Ping, remember that. From now on, no moving around and bumping into people. It's against the law. Know what? Ping thought about it. Just say, Mom, don't lie to me. Daddy just hit someone's car yesterday, and he didn't break any laws. Also, Dad said that we have to show our mean side if we want to keep from being bullied. You can't let people think you're afraid of them. It's like fighting, even if you can't beat them, you still have to bite off a piece of their flesh. It's the only way people will be afraid of me and won't keep thinking about bullying me. Sumu Yun froze for a moment. The heart was a little touched, but, yet, still worried about Ping's heart. For a moment, but he didn't know what to explain to Ping. Ping. At this time, Lu Feng beckoned. Come over here. Ping broke free from Sumu Yun's arms, running to Lu Feng. Dad, listen, Lu Feng said. Dad said that if someone bullies you, you have to fight back in the way you feel most threatened. If there's a time when you bully your family, you need to act like a man. Use your full power to shock people and protect your family. But, after a beat, Lu Feng squarely said, we can't break the law. We can't go actively bullying people either. Like, for example, when Daddy hit someone's car yesterday, it was because Daddy wanted to protect you. Daddy needs to scare people, so Daddy needs to strike out in the most ferocious way possible. But, that doesn't mean that Dad's way is right. It's what you can learn, because, that's just a special case. Only when one, or one's loved ones, are actually going to be hurt in that way. Like the weird uncle in the car before, he just thinks we're blowing smoke. He's not a bad guy per se. And, people apologized back there, so we can't go bumping into him. It's against the law. It's a jail sentence. Mom and Dad would never allow you to bully others like that either. Understand? Ping thought hard about it. Nodding, Dad, I understand. I'm not going to bump him. I'm like Mom. I'll take a big red ticket like that and hit him. Sister said it's called a punch in the face. Said, suddenly reaching out. Daddy, you give me a little red ticket, okay? And again, next time, I'm going to go back to where I rode in the car before, and wait for his car. And I'm going to hit him with a big red ticket, just like Mommy did. Lu Feng had a bit of a headache. There's something wrong with this little guy, with his 3 views. However, Lu Feng did not have the slightest bit of blame. Instead, I felt a little heartbroken. It can't be for no reason that a child would think this way. I don't know how many of these indignities the little guy has suffered before. How long has it been silently repressed again? Buddy, why don't we get in the car now? At this time, Zhang Guang suddenly spoke up. Take me to your home first? Hearing this, Lu Feng then reacted to the fact that this was still outside, not the place to talk. Then he said to Sumu Yun, wife, you take the child to the car first. Sumu Yun nodded and took the 2 children to the car. Mr. Yang, come along. Lu Feng said to Yang Hu again, I'm not familiar with the new house. You show me around. Yang Hu asked, can't sit down. Can you? Lu Feng said. You sit in the passenger side. My wife and I will just squeeze in the back. Yang Hu politely said. How can this be a good thing? Get in the car. Lu Feng didn't talk nonsense, beckoned and walked towards the car. Yang Hu was no longer polite. Get in the car with Zhang Wang. Right. Lu Feng stood in front of the car door, looked at the two bodyguards and smiled. Your performance today was good. You deserve praise. After saying that, he got into the car. The two guards froze slightly. Originally, they thought there was going to be trouble, especially after hearing that little kid's unbelievably arrogant tone of voice. It was terrifying. But now, these words of praise from Lu Feng were the words that instantly made them ecstatic. Hurriedly, he saluted respectfully towards Lu Feng, who was already sitting in the car. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for the compliment. They stayed bent over and didn't lift. When the car starts, Lu Feng opened the glass and smiled again. Also, I'll answer a doubt for you guys. Last night, the person who smashed Hua Mingfei's car was me. Finished with a slight smile, Zhang Guang started the car and drove off. Only then did the two guards slowly straighten up, lifted his head. The two couldn't help but pop out of their mouths. Bull. Dodo. At this time, Hua Mingfei immediately drove out without saying a word. In the twinkling of an eye, he disappeared into the main road. Snap. Outside the Star Dragon yard. Roadside. Shade. A crisp slap sounded. That big brother driver even touched his cheek after he smoked it. It hurts. Damn. This is actually real. Not a dream. With Young Hu showing the way, the car soon arrived at the Dragon King Villa of the Star Dragon Academy. The Dragon King Villa was the standardized building of the entire Star Dragon yard. It was built in the very center of the entire Star Dragon yard. It covers an area of 480 square meters, surrounded by a river. There are two small bridges connecting them. From afar, the entire villa looked as if it was a giant dragon hovering. The car pulled up in front of the villa. Then the party came down to walk. Wow. What a big house. Wow. There's a bridge. Sister. Look. There's a river and fish. Look there. Brother. There are flowers and birds. Just after getting off the bus, the two kids were looking around, full of excitement and wonder. This is a nice villa indeed. Zhang Guang nodded his head and praised. It's bigger and more luxurious than the villas in Longdu, and asked Lu Feng, how much? Lu Feng laughed. Don't remember. Young Hu to know. Said. More than 200 million. Pretty much. Zhang Guang said. On this side of Xiangcheng, this price is reasonable. If Longdu and Magic City, the same size, it may have to rush to $1 billion. That certainly doesn't compare. Yang Hu said. Although Xiangcheng is also a first-tier city. But, after all, it's not a developed economic center. With his mouth full, he was a bit shocked. I'm afraid this car delivery guy is not a simple guy. What is this Lu Feng? Mr. Wang cares about him so much. This random friend who came to deliver the car was actually a character who could know the Dragon Capital and the Magic City like the back of his hand. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner. You are a true tycoon who knows right from wrong. Receive a scoring parity value of 2000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner. You are a true tycoon who knows right from wrong. Receive a scoring parity value of 2000. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by the Roadrunner. You are a real man who doesn't pretend to be anything and is very kind. Gain a scoring flat value of 1000. Just as Lu Feng was leading a group of people, he entered the villa. In the middle of his mind, a beeping tone suddenly rang out. Instantly, another 5,000 ratings were added. Though, 5,000 rating values were already a bit insufficient for him. But, a little goes a long way. It's still nice to get 5,000 at a time. Half an hour later, after visiting the entire villa, the group made their way to the living room. All the equipment here, everything, even the quilt. Sumo Yun took the initiative to be the hostess, finding tea leaves to make tea for the three. At this time, Zhang Guang asked, what was going on at the entrance just now? I see that the person sitting inside that car seems to be that what's his name Hua Mingfei, right? Lu Feng smiled. Then he told the story. He said it lightly. But, Zhang Guang was happy to hear. That guy is really stupid too. Haven't you learned your lesson after that big loss yesterday? How dare I come after you? I reckon after this one, he should have to run around when he sees you. Lu Feng smiled, nodding his head. He said, it better be, or else. With that, his eyes narrowed slightly. A man of clay still has some fire in him. If he, Hua Mingfei, really came to find his own trouble again and again, then one is bound to be less polite. When Yang Hu, who was on the side, heard this, his face changed slightly. In the eyes that looked at Lu Feng, there was also a strong look of scorn. How dare a man of such stature drive a car into a car? You can't take your own life for granted. And look at those eyes. Those are clearly the eyes of someone who has killed someone. With an extremely heavy murderous aura. This guy acts in such a vicious manner. The eyes contain such a heavy murderous aura. Definitely more than just rich people. Plus, the rather ferocious turn of phrase his son said earlier. This person's origin is definitely not simple. Such a person should never be an enemy. Only friends. Fortunately, I didn't offend this Mr. Lu for Hua Mingfei before. Otherwise, Yang Hu did not dare to continue thinking deeply. With a slight smile, he said, since Mr. Lu has a grudge against that Hua Mingfei's family, then I have to remind Mr. Lu. Oh, Lu Feng glanced at Yang Hu and asked, does Mr. Yang have any reminders? The Hua family is from Lu City. Yang Hu said, Lu Chang knows, right? The big resource city in our southern Star Province. 10 years ago, that side was also the most chaotic city in South Star Province. The Hua family killed their way out of Lu City and became Lu City's #1 family. And it only took 3 years to gain a firm foothold in Xiangcheng. And then, it started to pan out. By now, Hualin Group's assets should be at least $5 billion or more. Together with the hidden assets of the Hua family, then it shouldn't be far from the title of a $10 billion family. Hear this. Lu Feng hadn't finished. Zhang Guang, who was on the side, laughed disdainfully and said, a $10 billion family? Ha! If this is placed in the Dragon Capital and the Magic Capital, it's just a business that can barely make it to the top, without going too far. Looking at the whole of Hua Longhua, he can't even enter a top 500 company. What's the point of this little crap business? It's only in your Shangqing that you can still bounce around a bit. With that, he looked at Lu Feng. Older brother, right? Ha! How would I know? If you ask me, it was only last night that I, too, just got a $3.8 billion Windjammer hotel only. Other than that, I really don't know anything. However, he couldn't let Zhang Guang throw this wink to the blind either. Then he nodded without moving. And when Yang Hu heard this, his face became more and more grave. What's a $10 billion family? This Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, still has a background in Magic City and Dragon City? And businesses? How did such a strong dragon come to land in this Xiangcheng? Is it falling on hard times? And so on. Never think like that. Damn. Such a rich and powerful master. But still take a taxi. Who knows what he wants to do? It's better not to guess. As you said, Mr. Zhang, the Hua family is nothing in Longdu and Magic City. Or if you look at other major cities in the country. Yang Hu said, but, in this Xiang city, the Hua family is indeed very powerful. And, it got its start by being haphazard and ruthless. This time, Hua Mingfei has suffered such a big loss. The Hua family will definitely not let it go. Especially Hua Mingfei's father. That's definitely a ruthless lord who is unwilling to suffer half a loss. Even our general manager Wang has said that this person should not be easily offended. If you really want to be offended, you either have to scare him or beat him to death. Otherwise, there will be absolutely endless consequences. Lu Feng's brows frowned slightly. Having lived 2 lives, he certainly knew how difficult it was to deal with this kind of people who were washed from black to white. It would indeed be a big trouble if he really got on his nerves. It seems like it's only fair to be prepared to be proactive. Otherwise, I'm afraid it wouldn't be too safe even if I had arranged for my family to be here. Thinking of this, Lu Feng immediately looked at the system light screen in his mind. Just below it, in the information bar, there was indeed a message about the Hua family. And, in total, 3 messages. 1. Full information on the Hualin Group. Requires rating value redemption, 100,000. The second, the history of the Hua family's origins, and its information. Requires rating value redemption, 50,000. Third, hidden information about the Hua family. Requires rating value redemption, 50,000. See these 3 messages. Lu Feng's face also stared slightly. From these 3 redemption messages, one could tell that the Hua family had indeed classified themselves as enemies. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have given 3 kinds of redemption information about the Hua family. You know, these 3 things given by the system are all necessities. This meant that Lu Feng would soon need to use these things urgently. And each of these 3 pieces of information is worth a frightening amount of money. The previous information of Li Yunji and the others was only 5,000. It's no more than 10,000 at the highest. And now, it all starts at 50,000 and goes up to $100,000. This was even more indicative that this opponent was not simple. It is likely to create a great deal of trouble for yourself. But Lu Feng only had 65,000 rating values right now. There is simply no way to redeem all 3 pieces of information. Not being able to redeem it means that there is no way to know the other side's bottom play. So how do you find a head start? Daddy, there's a lot of people coming outside. Suddenly, there was a shout from outside the door. They all say they're going in to see you. I'll go out and look. Hearing an Anne's voice, Lu Feng got up and headed outside. Yang Hu and Zhang Guang immediately followed suit and stood up, heading out. Within a short time, the three arrived outside the room. Just see and standing in the doorway, pointing out of the villa, across the bridge, he said, Dad, those are the people who said they wanted to come in and visit you. These people are the owners of Star Dragon Yard, and they are also prominent figures in Xiangcheng. At this time, Yang Hu said, they should have seen that Mr. Lu had checked into the Dragon King Villa, so, they wanted to come and pay a visit. The visitors are guests, so invite them in and sit down. Lu Feng nodded and smiled. However, I'm not familiar with them, to the extent that I need Mr. Yang to introduce them. Good point. Yang Hu smiled. Then, towards the bridge. Lovely, he said. Everyone, our general manager Lu said that everyone who comes is a guest. All come over and take a seat. Star Dragon Villa is directly across the street. Inside Villa 2, Hua Pioneer stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His eyes slightly stared at the situation over at Star Dragon Villa. After seeing a group of people cross the bridge and enter the Dragon King Villa, he was finally fumbling with his cell phone. A phone call to Warmind Fly. Dad, is something wrong? At this time, on the other side, Hua Mingfei had just received a lawyer and was about to go pick up his sister. The villa of the Dragon King is inhabited. Hua Pioneer said in a deep voice. You go and ask around to see what the other party is about. I'm going to pay a visit. Those who could afford to live in the Dragon King's villa would naturally not be simple characters. Its status and hard power is certainly above his own. If there is a possibility of cooperation, then it is absolutely possible to do so. After all, the Hua family was still in a stage of rapid development. There is definitely a need to work with this level of character, in multiple ways. So, he was going to go over and pay a visit too. However, it's definitely important to figure out the other person's bottom play before visiting. In this way, you can treat the problem and ensure that you make a good impression on the other person. Don't. The other side. Hua Pioneer, who had just started his car, immediately pulled over, anxiously. Dad, you mustn't visit. Just kidding. He himself had just crossed paths with the other side. Again, you talk about messing with the other side. Now, to run to visit the other side like this eyeball to eyeball, isn't this sending your face over to the other side and giving them a smack? That'll be a laughingstock. Why? Hua Pioneer naturally didn't know this and asked in some confusion. The man. Hua Mingfei thought for a moment, but finally answered honestly. It's Lu Feng. Lu Feng? Hua Vanguard pondered slightly. Only then did he ask, is that the Lu Feng you were talking about last night? Yeah, that's him. Hua Mingfei nodded and replied, Dad, this person is not on the right side of the road with us, so don't run over there and make a fool of yourself. Hearing this, Hua Vanguard's face sank. Within his gaze, a touch of grimness flashed. Are you sure? Okay. Hua Mingfei nodded and said, I just watched Yang Hu welcome him in with my own eyes at the gate. In that case, Hua Vanguard said in a chilling voice, are you sure your information from last night was accurate? Hua Mingfei was silent. Would a lord who could afford the Dragon King Villa really be a small person with a simple family background? Is that possible? Waste. Doh. Hua Mingfei then heard a cold shout, and then, the phone hung up. Hey. Not only was Hua Mingfei not angry, but the corners of his mouth lifted and he smiled. The old man is going to take matters into his own hands. Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, oh, we'll see. Inside Villa 2, Hua Xinfeng hung up the phone after scolding Hua Mingfei. Then, it was staring at the Dragon King Villa in front of him, seemingly pondering something. Master. At that moment, the Hua family's butler walked in, holding a tablet in both hands. He handed it to Hua Pioneer. Say, I've received a video here about the first young master. Would you like to see it? Hua Pioneer took the tablet. Click to play. Just above the screen, the previous image of Hua Mingfei being humiliated by Lu Feng appeared. After seeing that, Hua Pioneer calmly returned the tablet to the butler. Go down. Yes. The butler nodded and retreated. After the butler had retired, Hua Xianfeng's face instantly became gloomy, and his eyes narrowed slightly. A few moments later, he took out his cell phone and pulled another number. Phone call connected. There was an unmistakable voice of Wyvern coming from over there. What is it? Hua Xianfeng said. That Lu Feng's origin seems to be a bit odd. Help me check his bottom play. I thought you said it was just a little person. That's what my son said. But, today, this man stayed in the Dragon King's villa at Star Dragon Academy. There was silence there for a moment before saying, Hua Pioneer, when did you get things done and become so unreliable? It was my mistake. Hua Pioneer replied. However, it's not the time to talk about that, so help me check it out first. Wait a minute. Then the phone hung up. 5 minutes later, the call came in. Hua Pioneer then asked, "How was it? Over there, it says, go find yourself a pedestal and ease the relationship with the other person." Hua Pioneer asked with a slightly stagnant face, "Coming from a big place? I can't tell you the specifics." The other side said, "Because information about him over the years is not authorized on my end." Hua Xianfeng was surprised. "Even you don't have the right to investigate? There are plenty of people I have no right to check out. Over there it says, what's all the fuss about? And the only information about him is the years after he graduated from college, which I can't look into. All the other information, all of it, was able to be looked up. His parents' information, for example, is public. Same thing you said last night." Hearing this, Hua Vanguard frowned, said, "That means his background is fine. It's just that in the last couple years, there may have been some opportunities?" "I suppose so." Hua Pioneer nodded. "Ha, there was a disdainful sneer over there. How can someone like them go to the hood? Of course, people who can bring back large amounts of money from outside are definitely not simple people. Don't mess with someone like that if you can." Hearing this, Hua Vanguard's face sank, asked, "What if I have to mess with him? What if I have to mess with him?" Vanguard Hua. The other side was obviously a little pissed off as well. "Don't you think I'm infallible? Although, this Lu Feng is nothing in my eyes. But, to move such a figure, I'm sure I'll have to do my best as well. And I'm not sure about his bottom play. If a mishandling is done, something can happen to me. It's too risky to deal with someone like that. So, I'm warning you, never get me in trouble." Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng laughed. After so many years of dealing with the other party, what the other party was, he, Hua Vanguard, knew very well. Laughing, he said, "How about eating him down this time? 7 for you, 3 for me?" There was a sudden silence there. Hua Pioneer was in no hurry, quietly waiting. A few moments later, it was only there that he spoke out. "Tell me, what is his grudge that you are so willing to shed blood? You know about last night." Hua Vanguard then said, "The people under me almost died at his hands. My daughter is also incarcerated. This is something that could still be a tale of trouble. Today, he humiliated my son again. If he really is a strong dragon with a heavenly background, this breath, I, Hua Vanguard, will endure it if I can. But if I know he's not that kind of character, why do I put up with him? I, Hua Vanguard, am also a big shot in this Xiang city. Behind it, there's even you, the No. 3 in South Star Province, backing it up. If I'm bullied like this by someone like him, who just came back, and I don't react half-heartedly, what do I want people to think of me? How can I hold my head up in this Xiangcheng?" Further, a meal, Hua Pioneer said, "Don't forget, Hualin Group, you also have a part to play. Losing face, and not just losing me alone. Cut the crap," that side said. "Since you said you'd give me 70%, I'll take care of this one for you." Adding, "But before we do it, there are a couple of things that you need to take care of yourself." Hua Pioneer then asked, "What is it?" "First, find out his bottom play. It says over there, look where he's been these past few years. Where exactly did he get his funds back from? Second, check out his circle since he's been back, and who's been around him. Make sure he doesn't have a powerful man behind him. Third, you fish out the people first. By the way, make things a little tougher. Try his bottom. I'm going to determine what resources he can get his hands on. Exactly. Know thyself and thy enemy, and thou shalt not prevail in battle. Understand?" Hua Vanguard smiled. "Say, don't worry about it. It's not the first time we've worked together. Don't you know what I am and what I can do?" The predecessor of the Hualin Group was called the Tico Group. The Tico Group, at that time, was growing rapidly. The background is not simple either. The assets are even stronger than the current Hualin Group. It turned out to be a stepping stone for his Hua Vanguard to enter Xiangcheng. It was also because of that one time when he ate the Dong Yuan Group. He and that number 3 man of the South Star Province were tied together. Worked with the number 3 man's governor many times over the years. What's more, it has made Hualin Group one of the most dazzling enterprises in South Star Province. Still a second-rate business, though, it's a little short of being truly first class. This time, if we can swallow this Lu Feng's assets and set foot in a $10 billion family, then Hualin is truly a first-class enterprise. One's own reputation would also be much louder in Xiangcheng. By then, no one would really dare to underestimate themselves, and that Dragon King Villa will surely become his own exclusive villa. As he thought of this, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "I'll wait for your good news." The other side answered back and hung up. Hua Pioneer sneered and continued to call. "First call out. Look for an opportunity to make a move to arrest someone." Hua Pioneer commanded. from their mouths. Ask Lu Feng where he's been and what he's been doing these past few years. The second call goes out. Check that Lu Feng's network of connections. Hua Xianfeng said. All the people who have a relationship with Lu Feng, all of them are inventoried and asked once. You can also start from Su Muyun's side. Her circle of contacts? Check that too. The third call goes out. Don't bullshit them. Hua Pioneer said. If they are obedient, then let them do what we say. If you don't listen, just do it. Could use a little toughness. But remember, don't get anyone killed. Mr. Lu, this Dragon King villa of yours is worthy of being the standard building of Star Dragon Academy. Yes, just by looking at it, it's more luxurious than our villa. I don't know how many times. Isn't that nonsense? A villa with over $200 million is several times more than ours? Can you compare? I wonder what line of work Mr. Lu is in. If you have the chance, you can give us neighbors a hand. Mr. Lu, you're really imposing today. That Hua family's Hua Mingfei was so humiliated by you that he didn't even dare to let out a single fart. So he lowered his head and ran away, conceding defeat. Ha ha, seeing that video today, that was a real relief. That's right, we've been living here for so many years, and it's the first time we've seen someone who can make the Hua family suffer such a big loss, and still can only obediently concede. Inside the villa, a moment to boast about the luxury of the villa. A moment later, he asked Lu Feng which line of work he was in and whether he could cooperate. One moment, he was talking about how awesome Lu Feng was. Very hilarious. Under such an atmosphere, without realizing it, it was already near noon. Lu Feng then stood up and said, Everyone, let's talk here for today. It's almost noon and I have a date. Can't keep people waiting too long. How about we get together some other time when we have the chance? Hearing this, the crowd naturally wouldn't say anything more. They all got up, said goodbye to Lu Feng and left. Yang, who also followed the group. Wife, call Lily and tell him to take the family and wait for us in front of the Windjammer Hotel. See that everyone's gone. Lu Feng then said to Su Muyun. Su Muyun had actually been thinking about Sun Lily. But, when you come to see a new house, you certainly can't bring up spoilers, especially with so many other people here. So, she just kept quiet. At this moment, hearing Lu Feng open his mouth, immediately, he nodded happily. However, after she took out her cell phone, she suddenly asked in confusion, Winsong Hotel? Lu Feng nodded and said, just tell them to go and wait for us. I've already helped them settle things on my side. Su Muyun had no doubts. If Lu Feng says it's solved, then it's solved. So, she called Sun Lily directly. LOL. Over here, Su Muyun just went to make a phone call. The door to the room just burst open. A young man stood in the doorway with a wary look around. When he saw Zhang Guang, he said to Lu Feng, Mr. Lu, can we have a chat alone? Lu Feng saw the other party's vigilant and careful face. Smiling, he said, there are no outsiders here, so if you have something to say, you can just say it. Hearing these words, Zhang Guang, who was on the side, had a slight warmth in his heart. Lu Feng is really treating himself as a brother. The young man hesitated. Then, gritting his teeth, he asked, may I come in? Lu Feng nodded. Please come in. Thanks. The young man entered the room. Coming in front of Lu Feng, he asked, Mr. Lu, have you heard of the Dong Yuan Group? Lu Feng thought about it. Replied, I seem to have heard of such a business more than 10 years ago, as far as I can remember. It's also true that Mr. Lu looks younger than me. It's normal not to know, the young man said. Then I'll briefly talk to Mr. Lu. The Tico Group, initially, started with coal resources. Later, enter the market for non-ferrous metal resources. 10 years ago, it was the largest resource group in the entire South Star province. It has 3 steel groups under its umbrella and is considering the acquisition of Sing Sing Steel Works. Originally, it was possible to go public by acquiring Sing Sing Iron and Steel Works and merging it with 3 other iron and steel plants. By then, the Dong Yuan Group can become one of the benchmark companies in South Star province. But, at the critical moment of the acquisition, something happened to someone at the top of Tico. Then, the number 3 man in South Star province, the current governor Nie Guochang, personally led a team to check out the Dong Yuan Group, and then the Tico disappeared. It became what is now known as the Waring Group. From this turn of phrase, Lu Feng heard a very important message. The figure behind the Hua family was clearly the number 3 figure in the South Star province. Governor Nie Guochang, I don't think I saw you earlier? Lu Feng glanced at the young man and asked. The young man said, I have been waiting outside the door and have not come in. Lu Feng nodded and asked, then, your purpose for telling me this is? My surname is Zhou, and my name is Zhou Xinglong. The young man took a deep breath and said, my father is the former chairman of the Tico Group, Zhou Ligua. The purpose of me coming over to find you is to tell you that you have offended the Hua family. And the Hua family will definitely not stop. My father once told me that this man, Hua Vanguard, is a cold and vicious mad dog. If, on the other hand, someone offends him, then, as long as he doesn't die, he will definitely take revenge. And, it will eat each other down to the bone in crumbs. Most importantly, this man made his fortune by taking the black route. So, do everything by any means necessary? Regardless, if Mr. Lu's background is strong enough, it's best to reveal it earlier. Either scare him to death, or hold him down. My opinion is that it's best to press him to death. Otherwise, there must be endless consequences. This mad dog can endure and is good at enduring, and even better at taking chances. My father, the reason why he fell into his hands back then was because he underestimated him and secretly suffered a big loss. What this Zhou Xinglong said and what Yang Hu said were basically the same. It's just that what Zhou Xinglong said was a bit more comprehensive and detailed. Thanks to Brother Zhou for the reminder. For the other party's kindness, Lu Feng expressed his gratitude. Then he asked. However, when Brother Zhou reminded me of this, I thought that it should be more than just a simple reminder. Right? Zhou Xinglong then said. If I say that it's really just a reminder, does Mr. Lu believe me? My father was the one who carried it all and then went to jail. Chao Xinglong said. My mother and I are barely getting by now. We rarely come back this side of Xianqing either. This time, I also came over because I want to sell the villa over here. Say goodbye to this side altogether. It just so happens that I saw the video of you humiliating Hua Mingfei, so I followed it over and wanted to warn you. Sure, after a beat, he said, if it's possible, I'd like you to vindicate my father and get him out of it after you stomp on the Hua family. If it can't be done, I certainly won't force it. You win, consider it revenge for me. If you lose, said, shaking his head, honestly, I don't want you to lose. Lu Feng smiled and extended his hand. Many thanks. Zhou Xinglong shook Lu Feng. You're welcome. Releasing his hand, Zhou Xinglong then smiled and said, excuse me, farewell. After saying that, Zhou Xinglong turned around and left. Do you believe what he says, old man? As soon as Zhou Xinglong left, Zhang Guang walked over and frowned. Why don't you believe me? If no redemption information for the Hua family appears in the system, Lu Feng might still be skeptical. However, since the system had determined that the Hua family was a nuisance, the information Zhou Xinglong had said was also true in all likelihood. In that case, this matter needs to be taken seriously. Zhang Guang said with a slightly condensed face. What are your next plans? Lu Feng thought about it. Then he said, go eat first. If there's anything, let's talk about it after dinner. The best thing to do is to get that information and then, knowing your enemy and yourself, you won't be afraid of anything. But he only has 65,000 rating value now. You can only get one of the last two. It's probably not very useful if you can only choose one thing. At the very least, it should be impossible to completely stomp on the Hua family. So, it's still a good idea to get more critique points again. If you need any help, just ask. Zhang Guang immediately patted his chest and said, although a big favor can't be helped, but a small favor can still be done. For example, if you need connections on the Dragon Capital and Magic Capital side, I can at least pull a string. Money-wise, I can support a little bit if the amount is not too exaggerated. Lu Feng smiled, patting Zhang Guang's shoulder. Don't worry, calling you Brother Guan will definitely not be in vain. Ha ha. Zhang Guang happily laughed out loud. That's especially soothing to hear. Lu Feng, you can go now. By this time, Sumo Yun had already tidied up the room, and the phone calls are done. What did you just call me? Lu Feng asked with great dissatisfaction. Sumo Yun spat out her tongue and didn't answer, turning around with a red face and walking towards the outside. Older brother. This sibling of ours is just too cute, Zhang Guang said with some envy. They're all old married couples, and they're actually still shy and sticking out their tongues. That expression just now, that movement, it almost made me go numb. I have to say, you're really blessed, old man. I'm so envious. What's there to envy? Listen to So Guang say envy. Lu Feng then said without any good humor. This bitch, day in and day out, just turns around and around in front of my eyes. I'm getting all misty-eyed just looking at her. I'll say a few things about her, either scowling or red-faced, and no rebuttal. I'm looking on fire. It's just as well she's just silent and doesn't know how to help take the heat off. Spend some money on her. She's not happy about it and says I'm a loser. I was in a cab earlier, and while I was in the cab, didn't I say I was coming over here to look at houses? Then the driver thought I was bragging. I don't even bother to explain. And she couldn't stand the sight of that driver's face, had to drop $200 on the other guy, said he wanted to teach him a lesson. Why do you think it's necessary to bother with a driver? And, Even if you don't listen to me, you're dumping a couple $100. What's the point? If I had to, I'd just dump a couple $100,000 on him. And then, how great would it be to have him drive the car and perform a few tricks on top of the flower beds? Or, have him take all 4 tires off, leave the car there, and go back with all 4 tires. That would work too. That's why women, are just a little small-minded and a little petty. It's annoying to think about. Zhang Guang looked at Lu Feng, who was talking while smiling sweetly and happily with a look of contempt. This dog bee, you call that annoying? You call that thinking about it? You call that force-feeding me dog food? Forced to play hard to get in front of me, alright. Are you afraid I won't be jealous of you? He silently patted his chest to get his heart to breathe a little better. How could I have said anything to envy you? Zhang Guang muttered depressingly. I'm out of my mind, aren't I? After saying that, he also walked towards the outside. Ugh, light, wait, leave me alone, leave me alone. Ha ha. Coming out of the Star Dragon Villa, Zhou Xinglong returned to his place. A middle-aged woman approached. Somewhat worried, he asked, Star Dragon, how's it going? Did he promise? Zhou Xinglong shook his head. Say, Mom, what is someone's status? What status? And where do we stand now? To be able to make good karma with the other party, this trip was not in vain. The middle-aged woman's eyes reddened. Immediately, he cried again. Mom, don't cry, Zhou Xinglong said with some annoyance. I know you're worried about Dad, but what's the use of worrying? Can such things be rushed? We're at a point where there's no one above us and no one below us. If Father hadn't taken all the blame, it would have been difficult for us to even appear in Xiangqing in peace, so we'll just have to wait for our chance. The middle-aged woman wiped her eyes. Say, I know I can't rush it, but it's so hard for an opportunity to arise. I'm afraid I'll run away again. As you said, the was are tolerable. If that Mr. Lu doesn't take your words seriously, allowing that Hua family to lay out their plans behind the scenes, then won't our hopes be dashed again? Zhou Xinglong sighed, shaking his head. He said, Mom, Mr. Lu is so young and already has such huge assets. Do you think he would have no means, no skills? Moreover, this Mr. Lu is a very calm and ruthless character. There's no way he's going to be led around by the Hua family. I dare say that even if I don't go over there today, Hua Pioneer and the others may not be able to withstand this Mr. Lu. I'm going over there to give a heads up, and just to make goodwill with him. It's just a chance to ask him to vindicate his father for the future. You still really think that this Mr. Lu, how much he will value me, or even join hands with me? Before Zhou Xinglong went over to find Lu Feng, he had inquired about the series of things that happened between Lu Feng and the Hua family. Therefore, he knew very well what kind of person Lu Feng was. Don't even think about playing any tricks against such a character. Making a good connection is the best result. The middle-aged woman was finally quiet. No more talking. But, the face was still full of sadness. Zhou Xinglong shook his head, sighing, well, pack up and let's go meet Father. Son Lily's house. It seems very dull. Mrs. Sun sat in a chair with a haggard look on her face. There were still tear tracks at the corners of his eyes. Sun's dad, on the other hand, was packing up his things alone and in silence. It was at this moment that Sun Lily suddenly ran back. Dad! Mom! Good news! As soon as she entered, Sun Lily shouted. The problem with the Storm Cloud Hotel is solved. Sun's dad and mom froze at the same time. Then, Mrs. Sun's face changed drastically. Lily, ugh, Mrs. Sun suddenly cried again. Sins, crying. He looked at Sun Dad. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you as a father had some use, why would you let our daughter sell herself? Now it's good that the daughter has been beaten and sold herself. Saying that, Sun Ma looked like she was about to faint. Sun Lily was startled and immediately ran over, holding Sun Ma with one hand, immediately explaining, Mom, don't get mad. I didn't sell myself out. It was someone who helped us out of trouble. Feng Xiao, sit down. Sun Dad also came over and helped Sun Mom sit down. While helping her to smooth the air in her back, she said, don't be angry. The daughter said that she didn't betray herself. Don't be anxious. Let's listen to what the daughter has to say first. Mrs. Sun sat down in her chair and took a few deep breaths. That's what slowed it down. She looked at Sun Lily. Lily, you really didn't betray yourself? Mom, I really didn't. Sun Lily immediately replied. You said it. We can't lose our ambition even if we are aggrieved, even if we are begging. And again, how could I possibly still go and sell myself out? And who helped us? It's Mu Yun's husband. Sun Lily replied. Just now, Mu Yun called and told me that her husband had already solved the problem. Let's go to the entrance of the Windjammer Hotel and wait for them right away. They'll be there later. Hearing this, Sun Ma frowned. Asked. Who is her husband? Able to be the master of the Fong Hotel? I don't know her husband's bottom play either. Sun Lily replied. However, I know that Yun definitely won't lie to me. Adding, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get us to wait for them at the Windjammer Hotel. Yes, Yun the child is still very good. Sun Ma nodded. Since she said for us to go to the Fong Hotel, there's definitely no way she's fooling us. Then don't delay. Sun's dad immediately said. Let's go over and take a look first. At that moment, the three of them got up, and with hope and excitement, they headed toward the Wind and Cloud Hotel. Noon, 11:30. It's almost time for dinner. At this time, the Wind and Cloud Hotel was also beginning to be swarmed with people. As the general manager of the Xiangqing branch of Fong Hotel, Yang Song was originally supposed to stabilize the backstage and manipulate the whole situation. But, at this time, he was standing at the front door of the Wind and Cloud Hotel. Mr. Yang, why are you standing at the door as a welcome guest? Oh, waiting for an honored guest. Hello, Mr. Yang. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Mr. Yang, who is so dignified that you personally greeted him at the door? There's a head honcho coming over from the head store. I'll receive him. At the door, people come and go, saying hello. Jansen also looked at his watch from time to time, and then, looked outside. Suddenly, his gaze froze. Just saw a cab with 3 people getting out of it. These 3 people were clearly none other than the 3 Sun Lily. These 3 got out of the car and came straight to their side. At that moment, he walked quickly down the steps, blocking their way forward. What are you doing here? Yang Song stared at these 3 and asked coldly. Is it because you don't want to die fast enough? Want me to give you guys a heavier hand? Today, the person in charge over at the Dragon Capital headquarters is coming over. One should definitely behave better today. So, for a little thing like the Sun family, he definitely didn't want to make a scene here. Naturally, the first thing that came out of his mouth was a threat. Why are we here? Is it any of your business? Sun Ma snorted coldly and said, if you want to let us die, just come. If you don't let me die cleanly once, I'll go to your house to die. Sun's mom is a grumpy person. Not at all with a wimp. It's straight up hardcore. You, Yang Song snorted coldly. I'm too lazy to get to know a shrew like you. After saying that, he said to Sun Jingyi, who was at the side, if you still want to continue to live peacefully and don't want to live in torment and pain for the rest of your life, then it's best to obediently take them and get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, he flung his hand away and didn't bother to talk to them anymore. Turn around and walk away. Seeing that Yang Song is going to leave, Mrs. Sun wanted to curse some more. But, on the side, Sun Lily was pulling Sun Ma. Say, Mom, let's not argue here. Let's wait for Mu Yun and the others to come. Mrs. Sun nodded and stopped talking. Sun Zhengyi, on the other hand, was frowning, his face a bit ugly. Asked, Lily, is that husband of Mu Yun's reliable? Dad, don't worry, it's definitely reliable. Sun Lily still remembered yesterday, that Lu Feng's performance. A man like that shouldn't be able to say things that are lies to fool people, right? Moreover, it was Su Mu Yun who made the call. Su Mu Yun would have even less reason to trick himself. Sun Jingyi nodded and said nothing more. However, the look of gravity on his face still did not dissipate. There was no other reason. Simply because he knew very well what the general manager of the Wind and Cloud Hotel was about. Yang Song is a member of the Hua family. The connections behind it are very hard. An idle person can't move them at all. So, if it really solves the problem, that would also most likely be for them to make amends and apologize and, then, replenish some of the damages. If, indeed, that was all it was, he could barely take it. He was afraid there would be other strings attached later. In that case, later on, my own wife would probably have another meltdown. Thinking about this, Sun Jingyi is actually very uneasy in his heart. But, looking at my daughter and wife so calm and, well, looking forward to it, it wasn't like he could afford to discourage them. So, there is only silence. Dodo. Not long after, a big red luxury car drove over. It stopped in front of Masayoshi-san and the others. Then the car door opened. He saw Su Muyun get out of the car with her 2 children. Mu Yun. When Sun Lily saw Su Muyun, her face was delighted and she immediately greeted him. Lily. Su Muyun also saw Sun Lily. Walked over with the kid. Hello auntie. Hello uncle. Su Muyun greeted Sun's father and mother, and then, said to the 2 children, quickly call someone. Hello Aunt Lily. Hello Grandpa Sun. Hello Grandma Meow. The 2 children called out to people in a good manner. Hey, Ping Ping is good. And is good. Sun's mom, Miao Fengxiu, saw the child and especially liked it. Immediately, he squatted down. Come, let grandma hug you. Grandma hasn't seen you guys for a long time, and you guys don't come to see Grandma. The two children then said. Mommy said that Grandma Meow and Grandpa Sun are very busy and can't bother you often. Nonsense. I'm not busy anywhere, Grandma Meow said with dissatisfaction. I'm free, so feel free to come. Next time you come over, Grandma will take you to buy delicious food and new clothes. Yes, yes. The two kids nodded immediately. Hello Uncle and Auntie. At this time, Lu Feng also got out of the car, walked over, and greeted. Hello Lily. What followed was a flurry of politeness and introductions. Well, there's a lot of us, and this isn't the place to be polite, Lu Feng said. Go into the hotel first. If there's anything, sit down and talk. Auntie and Uncle. Lily, let's go. Su Muyun immediately greeted. Yes, the crowd nodded. Only Masayoshi-san, always with a stony face, did not say a word. The grandmom, Miao Fengxiu, was holding the two children. There's talking and laughing. Sun Lily followed Su Muyun's side, asked, Muyun, be honest, has the problem really been solved? Adding, my dad's face was hard, and he seemed to be worried about something the whole time. Su Muyun pointed at Lu Feng, said, he said it's resolved, so it should be fine. Sun Lily was surprised. You didn't even ask? No. Su Muyun then said, I usually don't ask when he does things. He will definitely tell me when he wants to. If he won't talk, you won't ask? Sun Lily was shocked. Su Muyun, you fell so quickly? Su Muyun blushed, disgruntled. What are you babbling about? Sun Lily sighed. Say, Muyun, actually, it's fine if it really isn't resolved. I just hope that it's not too bad. My mom almost had high blood pressure and a heart attack at the same time because of this one. So no more mood swings for her. It's obvious that Sun Lily is still worried. Su Muyun, on the other hand, patted Sun Lily's shoulder. Trust him, he definitely won't let us down. Because, the man, so far, has never disappointed. I'm sorry, this restaurant is full. You can go to another hotel. Just then, suddenly, a voice came from the front. Sun Lily and the others looked up. He saw Lu Feng walking at the front and had already gone up the steps. However, it was blocked by Yang Song on top of the steps. Full, Yang Song's words fell just as someone next to him was about to enter. Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown and ask, Mr. Yang, your hotel's business is so good today? Ha ha, the hotel has been doing well. Yang Song laughed. However, whether there is a place or not, that also depends on the person. There is naturally a place for you, Mr. Su, when you come. With that, he made a gesture of invitation. Please come in. That Mr. Su was very flattered. With a slight smile and a nod, he led the way inside. You're a shitty hotel. Open for business. And you're picking people? Immediately, Mrs. Sun refused to do so and said with a cold snort, where did the shrew come from? Yang Song's face sank as he coldly said, dare to splash around in front of my Fengmyun hotel? Where's the security? Coax the people away. If they come over and make trouble again, just call the police and take them to the station. As soon as Yang Song's words fell, instantly, several security guards rushed over. Seeing this scene, Sun Masayoshi's face became even more ugly. Sun Lily's face similarly changed. Looking at this situation, it was clear that Lu Feng and Yang Song did not know each other at all. Well, that supposedly solves the problem. Obviously it doesn't. Sun Mom didn't think about it that much. Coldly grunted, just leave. Who cares to come to this shitty hotel of yours? With that, he pulled the two children. Peace and quiet. Let's go. Does Mrs. Sun really know nothing? She understands. She knows everything. Just don't want to whisper. So, she's putting the word out ahead of time. Stiffen the mood. Pitting the two sides against each other. And lest, when the time comes, we all get a hard time in the face. After all, Su Muyun's side made himself apologize and made his daughter sell her body. That was something she was determined not to agree to. But it was not good to return directly to Su Muyun and his couple's piece of goodwill. So, that's the only way to solve the problem. Auntie, take it easy. But Lu Feng immediately called out to Mrs. Sun and said, he's the one who should go. Not us. Ha, not a small mouth. In my territory. How dare you say you'll let me go? Yang Song said disdainfully. You're afraid you haven't woken up yet, right? Hardly. Do you think I'm afraid of you because you drive a Hermes? And you're entitled to come to me and act like a pussy? With a grimace, he shook his head. Say, young man, I'm afraid you don't know, do you? There are plenty of people who come to eat at my Wind and Cloud Hotel. High officials, rich and famous gentry. What kind of people have I not seen? High-end sports cars, top-of-the-line luxury cars. What kind of cars have I never seen? But, it doesn't matter what kind of car or what kind of people are in it, said the man, pointing to his feet. Incredibly domineering, he said, when you come to me, you all have to listen to me. It's a dragon. It has to be coiled for me. It's a tiger that has to get on its back. After a beat, he looked at Lu Feng in a condescending manner. Intentional, he said. If you know what you're doing, take them away right now and don't be an eyesore here. As for me, I'll pretend nothing happened. Next time you come over, I'll give you a free table. Sort of made you a friend. If not, he snorted coldly, then don't blame me for being rude. Lu Feng nodded. A calm face looked at him. Ask, so, how nonchalant are you going to be? Yang Song frowned slightly. He didn't expect that after he had put out these harsh words, the other party was actually not scared at all. You know, normally, when you get above your own territory, whoever is coming will have a few scruples. Those who don't know the situation over here should understand, after hearing their own words, that they can't get a bargain here. Those who know what's going on over here, even more so. Anyway, in the past, every time some ungrateful guy ran over here to spread his wildness, all he had to do was to say this flip-flop, and the other party immediately and obediently conceded. But this guy in front of me, Dodo. Also at that moment, a black Mercedes suddenly stopped at the bottom of the steps. Dad, we're home. The car door opened and a guy swollen like a pig's head. Get out of the car with a bandage. After he got out of the car, he said excitedly, quick, make us a reception table. Uncle said it was too bad luck to get rid of the bad luck after Mom spent a night in there. No sooner had he said this than a man followed down behind him. This man is no one else. It was Yang Song's wife, Yang Cheng's mother, Hua Mingjiao. Just as she came down on her side, Lu Feng and Su Moyun and the others also happened to be turning their heads. Both parties froze the moment their eyes met. The Hua family really has a lot of energy. In the next moment, Lu Feng spoke. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he laughed. Only stayed one night and fished someone out. Awesome. Ha, now you know my grandpa's family is awesome? Yang Cheng, whose head was still bandaged, also reacted. Smiling coldly, he said, unfortunately, it's already too late. You king. Just as the words left his mouth, he suddenly saw Lu Feng's eyes narrow. He took a step back in fear, hiding behind Hua Mingjiao. Got scared last time. Hit the heart. Therefore, as soon as he saw that Lu Feng's eyes were not right, he subconsciously tried to hide. What do you want? He hid behind Hua Mingjiao, and his bottom line was a little stronger, yelling, if you dare to hit me in public, you'll never be able to leave here safely today. Lu Feng smiled slightly and said, are you sure? Yang Cheng buried his head and hid behind Hua Mingjiao's back, not daring to look at Lu Feng. And don't dare to speak. It's really scary. That guy's a maniac. The last time, the image of the other party letting himself grab the knife and stabbing it into his body was still reverberating in his mind today. How can you not be able to get rid of it? Plus, on the way back, my mother talked about this guy's crazy behavior again, and he got even more scared. He was afraid, and so was Hua Mingjiao. Although it was said that Hua Mingjiao came from a family like the Hua family that started off by forceful looting and plundering, but both my father and my elder brother were especially protective. So much so that she never even saw that too bloody. Therefore, last time, Lu Feng's crazy performance was also a great shock to her. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a door slamming came from the black Mercedes. Then, Hua Mingfei in the driver's seat stepped down. I say, Yang Song, what the hell are you doing here? Hua Mingfei pointed at Lu Feng and the others. Said, you don't call security to get rid of them when they're like that? Today is the day my sister comes back. It's meant to be celebratory, not bad luck. With that, he waved his hand. Hurry up and get rid of the people. Yang Song, who was standing on the sidelines, had already figured out the situation. The young man in front of him was clearly beating his own son, the man who also put his wife in jail. So, seeing my great uncle open his mouth, and no more bullshit, with a wave of his hand, blow them away. Yang Song's words fell. At once, the guards were about to approach again. A word of caution. Lu Feng glanced at those security guards. The duty of the security guards is to keep the security of the Bowden Hotel. Not for a dog, much less a punching bag. So, today, if you guys really dare to touch them, I guarantee that each and every one of you will be in bad luck. Hearing this, those security guards immediately stopped. These security guards aren't stupid. Just now was watching Lu Feng get off the Hermes car. Is a character of this level something they can offend? Getting into such big trouble for a job. They are unless they are stupid. Idiot. Yang Song was furious. Pointing at the security guards, he said coldly, you guys believe his words? This is within hotel boundaries. And right now, I suspect they're disrupting our hotel operations. I told you to get rid of the people. What can he do to you? Besides, you guys are working for me. So could I really let them touch you? Hearing this, Lu Feng laughed out loud, laughing off. Let me just ask, who am I going to move that you can protect? Said the magnetic card, pointed to Yang Chang and asked, your son. I seem to remember. You didn't even show your face, right? He also pointed at Hua Mingjia, your wife, to the point of showing up, came to trouble me as well. And what happened? Sent to my cell by me, but I still don't see any of you. You're a total softie. If you can't protect your wife and kids, who can you protect? And you have the face to say in front of me, who do I dare to touch? After a turn of phrase, Yang Song was so angry that he was trembling all over. He couldn't even retort to that statement. It's true that he didn't go looking for Lu Feng, because he felt that the Hua family could take care of everything. On his side, all he needed to do was stomp on Sun Lily's family. As a result, now it was actually in public and being looked at as a joke. And you, Hua Mingfei. Lu Feng then turned his head to look at Hua Mingfei. Laughing, he said, as I recall, in the Star Dragon Academy, it seems like you haven't knelt down and called out to my father yet, have you? With that, he pointed to the ground. Here, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise, but don't deny it. I've got the video here. If you won't admit it, I'll play it for everyone to see to help you remember. Those security guards heard that, instantly confused. Holy shit, cowboys. Turns out, the one who beat up GM Yang's son, the man who also sent GM Young's wife to jail, it's actually him. Moreover, this guy actually made Hua Mingfei kneel down and call his father. It's not just these security guards. At the moment, there were also some other people who were about to enter the hotel, and they were all crowding around as well. One by one, they're all watching the show. What are you guys gawking at? Hua Mingfei saw so many people gathered around. Immediately, he shouted angrily towards the security guards, why don't you blow them away? The guards looked confused, still not moving a muscle. It was as if he hadn't heard Hua Mingfei's words at all. What do you keep a bunch of losers like that for? Hua Mingfei was furious. Pointing at the several security guards, he roared towards Yang Song. Why don't you hurry up and open them up? He also didn't dare to go and clamor with Lu Feng. After all, the handle is on the other side. And 2 losses in a row. He's psyching himself out. 2. Indeed, he didn't dare to go head on with Lu Feng to fight hard. Therefore, it only dared to disgust Lu Feng. But, seeing that a few security guards actually didn't dare to move, the fire in his heart couldn't be greater. No. Yeah, don't go to all that trouble. We'll resign ourselves. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry, this job, we really can't handle it. The first thing that happened was that a couple of human security guards took off their security jackets on the spot. Then, turning around, he headed inside. While walking, these security guards also chatted. What kind of crap is this? They don't even dare to offend themselves. Letting a few of us cannon fodder go up to die. We're only going to rush up there if we're out of our minds. That's right, we're still saying that we're brainless. I think that Mr. Hua is the one who's brainless. What's the use of rushing up there with this amount of cannon fodder? It's all for nothing. This job is good, but it's still a little life that's more important. When I saw that young Master Yang's miserable state, my legs went weak, so it's better to leave early. Not too loud, but not too small either. Anyone who wasn't deaf heard it. Results. Yang Son's face collapsed. Yang Chang still hid, not daring to look at anyone. Hua Mingjia was trembling all over. Her eyes narrowed, staring at the security guards as if she wanted to eat them. Hua Mingfei clenched his fists. His face grimaced as he glared equally at a couple of security guards. Not a single person looked at Lu Feng. All eyes on the guards now. Ha, this General Manager Yang and General Manager Hua are also interesting enough to take it out on a few small security guards. Isn't Mr. Hua the boss of the Hualin Group? How come he's being bullied like this? That's right, this little young man. What's his origin? How dare he run to the entrance of someone else's Feng Yun hotel to cause trouble? I watched a video yesterday, and one of the tycoons in the video looks a lot like this young man. At that moment, the people around them also began to talk. Hearing these words, Yang Son's father and son, and Hua's siblings all had a feeling that they had no face left. Dodo. Suddenly, and at that moment, another black stretch Mercedes pulled up at the bottom of the steps, the back of Hua Mingfei's car. See this black car? Hua Mingfei's eyes lit up. Yang Chang and Hua Mingjiao's faces also simultaneously revealed a look of delight. It was as if they had seen a savior. Then, the door of the stretched Mercedes-Benz was seen to open. Coming down first were 4 tall security guards wearing sunglasses and black power suits. After the 4 security guards got out of the car, they opened the back door. Separate sides. Greet the people inside as they come out. Who's sitting in there? That's quite a show. That's nonsense. The person sitting inside is the real controller of the Hualin Group, the one known as the Dark Godfather. How can this venue be so small? The Godfather of Darkness. Vanguard Hua? Who else but him? Holy shit. This old man is coming to back up his sons and daughters? It's over. The title of the Godfather of Darkness is not given for nothing. That little young man has forced this old man out. Something is probably going to happen. Alas, this little brother is ultimately too young to know the dangers of the world. Not really. Think of the year. The big Dongyuan group also said that the collapse. This little guy, I estimate that in less than 3 days, it will be out of trouble. At that moment, the crowd around them began to talk. However, without exception, all of them were voices lamenting that Lu Feng was going to be unlucky. After all, those who could come to the Wind and Cloud Hotel were all high-end people in Shangcheng. Back in the day, more or less, I heard about it. Hearing the murmurs around them, the faces of Sun Lily's family instantly became very ugly. They only knew that the Hua family was awesome, and know the horror of the name Dark Godfather, but didn't realize that the Dark Godfather was the oldest member of the Hua family. Had they known this, they would have definitely advised Lu Feng not to make any more trouble. Just swallow the anger and forget about it. However, at this moment, the Hua family's old man had already come, and it was obviously too late for them to leave again. Oh nephew. At this time, Sun Jingyi suddenly stepped forward and gently tugged Lu Feng. In a low voice, he said, "Why don't we bow our heads, admit our mistakes, and give in to them? That Dark Godfather is not to be messed with. This matter, if it continues to be pulled like this, I'm afraid that by then not only us, but even you might be in trouble. Masayoshi-san is done thinking about it. Just think about getting this matter in front of you out of the way as quickly as possible. Then, quickly leave Shangcheng as a place of wrongdoing." Trying to be soft now? Yang Song, who was on the sidelines, happened to hear son Masayoshi's words, disdainfully sneering. "Now you know you're afraid? It's a pity." Shaking his head, "It's late." After saying that, Yang Song was immediately heading towards the rear of the extended version of the Mercedes-Benz. By this time, Yang Chang, Hua Mingjiu and Hua Mingfei had also run over. "Little nephew Lu Feng, why don't we leave now?" Miao Fengxiu, who had previously been a grumpy person, was also a bit uneasy at this time. Worriedly, he said, "Now go back, pack up your things right now, get out of this place of trouble, and the rest, leave it alone." Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, Auntie, don't worry, nothing will happen." Saying that, Lu Feng took out his cell phone and started pulling out the phone. The other side, in the elongated Mercedes, Hua Pioneer stepped down in high spirits. "Grandpa." Yang set up his horse and rushed over, taking the initiative to help Hua Pioneer. He said, "You're finally here. You don't even know. That person who beat me up came to our hotel to bully me again." Hearing this, Hua Vanguard's brows frowned slightly. Looking to Jansen, "What's going on?" "Father, here's the thing." Yang Song immediately stepped forward and told what happened one by one. In front of this father-in-law who has a lot of powerful words, he is not daring to hide it at all. Even the details are well stated. Hua Pioneer listened, looking to Hua Mingfei on the side. "Outside. I won't scold you. When we get back, I'll teach you a lesson." Hua Mingfei lowered his head, not daring to say anything. "Joel, how are you?" Hua Pioneer asked Hua Mingjiao again. "You weren't bullied last night, were you?" "Father, I'm okay." Hua Mingjiao nodded and responded. "With the Hua family's signboard around, no one dares to bully me." When Hua Vanguard saw this scene, the grim color in his eyes grew heavier and heavier. He turned his head towards Yang Song and said rather sternly, "You, as a father, are at least the general manager of this Fengyan restaurant. Watching your own son and family being bullied here, and actually not doing anything about it. You're a real loser." 2. Jansen kept his head down, not daring to retort. He merely responded, "Father-in-law's lesson is right." Seeing this daughter and son-in-law, as well as the son, one by one in front of their own koi, the atmosphere do not dare to breathe the appearance. Hua Pioneer was still quite satisfied in his heart. At least, his own majestic aura remained extremely heavy. It can be intimidating. "Let's go. Go and meet that one called Lu Feng." Hua Xianfeng said. "Changer, hold Grandpa." "Yes, Grandpa." Yang Chang was immensely pleased to support Hua Xianfeng. Being around other people scares him. But, in the company of this grandfather, he was not afraid. Because, his grandfather, was the Dark Godfather. He was the one who would make Shangqing tremble when he stomped his foot. Lu Feng's side had just finished making the call. Then he saw that Hua Vanguard, who was called the Godfather of Darkness, walking towards him. His face was calm as he put away his cell phone. "You're the Lu Feng who beat up my grandson and made my daughter go to jail?" Hua Xianfeng walked up to Lu Feng. Condescendingly, he asked. And one more thing, Lu Feng calmly said. I'm still the same Lu Feng who made your son kneel down and call me dad on his own accord. Although, for the time being, he hasn't called. But I'm sure he'll scream someday. Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng's face sank. Within his gaze, a touch of grim killing intent surfaced. Seek death. At this time, the black-clothed bodyguard on the side let out a stern cry, and a foot was kicked directly at Lu Feng. Lu Feng sneered. Raising his hand, he slammed it against his opponent's foot. Bang! Fists and feet clash. Ka-chow! A crunch came. Just see that big man in black. Directly smashed out. Ah! Then there was a scream. The big man in black, holding his legs, fell to the ground. Above his forehead, a cold sweat was immediately pouring out. Upon closer inspection, he could see that his legs were deformed, bent to the side. Good hands, young man. Hua Pioneer didn't look at the bodyguard, just looking at Lu Feng. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said grimly, however, with these few moves, you're still a bit young if you want to walk sideways in Xiangcheng. Lu Feng asked rhetorically, who said I'm going to walk sideways in Xiangcheng? However, I wouldn't mind walking sideways on your Hua family's head. Hua Pioneer took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, young man, you have guts. I hope that, 3 days later, you'll still be able to say these words. After saying that, he said to the several bodyguards beside him, keep the door well guarded. These few people, if they dare to enter the hotel, they will be directly abolished. Yes, several black-clad bodyguards immediately nodded. Then, all of them stared at Lu Feng. It was as long as there was any movement from Lu Feng, they would make their move. As for the bodyguard on the side who had been put down by Lu Feng's punch, they didn't even bother. Send someone, take him to the hospital. Hua Pioneer gave another command to Yang Song. Then, only then did he say to Yang Chang and the others, let's go in and eat. Don't be spoiled by some flies. The crowd nodded and didn't say anything, just silently following Hua Xianfeng. At that moment, the crowd around them was also quickly talking about it. Worthy of being the master of the Hua family, this aura is really strong. Damn. The bodyguard was crippled and didn't even frown. And he didn't get angry when he was overpowered by others who had nothing to say. This kung fu of raising qi is also a bit scary. The Hua family's old man does deserve the title of Dark Godfather. But that young man is pretty raw too. Fist to foot. Actually crippled a 7-foot man. Moreover, facing the Dark Godfather's powerful aura, he actually didn't panic at all. If he didn't have some skills, this young man, would he dare to take the Hua family's old man so seriously? Strong collision. It seems that Xiangcheng is going to have another good show of dragons fighting over tigers. Who is Hua Pioneer? It's the Dark Godfather of Lu City. It's the LYB in the eyes of the major senior figures in Xiangcheng. It's the kind of ruthless character that will not move and give you a hard bite in the dark. For such a character, that work of raising qi is naturally needless to say. Take the Chinese pioneer at the moment. Doesn't he have a fire in his belly? There is. At this moment, the fire in his heart was very great. It could be said that it was the time when the fire was the greatest since he joined Shangqing Lord. But, he held back. As far as he was concerned, this kind of behavior of Lu Feng, who liked to make a strong appearance and get tough with himself, was a complete dish-a-bag behavior. What are you? How can you talk to such a dilettante on such an occasion? And, even if we get back here, so what? At best, it's a face saver. But it wasn't face saving that he wanted. He also has to get by on the inside as well. For example, before taking down the Tico group back then, he had also been swept off his feet at the hands of Zhou Ligua. But, how did it turn out? Backhandedly, he took down Tico. His own reputation for prowess naturally spread throughout Xiangcheng. This time, it will be no different. Today, let's just let the other side bounce around for a while. Look again in 3 days. Let's see if this kid still has the same moxie he has today. Also, as the crowds around them were talking about, this kid is ultimately a dilettante who only knows how to run roughshod over people. Such a character could easily be counted into prison and then, God forbid, be killed. Hua Vanguard, who allowed you to enter the Wind Cloud Hotel? However, it was at that moment, as Hua Pioneer was about to enter the hotel. Lu Feng however spoke again. Did I open my mouth? Did I let you in? Hua Pioneer was slightly stunned. Then, slowly, he turned around, looking towards Lu Feng, laughing coldly. Young man, brains are a good thing. Why don't you have any? Someone Hua, am at least a dignified figure in this Xiang city. So, I don't care to be general with a dilettante like you, and for the time being, I'll put up with your rampage. But, my son-in-law is the general manager of this Wind and Cloud restaurant. He has the right to not let you in. So, I'll take over for him, have my men, and hold the door for him. What? Are you still going to say that this Wind and Cloud restaurant is owned by your family? Still want me to fuck off? To Hua Pioneer. It was obvious that this Erdnase was a bit annoyed and was not bringing his brain to work. He had sent his own people to keep an eye on them and not allow them to enter the restaurant. And he had actually turned around and said that he was not allowed to enter the restaurant. This is just ridiculous. Is this young man out of his mind? That's right. It's someone else's restaurant. It's only right that they don't let him in. And he doesn't let anyone else in. On what grounds? Originally, I thought that this kid was an overgrown dragon, but now it seems that he is probably really just a pure dilettante. At this time, the crowd of onlookers were also talking. They thought the same as Hua Pioneer. All thought the young man was out of his mind. And Lu Feng didn't explain. Just smile and look at Hua Vanguard. Father-in-law, there's no need to be general with this kind of dilettante. At this time, Yang Song, who was on the side, said, let's go in and eat first. Ignore him. Hua Pioneer nodded. With a cold snort, he no longer paid attention to Lu Feng and was about to enter the door again. I'd advise you guys to stay away. Lu Feng had a smile on his lips. In a tone of disbelief, he said, otherwise, if you get kicked out later, you'll lose face. Hua Vanguard frowned. The face was slightly hard to see. What are you? Yang Song finally couldn't help himself and pointed at Lu Feng and cursed. I manage this Feng Yun Hotel. Do you have the right to fart here? He added. If you want to drive people away, it's me who will drive you away. It's your turn to talk about driving people away here? You, Manager Yang is so official. However, before Yang Song could finish his words, suddenly, a slightly harsh voice came from behind him. Yang Song was in the middle of cursing. When he was interrupted, he became a bit annoyed. However, when he turned his head to look, his face immediately changed. Ah, Mr. Hu, you're here. Yang Song didn't have the heart to scold Lu Feng anymore and immediately greeted Hu Xiafeng. Say, excuse me, I've run into a bit of a psychotic douchebag over here who's been making a lot of noise. It's been pestering for a while before. When my father-in-law and great-uncle and others came over, they argued even more, and clamoring to get rid of my father-in-law and the others. No, I couldn't stand it any longer before I scolded him, thinking of getting rid of him early, lest it spoil our hotel's business. I'm also afraid of leaving any bad impression on you, Mr. Hu. Unfortunately, it's still a little late, to the point where it makes you look ridiculous, Mr. Hu. Hu Xiafeng heard this. A frown, just about to speak. Hua Xianfeng then took 2 steps to meet him. Smiling, he opened his mouth and asked, you're the general director of the Feng Yun Hotel, Mr. Hu Xiafeng Hu, right? Hu Xiafeng nodded. You are. I'm Vanguard Hua. Hua Pioneer said. The real controller behind the Walling Group, in this Xiangqing territory, is also considered to be a character who can speak his mind. Of course, compared to the elites of Dragon Capital like you, Mr. Hu, this old man of mine is of course still nearly as good. I've long heard that Mr. Hu is the chief director of the Wind and Cloud Hotel at a young age, and he's even very popular in Longdu, a remarkable young man. So, Hua Pioneer extended his hand. Special initiative to get acquainted. Although Hua Pioneer said under his breath that he was a little bit worse than Hu Xiafeng, but, neither the attitude, nor the performance, there was no hint that he was somehow inferior to the other. It was only out of modesty and politeness that such a polite remark was made. However, even so, he believed that Hu Xiafeng would have been facetious enough to shake his hand, show some kindness. After all, the 2 points one mentions, anyone who was not a fool knows what they mean. However, what Hua Xianfeng could not have expected was that Hu Xiafeng did not reach out to shake his hand. Not only that, Hu Xiafeng's gaze also looked behind himself. Hua Pioneer frowned, and his face became a bit ugly. What do you mean by that? I'm going to shake your hand and you won't even look at me. What kind of attitude is that? Is it true that you don't take me? China Vanguard. Seriously? However, the next move Hu Xiafeng made was one that nearly caused Hua Vanguard to storm out, only to see Hu Xiafeng ignoring him, straight past him and towards behind him. Hua Xianfeng forced down his anger. Turn and look. He saw Hu Xiafeng walk up to Lu Feng. Very politely and respectfully, he asked, excuse me, are you Chairman Lu? Hu Xiafeng hadn't met Lu Feng in person, just seen the pictures. Also, just now, when Lu Feng called him, it was also only mentioned that he was waiting at the door with his wife and kids. Therefore, Hu Xiafeng is also a little unsure if the person in front of him is that Lu Dong. Chairman? What chairman? Could it be that this Lu Feng was really the chairman of the Feng Yun Hotel? Hua Pioneer was a bit confused. Yang Song was a bit confused. The surrounding crowd was also a bit confused. Where's the stuff? Lu Feng nodded and reached out to ask. As soon as Hu Xiafeng heard this, he knew that the other party was that Mr. Lu correctly. Immediately, He obediently took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Lu Feng. Lu Feng opened it and flipped through it. And again, "Where's the lawyer?" Hu Xiafeng immediately waved toward the back. "Lawyer Yen." I saw a lawyer with glasses walking quickly. "Dong Lu. This is Lawyer Yen," Hu Xiafeng introduced. "Our legal attorney at the Fengyun Hotel." Lu Feng put the document away. Nodding to Lawyer Yen, he reached out his hand and said, "It's hard to make you make a special trip over from so far away." Lu Dong's words are a bit hurtful. Lawyer Yen smiled and said, "Taking the company's money and doing the company's work for them, that's my duty. How can I say it's hard work?" "Ha!" Lu Feng smiled and said, "Come, do something with me." With that, Lu Feng walked towards Yang Song and the others who were already confused. His gaze, first, fell on Hua Vanguard, laughing. "Am I right? If you went in just now, well, you should be kicked out by now. It's a good thing you didn't go in. Otherwise, wouldn't this be a big loss of face? So yeah, you should say thank you to me. However, I'm a big man and I won't get on your bad side. Can't look at your thank you either." So, he hemmed and hawed. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his face suddenly turned cold. "As far as you can. Hurry up and get the hell out of here." An old guy who walks out and asks to be helped. Has the face to come out and pretend to be a bully? Are you pretending? And the Dark Godfather? Purely an old miscreant. Just don't come out and embarrass yourself. Hoo hoo, hoo hoo. Hua Pioneer was so angry that he was trembling. The body trembles, pale as a sheet. It was as if he couldn't breathe. When the fuck has he ever been so pissed off? When have you ever been scolded like that? He pointed at Lu Feng. You, get the hell out of here. Lu Feng didn't have the good sense to say. The words aren't even clear. Go back and hang an oxygen tank. Then come back and talk to Lousy. Hua Vanguard was so angry that his head shot up and he fell backwards. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Yang Chang was startled. Immediately, he held up Hua Xianfeng. Hua Mingfei and Hua Mingjiao also ran over worriedly. Everyone can testify. Lu Feng immediately said, I haven't touched this old undead. If you Hua family want to touch porcelain here with me, don't dream of it. Hua Vanguard was infuriated. Hua Mingfei and Hua Mingjiao didn't have the courage to fight hard with Lu Feng again. He didn't dare to even glare at Lu Feng, just helping Hua Pioneer towards the car. While walking, he said something like, hurry up and get to the hospital. Alas, this family. Lu Feng shook his head, beat up the grandson and lured the old man's generation out to find me in trouble. Beat the old man for a generation, I guess, and the old undead generation ran out again. What's the result? I'll have to retype it again. The old man is dying. Now, it's your turn. With that, Lu Feng's gaze fell on Yang Song's body. What were you saying? Lu Feng looked at Yang Song and asked playfully. Yang Song was also a bit scared. Mixed body shivering. The face is hard to see, like he's been scared out of his wits. Forget it, it's just a drop in the bucket to beat up your kind again. Lu Feng didn't bother to talk any more nonsense when he took a look at the other party's wimpy appearance. With a wave of his hand, he said, Counselor Yen, this person is in your hands. My request is simple. Fire him. At the same time, look into the issue of the property of the Winsong Hotel during his management. If there's no problem, then let go. If there's a problem, it's to the death. The Dark Godfather? Okay, let's give it a try. Then, and see, who's blacker than who. After saying that, Lu Feng let out a cold snort and turned to Hu Xiafeng. You're going to take over the Fengyun Hotel now. The security guards who were just fired, get them all back. Reinstatement. Keep the hotel running. Hu Xiafeng nodded. Replied, yes, Director Lu. Call me when you're done with this side of things. Lu Feng added, let's talk about more important things. Hu Xiafeng nodded his head again, indicating that he understood. Go. Lu Feng waved towards Su Muyun and Sun Lily's family. Go in and eat. Daddy's the best. Daddy Bull. Two little kids don't understand the feud between adults yet, but they knew Dad had won again. So, madly praising Dad. Su Muyun, on the other hand, looked calm. This man, who had already brought so many miracles to him. So the scene before us is no longer surprising. She was seeing things. Certainly not surprised though. However, in his heart, he was very cognizant of Lu Feng's ability, as well as his problem-solving techniques. Sun Lily's family, on the other hand, was shocked plus confused. Holy shit, this is just brightening up my dog's eyes. This young man, he's too awesome, isn't he? So young, he's actually the chairman of the Wind and Cloud Hotel. That's right, the Wind and Cloud Hotel is a national chain of mega 7-star hotels. Who was it that was saying this young man was out of his mind? And there are those who say that this young man is too young, too uninformed, and will be finished sooner or later. Ha, does that face punch hurt? Dark Godfather? Let's Lu Dong tell you who is darker than whom. Grandchildren and grandchildren. From the bottom to the top. And then from the top to the bottom. It's really the first time I've ever fucking seen such a punch in the face. Honestly, it's just acting. But I wouldn't dare to act like this. I've really gained insight today. Quickly inquire and find out. Where in the world is this fierce man? In the future, we can't provoke such a character. At that moment, the surrounding voices of discussion resounded once again. However, the picture was changed. It has turned into a biased touting of Lu Feng. The other side. On the stretched Mercedes, after Hua Pioneer was helped into the car. Immediately, he sat up. Hoo. He took 2 deep breaths. Then, narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he said in an incomparably gloomy voice, Go back. Hua Mingjiu and Hua Mingfei were confused. It's okay? Grandpa. You're okay. Yang Chang was surprised. What can I do? Hua Pioneer said coldly. Am I really an old immortal? Being so pissed off by him, I died of anger. Humph. If I really wanted to fall so easily, how would the Hua family be here today? With that, he waved his hand and snapped. Okay, cut the crap. Drive. Go back first. He was really not ashamed to stay there. And it's not good to walk around with your head held high. So, simply pretend to be dizzy and hurry up. That's a big shame. It's just as well to be called out for not being able to say anything back. I can't believe I haven't fought back yet. The bodyguards are not useful. The children are not useful. Who can we count on? You can only count on yourself to play dead. At this moment, everyone realized what was going on. At that moment, it didn't dare to talk nonsense. Warmblood got out of the car and went to drive his own car. The others, who accompanied Hua Pioneer, rode in the extended version of the Mercedes-Benz and left the Fengyun Hotel, the Windjammer Hotel, inside a box in the second-floor restaurant. After Lu Feng brought Su Muyun and the rest of the group to sit down, just took the menu and handed it to Masayoshi-san. Say, Uncle, I'm treating you today. This is considered my own home. Whatever you want to eat, feel free to order. Don't ever be polite to me. The 3 members of the Sun Masayoshi family were still a bit confused at the moment. When he saw Lu Feng throw the menu over, Sun Jingyi didn't even react to what was going on. What had just happened outside the hotel was too bizarre for him. It's too weird. Before he came over, his thought was that if he just apologized and admitted he was wrong, he could get it over with. Well, it's okay to take or leave this face. After all, they're little people. What's most important to the little guy? Survival is paramount. He didn't care as long as he wasn't selling his daughter and losing some face. After coming over and seeing Yang San's attitude towards himself and the others, he was thinking that there might not be a way out of this matter. Because, if he really sells his daughter, even if he agrees, his wife on the side will definitely not agree. Later, Lu Feng and Su Muyun came. Then, they suddenly realized that their guesses were all wrong. This Lu Feng is even fiercer than his wife. Not only did he not take Yang Song seriously at all, even the people from the Hua family came over and cursed each one that came to the family. Without any hesitation, he directly scolded the other party to raise his head. One of the bodyguards who made a move was even crippled. Originally, he thought that it was impossible for this matter to end well. It's unlikely that he'll be able to solve his side of the problem, if he wants to. Results available. Out of nowhere comes the chief director of the Windjammer Hotel. This person actually called that Su Muyun's husband the chairman. Then, Yang Song was confused. The Was were stupid. Hua Vanguard, the rumored godfather of darkness, was also directly exasperated. This operation, it's just breathtaking. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have even thought it was a dream. That scene, though, was really cool. It's really relieving. Even if he was just a bystander, Sun felt that even if the outcome could not be changed, the trip had been worthwhile. Uncle, don't froth. Hurry up with the dishes. Su Muyun smiled and said, if there's anything, wait until you finish ordering. Yeah, Dad. Hurry up with the dishes. At that moment, Sun Lily was the first to come back to her senses and said with a smile, otherwise, we'll have to rush for dinner. Oh who? Sun Zhengyi then reacted and immediately nodded his head. Then, start ordering. He was due to his previous business relationship with the Stormcloud Hotel. So, once in a while, I come over here to eat. Kinda familiar with the hotel's menu. It was quick and the ordering of food was skillful. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your wife's approval. You are the good man who can do anything. Bonus rating value, 50k. Ding! Congratulations to the host, recognized by a special friend. You are the good man who can do anything. Bonus rating value, 100k. Ding! Congratulations to the host, recognized by a special friend. Ding! Congratulations to the host, recognized by a special friend. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has been recognized by his son. You are the indifferent dad. Bonus rating value, 20k. Ding. While Sun Yat-sen was ordering, in Lu Feng's mind, the system's beep sounded again. After that series of beeps appeared, Lu Feng glanced at his total evaluation score. The result was a shock. Just there was a staggering number written there, $580,000. It was important to realize that before this, he had only had a mere 65,000 rating value. As a result, just now that wave of operation, but it gave him a full 500,000 and more in rating value. This is even more horrible than that operation last night. That's a little scary. Come to think of it, it might also have something to do with demand. Those fans last night, for example, they were simply recognizing themselves, feeling manly about what I'm doing. But today is different. After all, these three from the Sun family are themselves resigned to their fate, just thinking about getting away from this place of wrongdoing. As a result, one can turn things around, help them take out a vicious breath of air while still preserving their roots in Xiangqing. In this way, the system side rewards itself with the full rating value of belonging to the special friend that is ours. Here's the $300,000, plus the approval of my wife and son, as well as stomping hard on Hua Pioneer, the dark godfather of Xiangqing, and the sense of shock it brought to the surrounding crowds. That's what makes the rating value one gets so ferocious. In the future, it's better to have more realistic operations of this type. It's obviously faster to accumulate rating values in that case. Thinking about this, Lu Feng had a bottom in his heart. Immediately, the eyes were on those three messages. Now, the rating values are perfectly adequate, but should I redeem these three messages right away? His eyes fell on the three messages. First, the first one. Full information about Hualing Group. 100,000 rating values are required. This message is definitely important. After all, he's worth 100,000. It's the most expensive of the three messages. Definitely, and the most useful for yourself. Secondly, there is the second one. The history of the Hua family's beginnings, and its information. Need 50,000. This one won't be worth less. There may be some important clues to screwing over the Huas. As for the third item, the hidden information of the Hua family, Lu Feng felt that this was instead the least. Because, as long as the Hua family was brought down, then the so-called hidden information would be dispensable. That, virtuous nephew you. Just as Lu Feng was still pondering whether or not to exchange these three pieces of information, or rather, how to exchange them to maximize their value, Sun Zhengyi, however, spoke up with some hesitation. But that's just opening the mouth. Miao Fengxiu on the side but glared at Sun Zhengyi. Xian nephew is also something you can call? He is the chairman of Feng Yun Hotel. You have to call Lu Dong, adding, don't think that just because he's Mu Yun's husband, you can't have any rules. Sun Zhengyi was scolded by his wife in such a way, and at once, his face was full of embarrassment. There's a feeling of being down. Auntie, if you say that, you're treating me like an outsider. Lu Feng immediately said, if I were an outsider, then I wouldn't have the face to sit here. Hearing this, Miao Fengxiu sighed, but he lowered his head and didn't speak again. When Su Muyun saw that Miao Fengxiu suddenly went silent, she immediately pushed Lu Feng with her foot. How could Lu Feng not understand what Su Muyun meant? Then he smiled slightly and said to Miao Fengxiu, Auntie, in your eyes, in what capacity should I be sitting here right now? Lu Feng knew that although Miao Fengxiu came from the countryside, but, yet, very prideful, also a woman of great self-esteem, but, after all, it is from a rural background. The inferiority complex that a rural person should have in the presence of someone with power and influence, she has. It was also why she was conflicted in her heart when Lu Feng didn't let them call the chairman. She didn't want to flatter Lu Feng and didn't want to give Lu Feng the impression that she was tending to her. But then you want to be able to behave decently, as a family, dignified enough, not to be looked down upon. Under the influence of this tangled and contradictory heart, she didn't know how to face Lu Feng. After all, this was her first meeting with Lu Feng, and Lu Feng's performance just now was just too strong and intimidating. You're the chairman of the Windjammer Hotel. After a slight silence, Miao Fengxiu finally managed to raise her head and look at Lu Feng. It should be sitting here as the chairman of the board. Wrong, Lu Feng said. Auntie, let me ask you in a different way. And again, which identity in you is most important to you? Miao Fengxiu thought about it and said, mother, or wife. So, the most important status for me is that of a father, or a husband. Lu Feng laughed, and whether it's as a father or a husband, I should be thanking you, and your family. I wasn't around when Muyun gave birth in the first place, and thanks to your care over the years. So, I'm grateful to you guys. Besides, the blame for this one isn't all on you guys. Truly, you guys are still being dragged down by me. But even so, you have not blamed us. On the contrary, it's been looking out for us. That's why I purposely asked Muyun to call you all here today. For one thing, it's a way of saying thank you. The second is to reassure you. If I, Lu Feng, cause trouble, I, Lu Feng, will definitely be able to solve it. Won't let any of you, my own people, whom I honor and appreciate, carry any of the burden for me. Finally, and most importantly, after a beat, Lu Feng said, I hope that you guys have been able to remember one thing. In what capacity you are taking care of Muyun, then that is the capacity in which I come to see you. You guys shouldn't stress too much about the rest of my identity. All you need to know is that I am Muyun's husband and Ping An's father. Su Muyun immediately nodded. Say, yes, auntie, if you treat me as a daughter, you treat Lu as a daughter. At one point, he added, just think of my old husband as a son-in-law. These two words, husband, still seem to be a bit difficult for Su Muyun to export. In that case, I won't be polite to you, my best friend's husband. Sun Lily was the first to speak. Nah, you're the chairman of the Fengyun Hotel now. What about my father's matter? Good point. Lu Feng laughed. In the future, let uncle be the general manager of this Fengyun Hotel. Sun Lily had meant it as a joke. However, he did not expect that Lu Feng promised a general manager position of Fengyun Hotel as soon as he opened his mouth. This, no. Miao Fengxiu was startled. That, Lu Dong, auntie, call me Xian nephew, or Lu Feng will do. Lu Feng said. Lu Dong will stop calling. Alright, I'll call you Lu Feng. Miao Fengxiu said cheerfully. That what the general manager position? We cannot want. We, Lu Feng asked rhetorically, why can't we have it? Because, old son, he doesn't have that power. Cultivate it and you'll have it. Lu Feng said. No one is born with it. As long as uncle is willing to learn, I will naturally have someone teach him. But, well, auntie, you're welcome. Lu Feng laughed. It's just a general manager position of a branch store. It's not something remarkable, but if it loses, a loss is a loss. It's not like I can't afford it. Lu Feng smiled. Moreover, the signboard of Fengyun Hotel is here. If it loses again, where can it lose? Miao Fengxiu couldn't say it to Lu Feng. Just nudged Masayoshi-san, who hadn't said anything. Without good humor, he said, old son, say something. Sun Zhengyi glanced at Lu Feng and asked, Lu Feng, what you just said, were you serious? Of course. Lu Feng laughed. In front of my uncles and aunts, would I still joke about such things? Sun Zhengyi looked at Miao Fengxiu. Say, honey, I want to try it. You, as you know, I did management when I first came to Xiangcheng. Sun said, also learned about this in depth. But, then it was stepped on because of connections and origins. That's what forced me out into some small business. Over the years, I've actually wanted to find an opportunity like this to prove myself. But, the kids are getting older and there's so much pressure on them that I just have to make money first. But as you get older, the opportunities like that get fewer and fewer. I know that in the future, there may not even be another opportunity for me to go into a top level of management, much less the opportunity to get me into high society. So, after a beat, Sun took a deep breath and said, I want this one. I want to try. Hearing this, Miao Fengxiu froze. A good long while later, only then did he turn his head to Lu Feng and said, Lu Feng, then I'll promise for our old son. But don't worry, I'll give him a 1-year probationary period. After the inspection period is over, if, with his performance, he can't equal that Yan Song, I'll make him step down voluntarily. After 3 years, if I can't surpass Yang Song, I will likewise make him abdicate. Sun nodded. Say, well, if I can't do that kind of performance, I'll automatically step down. Lu Feng smiled faintly, nodding. Good. Lu Feng's original intention was just to think about helping the Sun family. Furthermore, the family, Sun Lily, were people who could be trusted. Putting the Wind and Cloud Hotel in their hands, it's not as if they'll secretly mess things up for themselves. But I didn't realize that Sun Masayoshi actually had such ambitions. The heart is naturally more satisfied. LOL. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Start serving. After the food was served, Zhang Guang came in with Hu Xiafeng. Older brother, you're not being generous. As soon as he entered, Zhang Guang chided. You're the boss of Snow Peak, and you never actually told me. I'll have to punish you a few more times later before I can do that. Lu Feng froze and was surprised. You guys know each other? More than recognizing? Zhang Guan laughed. We're still high school and college buddies who slept together for years. As he said this, he was pulling Hu Xiafeng towards the table. Sitting down, he said, if I hadn't just bumped into you on the road and talked about what had happened, I wouldn't have known that you turned out to be the owner of this Wind and Cloud Hotel. And you say we're brothers. You're hiding it so deep. not even half a whisper. And let me chauffeur you around. Go ahead. How many penalties later? Lu Feng laughed, pointing at Hu Xiafeng. He said, Xiafeng, you betrayed me. This wine, you have to punish for me. Hu Xiafeng said bitterly, boss, I still have to help you with things this afternoon? If I get drunk later, there will be no one to do anything. Ding. Suddenly, Lu Feng's cell phone rang. Lu Feng opened it to see that it was a text message. After seeing this text message, Lu Feng's face changed violently. The text message was from that old Cartier classmate. Lu Feng. The above is simple. Someone is checking your information. The first thing that came to Lu Feng's mind when he saw this message was the Hua family. Someone was checking on himself. And, moreover, on a former old classmate like Lu Feng. Who else but the Hua family would do such a thing? However, for Lu Feng, this was no longer the point. The point is, you guys talk first, I'm going to make a phone call. Lu Feng greeted everyone with a slightly stony face. Then, quickly fumbling for his cell phone, he headed for the bathroom of the box. As I walked, I made a phone call to my mother in the country. The phone rang 5 times before connecting. Then a voice came from inside. Nah, my son called. Did you lie to me? I'll find out if I ask. It was the voice of his mother. Chen Yuarong. I can still lie to you about this kind of thing. Ask phone to see if what I'm saying is true. Then another voice came over the phone as well. It's familiar. It's the same Zhang Ma who likes to matchmake for herself. Hearing these two voices, the look of gravity on Lu Feng's face eased slightly. Hey, son. The familiar voice of her mother, Chen Yuarong, came. Zhang Ma said that you found a heavenly fairy-like wife a long time ago, and you even have a child. Is that true? Lu Feng was slightly stunned. Asked, how did Mrs. Chang know? Your Chang's mom said she heard it from her son last night. The mother, Chen Yueyong, said, her son also said that you are a big tycoon, worth many billions of dollars kind of thing. Now, online many people know this. Lu Feng was a bit at a loss as to how to answer. What this? Chen Yuerong was dissatisfied. Just say, there's no such thing. What? You're not my son anymore because you're rich? Or are you afraid I'll disown you now that you have a beautiful wife and child? Holy shit. Mom's words were clearly meant to be pretentious in front of Zhang Ma. Mom, what are you talking about? Lu Feng immediately said, you are the mom who gave birth to me and raised me. You are the only mom I have. If you don't recognize me, I won't have a mom. Don't be poor. Tell me, is there such a thing or not? Yes there is, but, well, it's a bit of a long story. Don't say anything if it's long. Chen Yuerong said in a domineering manner. Just have this. That's it for now. I'll teach you a lesson later. Bang. Then, before Lu Feng could answer, the other side hung up the phone. Lu Feng doesn't need to think about it to know that mom is definitely going to brag in front of Zhang Ma. He didn't go back to the box either. Just wait in the bathroom. 3 minutes later, the cell phone did ring. Ha, that was awesome. Just connected. Inside came Zhang Yueyong's big laugh. Son, you are not no. Mom, I have how cool today. I'm telling you, this old spitfire of a mom Zhang, doesn't she always like to brag in front of me? Says how great his son is. How much money can you make every month and help her give birth to a few grandchildren? She's enjoying her heavenly life now. Living every day. So happy. Every time he comes running to play matchmaker for you, he has to brag about his son in passing. Especially since the last time you said you lost money in business. The thing she said, yo. You don't know what I was feeling at that time. Mom, if we hadn't been on such good terms for so many years, I'd want to rip his mouth off. As a result, today she came to me out of the blue like she was crazy. You're a billionaire now and you have a wife and kids. Anyway, he just complimented you on being awesome. And blaming me for not telling her ahead of time. I was kind of confused. I don't know what my own son is like, do I? If it was that good, would your dad be so pissed off he'd have a heart attack? But it just makes me extra happy to see her praise you so much. As it happens, you just called and cooperated with me in answering the call. Then I started to use the same words she used to praise her son in the first place. On you, son, you know what I say? After a beat, he added, I say, my son, just likes to fool around. What's a few pennies earned? If he really made a lot of money, where would he keep such a low profile? Surely he would have gone to the end to proclaim it, just like your son. And, I say, that daughter-in-law of mine, must not be very good looking either. If she were, you would have brought her back a long time ago. Grandchildren, too, are definitely disobedient. Afraid we'd worry about it. That's why we didn't bring it back. Anyway, this son of mine, he's not good at anything, but he's good at one thing. He's still quite filial, and as a result, your mama Zhang's face collapsed. Told me there was something else going on at home and just ran away. Ha ha. Hearing mom's laughter, Lu Feng also laughed. Say, Mom, you sure have a knack for pretending. This old mom of mine is pretending to be more of a bully than she is. I'm worth billions right now, right out in the open. You call that chump change to a country mama? And the punch in the face, that was vicious enough. That Mrs. Zhang must have been given the live stream by his son since she came over and said so. Whether Su Muyun is beautiful or not, and whether the child is obedient or not, this is something that can be seen. As a result, coming from Mom, it's, my son is very low-key and doesn't make a big deal out of making a lot of money. Unlike your son, who always likes to blow around. My daughter-in-law must be ugly and can't hold her own. Otherwise, I would have brought her back a long time ago. Unlike that daughter-in-law of yours, who hangs around and blows every day. My grandchildren sure don't listen. Unlike yours, which allows you to enjoy your family. Zhang Ma is just as good-tempered as she is, but she's still suffering from such cynicism from you. What do you mean? Pretending. Mother Chen Yuerong was annoyed. I call this bragging? What a braggart. Lu Feng then said. Your son is indeed rich and does have a wife and child. And again, so that's why you call it pretending, not bragging. There was a sudden silence there. Mom, son not mom said you. We do people to be honest, although, we do have less money. The family. Mom, I'm being honest. I'm telling the truth. Son, you're not sick, are you? No, you're not sick. What's the point of having fun with me? You're my cub. What kind of a man are you? Don't I know? Never mind. I'm having fun today, so I won't scold you. Now, tell me honestly, what's going on? I can't tell you exactly what's going on for a while, so I'll tell you about it some other time when I get home. Lu Feng said. In short, your son, I do have money now. Moreover, a wife and child. What are you doing here? Playing tricks on me? Chen Yuerong was on fire. 2 days ago, I asked you to bring a girlfriend back, and you hated it. It's a good day. Even the baby is whole. The jugglers in our village wouldn't dare to change like you. Done. There's no way to tell. Lu Feng then felt that his head was a bit big. How do you explain this across the phone? Was it really necessary to spend half an hour in the bathroom, explaining things to her for half an hour? Son, if you're really sick, then get it treated early. Over there, Chen Yuerong's voice came again. Don't keep having that unrealistic dream every day. We, have to get down and steady. If you're short of money, just tell mom and dad, who still have some of the wife's books saved up for you on their side. You have to remember to never get carried away and never do anything that's illegal. Chen Yueyong spoke with positive gravity. There was a bit of worry in his tone. It made Lu Feng feel warm in his heart. I know. Lu Feng didn't want to continue to dwell on this topic, so he stopped explaining. Just say, Mom, don't worry. I won't think or do anything bad. That's good. Chen Yueyong said. We old folks, you're the only son we have, so don't scare us. I'll go back later. I'll talk to your dad, and I'll visit you in a few days. Mom, no need. None of you have ever been to the province before, so don't wander off. We didn't go to the provincial city, but, we're not fools. You give an address, and you're afraid we won't be able to find you. That's not what I meant. I mean, in a couple of days, I'll take them on a trip back to see you guys. Look at you. You're still dreaming. You can't. I have to go back to your father to discuss. We'll come over tomorrow. That's it. I'm hanging up now. Wait. Lu Feng immediately said. Mom, there's something else I want to ask you about. What is it? In the past 2 days, have you noticed being followed? Or, has anyone approached you to inquire about me? If you don't tell me, I almost forgot. Just this morning, when we were on the street, we ran into a couple of guys who kept following us. Chen Yueyong said. The men were dressed in suits and followed us from our house to the street. So I called the police straight away. Those guys, as soon as they saw the police safety, they got scared and ran straight away. Right now, the police security are still canvassing all over the village. Hearing this, Lu Feng's face, immediately, collapsed. Within his gaze, a touch of gloomy coldness surfaced. You Rong, come out quickly. We can't stay in this house. Go to the police station right away. Also at that moment, another voice came from the other end of the line. It was the voice of my father. Lu Mingyi. What's wrong? Chen Yuerong asked. Just now, a couple of guys who didn't look like good people grabbed me and were about to drag me to the car. Lu Mingyi cursed. Luckily, the police security was nearby. I yelled twice and the police security ran over. They pulled me strongly twice. I stuck the car door and didn't let them pull me. So they threw me down and ran straight away. Just now, the police safety said that you were followed too. Says we're in danger and we have to go to the police security bureau. By the way, also turn in your questions and find out who you've offended lately. Chen Yueron was startled. Said, "Are you okay?" "It's okay, just a few superficial wounds. Nothing to worry about." Lu Mingyi said, "Let's go. The police security is still waiting outside. Don't make people wait and get anxious. Son, we've got a couple of crazies on our side. Let's go to the police and security bureau first." Chen Yuerong immediately said to Lu Feng on the phone, "Don't you worry, haha, outside. Take care of yourself. Mom is like that. What is on your mind is always your children." Obviously he was scared. "And to play it cool so your kids don't worry." Lu Feng gritted his teeth and answered in a low voice. "Another instruction. Today, you will stay at the police station. And tomorrow you will be fine." After Chen Yuerong finished speaking, she simply hung up the phone. "You guys know shit. The people sent out by the Dark Godfather can be ordinary punks?" However, Lu Feng wouldn't go and talk about this with his mother. After silently hanging up the phone, a flash of consciousness brought up the system screen. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly spent 200,000 rating values to exchange all 3 pieces of information about the Hua family. If the Hua family didn't mess around so much, Lu Feng was not willing to go and use all his bottom cards easily. But now, the Hua family didn't just make a move on someone like Lu Feng, who was a classmate of theirs, but also made a move on both of their parents. That is touching Lu Feng's bottom line. And, following up, there was no telling what underhanded tactics the Hua family would use. Therefore, Lu Feng did not intend to hide it anymore. Tinkerbell, after successful redemption, all of a sudden, 3 messages came to his mind. In the first paragraph, there is full information about the Hualing Group. This information describes in great detail the entire development of the Hualing Group, and its predecessor, the Tico Group. In detail, the shareholding of the Hualing Group is distributed, as well as the various branches under its jurisdiction. Even some of the smaller mines, which are worth only a few $1,000,000, are described. In the end, it even gave Lu Feng a few important opinions on how to acquire the Hualing Group. For Lu Feng, these last few acquisition opinions are the focus. Even, arguably, the top priority. No wonder this message is worth 100,000 rating values. Lu Feng muttered, "It's true that there's a reason why it's expensive." Then came the second one, the history of the Hua family's fortunes. This message, which describes how the Hua family was developed. After understanding this information, Lu Feng's face changed. The Hua family, you could say, is a family of robbers. More than 20 years ago, the laws of the Hualong country were not yet very perfect. The province of South Star is still relatively backward. Therefore, the Hua family relied on unity and ruthlessness to grab the 2 small mines. Then, with money in hand, you start raising people, robbing mines, and grabbing resources. It's been a bloody journey. Eventually, it grew to the point where it is today. Finally, there are a couple sets of pictures attached. These pictures, all of them, show the blood that stains the hands of the Hua family. With these pictures, and with this information, it's almost a lock on the Wall family's guilt. Hua Vanguard, the godfather of darkness. This is a man who deserves death by 1,000 cuts. And finally, the third one, hidden information about the Hua family. After reading this information, Lu Feng also understood why this third article would appear even though he clearly had the second information and could already completely convict the Hua family. The so-called hidden secret was actually the backer behind the Hua family. Before getting this information, as far as Lu Feng knew, the strongest backer of the Hua family was just a No. 3-person in South Star Province, Governor Nyagwa Chang. This identity is really strong, but as long as this information in hand is stabbed out, even if it was put on the internet and exposed, the Hua family would definitely be finished. But, when Lu Feng read these hidden messages, he no longer had such thoughts. The third piece of information given is documented. At the beginning of the Hua family, just Lu City below the townships and counties, a small family relying on resources to make a fortune, then came across a burrows. It was this bowl that brought the Hua family out of Lu City and into Xiang City. It was also this bowl who helped the Hua family get on the line of Governor Nyegwa Chang. This person, 15 years ago, was the Vice City Lord of Lu City. 12 years ago, it was the number 3 man in South Star Province. And now, it has become the top level of the Hualong country. A big shot who controls the propaganda and network of the entire Hualong country. It could be said that this person was the real big shot behind the Hua family. Nearly 60% of the Hua family's current assets were being managed for this big brother. In addition to that, there were many other officials, large and small, who were deeply involved with the Hua family within the South Star Province. Suffice it to say, if it was an ordinary person who put out the information in the second article, wherever it's put, it's buried. At the same time, something is bound to happen to the person who released this information. Even if you put it on the internet, it will be cleared instantly. Can't make any waves at all. After all, The big man from the Hualong country who controls the network and propaganda is not a poser. No wonder this Hua vanguard dares to be so rampant. So his background is so deep. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Coldly, he said, it seems that certain connections must be utilized to do so. Ding. All the information, as well as the evidence, has been deposited on a USB flash drive and placed in the host's pocket. Please check with the host. Hearing the system alert message, Lu Feng was able to touch the USB flash drive from his pocket. He smiled slightly, and at that moment, he quickly pulled up a phone number. The phone only rang twice before it was answered. I am the Hualong hidden military god, super god of war, codename Sky Dragon Twin Gods. The codename given by the system at first was Super Soldier King. Among the remarks behind the Super Soldier King, the two titles of Hidden Military God and Super War God were labeled. Note, for fear of some people automatically substituting for the King of Soldiers system, I'll make a small modification here. In Hualonghua, soldiers were more often called warriors. The King of Soldiers is also known as the God of War. Opposing the War God was the Military God, the highest commanding officer of the military department. For each position, there are two people. This is the configuration of the Hualong country. But, Lu Feng was different. In his capacity, he belongs to the third party. That's why it has the codenames Hidden World and Super in front of it as a distinction. May I ask what kind of help the esteemed Mr. Tenria needs? Dock me with the state superintendent's office. One moment, please, Dodo. A few moments later, the call forwarding was successful. I am Lu Zhongyuan, the head of the state supervisor's house and one of the 8 great state scholars. A mighty and heavy voice came from the other side of the phone. Excuse me, what are the dragon god's instructions? Lu Feng said, there is a big case over here in Xiangqing that requires your state supervisory office to step in. Lu Zhongyuan asked, can you briefly explain the situation first? Here's the thing. Immediately, Lu Feng was briefly explaining the situation of the Hua family as well as Nie Guochang and the others. After saying that, Lu Feng added, the evidence and information, all of it is in my hands. But, I'm from the military department. Moreover, my identity, which is hidden outside the system of the Hualong kingdom, is not convenient to use to investigate this kind of case. So the only way to help is to ask you, the Lord of the House, for help. And please make sure you send someone right away. Lu Zhongyuan nodded, saying, don't worry, Dragon God, since we have such a person in the Hualong kingdom, it is definitely necessary to punish him with a heavy hand. I will report to the Lord of the land immediately from my side. After the report, someone will be sent over to join you immediately. After all, Nie Guochang, as well as Hua Vanguard's big backer, were all important figures in the Hualong kingdom. The investigation and punishment of such a character would surely have to be reported to the Lord of the land before it could be done. Mistress Lu, my parents may be in danger now. Lu Feng said, you make a call to Lianqing first, and tell the police security personnel to make sure to protect my parents first. Good, Lu Zhongyuan promised. Don't worry, Dragon God, your parents, absolutely nothing will go wrong. Immediately, Lu Feng was polite with Lu Zhongyuan and then hung up the phone. Then, put the phone and the flash drive back in his pocket, left the bathroom, came outside in the box. At this moment, the food has been served. That last lawyer, Yen, had also taken his seat. The crowd was waiting for Lu Feng, keeping everyone waiting. Lu Feng smiled as he got on the table and greeted everyone to start eating. Lu Dong, BFF's husband, half of me. At this time, Sun Lily picked up her wine glass, stood up and gestured towards Lu Feng. Laughing, he said, so, I won't be polite to you today. Come on, it's all in the air. I'll do it first. After saying that, Sun Lily finished her wine in a very generous manner. Lu Feng also stood up, gestured and said, all in good time. When he finished his drink as well. Drink it and pour another glass. And without sitting down, he held it, stood there, and said, there's something else to do this afternoon. So here's a drink, and everyone's coming together. After you drink it, eat in peace. At once, all but 2 of the children stood up with their glasses. Everyone, the Stormcloud Hotel is now mine. Lu Feng smiled and said, I am the master. So let me say a few words. Turning his gaze, he looked at Zhang Guang. Brother Guang, thanks for looking up to me, coming all the way here to see me, and taking care of me quite a bit. This friendship, brother, I'll keep it in my heart. Zhang Guang said, if you think I'm a brother, cut the crap. Lu Feng then said to Hu Xiafeng and Lawyer Yen. Xiafeng, Lawyer Yen, last night, with one phone call from me, you guys rushed over from Longdu early in the morning. I want to say thank you. The two replied, you're the boss. We don't deserve the thanks. Uncle, auntie, the 2 of you are elders, and you've taken quite a bit of care of Mu Yun and the child, so it's only logical that I should have visited long ago, Lu Feng said to Mr. and Mrs. Sun Masayoshi, but, for some reasons, the meeting has been delayed until today. I have to say I'm sorry. In addition, I, for one, have nothing to give you guys, so this position as the general manager of the Wind and Cloud Hotel, consider it as my meeting gift to you guys. The two old men just nodded, expressing gratitude. Lily, Lu Feng said, you're a good girlfriend, so without further ado, if there's anything, just greet. Don't worry, with your words, from now on, I'll make you my husband. After Sun Lily finished speaking, she looked at Su Muyun. Do you have any opinions? Su Muyun laughed. Feel free to make use of it. Sun Lily said. Then this winter, I'll let him warm my bed. Su Muyun blushed slightly, but, still laughed. He must be a thief happy. Lu Feng was tempted to say that the two were happier together. However, Mr. and Mrs. Sun Jingyi are here, so he doesn't dare to say such nonsense. And I'm afraid that Sun Lily will continue to drive recklessly. Just straight up raise your glass and say, come on, let's all drink to that. The crowd raised their glasses together. Cheers. Same time. Star Dragon Academy. Inside Villa 2. After Hua Vanguard returned with his men, there was also no anger toward everyone. He just let Hua Mingjio and the others sit in the living room, and returned to the study by himself. At this time, Hua Mingfei parked his car and came back as well. Where's Dad? When he came back and didn't see Hua Pioneer, Hua Mingfei asked. Hua Mingjio said with a grave expression on her face, in the study. Hearing this, Hua Mingfei fell silent. Hua Mingjio then asked, brother, this time, it's very serious, isn't it? Hua Mingfei nodded. We might have all underestimated that Lu Feng. If, upon his return, Father Hua Pioneer first lashed out towards them, and then, called in front of them, it would mean that there was not much of a problem. Father has absolute confidence in handling these things, but, the fact that the father came back, was silent, and went straight into the study without even eating, indicates a serious problem. It's so serious that even the father has no bottom. Just like that night before taking down the Tico group back then, the father behaved the same way. Uncle, is that Lu Feng really that powerful? At this time, Yang Chang was also surprised and asked, even Grandpa is afraid of him? Afraid? Hua Mingfei sneered. Who has our Hua family been afraid of? Don't worry, it's a bit of a pain in the ass, but, it's not a big problem. Your grandfather is a great man of God, so such a small matter can be solved quickly. Yang Chang then let out a long sigh of relief. Inside the study, Hua Pioneer came in. Then I got a phone call. Boss, there's a bit of trouble over here in Liancheng. The guy on the other end of the line said. Those two old guys are wary, alarmed the police and security, and now, they're holed up inside the police station. We can't find a chance to get down. Hua Pioneer was silent for a moment. Just ask, what exactly is going on? The other side of the phone immediately went over the story. Good, Hua Pioneer said. You guys stay put for now and wait for my news. After that, he hung up. Then, pulled the call out. You have someone you trust in the Lane City Police and Security Bureau, right? What's wrong? Help me go to the secret arraignment of two people, and then, find a way to get them out to me. To what? Two small civilians, a married couple, one named Lu Mingyi and the other Chen Yuerong. What crime did they commit? Shouldn't be guilty, and on what grounds shall I have them arraigned? That's for you to consider, not for me to consider. What do you mean? It means, these two people, I want to grasp in the hands of. Hua Pioneer aggravated tone, at all costs in the hands. There was silence there. Vice City Lord Shao, you have no room for consideration. See, the other side is silent. Hua Pioneer said forcefully, you can only do what I say. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong with me, you definitely won't be able to escape. Surprised over there, didn't you say that they were just two civilians? How come they're still threatening you? I'll give you $10 million when it's done. Mr. Hua is actually willing to offer such a price. So it seems that these two people are indeed very important. The voice on the other side of the phone was suddenly grave. Tell your men to wait outside of Lane City, and within an hour, I'll send someone out. After that, the other side hung up. Hua Pioneer wasn't angry either, just standing in front of the window, looking at the Dragon King's villa not far away. There was a slight coldness in his gaze. Jingle bells. That's when the phone rang again. Boss, the people we've contacted have rarely dealt with Lu Feng in these past few years, so we don't know much about Lu Feng's specific situation. What about that video and those security guards? It's been resolved. Okay, you guys go get ready. Hua Vanguard commanded. Perhaps, it will be necessary for you to do it. Those guys in Lu, should we take them? Of course. Got it. After hanging up, Hua Vanguard's eyes narrowed. This team is an elite group of men that he has raised. Most of them, for the most part, were retired fighters from the Hualong country. Both the equipment and the strength are first class. The reason for preparing these people is to prepare for the worst possible scenario. And after this site is commanded, he then unplugged the phone of that number 3 person in South Star Province, Governor Nya Guochang Nya. It wasn't long before the call was answered. Hua Pioneer was the first to speak. You should already know about the Storm Cloud Hotel, right? Nya Guochang on the other end of the phone nodded. I just watched the video. Pioneer Hua asked. Any ideas? To be honest, I'm quite happy. Nya Guochang laughed. This is the first time I've seen our general manager Hua suffer such a big loss. Even, in order to cover up his woes, he actually played the act of feigning illness. You know, in this acre of South Star Province, even one wouldn't dare to talk to you like this. Oh no, I should say that even that big shot from Dragon Capital wouldn't dare to scold you like that. Hearing this, Hua Vanguard's cheeks trembled, the eyes narrowed slightly as well. As far as he was concerned, it was a real shame. And, a shame that will be nailed to a pillar of shame that can never be cleared. It's not the same as the last time we dealt with the Tico. That time, he was just belittled and looked down upon. Later, after taking down the Tico group and establishing the Hualin group, all the people would only praise him for being a great Chinese pioneer. And this time, even if it's a win, he couldn't wash his hands of being called out for faking a retreat. That's the thing that's going to be the most unbearable for him. Mind you, the first half of his life was dark. The second half of his life was spent trying to clear his name. It was hard to get cleaned up and manage to make it to shore. He then chose to take credit for his work and hide behind the scenes as a true behind-the-scenes controller. Originally, he thought that everything would go smoothly in the direction he predicted. As a result, it was a sudden encounter with such a fierce man. On top of his son-in-law's turf, this guy actually gave himself a ferocious comeback, directly disgraced himself, wrong my life, but at the last moment, planted a so big heel, he cannot swallow this breath especially, it was still being looked at as a joke by his collaborators, which was more than he could stand. Nya Guochang, do you think I have a good temper? Hua Vanguard gritted his teeth and said grimly, if you feel that this matter is not a big problem, then there is nothing to talk about between us. Ha ha. Nya Guochang laughed and said, you're a mad dog. Moreover, a mad dog that's gotten carried away. That much is clear to me. So I feel happy to see your crazy dog suffer a big loss. Because, it's something I can't do. Also me. Suddenly, his voice went cold. Don't dare do it. Hua Pioneer took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He asked in a deep voice. Then what? It's hard to believe that you really think you're just a spectator? And then? Nya Guochang smiled coldly and said, then, it's time for you to go to your true master and help you out. Since the other party is the owner of the Wind and Cloud Hotel, then, they must have some background in Dragon Capital. Even if I can help you from my side, I can only help you with Xiangcheng. Once the problem has stabbed its way to the Dragon Capital, then it will only be useful if that true lord of yours opens his mouth. The voice intensified violently. If you don't want to die, you'll have to find him. Bang! Hua Pioneer finally couldn't stand it anymore and directly smashed his cell phone on the ground. The phone smashed to pieces on the spot. Nya Guochang, you son of a bitch, eat lousies, take lousies, use lousies. Now, to actually look at me there and call me a dog. If anything happens to me, I'll be the first to drag you down, and I'll make sure you don't die well. Hoo. After cursing angrily, Hua Vanguard was starting to catch his breath. It took him a long time to catch his breath before he gradually calmed down. Then, slowly, he fished the other 2 cell phones out of the study drawer, put one of them aside. The other one, after taking it apart, a new card was loaded and then, a call was pulled. There was no answer on the other side of the phone. Hua Pioneer wasn't in a hurry either. Wait quietly. A few moments later, the phone rang. Hua Pioneer quickly picked up. Boss, I'm having a bit of trouble over here. Say, Hua Pioneer immediately told the details of what happened. After hearing that over there, they asked, what kind of results do you want? Hua Vanguard gritted his teeth. I want him dead. Then the other side said, send me the guy's info, and then, be quiet and wait for me to hear from you, and don't make any moves. Yes. The phone hung up. Hua Pioneer sent the message over the first time. Then, there was the quiet beginning of the wait. Outside the study, Hua Mingjiu and Hua Mingfei looked at each other. The look on his face became more and more grave and ugly. They knew very well that being able to make their father so angry meant that things were really in big trouble. Southern Star Province. Inside the governor's residence. After Nya Guochang and Hua Pioneer ended their conversation, then he closed his eyes slightly and fell into contemplation. Ever since he was pulled into the fire by that backer of Hua Vanguard, there was no turning back for him. It's always been led by the nose by Pioneer Hua and the One. It can be said that he made one wrong step and one wrong step. Originally, he didn't think it was a big deal if it was just some small people and small things. Anyway, there's a tall one on top. But that video today was a huge shock to him. A young man who came out of nowhere dared to take the Hua family so lightly. It is very unusual to dare to insult Hua Pioneer in such a way. After all, Hua Pioneer was also a big shot in Xiangcheng. People who are in business and do great things know that they have to make peace. Even if there are conflicts and clashes, they don't do things to death. But today's Lu Feng, that is clearly stepping on Hua Pioneer and his family to the death. To humiliate the Hua family like that in front of so many people. Hua Vanguard absolutely couldn't swallow this. He knew very well what kind of person Hua Pioneer was. How is this mad dog as tolerant as everyone says he is? The insidiousness is real and can be tolerated? That's the joke. Therefore, he knew very well that the Hua family and Lu Feng were bound to end in a crushing defeat. The bottom play of the Hua family was clear to him. But Lu Feng's bottom play, he is not clear. What makes Lu Feng dare to do this to Hua Pioneer today? Where does he get his confidence from? Thinking about it, he couldn't help himself after all. When he opened his eyes and fumbled for the phone, he pulled out a number. Phone call connected. Kokchan, you should know that I'm taking a nap at this hour. Across the room was an older man's voice. What's so important about you calling me? Uncle Wang. You are one of the esteemed 4 prime ministers of the Hualong kingdom. Nyagwa Chang then said. It's really not right to disturb your nap. But, after a beat, Nyagwa Chang only said, my eyelids have been jumping very badly for the past 2 days, and I'm worried that something might happen to me. So, it's like, go ahead. What's up? I'd like you to help me look into someone's bottom play. Nyagwa Chang then said, this person has recently had some conflicts with me, and I'm worried that he'll find me in trouble. Is that Provincial Lord Zhen? No, it's the owner of the Wind and Cloud Hotel, a man named Lu Feng. Nyagwa Chang replied, I've checked his bottom play before, but not enough authority to check. I had thought that he was just a dirtbag who had come back from making a lot of money out there. As a result, he suddenly came up with the identity of the owner of the Winsong Hotel, and I thought that this person might come from a good source. So, would like you to check it out for me. There was silence there for a few moments. Only then did he slowly say, Guo Chang, for father's sake, this time, I'll do you this favor. After a beat, he said with incomparable seriousness, but, this kind of favor of making a mistake of principle, I will only help you once. And the next time will not be an exception. Nyagwa Chang immediately assured. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. Guo Chang would never dare to do it again. There was no nonsense on that side. Just hung up. Half an hour later. Hunan City. The Windjammer Hotel. Finished eating. After we all made small talk for a while. Lu Feng let Sun Lily's family go back first. Tell Masayoshi-san to come to work tomorrow. When Su Muyun saw that Lu Feng had something to do, she said that she wanted to take her child and go with Sun Lily and the others. The kids also said they wanted to play at Sun's house. Lu Feng let them go. And then, Lu Feng first asked Lawyer Yan to go ahead and take care of Yang Song's matter first. Hu Xiafeng and Zhang Guang were left behind. Xiafeng, since you're brother Guang's iron buddy, I won't bullshit you. Lu Feng smiled and said, I know that you should have the idea in your heart to resign, but, I'm not very cognizant of the hotel business, and there's no one I can trust to manage it for me. So, how about I give you 10% of the shares and you stay and continue to help me run the Wind and Cloud Hotel? Hearing this, Hu Xiafeng also froze for a moment. Then, strangely glancing at Lu Feng, Lu Dong, Lu Feng waved his hand and said, we are all on our own, so don't call me anything like Lu Dong, just call me Ah Feng like brother Guang. Okay, Hu Xiafeng nodded and said, Feng, since you look up to me, then I'm not proud of it. You give me 5% of the shares and another $5 million in annual salary. I'll stay. A raise of $5 million a year is not a problem. Lu Feng said, but, the shares are just 10%. I'm not short of this 5%, but I'm short of a trusted talent like you. There was a touching color floating in Hu Xiafeng's eyes. Hey, I mean you too. What's going on here? Zhang Guang on the side then laughed. Is this how bargaining works? One thinks it's too much to give, and the other thinks it's too little. And again, or why don't you just give me the 5%? Lu Feng then smiled and said, if you have the skill of Shui Feng, I'll give you 10% as well. Or forget it. It's okay if I have to sell cars. I have to manage hotels. LOL. Zhang Guang said, turning his head to look at Hu Xiafeng. I say Xiafeng, you're a big man. Ink, what do you mean? Okay, I promise. Hu Xiafeng immediately looked at Lu Feng and said, Feng, other than that, I don't dare to guarantee. But, letting Feng Yun Hotel reach a market capitalization of more than $20 billion after 5 years. This, I can definitely do. That's right. Zhang Wang then smiled. We're all brothers. Why are you being polite to him? Why don't you just help him make more money? Lu Feng smiled and nodded, just about to speak, but his cell phone suddenly rang. Lu Feng immediately took out his cell phone to take a look. I'm going to get a phone call first. After saying that, he went towards the bathroom. Same time, inside the governor's residence, Nieguachan also received a call from Prime Minister Wang. Nieguachang immediately asked, Uncle Wang, how is the situation? Then the king's prime minister here was silent, didn't speak right away. Nieguachang became even more anxious, but did not dare to speak, but just waited honestly. Finally, the one spoke, said, I've just thought it over and realized that, no matter how you think about it, you only have two choices. As soon as Nieguachang heard this, he knew that Lu Feng was coming from a big place. However, since there are still options, it's not a huge problem. Immediately, he said, Uncle Wang, as long as there is still a choice, you tell me, where do you want me to serve? Nieguachang thought he was just jacked, so, the heart is slightly more expectant. But, the words that came out of Prime Minister Wang's mouth scared him half to death. Do you want to live, or do you want to die? Mickey is beautifully dressed and sexy for all of you to see for so long. It's finally coming out for sale. As to whether there is any business, that is for God only to know, and for all of you to know. Mickey writes books for a living. So, the results after it hits the shelves, for Mickey, is the key to being able to keep writing. The book, when it first opened, actually did okay. The follow-up, however, was unsatisfactory. There was the truth that Mickey had no idea what was going on in his mind. But after all that work, I don't want to give up. I'm going to spell. After it hits the shelves, for the first month, there will be a guaranteed 5 more chapters. And if, for example, the average booking can reach 500 or more, I'll add 5 more chapters. I'll add 2 more chapters for every 100 more average subscriptions after that. 1 extra chapter for each additional 50 monthly votes. Anyway, I'll try to code an update and go for a grade. I also hope that you, the book lovers, can give Mickey a little subscription as support. Your support is what keeps me writing. Mickey has food to eat, so he can write with passion. Mickey's not asking for much. 8,000 favorites. I want 500 book subscriptions. It shouldn't be a dream, right? As long as there's that support, Mickey can write. I wanted to finish writing him. I wanted to tell the story. Anyway, in a nutshell, I'll leave the updates to Mickey, and for the rest, I'll leave it to you all. Around 1 o'clock, there will be 2 shelving chapters delivered. The rest at night. Do you want to live, or do you want to die? Hearing Prime Minister Wang's reply, Nieguachan's entire body was dumbfounded. Prime Minister Wang was called Wang Xinfei, one of the 4 prime ministers of the Hualong Kingdom. The senior figures of the Hualong Kingdom, from the state lord downwards, were the 2 state masters, then, the 4 prime ministers, and finally, the 8 state scholars. This is the power structure at the highest level of the Hualong country. Of course, the War Department says otherwise, although Wang Xinfei was at the bottom of the list among the 4 prime ministers. But, well, at least it's the prime minister. It was even higher than the status of the 8 great statesmen. And since he gave the answer after half a day's thought, that meant that the matter was so serious that he was powerless to do anything about it. Uncle Wang. Nieguachang took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I want to live. Guo Chang. You know what? When I heard about what happened to you, I was feeling very distressed. Prime Minister Wang said in a deep voice. You're someone I've looked up to, and I've made a big effort to get you to where you are today. But you actually, alas. Prime Minister Wang seemed to want to curse, but, as the words reached his mouth, they eventually turned into a sigh. Forget it, there's no point in scolding you anymore. Prime Minister Wang said, Guo Chang, for the sake of your father, I will help you one last time. After helping this time, the favor I owe your father will be paid off. In the future, you won't have to come back to me. Nieguachang heard Prime Minister Wang speak with such solemnity. In his heart, he also understood that this time, he was afraid that his own matter had involved Wang Xinfei, and Wang Xinfei may have made concessions to save himself. Uncle Wang, I'm sorry. He lowered his head. It's in the past. There's no need to talk about it. Wang Xinfei said. I'll send you Lu Guisher's phone number later. You call him. Don't hold anything back. One by one, tell me what you know, all of it, and then, to be judged. Nieguachang nodded, rather forlornly. He said, yes, first of all, I'll give you a heads up. Wang Xinfei said, the best result I can get for you from my side is to avoid jail time. I understand. Same time, Star Dragon Academy. Inside Villa 2, Hua Pioneer finally waited for that call from Longdu. Boss, Pioneer, things may be a bit dicey, the leaner over there said. The energy of the person you've messed with this time might be a bit high. Hua Pioneer's heart sank when he heard this. Asked, how big is it? If, I'll let you go apologize to him. That side then said, asking for his forgiveness, or even, surrendering the Hualin group, so that he would let you go. Would you be willing to do that? Hua Vanguard's face changed. Shocked. Boss, that guy has that much energy? I haven't gotten to the bottom of his play yet. Over there, it said, but, from what I've been able to get wind of, what you've been up to, may be heavily scrutinized. Even you, boss, can't find out his bottom play? Hua Pioneer's face was very ugly. The higher-ups are still going to conduct a strict investigation on my Hualin group? It might not just be the Waring group, the other side said. And, perhaps, your bottom play. Hua Pioneer asked reluctantly. This matter, there is no room for maneuver? Yes, there's no room for maneuvering on my end. Over there, it says, to your side, perhaps, and to put up a fight. Hua Pioneer immediately asked, how do you spell it? You will now go immediately to your provincial Lord Yang and take the initiative to confess part of the problem yourself. The other side added, and, apply for the transfer of all the assets, including mine, that the Hualin group gave to the state. And again, pray for a lenient sentence from above. Hearing this, Hua Xianfeng understood. It's the same as just spreading your family's wealth around and then, again, carrying all the problems. Make sure nothing happens over there. Boss, is this what you call a spell? In Hua Vanguard's mind, this spell should be an opportunity to turn defeat into victory. But what came out of that side of the mouth became a throw away the car move. You have one more choice. It says over there, turn yourself involuntarily and give up all your problems. And again, let's see if they'll go easy on you up there. A cold sweat began to break out above Hua Vanguard's forehead. On the things that he did, if he took the initiative to give it all up, not to die 10 times 8 times, that's all hell. Compared to the first option, this would be a really self-defeating choice. First option, at least there's help over there. Even if you go in, you probably won't die. If the second, boss, is there, really, no other way? Hua Vanguard is not willing to do that. He's been strong in Xiangqing for so many years. It was so hard to make a piece of such a mountain. Now, let him give it away and have to voluntarily admit his guilt. Can he be happy with that? On top of that, he still doesn't even know how he lost. Hua Vanguard, listen to me. Over there, with a straight face. I'm not kidding you. Those are the only 2 choices you have right now. Either that, or scatter your family's wealth and voluntarily surrender some of your problems. I'll run it for you on my end and try to save that life for you. Either that, or you do things your own way. Or, just turn yourself in. The results, then, are beyond my control. You're a smart man. You should know which choice to make that would be better for you. Hearing this, Hua Vanguard fell silent. A good long while later, it was only then that he gritted his teeth and said, Boss, Nuosha Jiangshan, looking to develop into the behemoth Hualin group, let me give it away like this. I'm not willing to do it. It's no one's fault but your own. The boss over there said coldly. I told you not to do anything for a while, to hold back and wait for my news. What happened? Hua Pioneer was like, I didn't do anything. Didn't do it? The boss over there said disdainfully. Are you taking me, He Jun, for a fool? What is it about you, Vanguard Hua, that I don't know? You can hold your tongue after a loss of that magnitude at someone else's hands? You swallow that? What have you done over the years that I don't know about? After a few years of being the emperor of the land, you don't know who you are. Let me tell you, if it wasn't for me pressuring Nieguachan's side, you Hua Pioneer would have been a dead man already. A cold grunt escaped, said, and, if you hadn't done it, the other side would have reacted so quickly? I haven't even heard anything from my side, and there's a move so soon over there? You don't piss people off so much that they'll waste this resource to move you? Who are you, Hua Pioneer? If it weren't for someone targeting you, do you really think that the higher-ups on the Dragon Capital side would take you seriously? Would have the leisure to check up on you? He Jun was one of the 3 vice-lords of the national Xuanfu. Such an identity, even if it was placed in the Dragon Capital, the power center of the Dragon Kingdom, it was also a very significant figure. It goes without saying that he is able to get to where he is today, and his ability naturally goes without saying. But, it's more about drilling and connections. In this, Hua Pioneer, a pawn, had helped him greatly in the beginning. Though, for him now, Hua Vanguard was already a dispensable existence. But, he knew very well what Hua Pioneer was. The other party must be in control of a great deal of information about him. It was also why a big shot like him had to honestly wipe the other side's ass. But when he thought that Hua Pioneer not only disobeyed, but also retorted, he ended up stepping on a landmine that he couldn't step on. The fire in his heart was a bit of a seed that he couldn't suppress. Hua Pioneer was no fool. As soon as I heard that, I knew there must be a problem on my side. But, if you think about it, it's true that you haven't asked anyone to stop. If there is a real problem, boss, after hooking up with you, I really didn't make a move, Hua Vanguard said. However, before that, my people did make a move, adding, only, it didn't catch his parents. Vanguard Hua, there's no point in talking about this now, He Jun said. Time is running out. Take your own decision on what to do. Hua Vanguard pondered for a moment afterward. Suddenly, coldly gritting his teeth, boss, I can choose the first option. But, after a beat, he added, I want revenge. He Jun asked without any good humor. How else do you want to retaliate? I can't swallow this. Hua Vanguard said coldly. So, I want him dead, and I want his family, and those around him, to pay a heavy price for his behavior. Boss, don't worry. In this matter, I definitely won't involve anyone. Over the years, I've raised some dead soldiers in my hands. This is a matter that will be left to them. Anything they do, it's not even remotely related to us. He Jun was also silent after hearing this. It was a long time before he asked, if I don't let you do something, do you agree? Boss, this matter, I must do it. Hua Pioneer gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I promise I won't involve anyone. And again, that, I can guarantee with my life. I know. After He Jun said this, he simply hung up the phone. Inside the study, Hua Pioneer saw the phone hang up, and there was no further hesitation. Immediately, he reached for his cell phone. Start pulling calls. Not a moment too soon. Phone call connected. Hua Pioneer then asked, did the guy get it? Boss, we're still on our way. The guy over there replied, should be able to get the guy in about half an hour, tops. After you get the guy, go take one out. Hua Pioneer said, after you're done, you guys go and voluntarily turn yourselves in and take the blame. Adding, I'll send you the information and money later. There wasn't any hesitation there. Nodding, yes. Then, after a few more instructions, he hung up. Pull the second phone. You guys go wait outside of Ripple City. The phone was connected and Hua Pioneer instructed again. Someone will hand over those two couples to you. When you get someone, you deal with them straight away. Then, send two people to voluntarily turn themselves in. I'll call you with the money later. The same answer on the other side and hung up. Since you won't give me a way out of this alive, you and your family can go to hell. Hua Vanguard grimaced, gritted his teeth, and muttered viciously. Londo, somewhere in the middle of a mansion. He Jun after hanging up on Hua Pioneer. Again, a call was pulled. Not much longer. Phone call connected. Elder Yen, He Jun said in a deep voice. There is something that I need to report to you. Say, I still have a little bit of property over in Xiangcheng, so I hope Elder Yen can send someone to receive it. Old Yen on the opposite side didn't say anything. Just listen quietly. I've made some mistakes on my side, and I may have disappointed you. Elder Yen, Immediately, He Jun was the one who explained the matter. One by one. Even the matter of Hua Vanguard wanting to retaliate. He had told Yen Lao about it. Toshi, you did disappoint me too much. After hearing this, Elder Yen sighed. However, I am not disappointed in your abilities. I'm disappointed that you're in this position and you can't control a minor character like this. You're at least a party member now. And to put you down, you're at least a provincial lord. But you're actually being led by the nose by a little character like this. What do you want me to say about you? Emil. Yen Lao continued. Originally, this matter was well resolved. You told him to give up his revenge. Take things on. Then nothing will happen on your side. And you can keep his children and grandchildren safe. But when he strikes, that's of a completely different nature. Does he think he's going to be alright after he's sent one or two dead soldiers to take the blame? Does he think that you can really pull it off? He's just looking for death if he's a small businessman who dares to call the shots of the entire Hualong kingdom. He Jun sighed. Helplessly, he said, this man, I know him well, is at heart a mad dog without reason. Especially at a time like this. There's no way he's going to stop when you tell him to. So instead of trying to persuade him, why don't we just use him? Something is always going to happen to me. So let's get a little more benefit for the Yen family. Yen Lao nodded. Say, if you can understand that, let's say I wasn't wrong about you. Well, you wait at home. I'll take care of the rest. Don't worry, I won't treat your son badly. Lu Feng took his cell phone and entered the bathroom. The call was quickly answered. Greetings Dragon God. I am Su De, the southern military king of the Hualong kingdom. A thick voice came from over there. The people on the side of the state supervisor's office may take 2 hours before they can arrive in Xiangcheng. Adding, so, the state lord asked my side to first rendezvous with you to discuss a specific course of action. The Hualong kingdom had 2 great army lords and 8 great army kings. Seeing that the lord of the country had sent a military king directly to meet him, Lu Feng then asked, "Where are you now?" Suda said, "The underground garage of Xiangcheng Feng Yun Hotel." "Okay, I'll come over to you later." After that, hang up, step out of the bathroom. Lu Feng then said to Hu Xiafeng, "Xiafeng, in fact, there's one more thing I want to discuss with you." "What is it?" "I want to buy the Hualong Group. As far as I know, the Hualong Group is also a group with a market capitalization of nearly $10 billion now." Hu Xiafeng looked at the eye of Lu Feng in surprise and said, "It is more of a famous brand enterprise in Xiangcheng. The potential for future growth is very high. If, Feng, you really want to eat this business, then, at least $200 billion should be prepared. For $20 billion, it might only be able to eat half of the outgoing shares. If the Hua family side maliciously raises the price, or, if they don't agree, then, at that point, Hu Xiafeng stopped. The latter words no longer need to be said. "Feng, if you're in it for the fight, I don't think it's necessary at all." That's when Zhang Wang said, "The Hualong Group is just a resource industry. It's got a lot of room to grow, but, again, it's only theoretically big. As far as I know, there are quite a few similar resource industries in the Hualong country, and, even more than that, there are no less than 5 that are bigger than him. There are even no fewer than 10 that are smaller than him and have more room to grow. Also, South Star Province itself can't be considered a real resource province. Geography is inherently disadvantageous. Plus there's no sea route, all of which would greatly limit it. Spending $20 billion on this group is completely unnecessary." Lu Feng smiled, said, "To the point of not wanting to fight with the Hua family or anything, but thinking that this business should be a sure thing. So, it's just a matter of wanting to take over." So Guang has a point. Under normal circumstances, spending $20 billion on 50% of the shares of the Hualong Group would be unnecessary. After all, the rate of return is so low. Also, it takes time to develop a large potential. Resource-based industries have particularly long payback times. However, the entire information of the Hualong Group that Lu Feng spent $100,000 to buy back was not bought for nothing. "Feng, I want to ask you one thing. This Hualong Group, are you definitely going to acquire it?" At this time, Hu Xiafeng suddenly asked. Lu Feng nodded. "Hualong Group, I definitely want to acquire it." Hu Xiafeng nodded. "Just ask." "So, I'd like to ask, how much money do you have on hand right now that you can use?" "Well, that's for you to ask." Lu Feng looked at Hu Xiafeng and laughed. "You are the general director of the Feng Yun Hotel. Right now, you should be the most aware of how much money is available on this side of the hotel." Hu Xiafeng froze for a moment and asked, "Feng, don't you have any other funds on hand?" Lu Feng said, "A little, but not much." Hu Xiafeng gave a bitter laugh. "Say, Feng, in that case, don't think about it. The market capitalization of our Winson Hotel right now is only like $3 to $4 billion. Even if it's a loan, it's only $1 billion at most. Together with the liquidity that Feng Yun Group's side is able to take out, it is definitely not more than $1.5 billion. $1.5 billion might not even buy 5% of the shares. So, Hu Xiafeng spread his hands. That means it's obvious. Acquiring the Hualong Group? Don't think about it. $1.5 billion? Lu Feng smiled. To Hu Xiafeng, he said, "Okay, just help me mobilize these $1.5 billion and get ready for the acquisition." Hu Xiafeng froze for a moment. Then, shocked, "Feng, are you just going to use this $1 billion to make an acquisition?" "The hell you believe him?" Zhang Guang, who was on the side, then laughed. "This guy Feng is a typical invisible tycoon. And again, when he says he wants you to prepare this $1.5 billion, that means that's all he's missing." So, only then did Hu Xiafeng realize, "I told you, with this $1.5 billion, how can we take down the Hualong Group?" "Brother Light, Brother Xiafeng, do you want to take up a share?" Lu Feng didn't explain and looked at the two with a smile. Said, "If you want to take it up, you too, each of you will offer $500 million. And for the sake of my friends, I'll give each of you 5% of the shares. How about it?" "I don't have that kind of money." Hu Xiafeng was the first to state his position. "Moreover, I just promised Feng that I would run the Feng Yun Hotel well," adding, "and for the time being, I don't have the heart to worry about anything else." "Xiafeng, are you stupid?" Zhang Wang said. Feng is giving us a chance to make money lying down. Tell you what, I can't get $500 million either. We'll both chip in $500 million. How? Based on the tens of billions of market capitalization of Hualin Group, 500 million 1% of the shares, that's definitely earned. Because, that's just market value, there's definitely a premium for acquisitions. As for the rate of return, and length of return, Lu Feng asked him to take shares. Where else would he think so much? He had one thought in his head. He told me to get in. So get in. Hu Xiafeng saw how serious Zhang Guang was. It was with a smile that he said, 400 million for you and 100 million for me? Zhang Guang immediately nodded. Good. After saying that, he looked at Lu Feng. When do you plan to acquire it? Tomorrow at the latest. Lu Feng said. Of course, it could be today. Zhang Guang was startled. So soon? Lu Feng smiled. Nor did he explain. He just said to Zhang Guang, I have something else to do, so I'll leave you guys for now. You guys talk it over. If you get the money together, you'll give it to Snow Peak. To Hu Xiafeng again. He said, have the money ready by 3 o'clock, and wait for my news at any time. Also, help me identify a trusted figure with talent in resource industry management, preferably the kind that can be in place within 3 days. After saying that, without waiting for the two to reply, he turned around and left the box. Inside the box, after Lu Feng left, Zhang Guang then frowned and thought. Hu Xiafeng glanced at Zhang Guang and laughed. Old classmate, you're not really thinking about how to raise money, are you? Isn't that bullshit? Zhang Guang said. How can I miss such a good opportunity? Hu Xiafeng was puzzled. Are you sure this is an opportunity? Zhang Guang asked. What? Do you suspect that Feng is bluffing? It's not that I suspect that Feng is bragging. I just think that this matter, it's very unreliable. Hu Xiafeng said. First of all, he said he didn't acquire the Hualin Group because of the fight. Do you believe him? Secondly, Hualin Group is a star enterprise in Xiangcheng. This business, it's going through an adjustment phase of development. $2 billion and you want to acquire it. Unless Hualin Group declares its closure now. Otherwise, don't even think about it. And, we're offering $500 million for a 5% stake. This is purely for nothing. Ha! Hu Xiafeng shook his head and laughed. Anyway, I don't believe in things that fall out of the sky. Zhang Guang then said. Then you agreed so readily just now. I can't embarrass you too much in front of him, can I? Hu Xiafeng laughed bitterly. Besides, he's the boss. I can't afford to dismiss his face. I always have to deal with it. Zhang Guang frowned. Just to cope? Or what? Hu Xiafeng shook his head and said. In short, I'm definitely not going to join the stock. Old classmate, if you want to play, just play with him all by yourself. Standing in Hu Xiafeng's position, it is certain that he will not believe Lu Feng. First of all, it was absolutely impossible to acquire the Hualin Group for $2 billion. Secondly, the Hua family side would definitely not easily cede the Hualin Group. To say that we can acquire the Hualin Group today is pure dreaming. Furthermore, a pie in the sky, while a surprise, can, however, also have the potential to directly smash a person to death. Personally, Hu Xiafeng was not willing to go for such a bargain. Okay, since you don't want to play, then lend me 100 million. Zhang Guang saw that Hu Xiafeng was reluctant, so he didn't force himself. Hu Xiafeng glanced at Zhang Guang. Frowning, he said, have you thought about it? You've thought about what you yourself said earlier about the returns being too low and the time being too long? What's this to think about? Zhang Guang then said, he would never harm me, since he chose to pull me in. He must have full assurance. I remember you telling me that you've only known him for a few days, right? Hu Xiafeng said. You trust him that much? There are people who take a long time to have an in-depth conversation, to determine if they are worth befriending and trusting. Zhang Guang said. Like you, Xiafeng, and again. But, there are some people who only need a glance to determine if they are worthy of your trust. Just like Feng. Hu Xiafeng smiled. Said. In that case, I won't stop you. I'll lend you this 100 million. Let's just buy you a lesson, so as to show you whether the person you've identified at a glance is really trustworthy or not. Zhang Guang just smiled and didn't continue discussing this topic with Hu Xiafeng. The two had been friends for so many years, and both knew very well that on certain issues, once there was disagreement at the off point, it was best to leave it to time. Anyway, no one can convince anyone. Then give it to time and let the facts speak for themselves. Come out of the box. Lu Feng then came to the underground garage. Not long after, he saw a middle-aged man in a rice-colored suit beside a black SUV. Waving at him, Lu Feng quickly walked over. That middle-aged man's body violently stood up straight, raising his head and chest. Snap! A military salute. Lu Feng saw this scene. A sense of pride arose in his heart for no reason. He naturally raised his hands and chest and returned a military salute. And then said, well, there's no need to be so polite. With that, he pointed to the car. Go inside and talk. Su De nodded and immediately ran over and helped Lu Feng open the car door. Asked Lu Feng to get in the car. Lu Feng was not polite and got into the car. Su De closed the door before getting in from the other side. Lu Feng no longer asked more questions. Take the phone. The call went through. A dignified voice came from over there. Is it Tianlong? I'm Sky Dragon. And you kid. This disappearance is 5 years. No news at all. The chief added. This time, if you hadn't called, I wouldn't have known you were actually still in the country. According to the information tip given by the system about Sky Dragon is, one has been off for 5 years. Right now, it's still in the rest phase. So, Lu Feng replied, I just want to take a quiet break and accompany my parents. Also, the chief sighed and said, you did so much for the country some years ago. The state, however, has not publicized and honored you for what you have done, and has suffered. It's only right that you take a break and spend time with your parents. Lu Feng let out a bitter smile. Said, Chief, it was my own agreement about the publicity and accolades, and again, since I agreed to it, I'm sure I don't care about the vanity. The chief asked, Really? Seriously? Well then, I will now formally ask you again. The chief added, If I announce your return now, do you agree? Lu Feng shook his head. I think, this matter, there's no need to say anymore. There is an advantage to announcing it to the public. That is, there is no need to be afraid of people bullying you, and your family, anymore. With this name at the top, even without any real power, absolutely no one would dare to touch their family. Except, in that case, anything one does will be exposed to the spotlight. Also, it's impossible to start a business on your own. Military personnel are not allowed to be businessmen. Doing business with the outside world is even less likely. Moreover, how would one explain the heavenly dragon's past to his parents, as well as Su Muyun? Su Muyun was fine, after all, not living with himself for the past few years. But, there's trouble on the parents' side. I've been homeless over the years. But, well, at least I've been home. Can your parents not know what kind of person you are? Ha ha. The chief heard Lu Feng's reply. Laughing brightly, he said, Worthy of my special approval, Tianlong, it really didn't let me down. In terms of ability and brains, you're a one-of-a-kind presence over at the War Department. I am most relieved to have you as a pin in the shadows. And once you're put out in the open, you hardly have much of a role to play, so you can willingly stay in the shadows. And that's what I have in mind. After getting a hint from the system, Lu Feng already knew this. This was also the reason why he had been reluctant to use the identity of Tianlong. Because, every time you use the privilege of this identity, the risk of exposing your own identity is 1 point greater. Also, using privileges all the time is not in keeping with his status. Don't worry, the chief said. Your identity is currently known only to Chief Su. These two I have instructed not to divulge any information about you. And, after you give him the information, they'll take care of the rest. Follow up. Anything else that needs attention, you contact Su De directly. Just do it. With these two for you to use, you'll have enough for any situation in the country. Hear that? Lu Feng smiled. Thank you, Chief. What's polite? The chief laughed. In the future, there will be much more for you to contribute. It's our job to give you convenience and peace of mind. After ending the call with the Lord of the Land, Lu Feng then asked Su De, what is the phone number of the Lu Mansion Master? Su De found Lord Lu's phone number on his cell phone. It was handed to Lu Feng. Lu Feng once again unplugged the phone number of the Lu Mansion Master. Dragon God, what further instructions do you have? Lu Zhongyuan's voice came from over there. Lu Feng opened the door and said, after clearing out the Hua family, I want to acquire the Hua Lin group. Before ending the call with the country lord, Lu Feng purposely mentioned that he was doing business. The Lord of the Land gave the promise. As long as what he is doing is reasonable and legal, go ahead and do it. No need to have any worries. What do you need me to do? Lu Zhongyuan then asked. As long as Mistress Lu gives some convenience. Lu Feng said, just let me follow the normal process to acquire it. Adding, in addition, I may also need a small favor from your side of the Lu Mansion. What favor? I'll send you a message. Lu Feng finished and hung up the phone. Sent a message to the other side. This side of the message has just been sent. Jingle bells. Suddenly, Su De's cell phone rang. Su De picks up the phone. Just after listening to 2 sentences, Su De's face became completely gloomy. Su De then coldly gave the order. Anyone who moves in any way will be directly executed on the spot. Bang! After saying that, Su De hung up the phone. Then, looking towards Lu Feng, Dragon God, just received the news. Vice Lord Shao from the Lian City side handed your parents over to another group of people. That group wanted to go after your parents. Luckily my men arrived in time, which prevented a tragedy. Hearing this news, Lu Feng's eyes narrowed violently. An overwhelming killing intent was violently released. He asked coldly, "Do you know where the Hua family is?" "No," Su De replied. "It's already locked. It's in the second courtyard of Star Dragon Academy. But, we're from the military department, and we can't make a move without an order document from above for now. That's why it's important to wait for someone from the Lu Mansion Master's side to come over." Lu Feng pulled out the flash drive from his pocket. He handed it to Su De. "All the information is all in here, so you pass it on to Mistress Lu." When he finished, he opened the door and got out of the car. Then, straight to the Red Hermes. He had gotten the key from Zhang Guang before he came down. "Open the door and get in." Initiation. Straight to the Star Dragon Academy. After Lu Feng left, Su De immediately pulled a phone call. "Get the attention of the whole group." After the call is answered, Su De ordered, "A Red Hermes car is to be heavily protected if it enters Star Dragon Academy. Anyone found to be trying to do anything against the owner of the car can just do it. Don't think about any consequences." At this point, Star Dragon Academy. Outside the second courtyard, 3 black upscale cars stopped. More than a dozen people came out of the car one after another. Among them, the leader was a young man with an extraordinary temperament. Beside the young man was an imposing middle-aged man. The others, all police security officers. A group of people rang the doorbell. Inside the courtyard, the study. Hua Pioneer had just finished calling the provincial lord. "Give a clear account of your guilt." The answer from the provincial side was, "Wait in peace. Someone will find you." Bang bang. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Hua Pioneer opened the door. He saw his son Hua Mingfei standing in the doorway with a horrified look on his face. Flustered, he said, "Father, there are many police security officers coming outside, and the one at the head seems to be a big official from the Dragon Capital," adding, "I also met Uncle Ho when you took me to visit him in Longdu last time." Panic about what? Hua Pioneer glared at his son Hua Mingfei without a good look. "I'm not dead yet. If the sky falls, I've got you covered too. So stand up straight and puff out your chest for the old man. Don't be a disgrace." Being scolded by his father like this, the sense of panic and alarm in Hua Mingfei's heart suddenly became much less. Immediately, he nodded and respectfully said, "Yes, father," said, pointing outside, "That, get the door." Hua San walked out of the study, commanding, "Mingjiao, go make tea. Neru, you clear the table." The crowd immediately took action. "Willie," Hua Xianfeng looked at the butler, his eyes cold, "go pack up your things and leave through the back door." Upon hearing these words, Butler Xiao Wei's face stared slightly worried. "Family head, this matter, cut the crap," Hua Vanguard bellowed coldly. "Go do your job." Housekeeper Xiao Wei gritted his teeth. "Yes." Then, silently, he retreated. Bang, bang bang bang. The door to the room opened. Footsteps sounded. At that moment, a group of more than 10 people entered the living room. Seeing the 2 men at the head of the group, Hua Vanguard was also taken aback. These 2 people he had met the last time he went to the Dragon Capital. The middle-aged man is called Hua Hai Hung. He was one of the 3 deputy masters of the State Supervisor's office. Its status is still above He Jun of the State Xuanfu. As for the young man next to him, he was Yin Qinghu, the second youngest master of the Yin family, one of the largest families in Dragon Capital. This man is a business wizard. It is said that business is doing great over in Xanadu. The Yin family intends to put him in the business world. Let it echo each other with Yin Qinglong, the youngest master of the Yin family and the current deputy capital master of Xanadu. For such a small person as himself, 2 such figures were actually deployed. Hua Pioneer then vaguely felt that this matter was not so normal. "I'm afraid, Hua Vanguard, meet second young master Yin, Mistress Hua." Hua Vanguard stepped forward and bowed to the 2 men at the head. Then, with a wave of his hand, "Ming Jiao, serve tea." "No need." Yen Qinghu, the Yin family's second youngest master, waved his hand and said, "Where is the study? Let's go to the study to talk." Hua Pioneer thought for a moment, then said, "Second young master Yen, don't bullshit me." Yen Qinghu, the Yen family's second youngest master, frowned. "If I tell you to go to the study, you just lead the way. Time is running out. This young master doesn't have that kind of free time to accompany you here with nonsense." After a beat, he added, "And I can warn you, if you spoil this young master, then you're not the only one who's in trouble." Hearing this, Hua Vanguard's face changed. If someone else had said that, he might have been unimpressed. Even, one would think of getting back at it. For example, when facing Lu Feng, he was thinking like this. But right now, when he faced this Yin family's second youngest master, that was no resistance at all. What kind of person is the Yin family's second youngest master? That was the facade that the Yin family supported in the business world. To put it bluntly, he, Hua Vanguard, might not even be qualified to give the other party a hand. This is something that Hua Pioneer himself is well aware of. Moreover, the Yen family was one of the biggest families in Dragon Capital. Elder Yen was even one of the few figures in the Huarong kingdom who possessed great influence. He Jun, the big man of Longdu in the eyes of the Chinese pioneer. It's also the biggest backer of Hua Vanguard. To the Yen family, he was nothing more than a dog. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Yen family was. Therefore, at this moment, Hua Pioneer looked incredibly honest. Please follow me. Hua Pioneer turned around and led the two of them straight to the study.